I originally thought that after earning 2 billion overnight from a live stream sale, I could live a peaceful life with my beloved daughter. Unexpectedly, I got into a car accident on the way home. When I woke up, I had transmigrated into the body of a gambling alcoholic. Before me was an adorable little girl looking at me with pleading eyes. "Daddy, please don't hit mommy anymore." My eyes widened, and in that moment, countless memories flooded in. This man was a terrible person, constantly drunk and gambling, yet he had managed to marry a rising star. After their relationship was exposed, his wife unhesitatingly gave up her singing career, and even bore him a lovely daughter. However, once the honeymoon period was over, he was fired from his company for incompetence. Instead of reflecting on himself, he blamed his wife, believing that marrying her, an unlucky star, had ruined his career. After receiving these memories, I couldn't help but let out a curse. With a complicated expression, I looked towards the corner of the room. There, Tihan, the wife who had just been beaten, was holding their child, huddled into a ball. When she saw me staring, she trembled violently, instinctively holding her daughter tighter, her eyes welling with tears. She had thought about leaving with Nene, but she was an orphan, and all the money in the house was controlled by this man. She had even contemplated death but couldn't bear to leave her child behind. If she died, what would happen to 3-year-old Nene? So, after every beating, she could only endure it alone, not even daring to cry loudly for fear of scaring her daughter. After a long while, I let out a deep sigh, slowly stood up, and turned on the light. A warm, orange glow filled the room, revealing the shabby furniture and the thick smell of alcohol in the air. Looking at the messy scene before me, I scratched my head, unsure of what to say, and quietly began to clean up. Tihan, still holding Nene tightly, didn't move, but a flicker of surprise showed in her eyes. This devil had never cleaned the house before. Every time he finished drinking, he would just fall asleep. This was the first time she had ever seen such a thing. I didn't rush to disturb the mother and daughter. I got a cloth from the kitchen and started wiping down the table and chairs until the house was spotless, by which point I was drenched in sweat. After a short rest, I took clean clothes from the bedroom and went into the bathroom. Tihan watched the closed bathroom door, then looked at the newly cleaned room, her eyes filled with suspicion. He even threw away the remaining bottles of alcohol. Why? If he had changed, she couldn't believe it. A devil was still a devil. "Mommy, I'm hungry," 3-year-old Nene said, her round eyes looking up at her mother. Tihan stroked her daughter's hair. "Nene, be good. Wait a little longer, and Mommy will cook for you." Nene nodded obediently. Though young, she knew that she could only eat when her father was asleep. After my shower, I came out and saw the mother and daughter cowering together on the old sofa. I shook my head, paid them no mind, opened the door, and walked out. Tihan was stunned, despair filling her eyes. Was he going to buy alcohol again? She and Nene would have to go hungry for another night. Tihan bit her lip, her face pale, tears streaming down. Nene, thinking her mother was crying because she was hungry, quickly raised her small, white hands to clumsily wipe away the tears. "Mommy, don't cry. I'm not hungry anymore." Tihan bit her lip harder, and the tears fell faster. After a moment, she managed a gentle, trembling voice. "Nene, be good. Mommy will sing you to sleep. When you're asleep, you won't feel hungry. Tomorrow morning, Mommy will wake up early and make you something delicious, okay?" Nene obediently nodded. "Okay. Mommy, don't cry." Tihan hugged Nene and slowly stood up. The wound on her back throbbed with the movement, and due to long-term malnutrition, she felt dizzy. Still, she forced herself to stand firm, carrying her daughter step by step into the bedroom. Lying on the bed, Tihan felt a little better. She gently sang a lullaby, lulling Nene to sleep. Watching her daughter slowly close her eyes, Tihan thought about what she had endured in the 2 years since her marriage, and her heart ached. She finally decided that tomorrow she would leave, escape this hell. It was better to die on the streets than to be tormented to death by this monster. Just then, the sound of a key in the lock came from outside. Lost in thought, Tihan jumped, startled. She instinctively covered Nene's ears, listening to the sounds outside. I pushed the door open and instinctively looked towards the sofa. Seeing no one, I was surprised. They must have gone to the bedroom, but it seemed they hadn't eaten. I looked at the food in my hands, thought for a moment, then placed it on the table and walked towards the bedroom. Tihan, still tense, heard my footsteps approaching and quickly closed her eyes, pretending to be asleep, praying I wouldn't come in. But then, a knock came at the door. "I bought food for you. If you're hungry, come out and eat. I'll sleep in the side room tonight." Hearing the familiar voice, Tihan's eyes snapped open. She then heard my footsteps fading away, and the room fell silent again, leaving only the sound of her own ragged breathing. Nene, at some point, had opened her eyes. She had clearly heard my voice and was now curiously staring at the closed door. Today, the father who always smelled bad didn't come into their bedroom, and even said he bought them food. Thinking of food, she felt hungry again and swallowed. Nai looked at her mother with expectant eyes. Everything was so sudden that Bai Tihan didn't know what to do. But seeing the hopeful look in her daughter's eyes, she gathered her courage, tiptoed to the bedroom door, and opened it. The aroma of food filled her nostrils, and Bai Tihan's eyes suddenly became moist, the dishes on the table blurring. He had really bought food for them. Faced with this sudden kindness from the devil, Bai Tihan felt not joy, but a deep-seated fear. Why was he like this? What else did he want from her? Nai, barefoot, ran in short steps to the crack in the door and peeked out. Her eyes instantly lit up, and she couldn't stop drooling. But she didn't dare to act on her own and looked up at her mother, her big eyes unblinking. Bai Tihan closed her eyes in helplessness, then looked again at her daughter's expectant gaze. She took a deep breath, forced a smile, and picked Nai up. Nai, be good. Let's eat quietly. Nai happily closed her eyes and nodded vigorously. In my room, I could of course hear the noise outside. I sighed deeply again. After getting a haircut and buying food, I discovered there was only about 1,800 yuan in cash left in the house. If I had transmigrated a little later, this family might have had nothing to live on. I had to make money. After some thought, I suddenly became excited. Why didn't I think of it sooner? This was a parallel world. I quickly took out my phone and started learning about this world. As expected, the traditional culture and entertainment industry here were completely different from my world. The entertainment industry, in particular, seemed rather dull. Some bland songs that made me cringe could actually top the music charts. I quickly recalled the classic songs from my old world. The more I thought, the more tired I felt. I could only drag my weary body to bed and slowly drift off to sleep. The next morning, at exactly 600, I stretched and gently opened my door. The dining table and kitchen had been cleaned, probably by Bai Tihan after dinner last night. I stood there thinking for a moment, remembering that Bai Tihan usually woke up at 800 am to cook because I used to sleep until after 1000. Only after I woke up and had a drink could the mother and daughter eat the leftovers. I unconsciously sighed again. In her room, Bai Tihan was actually already awake. She didn't dare to go out. When the noise outside disappeared, and the door closed again, Bai Tihan bit her lip, her eyes fixed on the bedroom door, wondering what he was out doing again. After waiting a long time with no sound from outside, Bai Tihan looked at Nai sleeping soundly beside her, thought for a moment, and then cautiously and quietly got out of bed. She opened the door, and stepped out. The air in the living room was fresh, a cool breeze blew in through the window, making it very pleasant. This situation felt unreal to Bai Tihan. It had been a long time since she had smelled such a fresh scent. Could this house ever feel this comfortable again? Bai Tihan went to the window and looked out at the world, lost in thought. It was only then that she remembered she was only 24 years old. She didn't know how much time had passed when the sound of the door opening startled her back to reality. Her whole body tensed instinctively, and she turned around mechanically. I was also stunned, standing frozen in place. I hadn't expected Bai Tihan to be awake. This morning, I found that we were out of groceries, so I had just gone to buy some meat, vegetables, and rice. We were both stunned. It was then that I got a clear look at my wife's face. She was beautiful, much more so than the stars and internet celebrities in my previous world. Her eyes, especially, seemed as if they could speak. Right now, however, they were filled with fear and anxiety. Moreover, she was too thin, her face unnaturally pale, probably from a lack of sunlight and nutrition for a long time. Seeing this, my heart itched with a mixture of pain, hatred, and confusion. What a beast. To treat such a beautiful and lovely wife so cruelly, he truly deserved to die. I took the initiative to break the awkward silence. Good morning. I'm going to cook. After speaking, I lowered my head, not daring to look at her anymore, and quickly carried the groceries into the kitchen. Bai Tihan could hardly believe her eyes and ears. He greeted her. And since when did he know how to cook? Bai Tihan quietly watched the busy figure in the kitchen, a sense of grievance welling up inside her. She bit her lip, her eyes slowly filling with tears. What was this? Had he suddenly grown a conscience? Just then, Nai woke up. Seeing Bai Tihan's figure in the living room, she ran out barefoot. As soon as she left the room, she smelled the fragrant aroma of food and turned her big, round eyes towards the kitchen. In the kitchen, I naturally saw her too. I grinned at the little girl, but unexpectedly, Nai shrank back in fear behind Bai Tihan. I helplessly rubbed my nose, a sudden tightness in my chest, as if I was short of breath. Soon, the meal was ready. I took off the apron, and looked at the two who were still standing timidly in the distance. Go wash your faces, then come and eat. Although Nai was swallowing her saliva, she didn't dare to move. Bai Tihan looked at the scene before her in horror. I had initially felt a bit of anticipation, but seeing their defensive posture, my hopes sank to the bottom. I was silent for a moment, then sighed again. You two go ahead and eat. With that, I turned and went back to the side room. Bai Tihan was not moved. She looked at the closed door of the side room, then down at her daughter's expectant eyes, and sighed inwardly. "Nene, go wash your hands and eat." Hearing this, Nene's eyes lit up. Mommy, did Daddy cook this for Nene?" Tihan hesitated for a moment, then, seeing her daughter's hopeful gaze, she finally nodded. Seeing her mother agree, Nene's eyes shone even brighter. She quickly scooped up a spoonful of steamed egg, and put it in her mouth. "This is the first time Daddy has cooked for me. It's so delicious." Tihan just ate quietly, her heart torn and confused. I sat at the desk in the side room. I was actually hungry, but I knew that the mother and daughter out there couldn't sit at the same table with me yet. How pitiful. I took out my phone and opened this world's short video app. I deleted the old account, which had only a few thousand followers, and registered a new one. Out of habit, I clicked on the trending charts. Instantly, I frowned. What is this? The singing is terrible. Since when could such mediocre singers dominate the trending charts? A plan immediately formed in my mind. I took out a few forgotten sheets of music paper from the desk drawer. These were all things Tihan had left behind. I spread the music paper on the desk, humming a familiar tune under my breath as my hand holding the pen quickly wrote notes on the 6-lane staff. In my old world, I was a songwriter. This was a piece of cake for me. In just a moment, a complete musical score appeared before me. I impatiently rummaged through the nearby wardrobe for a guitar, then sat properly before the desk with the instrument. After brewing my emotions for a bit, I closed my eyes, my fingers gently brushing across the strings. As the sound of the guitar filled the room, Tihan, who had been eating quietly, was suddenly stunned. She turned her head to look at the closed door, her eyes full of surprise. She knew very well that he didn't know how to play the guitar. So what was happening? Even Nene, who was happily eating, was captivated by the singing. She stopped her chopsticks and looked towards the door of the side room. So gentle. This was the first time she had ever heard her father's voice so gentle. Although Tihan had never heard this song before, she could feel its excellence. The beautiful melody and moving lyrics made it hard for her to imagine that this song was coming from the mouth of a monster. The gentle singing continued, my voice still echoing in her ears. The beautiful mother and daughter sitting at the dining table were both stunned. Listening to this, Tihan couldn't hold it in any longer. Her shoulders began to tremble slightly, and tears fell one by one. It had been 2 years. For 2 long years, she had lived in fear. For 2 years, she hadn't listened to music, hadn't left the house. Every day, she faced only the struggles of daily life, a messy house, and a man who had turned into a demon. Now, just as she had gathered enough courage to run away, he was singing like this. What did it mean? What was the meaning of this sudden change? Tihan almost broke down. She was once again plunged into confusion. She was afraid this was just a short dream, and when she woke up, everything would go back to the way it was. The singing stopped at that moment. Nene noticed her mother was crying and, startled, climbed onto Tihan's lap, trying to wipe away her mother's tears with her small hands. Mommy, don't cry, don't cry. Nene will blow on it for you. Nene thought her mother was in pain again. While wiping Tihan's tears, she lifted her small face, pulled down her mother's collar, and blew. Beneath the collar, on Tihan's back, were countless bruises. I didn't know what was happening outside. At that moment, I was opening my phone, pressing the video record button, and then singing and playing the song again from beginning to end. When the song finished, I saved the recording and uploaded it. I let out a sigh of relief. Finally done. Now, I just had to wait for everyone's reaction. After finishing everything, I put the guitar back in the closet and rubbed my empty stomach. I wonder if the mother and daughter have finished eating. Finally, I couldn't wait any longer. I gently pushed the door open a crack, like a thief, and peeked outside. Just then, I saw Tihan carrying Nene away from the dining table. Her eyes were red and swollen as if she had just been crying. Tihan clearly saw me too. After a moment of stunned silence, she quickly carried her daughter back to the main bedroom. I breathed a sigh of relief and walked out to the dining table. Finally, I could eat. I saw that there was clearly some food left for me on the table, which made me quite happy. After eating, I wandered around the room with nothing to do. At that moment, the door to the main bedroom suddenly opened. I looked in the direction of the sound and saw a small head peeking out. It was Nene. She tilted her head, curiously observing me. When I saw Nene, I instinctively wanted to smile, but before the corners of my mouth could turn up, Nene got scared, quickly shut the door, and ran inside. From the room came Tihan's clear voice, coaxing her daughter. I innocently rubbed my nose. Time passed quietly. In the blink of an eye, I had been scrolling on my phone for 4 hours. Has it been that long already? I put down my phone, rubbed my temples, and stood up. It was time to cook lunch. Just then, the bedroom door opened. Tihan, with a blank expression, walked out of the room carrying a pile of clothes. As if she didn't see me standing in front of the sofa, she walked straight towards the bathroom. I clearly saw her body stiffen for a moment when she came out. Is she going to do the laundry? I suddenly remembered that my clothes from yesterday were still in the washing machine. Thinking of this, I also quickly walked towards the bathroom. Tihan was very nervous. She hadn't expected me to still be home at this hour. Usually, I would have gone out drinking with my bad friends by now. Hearing my footsteps approaching, her heart beat faster, and her body trembled slightly. My clothes are still in the washing machine. Can you let me take them out to dry first? My familiar voice came from behind. Tihan, who was bending over to open the washing machine door, flinched, her body retreating deeper into the bathroom. Be careful, I couldn't help but add. Only then did Tihan react. I was asking for her opinion. She avoided my gaze, not daring to look at me, but still said, okay, you can take them out first. Thanks. I nodded. My hands suddenly trembled slightly, anger and pity evident in my eyes. I had just clearly seen the purple and red bruises under Tihan's collar. Although I had the memories of that beast, seeing it with my own eyes, I really couldn't imagine how someone in this world could be so cruel. I gathered the clothes from the washing machine, not looking at her any further. At that moment, my mind was racing. Later, when I've cooked lunch, remember to call Nene out to eat. Nene is sleeping. Tihan shrank back, looking extremely flustered. Even her speech became jumbled. I'll wake her up later. I knew my presence was only putting pressure on her. I quickly took the clothes from the washing machine to the balcony to dry, then went into the kitchen. In the bathroom, Tihan, still holding the clothes, stood frozen in place. It wasn't until she heard the sound of cooking from the kitchen that she came back to her senses. She tremblingly put the clothes into the washing machine, her gaze uncontrollably drifting towards the kitchen. What on earth is wrong with him? He started cooking for me and our daughter again. Hearing the washing machine spin, Tihan felt incredibly conflicted. After all the clothes were washed, she took them out and went to the balcony to hang them. The man was still busy in the kitchen. Nene woke up without waiting for Tihan to call her. She still came out barefoot, her small hands constantly rubbing her sleepy, big eyes. When she saw me busy in the kitchen, her beautiful eyes lit up noticeably. Then, she curiously leaned against the kitchen door frame, watching my back. Tihan finished hanging the clothes and turned around to see this scene. She was so scared she froze. She quickly turned back, her back against the wall, covering her face with her hands as she slowly sank to the ground, tears silently streaming down. This was a scene she had only dared to dream of for a very, very long time. I still didn't eat with the mother and daughter. After setting the food on the table, I hurried out of the house. Hearing the door close, Tihan quickly wiped the tears from her face, stood up, and carried Nene to the dining table. On the table were still 2 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, 2 bowls of rice that had already been served, and a bowl of steamed egg. Tihan stared at the delicious food on the table for a long time before slowly sitting down. No one knew how complicated her feelings were at this moment. Even she herself didn't know what she was thinking. The food was as delicious as breakfast. The little girl happily ate the bowl of steamed egg. But the peaceful lunch for the mother and daughter was soon interrupted by the sound of the door opening. They instinctively looked up to see me walking in with a large bag. Nene shrank closer to Tihan, the small spoon of steamed egg still in her mouth, not daring to move. Her big eyes followed my every move. I lowered my eyes, not daring to look at the terrified mother and daughter. I just walked to the sofa, put the bag down, and said in a slightly deep voice, I bought you some ointment. Remember to use it. Oh, and I bought the little one a toy. I don't know if she'll like it. I saw that other little girls have won, so she should have won too. Tihan still didn't respond. After I finished speaking, I was silent for a moment, then continued, I know you don't believe me, but there are some things I have to say. From now on, I will not hit you or the little one. You and Nene don't have to be so scared at home. She's still young, this kind of atmosphere in the house is not good for her. I said everything in one breath, feeling a great deal of the frustration in my heart dissipate. I didn't wait for Tihan's reply and quietly returned to the side room. Tihan watched my retreating figure, her emotions in turmoil. It was still difficult for her to trust this man's sudden change. In the bedroom, my mood was even more unbearable, tears welling up in my eyes. Transmigrating into the body of this scumbag was very painful for me, especially when I saw the wounds on Tihan's body. My heart grew heavier. Just being in this house for a short day had pushed my mind to the brink of collapse. I really couldn't understand how someone could harbor so much malice towards their own family. After Tihan finished eating, she still left some food for me. She washed her and Nene's dishes, looked at the bag on the table, thought for a moment, and finally took Nene's hand and went back to the main bedroom. She found it really hard to accept this sudden kindness. Who knew if this was a trap he had set to lull her into a false sense of security? Besides, she was used to the pain on her body. She just didn't know what else he could possibly want from her that would require such an elaborate scheme. After a short day of gentle treatment, she was terrified that the old days would return. A small glimmer of hope even flickered in her heart. As long as she didn't accept his kindness, would he continue to be like he was today? She only hoped he could maintain this facade for one more day, just one more day. I heard the door of the side room close, and knew the mother and daughter had finished eating. Only then did I get up and leave my room. Then I saw that the bag on the coffee table was still unopened, lying in the same spot. I sighed, not knowing what to do. I could only sit down, lower my head, and eat. Just then, the door to the main bedroom unexpectedly opened again. Nene poked her little head out again, curiously staring at me as I ate. I tried to smile at her again. This time, I finally succeeded. She wasn't scared away, and continued to watch me eat with curiosity. I felt a sense of relief in my heart. The pressure I was under was soothed somewhat by this adorable little girl. I put down my chopsticks and, in the gentlest voice I had ever used in my life, called out, "Nene." My sudden speaking startled her, and her body trembled slightly. However, she didn't retreat but turned her head to look into the main bedroom. Then, as if encouraged, she looked back at me. A sweet, childish voice came from her mouth, "Daddy." Hearing this call, my whole body trembled, and my eyes instantly welled up. The smile on my face bloomed like a chrysanthemum. This was the most beautiful sound I had heard since I transmigrated here. Nene tilted her little head, looking doubtfully at this father who was both crying and laughing, seemingly wondering why someone would cry while smiling. He softly hummed in response to her. Then I stood up, walked to the sofa, took the doll I had just bought out of the bag, and gently dangled it in front of Nene. Nene blinked her big eyes, seemingly a little tempted. She looked at the doll in my hand, then turned her head to look into the main bedroom. After a long while, she slowly walked towards me. At this moment, my heart was pounding. Looking at her, like a little angel, I even had to hold my breath, afraid of scaring the little girl who was trying to approach me. Nene only knew that her father would cook delicious food for her. Now, he was holding a toy she liked. It seemed that her father would no longer be fierce to her and her mother. She came to my side, lifted her small face, took a deep sniff, and then broke into a happy smile. "Daddy doesn't smell bad anymore." "Nene, do you think the doll in Daddy's hand is pretty?" Looking at the adorable girl in front of me, I asked gently and seriously. Nene's little hand twitched, as if she wanted to take the doll from my hand, but she still lacked the courage to reach out, only staring at me with her big, clear eyes. My eyes, which had been following Nene, naturally noticed this gesture. So I slowly squatted down until I was at her level, and gently placed the toy in her hand. When my fingers touched Nene's small hand, I felt my whole body melt. Nene finally took the toy she liked. Her gaze shifted from me to the doll. Her small fingers gently stroked the doll's soft, long dress, and her eyes immediately curved like crescent moons. Seeing her happy expression as she held the toy, my heart filled with a special emotion. Especially when I looked closely and saw Nene's dry, brittle hair, her thin face, and the faded shirt that was clearly too small for her. My heart felt like it was being pricked by a needle. She was only 3 years old. She should have been cherished in the palm of someone's hand. Yet now, she was so overjoyed by a small toy. I gritted my teeth, quickly wiped my eyes, and forced a smile. Then I just quietly watched Nene play beside me. At this moment, there was nothing else in my eyes. In the main bedroom, Tihan was now even more nervous. She didn't know if she was doing the right thing. But she agreed with what I had said earlier. A child is young and shouldn't grow up in such an atmosphere. Letting her get close to me was the best thing she could do right now. Outside, Nene's clear, belt-like laughter rang out from time to time. Every time she heard it, Tihan couldn't hold back her tears. She just sat quietly on the bed, silently wiping her tears. Soon, Nene seemed tired from playing. She hugged the doll tightly, looked at the father who was still smiling foolishly at her with a slightly puzzled expression, then turned and trotted back to the bedroom. I stared blankly at the small figure disappearing, rubbed my nose, and chuckled to myself. It seems I still need to buy her a suitable pair of slippers. It's not a good habit to keep going barefoot like this. Time passed slowly. Dinner was still cooked by me, 3 dishes and a soup as usual. I let the mother and daughter eat first, then I came in to clean up. Tonight, I went to bed early. What I didn't know was that in just one night, the song A Lifetime with You had gone viral online. At 1,000 bm, the video had climbed to the 5th position on Douyin's hot search rankings, and its popularity was still rising. By 600 the next day, the video had reached a staggering 500,000 likes on Douyin, with over 200,000 comments. You have to know that even for famous bloggers, getting tens of thousands of likes and a few thousand comments is already very impressive. So, this comment conversion rate was unbelievably high. My number of followers had also surpassed 1 million in just one night. With just one song, one video, I had become a blogger with 1 million followers overnight. Of course, most of these followers were fans of this video. If I couldn't produce high-quality songs like this in the future, I would quickly be forgotten by the majority. I woke up at 500 still unaware of how popular my song had become. After a quick wash-up, I left the house for my morning exercise. When I returned home, it was 740 . As soon as I opened the door, I came face to face with Tihan, who was coming out of the bathroom. She was startled to see me, a look of panic on her face. Seeing me covered in sweat, she seemed awkward but still said nervously, "I didn't know you were out. I'll go cook right away." I was stunned for a moment, feeling a bit awkward about the situation, but quickly replied, "Nene is still sleeping." Tihan softly hummed in response, lowering her head. She felt her heart beat faster. The smell of sun and sweat on me after my exercise was unfamiliar to her. She felt very flustered and instinctively avoided me, quickly walking towards the kitchen. "You look after Nene. Let me take a shower, and then I'll cook. Is there anything you want to eat?" My voice, with a hint of pleading, came from behind. Tihan stopped in her tracks for a moment, then said in a slightly trembling voice, "No. Nothing. Whatever you cook is fine. I'll go check on her." After speaking, Tihan walked faster, as if fleeing, and slipped into the bedroom. I watched the bedroom door close, shrugging helplessly. After my shower, I was so hungry I felt dizzy. Moreover, the original body's alcohol addiction was acting up, which was very uncomfortable. I could only cook while continuously drinking hot water to alleviate the discomfort. At this time, Nene also woke up. After Tihan helped her get ready, Nene immediately clung to the kitchen door frame, watching me cook, still hugging the doll I gave her yesterday. I turned around, saw her, and gave her a gentle smile, asking softly, "Nene, what do you want to eat this morning? Daddy will make it for you." Nene tilted her little head, thinking seriously for a long time, then her big eyes curved. "Nene likes to eat steamed eggs." I replied lovingly, "Okay, then I'll make steamed eggs." After speaking, I reached out to pat Nene's head but then retracted my hand. I was afraid of scaring this little angel. Slowly, no rush, I thought to myself. It was clear that Nene was gradually accepting me. This gave me hope. My mood couldn't help but lift, even the alcohol cravings and hunger seemed to have disappeared. Breakfast was as rich as ever, 1 meat dish, 2 vegetable dishes, and of course the steamed egg that Nene requested. As usual, I returned to my small bedroom to let the mother and daughter eat first. However, unlike before, there was clearly more laughter and conversation from outside as they ate. In the side room, I lay on the bed and took out my phone, which had been set to silent mode, wanting to see the effect of the video. The moment I unlocked the phone, I was shocked. Oh my god, why are there so many notifications? The notification section at the back of the phone all showed 999. My hands trembled slightly as I cleared all the notifications. I swallowed and clicked on my account's homepage. The number of over 1 million followers on the page nearly blinded me. Over 1 million in just one night. With excitement, I clicked on the video, over 2 million likes. And when I looked at the comments section, it was all praise. I then checked the private messages of the account. Most were from advertisers seeking cooperation, and management companies wanting to recruit me. I didn't pay them any attention because now it was time to witness the earnings. I clicked on the Douyin account management section. The revenue figure that appeared made me grin from ear to ear. In just one day, without any advertising, just based on the views, this video had generated a staggering revenue of 320,000 yuan. Seeing the revenue, I breathed a sigh of relief. I have money now. Life finally doesn't have to be a struggle anymore. Before, when I held all my assets of just over 1,000 yuan, I had to be careful with every purchase. Now that I had this first sum of money, my mood was naturally much more relaxed. After transferring the revenue to my bank account, I waited until the mother and daughter outside had finished eating and I heard the bedroom door close before I hurried out to eat breakfast. After finishing breakfast, I rushed out of the house. I went straight to the shopping mall from my memory. First, I bought a mobile phone for Tihan, then continued to shop for a lot of things. It wasn't until 10:30 am that I returned home with the shopping center's delivery truck. This is exhilarating. The life of someone with money is indeed a constant shopping spree. This feeling is amazing. After I left the house, Tihan led Nene out of the bedroom. She cleaned the house from top to bottom, then sat on the sofa, looking at the deep blue sky outside the window. After 2 days of ventilation, the smell of alcohol in the house was gone. The fresh air that occasionally blew in through the window made her feel incredibly comfortable. Nene was lying on her stomach next to Tihan, playing with the doll she loved. Her big eyes had curved into crescent moons. In the past 2 days, her smile had clearly increased, and she had become more lively. This was something Tihan had not dared to think about before. Watching Nene play happily, the corners of Tihan's mouth couldn't help but curve into a small smile. Life like this is so good. Then, Tihan suddenly froze. She couldn't believe it when she touched the corners of her mouth, and then saw the tube of ointment still lying on the coffee table. Emma smiling. It turns out I still know how to smile. Tihan was lost in thought. In the living room, only the sound of Nene playing alone remained. Suddenly, the sound of a key turning in the lock startled Tihan from her thoughts. Nene also quickly got up, hugging her doll and hiding in Tihan's arms. A commotion came from outside, then my familiar voice sounded, "Hey, be careful, don't scratch it. You have to carry it in upright." Tihan was a little panicked. She quickly picked up Nene, intending to go back to the bedroom, but her eyes couldn't help but curiously look outside. The first thing that came into her sight was me and a strange man. We were carrying a cream-colored, cloud-shaped sofa into the house. When I saw Tihan, my eyes lit up noticeably, and a look of joy was evident on my face. Could you trouble yourself to pour a few cups of hot water for us? After we're done moving things, the workers can take a break. I'll go pour it right away. Tihan, who hadn't interacted with outsiders for a long time, seemed awkward, but she reacted quickly, carrying Nene and rushing into the kitchen. I, along with the workers, carried the newly bought sofa into the house, then carried the old one out. Next was the tea, the refrigerator, and so on, trip after trip. I seemed tireless, personally moving things with the workers. As these new pieces of furniture were brought into the house one by one, the old, shabby look of the house immediately disappeared, replaced by a space full of vitality. Tihan stood in the kitchen as if she had just seen a ghost, watching all these sudden events unfold. Her expression changed from shock to disbelief, then to confusion. Her hands holding Nene unconsciously tightened. Nene, who was initially looking at these new pieces of furniture with wide, curious eyes, turned her big eyes to her mother with a wronged expression when Tihan held her tighter. "Mommy, you're hurting me." Fortunately, Tihan quickly reacted, changing to a more comfortable holding position, and kissing Nene's cheek apologetically. Then, while comforting Nene, she watched me busy in the living room. I was haggling with the workers over the old items being replaced. In the end, I sold them all for 800 yuan. Tihan felt a little heartbroken. Although those items were a bit old, they were still in good condition. Selling them for 800 yuan was really too much of a loss. However, what she was more curious about was where I got so much money. According to her calculations, the family should have been almost penniless by now. After seeing the workers off, I came back into the living room with a large bag and placed it on the new coffee table. I plopped down on the soft sofa. The mother and daughter in the kitchen were still standing there in a daze. By now, Nene had been put down by Tihan. She hugged her mother's leg like a curious child, looking around, clearly exploring the new things in the house. Seeing her like that, a smile appeared on my face, my eyes narrowing into a slit. I suddenly felt a great sense of accomplishment. I took out a large pink toy from the bag on the coffee table and placed it on the table. Sure enough, when she saw the toy, Nene's eyes were immediately drawn to it. One hand still hugged her doll, the other tightly gripped the hem of Tihan's clothes, her head tilted slightly forward, trying to get a clear look at the toy in my hand. Her appearance, wanting to get closer but not daring to, like a little lamb, moved me. Other people's 3-year-olds would probably be jumping for joy and rushing into their father's arms by now. The initial sense of accomplishment immediately vanished. I clenched my fists, then opened them again, waving at Nene, looking at her with affection. "Nene, come and see what Daddy bought for you." Nene didn't run over immediately. She first looked up at her mother. Seeing Tihan's lips move as if she wasn't going to say anything, she reluctantly took a step forward. By now, I had opened the toy's packaging, revealing its true appearance. Whoa, it's a princess house. Why is the princess's house so messy? Does Nene want to decorate the little princess's house with Daddy? Hearing me say this, Nene's eyes sparkled, clearly full of desire. She moved closer to the sofa, right up to my leg. Nene blinked her big eyes, looked at me, then tentatively and slowly raised her small hand until it touched the little princess in my hand. Tihan, standing not far away, couldn't help but hold her breath. Her gaze was fixed on Nene's small, outstretched hand. I kept a smile on my face and placed the little princess in Nene's hand. I tried to use my big hand to hold Nene's small hand. When I felt the warm, small hand in mine, the corners of my lips curved up slightly. One hand holding Nene's small hand, the other holding a small dress, I spoke gently again. "Let Nene dress the little princess, okay? Daddy is too clumsy. Can Nene teach Daddy? Daddy's hand is so warm, warmer than Mommy's." Nene looked at the little princess in front of her, then at me making a pitiful face, and suddenly laughed. "Silly Daddy. Let Nene teach you." She grinned, her almond-shaped eyes curving into 2 crescent moons. Nene leaned against my thigh, took the small dress I handed her, and clumsily put it on the little princess. I also laughed along, humbly listening to her instructions. In this moment, the small room suddenly became bright. The sound of the father and daughter's laughter echoed throughout the living room. This was the first time since she was 3 that Nene had been able to play in her father's arms, feeling his unique warmth. Tihan leaned against the door frame, quietly watching this beautiful scene, her eyes moist. The father and daughter didn't play for long. Nene was still dressing the princess under my guidance. I looked up and saw Tihan standing dazedly by the kitchen door frame. Her faded, light blue shirt was particularly glaring at this moment, making me narrow my eyes. This seems to be a couple's outfit. I suddenly remembered that it was indeed a couple's outfit that Tihan had secretly bought for Nene's second birthday. Later, when I found out, Tihan was beaten, and her phone was also sold by me. Remembering this, I fell silent. Then, I suddenly stood up, covered my mouth, and ran to the bathroom, starting to vomit violently. It was only now that I knew how disgusting and angry a person with a conscience would feel when looking back at these behaviors from a first-person perspective. This sudden turn of events terrified the mother and daughter outside. Tihan was so scared she trembled, quickly walking to the sofa and hugging Nene tightly. Nene tried to burrow deep into Tihan's arms, afraid that if she was a step too slow, the father who had just finished vomiting would suddenly rush out and beat and scold her and her mother as before. In the past, every time her father made such a sound, he would become as terrifying as a man-eating tiger. Half an hour later, I staggered out of the bathroom. My eyes were bloodshot. Seeing the terrified Tihan and Nene, my heart itched even more. My stomach was churning non-stop, but I still tried to suppress the discomfort and said weakly to them, "I'm sorry, I scared you. I just felt a little sick." Thinking about the deeds of my predecessor, I couldn't help but feel nauseous, especially since I was occupying his body. I felt like thousands of ants were crawling all over me. Looking at Tihan and Nene, who were still looking at me defensively, I sighed. With a heavy heart, I walked past Shihan, who was holding our daughter, and quietly entered the kitchen to start washing vegetables. Perhaps Nai still hasn't played enough. Why don't you play with her for a while longer? I'll cook lunch. Shihan carefully glanced at my side profile, a face that was both familiar and strange. Finally, she nodded, carried Nai, and sat down where I had just been sitting. Nai peeked out from her mother's embrace and, discovering that her father was still the same gentle dad, a smile finally blossomed on her small face. The unexpected father-daughter activity ended, turning into leisure time for mother and daughter until lunch was ready. The aroma of food filled the living room. Shihan watched me bring the dishes to the table, and then quietly returned to the bedroom. The corners of her mouth twitched, as if she wanted to say something but couldn't. While eating, Nai, holding her small spoon, suddenly turned to her mother, her little brows furrowed in confusion. "Mommy, why isn't Daddy eating with us anymore?" Shihan was chewing a small piece of stir-fried meat, her favorite dish. Before and after getting married, she rarely ate spicy food because I couldn't handle it. Hearing her daughter's question, Shihan subconsciously glanced towards the bedroom, then back at her daughter's curious face. She suddenly smiled, a smile that bloomed like a spring flower. Maybe it's because Mommy and Daddy aren't ready yet. The little girl didn't understand, her frown deepening. Her small mind couldn't comprehend her mother's words. In the bedroom, I was in a daze. I knew my sudden nausea was a psychological issue, but I couldn't change it. Even though I subconsciously kept telling myself it wasn't my fault, I couldn't change the reality that I was him. Helpless, I could only take out my phone and scroll through videos to distract myself. My work was still at the top of the trending charts, with many comments urging me to release a new song, but I had no intention of doing so at the moment. Making money was a means, not an end. The current video was still slowly generating revenue. Although this revenue would decrease, and might even disappear completely in a few days, the money I had now was enough for our family's daily life. There was no need to post a new video just for money. Just then, the sound of dishes being washed came from outside. I put down my phone, opened the door, and walked out. There was still food left for me on the dining table. Shihan was washing dishes in the kitchen, and Nai had run back to the sofa to play with her new toy. The doll I had given her earlier was now placed in the princess house, lying next to the little princess on the small sofa. Seeing her father come out, Nai was no longer scared as before. She just widened her eyes and looked at me, her gaze full of expectation. It was clear she wanted her father to continue playing with her. I smiled, walked over, and gently stroked her head. But instead of playing with her, I sat down on the sofa and looked towards the kitchen. Seeing that her father had no intention of playing, Nai pouted in disappointment. She clung to the edge of the sofa, plopped down beside me, and started playing by herself. Shihan came out of the kitchen and saw me staring at her. Her heart couldn't help but beat faster, and she didn't know what to do with her hands, subconsciously clenching the hem of her shirt. Seeing Shihan so timid and obedient, I couldn't help but frown. I sighed internally. It was because of this gentle and submissive personality that the previous monster had become increasingly brazen in bullying her. Thinking of this, I relaxed my brow, took the new phone I had just bought from the coffee table, and placed it down. "I bought you a phone. See if you like it. There are also a few things I want to discuss with you. Can you sit down here?" Shihan, who had been looking down, lifted her head at my words. Her eyes first met my clear, pure gaze, then saw the brand new phone box on the table. Shihan hesitated for a moment before giving us off him and slowly walking over to sit on the sofa. "What do you need to discuss?" Her voice was very soft. I had to lean in to hear it clearly. I didn't answer but picked up the phone, opened the sky blue box, took out the device, removed its protective film, and turned it on. A pleasant startup chime played. After a quick setup, I handed it to her. A phone for you. You'll need to get a SIM card yourself. I've saved my number in it, so if I'm not home and something happens, you can call me. As I spoke, I took a stack of cash from my pocket and placed it in front of her. This is cash I withdrew this afternoon. If you're free, take Nai out for a walk. It's not good to stay cooped up all the time. Buy whatever you want, especially clothes. I've noticed both of your clothes have gotten too small. Oh, and you should get a bank card. Carrying cash is neither safe nor convenient. I rambled on, saying everything that was on my mind. Tihan looked up, staring at the man before her, and as she listened to my rambling, her eyes gradually turned red. Seeing that Tihan wasn't taking the phone, I helplessly rubbed my nose. You don't like this phone? I thought the color was nice, and it's the latest model. If you don't like it, you can go buy another one you prefer. Tihan shook her head and looked deeply into my eyes. No, I like it very much. Thank you. Her voice was still very soft, with a slight tremble. Our eyes met for a moment. I awkwardly looked away, sighing in relief internally. It's good that she likes it. No need to thank me. All right, I'm going to eat now, I said, then stood up and quickly went to the dining table, devouring my food. Actually, Tihan was still wondering where I got so much money to buy these things. But since I didn't say, she naturally didn't ask. She picked up the new phone from the table. I had even bought her a pair of pure white earbuds, which were placed beside it. At that moment, Nai also put down her toys and came closer, curiously looking at the new phone in her mother's hand. Tihan gently stroked her daughter's head as they both, one big and one small, focused on the phone and began to explore it. At 5 p.m., the outside heat finally subsided. Tihan sat on the sofa, contemplated for a while, and finally took the money from the table and led Nai out of the house. It had been a very, very long time since Nai had been outside. She loved going out, but before, her mother never took her, and her father forbade them from leaving. So, this time, she was extremely happy. Holding her doll in one hand and her mother's hand in the other, she skipped all the way, her big round eyes looking everywhere. To her, everything outside was full of novelty. Tihan seemed a bit timid, her steps unconsciously quickening. Looking at the passers-by, she felt a sense of inferiority, especially because her and Nai's ill-fitting clothes made her feel like people were giving them extra glances. The shopping mall wasn't far, she vaguely remembered it was just 2 streets away. Compared to her memory, the mall had changed quite a bit. In just 2 years, the place seemed to have been exquisitely renovated. As soon as she entered, she saw a phone store with a SIM card registration counter. Tihan hesitated for a moment, then led her daughter inside. After buying a SIM card, Tihan also got a bank card and deposited all the cash she had, except for the money spent on the SIM card, leaving 4,900 yuan. I had given her exactly 5,000 yuan. Holding the phone and the bank card, Tihan stepped out of the bank and looked at the surrounding skyscrapers. She suddenly felt as if she had been reborn. She could leave now, with her daughter. She could rely on the money in her hand to find a job and support herself and her child. She could even pursue her dreams again. This sudden rush of freedom made Tihan stand still for a long time, until a childish voice sounded by her ear. Mommy, can Nai have an ice cream? She snapped back to reality. Nai was pulling on her arm, her big eyes fixed on the ice cream stand not far away, drool nearly escaping from the corner of her mouth. Tihan smiled, a bright and radiant smile. Okay, but only one bite, or your tummy will hurt. Yay, Nai loves mommy the most. With the two of them finally out, I took a comfortable shower, completely unaware that Tihan might not come back. After my shower, I started preparing dinner as usual, 2 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, and the main course. I planned to make noodle soup tonight, but since I didn't know when they would return, I was afraid the noodles would get soggy. So I just cut the noodles and left them on the cutting board before going back to the living room, lying on the sofa, and scrolling through parenting information on my phone. I scrolled until I felt sleepy. Looking at the time in the top right corner of the screen, it was already 7 p.m., and they still weren't back. I suddenly sat up straight. No way, did something happen to them? A little worried, I was about to go out to look for them when I opened the door and ran right into them returning. A fragrant breeze wafted in from the doorway, and I was completely stunned. Tihan was humming an unknown tune, her steps light, the corners of her mouth curved up, indicating her good mood. She was carrying several shopping bags. Nai held onto the hem of her clothes with one hand, the other still clutching the doll I gave her. What stunned me the most was that they had both changed into new, well-fitting clothes. As the saying goes, clothes make the person. With just one trip out, they both seemed completely transformed, so much so that I almost didn't dare to look directly at them. Immediately after, Nai sweetly came over and called out, "Daddy." That one word almost made my soul leave my body. I responded in a trembling voice, my tense mood instantly relaxing. I picked up the adorable little girl and went inside first. "Daddy made noodles for you today." Want 2 eggs with it, your favorite. Yay. Nai loves eggs. Nai loves daddy the most. Tihan stood awkwardly at the door. Her daughter, who had just professed her love for her mother, had already betrayed her. Nai didn't have to wait long. The noodles with eggs were quickly ready. I placed the bowl in front of her, gently poked her nose, and then, out of habit, turned to go back to the bedroom. As I turned, she suddenly grabbed my leg. Her sweet voice rang out again, "Daddy, can you eat with Nai?" I turned my head and met Nai's expectant eyes. I hesitated slightly, stealing a glance at Tihan sitting beside her. Tihan said nothing and didn't look at me, as if she hadn't heard Nai's words, just slurping her own noodles. I was a bit flustered. The situation was awkward. Why isn't she saying anything? What does this mean? I could only tentatively ask, then. Daddy will stay, and eat with Nai. Daddy will sit right next to Nai. In response, Nai happily patted the seat next to her. With an awkward expression, I rubbed my nose, brought another bowl of noodles from the kitchen, and sat down next to Nai. With mommy on the left and daddy on the right, Nai was in the middle. Being surrounded by her parents for the first time, the smile never left her face. She even ate with particular gusto, finishing a whole large bowl of noodles. In the end, Tihan, afraid she would overeat, had to stop her. After dinner, Tihan returned to the master bedroom alone. I could understand. Letting me sit at the same table for dinner must have been a huge mental struggle for her. Putting myself in her shoes, if I had been treated like that in the past, I definitely couldn't be amicable with my enemy. No, if it were me, my body probably wouldn't even be found by now. It would have been chopped up and fed to the dogs. I continued to play with Nai until 9 p.m. Nai was so sleepy she was nodding off, but she still refused to go to bed. During this time, I also discovered a serious problem. Nai was already 3 years old but still didn't know how to go to the toilet by herself. A normal 3-year-old should be ready for kindergarten. I knew this was caused by the unhealthy family environment before. It couldn't be rushed, but it still felt immense heartache. Just then, Tihan came out of the bedroom. She said nothing, just quietly looked at me and Nai on the sofa, her meaning clear. I lifted Nai from the sofa, kissed her small cheek, and said with a smile, Nai, it's time for bed. Daddy will play with you again tomorrow, okay? Nai, who had already closed her eyes, peeked them open to look at my face, then turned to look at Tihan. Then, she suddenly buried her head in my neck. Nai wants to sleep with daddy tonight. This unexpected statement left me at a loss, and also made Tihan's expression darken slightly. The atmosphere suddenly became eerily silent. I looked at Tihan with an innocent expression, as if to say, this was her idea, I really didn't prompt her. Tihan secretly clenched her fists. This ungrateful little brat, after all the care I've given her, she's been won over by the enemy in just 2 days. In the end, the little girl got her way. Tihan simply helped her with her hygiene, and she happily snuggled into her father's blankets. Nai clung to my neck like a koala, refusing to let go. I let her hug me. This was my first time putting a child to sleep. I recalled the parenting tips I had seen online, and gently told her a bedtime story. This was also Nai's first time sleeping in her father's big arms, the first time her father told her a bedtime story. From the first time daddy cooked for her, the first time he bought her a gift, and now 2 more firsts, Nai felt incredibly content and drifted into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, Nai was still fast asleep. I woke up early as usual, gently opened the bedroom door, went to the living room, and prepared to go for my morning run. Just then, I noticed that the ointment bottle on the coffee table was gone. My eyes gradually brightened, and a radiant smile appeared on my face. I left the house in a good mood that day. Running, showering, and cooking took a total of more than 2 hours. After finishing breakfast, there was one more task, waking up my daughter. Nai was awakened by my gentle voice. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, and as soon as she saw me, she stretched out her soft little arms, a clear gesture of wanting to be held. I immediately reached out and gently picked her up, helped her change into new clothes, and then carried her out to wash her face. I had learned how to care for a small child from videos, but theory is just theory. Now in practice, I realized how difficult it was. Her body was so fragile, I didn't dare to use any force, so the whole process was clumsy, especially when it came to tying her hair. I was completely at a loss. After fumbling for a long time, I could only manage a lopsided style. Daddy is silly. Nai saw her crooked hair in the mirror, pouted, and teased me. I gently pinched her nose, making Nai jiggle. Tihan came out of her bedroom, and saw the warm scene between father and daughter. She said nothing, just quietly went to the kitchen to bring out breakfast. Perhaps even she didn't realize that the corners of her mouth had unintentionally curved upwards. After the family had a simple breakfast, I didn't return Nai to Tihan but continued to play the princess game with her on the sofa. This time, while playing, I casually taught her some simple numbers from 1 to 10. After discovering Nai's developmental issues, I had secretly made a plan to gradually teach her during our daily play. Now, under my subtle guidance, she quickly memorized some knowledge. I also realized that since Tihan returned yesterday, she seemed like a different person. Although she was still as quiet as before, there was a new vitality in her eyes that wasn't there before. Just like now, she didn't go back to her bedroom but sat at the other end of the sofa, playing with her phone while occasionally glancing over at us. This was a good sign, making me feel much more at ease. Tihan downloaded apps while observing the interaction between the father and daughter. She also noticed that I was secretly teaching Nai. She watched quietly, a hint of sweetness rising in her heart. She had wanted to teach her daughter for a long time, but with the previous family environment, life was already difficult. How could she have the ability to teach Nai like a normal mother? Tihan looked away from them and back at her phone screen. A few apps had finished downloading. When Tihan logged into her account, an unread message immediately popped up. It was from Tao Lel, the young assistant who had been with her for 2 years. Her WEC had only had a few contacts besides me, including a few people from her old company. Tao Lel's messages had been coming continuously since she got married until 2 days ago, mostly asking about her well-being, but she hadn't been able to reply. Looking at the string of messages, Tihan felt a warmth in her heart. She immediately replied, "Sorry Lel, I couldn't reply before. I'm doing very well now, don't worry." The message was sent, and just 2 seconds later, the other party replied instantly, "Sister Tihan, you're finally back. I thought you didn't want to talk to me anymore after getting married. Sister Tihan, you don't know, since you disappeared, the company has been full of rumors, especially that despicable Liu Qian. These 2 years, she's become more and more arrogant, bad-mouthing you to everyone she meets. It's so infuriating." Reading Lel's message, a slight smile appeared on Tihan's lips. Liu Qian wasn't wrong. I really did bring it on myself. Back when they were at the company, she had always suppressed Liu Qian. After they both left the entertainment industry, it was understandable for Liu Qian to be like this. But her little assistant was still as lively as ever. "Lel, how have you been lately? Is life good?" Tihan didn't respond to Lel's words but asked about her situation and said, "Very good, don't worry, Sister Han, I'm a cockroach that can't be killed, I miss you so much, Sister Han." "What, Sister Han, are you coming back?" Tihan thought for a moment, a hint of longing in her eyes. "Will I come back?" She turned to look at me, then at Nai. After a while, the longing in her eyes gradually faded. "Probably not. But if Lel misses me, we can meet up." "Yes, Sister Tihan, I'm free this Saturday." Seeing this message, a smile finally appeared on Tihan's face. She switched to Weibo. Her last post was still from 2 years ago, announcing her withdrawal from the entertainment industry. Her original hundreds of thousands of fans had now dwindled to a few thousand. Besides the ghost followers, there were still some old fans who regularly left comments showing their concern. She scrolled through the hot topics on Weibo, most of which were recent entertainment news. But among them, a few mentioned a recently popular song. Mysterious singer, with just one video, gains over 1 million followers overnight. Who is he? Tihan was curious about how popular this song was, so she clicked on the headline. In the article, the author wrote a long review, full of praise for the song. Below it was an attached link. Tihan clicked the link. A familiar face appeared on the screen. The familiar guitar melody began, and then the familiar singing voice spread throughout the living room. The living room suddenly fell silent, with only the singing echoing in their ears. I turned my head away in embarrassment. Nai's eyes widened, and she jumped into Tihan's arms, looking at the phone screen. Tihan was completely stunned. Wasn't this familiar voice the song that came from the bedroom a few days ago? So he was filming a video that day. Nai spoke up first. She pointed at the phone screen, looked up at Tihan, her big round eyes full of curiosity. "It's Daddy. Daddy is in the phone. It's Daddy," Tihan replied, stroking her daughter's head. She now understood how I had so much money to replace the furniture in the house. With millions of likes, how could I not have money? She turned to look at my well-defined profile, her eyes filled with a complex mix of emotions. After getting her mother's confirmation, Nai became even happier. She jumped into my arms, her small hands cupping my face, her big eyes sparkling. "Daddy is so gentle. Nai wants to sing too, wants to be in the phone too." Her soft little hands on my face made my gaze soften. I used my big hands to cup my daughter's small face and gently asked, "Nai likes to sing too?" Nai's big eyes curved as she nodded without hesitation. My smile grew wider. "Great, then Daddy will teach Nai how to sing. When Nai learns, we'll sing in the phone, okay?" Nai nodded repeatedly and then gave me a big, happy kiss on the cheek. Rewarded, I instantly brightened up. Under her adoring gaze, I quickly ran to the bedroom, got my guitar, and returned to the sofa. I held the guitar, tuned it, and turned to see both Tihan and Nai staring at me without blinking. My face rarely flushed red. I strummed the strings. "Today, Daddy will write a children's song just for Nai." Daddy will sing it once for Nai Nai, and next time, Daddy will sing a line, and Nai Nai will sing after me, okay? Nai Nai happily nodded, her small arms wrapped tightly around my neck. Daddy, Nai Nai likes you like this. Don't go back to how you were before, okay? Nai Nai's sweet voice echoed in my ear. I pursed my lips, my eyes suddenly moist. I just held Nai Nai tightly in my arms. Daddy will never be like that again. My voice was hoarse but full of determination. Tihan couldn't see my expression at that moment. She had long been crying, but a smile still graced her lips. I was the first to regain my composure. Putting the guitar aside, I lifted Nai Nai onto my lap. Nai Nai, let's learn to sing now. Daddy sings a line, you sing after me, okay? Okay, Nai Nai agreed quickly. The following time became a teaching session for the father and daughter. I slowly sang a line, and Nai Nai learned after me. Indeed, songs should be sung by children. When the lyrics were sung by Nai Nai, they had more flavor than my version. The whole morning, the living room was filled with our singing. Seeing as immersed in learning, Tihan quietly cooked lunch. However, her cooking skills were clearly not as good as mine, causing Nai Nai to repeatedly declare during the meal that from now on, she would only eat food cooked by Daddy. This earned her a jealous glare from Tihan, who felt indignant. Ungrateful little brat, bought over in just 2 days. Nai Nai learned very quickly. In just 3 days, she could sing better than the original. At Nai Nai's strong request, I also filmed a video for her, and posted it online. In the video, Nai Nai wore a pink princess dress with a bow, her small body swaying to the music, unbelievably cute. I filmed while smiling from ear to ear, my face full of pride as if to say, this is my daughter. Tihan stood by, watching the fun. She happened to see my expression and almost burst out laughing. It was the first time she had seen me act like this. Over the past 3 days, thanks to my good performance, the relationship between Tihan and me had improved significantly. At least now, Tihan would take the initiative to talk to me. And to everyone's surprise, the second video on the Shii Amnesia account was a children's song. The song was still original, and just as good. As expected, the video's popularity was even stronger this time. In just one afternoon, the number of likes reached 5 million, and the number of comments was incredibly high. The next day, I had just finished my morning run. Wiping my sweat, I pushed open the door, and saw Tihan in a newly bought nightgown walking out of the bathroom. She had clearly just showered and was blow-drying her hair. Her face was flushed from the steam, and the slightly loose nightgown revealed glimpses of her fair skin. This was the second time I had caught her after a shower. It was a bit awkward. We stared at each other. Tihan instinctively covered her chest, her face gradually turning red, even her earlobes blushing. We had been married for over 2 years, but now it felt like we were a newly in love couple. Good morning, Tihan tried to stay calm and greeted me, but her steps towards the bedroom couldn't help but quicken. Morning, I replied simply. Tihan said nothing more, and hurried back to her bedroom. I smiled helplessly, humming a tune as I went into the bathroom to shower, cook, and wake Nai Nai up, the 3 daily routines. At this time, Tihan also came out of the bedroom. She had changed into a different set of clothes, looking youthful and beautiful. No one would guess she was the mother of a 3-year-old child. This version of Tihan made my eyes light up. I secretly nodded. This is the vitality of a 20-year-old. She was still too thin, though. She would be even more beautiful if she were a bit fuller. Tihan was still a little nervous, her cheeks slightly flushed. This was the first time she had dressed like this at home. Does it look good? She looked up at me taking care of Nai Nai, then nonchalantly went to the dining table and sat down. His eyes seemed to light up just now. Does that mean it looks good? Wait, why do I care about his opinion? Tihan angrily puffed her cheeks, her chopsticks stirring restlessly in her bowl. She was angry at herself for being so competitive. Just then, Nai Nai sweetly called out, Mommy, and scooped up the golden millet porridge with her special little spoon. Can you come with us today? While I was enjoying my food, I suddenly heard Tihan ask. I looked up at her, then pointed to my own nose with a questioning look. Tihan nodded without looking at me, only her earlobes were red. Sure, I agreed quickly. So, after eating, our family of 3 walked out of the apartment complex and onto the street. The rate of heads turning shot up to 100. Everyone was captivated by our beauty, and at the same time, they were curious as to why they had such fairy-like neighbors they had never seen before. Nai Nai held her father's hand with one hand and her mother's with the other, skipping along, her small face blooming with joy. She had never thought that one day, like other children, she could hold both her parents' hands while going out. At this moment, Nai Nai felt a joy so immense that even her big princess castle couldn't contain it. Although the weather was a bit hot, the family of 3 didn't seem to feel it. From the smiles on their faces, it was clear they were all in a good mood. On the road, I hailed a taxi. I first helped the little girl into the back seat, then very politely invited Tihan to sit in the back and close the door for her. I sat in the front passenger seat. Today, We were going to Yaida Plaza in the city center. Tihan had an appointment to meet her old assistant, Tao Lel, at a milk tea shop there. The reason for bringing me and Nai Nai along was that Tao Lel wanted to see the little girl, and lately, Nai Nai had become my little shadow, sticking to me at all times. So, I was completely tagging along thanks to her. The car drove on. It was a 40-minute drive to the city center. Nai Nai hugged Tihan's neck and looked out the window. For her, this was the first time traveling so far, and everything she saw was new and exciting. The taxi driver first marveled at the family's beauty, then suddenly felt that the little girl in the back seat looked familiar, though he couldn't remember where he had seen her. So, he occasionally chatted with me. I was also friendly and chatted with him, so the atmosphere in the car wasn't too quiet. The car soon arrived. Yaida Plaza was the busiest place in Jianqing's city center, not far from where Tao Lel worked and lived. After 2 years, she was finally going to see Sister Tihan again. Tao Lel was very excited. She had already bought a few cups of milk tea, and was sitting there, constantly looking out the shop door, anxiously waiting. She had worked with Tihan for a year and a half, and they were like sisters. Tihan treated her very well. It was just a pity that Tihan got married. She couldn't understand why Sister Tihan had to be with that seemingly useless man. She couldn't figure it out, and had tried to persuade her, but Tihan at that time seemed determined and wouldn't listen to advice. Lost in thought, she suddenly saw that familiar figure holding a little girl's hand, skipping into the shop. Her eyes lit up, and she suddenly stood up, waving. Sister Tihan, over here. Tihan heard the call, looked up, and saw Tao Lel waving. A radiant smile appeared on her face. Lel really hasn't changed, still as lively and cheerful as ever. As they approached each other, their eyes filled not only with joy but also with a hint of moisture. Sisters, reunited after a long time, both found it hard to control their emotions. Tao Lel carefully observed Tihan, her eyes turning redder. She held Tihan's hand tightly, her lips pressed together. Sister Tihan, you've lost so much weight. Did that man treat you badly? Where is he? Let me teach him a lesson. Tihan smiled and shook her head, sitting down with Tao Lel and placing Nai Nai beside her. Only then did she speak. Lel, don't worry. I'm doing very well now. What about you? Has your work been going smoothly since I left? I'm doing great too, Sister Tihan. You don't know how much I missed you. The two of them caught up on each other's recent situation. Nai Nai widened her eyes, looking at the young auntie opposite her, her gaze full of curiosity. Sisters who hadn't seen each other for a long time naturally had a lot to talk about. After a while, Tao Lel's gaze shifted to the little girl who had been sitting quietly beside them. Tao Lel had been so engrossed in talking to Tihan that she hadn't observed her closely. Now, looking at her, her eyes immediately lit up. Whoa, Sister Tihan, is this Nai Nai? She looks just like you. So cute. As she spoke, she moved from her seat and sat in front of the little girl, her eyes shining as she reached out to gently stroke Nai Nai's small cheek. But then she frowned. She and Sister Tihan are both too thin. She felt a surge of anger. That useless man must not be treating Sister Tihan and the child well. She remembered how plump and well cared for Sister Tihan used to be under her care. How could she be like this now? The more she thought, the angrier she got. She just wanted to confront that man directly. So, she looked up at Tihan. Sister Tihan, didn't you say he was coming too? Where is he? Tihan could sense Lel's hostility towards me. She just didn't know what to say. To say that I had changed would be telling Lel that I used to treat her badly. She didn't want others to know about this, especially Lel, who was like a sister to her. She could only force a smile. Nai Nai wanted ice cream. He went to queue up to buy it for her. Lel, of course, saw Tihan's expression, and the anger in her heart grew. Her sister Tihan, who used to have a gentle and cool personality, now had a hint of timidity in her gentleness. She could feel it. Afraid of scaring the child, Lel could only snort coldly and return to her seat. But in her heart, she was gritting her teeth wanting to kill me. Sister Tihan. Lel was about to say something when she suddenly stopped. Her gaze turned sharp, looking towards the entrance of the milk tea shop. Tihan was startled, her expression becoming more flustered. She thought I had arrived, causing Lel's reaction. Just as she was about to turn around, a somewhat shrill voice came from behind Lel. Lel, you still have time to drink milk tea. Have you finished the work I assigned you? Liu Qian, that's enough. Today is my day off. Lel's face turned ugly, like an angry little cat, glaring at the person who had just spoken. Tihan turned around, and finally saw the person clearly. It was a slender woman wearing a baseball cap and a mask, her willow, leaf-like eyes flashing with a glint. Seeing Tihan, she raised an eyebrow. It was Liu Qian. Tihan was stunned. They used to be in the same company. She was a rising star, also on the path of a powerful singer. However, Liu Qian was always a step below Tihan. When Tihan was at the company, Liu Qian would always sweetly call her sister Tihan. Tihan understood the principle of people's attitudes changing once you're gone, so she didn't mind. Oh, isn't it Sister Tihan? Shouldn't you be at home taking care of your husband and child? What are you doing out here looking for Lel? Liu Kine gave a fake smile, but her words were full of sarcasm. Just out for a walk. I didn't expect to run into Lel and you. Before Tihan could speak, Lel beside her exploded. Liu Kine, mind your own business. It's not a work day today, so watch your tone. Sister Tihan, let's go. There's a mad dog barking here, it'll just ruin our mood. With that, Lel picked up Nai Nai and pulled Tihan's hand, intending to leave. But unexpectedly, Liu Kine quickly blocked their path, her eyes slightly dark. She looked at Tihan, the corner of her mouth curling into a smile. Sister Tihan, why are you so thin? Is life hard? If it is, just let me know. Before us, the castle appeared, immediately capturing our attention. The little girl stared, her eyes wide with excitement. Perhaps she was wondering if one day she could be like a princess, living in such a castle. Finally, there was the giant Ferris wheel. Each cabin could hold 2 or 3 people. As it carried Nai Nai and Tihan opened the door to step inside, Nai Nai had already fallen asleep in my arms. If it weren't for the fireworks display, Tihan and I would have taken her home already. The Ferris wheel slowly ascended. What I didn't know was that this was also Tihan's first time at an amusement park, and her first time on a Ferris wheel. Her eyes curiously gazed out of the cabin, sparkling with light. She looked out the window, and I looked at her. Perhaps sensing my gaze, her earlobes gradually turned red. She glanced at me shyly. It was the first time I had seen such a look from her, and I found it a little hard to bear. Just then, fireworks shot up into the sky from all over the castle almost simultaneously. As the fireworks bloomed, I saw a radiant smile appear on Tihan's face, a smile from the bottom of her heart. I was almost mesmerized. The Ferris wheel slowly reached its highest point, the fireworks becoming even clearer and Tihan's beautiful face even more captivating. You don't have to be scared like before anymore. My voice was a bit quiet amidst the sound of the fireworks, and Tihan didn't hear clearly. She turned her face to look at me. I didn't look back at her, continuing to watch the vibrant flowers in the sky. You are too gentle, and that's not good. You'll be bullied. You don't have to be scared like before. I know you want to sing, and I know there are many things you want to do. Rest assured, I will take care of Nai Nai. Tihan didn't reply. I turned my head and saw 2 streams of tears on her face. She bit her lip, staring at me without blinking, her eyes filled with a fierce sense of grievance and complexity, as if wanting to drown me. I immediately became tense. Why was she suddenly crying? Who are you? Tihan continued to stare at me, her almond-shaped eyes filled with tears. Her clear voice wasn't loud, but it resonated in my heart. I was stunned. The air gradually became silent. It seemed even the sound of the fireworks had disappeared. After a long while, I smiled gently at her and spoke, my voice suddenly becoming hoarse. Tihan continued to look at me, feeling her heartbeat suddenly become chaotic, like a deer running wild. My answer was more than she had expected. She sniffled, looking into my clear, bright eyes, and her tears fell even faster. She hugged her knees, lowered her head, and sobbed quietly. Let me tell you a story. A long time ago, in an orphanage, there was a very shy little girl, but there was always an older brother, 1 year her senior, who protected her. One day, she was bullied by a group of older boys, and that big brother shielded her, not letting her get hurt at all. At that moment, in her eyes, that older brother was her entire world. But then, he disappeared. Until she grew up, met him again, and, as she wished, married him. After I finished, I was a little stunned. Now I finally understood some things. Tihan lifted her head, her eyes tear-filled, looking lonely and pitiful. She had finally spoken the secret in her heart. No one understood her stubbornness. Everyone thought she wasn't worthy. Only she herself firmly believed she was, but the result was so terrible. She had regretted it countless times, until I appeared. That's enough, Tihan could no longer hold back. She rushed into my arms, vying for space with Nai Nai, and sobbed softly. Nai Nai was awakened, sleepily opening her eyes, not understanding why her mother was taking her spot. She was stunned for a moment, then happily wrapped one arm around her father and the other around her mother, planting a kiss on each of our cheeks. Today is Nai Nai's best day. Looking at the beautiful mother and daughter, I was suddenly at a loss for words. The trajectory of life was developing in a good direction. That was enough. It was just that some plans needed to be changed a little. The fireworks gradually faded, and the Ferris wheel slowly descended to the ground. After getting off the ride, Tihan immediately left my arms, her whole demeanor instantly returning to the cold and indifferent attitude she had towards me before. Was the person who had just cried in my arms a ghost? Tihan was very nervous inside. Even the hand holding Nai Nai tightened. She felt her earlobes and cheeks were a little hot. She had been in my arms for so long just now, even rubbing against me like a little girl. It was mortifying. Thinking of this, Tihan's steps couldn't help but quicken, as if she were in a walking race. I didn't know why this woman suddenly had so much energy. I had to jog to keep up with her. It wasn't until we left the amusement park gate and saw that Tihan still had no intention of stopping that I had to speak up. Hey, are you planning to walk home? Let's get a taxi here. Only then did Tihan stop, standing by the roadside but not looking at me. Back home, I carried Nai to her room and settled her down. When I came out, I saw that Tihan had gone into the bathroom to wash her face. I didn't stop and went straight to the kitchen. She had barely eaten anything at noon. She must be hungry now. I thought so, rummaging through the refrigerator for a while and finally deciding to make some simple noodles. Tihan was indeed very hungry. She had no appetite at noon, and after playing for so long and crying a lot in the evening, she was now starving. She just washed her face briefly and was about to go out to make something to eat. As soon as she opened the bathroom door, she saw me busy in the kitchen. A warmth suddenly filled Tihan's heart. She acted as if nothing had happened and went to sit on the sofa, but her eyes kept following the tall figure in the kitchen. He looks quite handsome, Tihan suddenly thought. Immediately, she covered her face with her hands, not daring to look anymore. What's wrong with me today? I'm already a mother, why am I acting like a little girl? Tihan, you're becoming more and more shameless. Time to eat. When I brought out the cooked noodles and saw her curled up on the sofa like a noodle, I didn't think much of it and just called out gently. Hearing my voice, Tihan's body visibly tensed a little. Then she quietly removed her hands from her face, nodded, and went to the dining table. Thank you. Her beautiful face was slightly flushed, but she acted as if nothing was wrong, bowing her head to eat. A moment later, Tihan had finished the entire bowl of noodles, not even leaving the soup. She put down her chopsticks but didn't get up, just sitting quietly in her chair. It wasn't until I finished eating and stood up to clear the dishes that she stood up in a bit of a fluster, quickly taking the bowls and plates from the table. Let me clean up. Her voice was still quiet but very pleasant. So she had been waiting for me. I didn't argue with her. We were family, I felt there was no need to be so polite. When I came out after a hot shower, Tihan had already gone to her room to sleep. I turned off the living room lights and quickly went back to my room. Today was the latest I had slept since coming to this world. At 600 am, the early risers began their new day. I woke up on time, went for a morning run, washed my face, cooked, and woke Nai up. This series of tasks was completed, and by this time, Tihan had also woken up, her face slightly red as she walked through the living room to the bathroom to wash up. Do you still want to sing? Hearing my voice, Tihan was slightly stunned and didn't react for a long time. I stood at the bathroom doorway with my phone, quietly waiting for her answer. After a while her soft voice came to my ears, with only one word, yes. There was no long-winded answer. In Tihan's heart, her current life was something she hadn't dared to imagine for the past 2 years. Singing was a distant dream that could only be buried in her heart. I didn't ask anymore, just nodded and went back to the bedroom next door with my phone. I opened the private messages in my account. My private messages had been overloaded for a long time since I posted the first video. I had only glanced at them once and then stopped looking. Now it was very difficult to find what I was looking for, but I still silently scrolled through the screen, patiently filtering through them one by one. Finally, my eyes lit up. I clicked on one of the messages and looked at the content inside, and Hi Entertainment sincerely invites you to join our team. With your musical talent, we will quickly make you a top superstar. At the end of the message was the contact phone number for Hi Entertainment. I didn't hesitate anymore, entered the contact number for Hi Entertainment, and made the call. The phone rang only a few times before it was connected. A mature female voice came from the receiver. Hello, who is this? Hello, my account name is that. I received an invitation message from your company. I was wondering if we could talk now. At this time, at the headquarters of Daoyan in Shanghai, Duong Bang Bang received the call and was slightly surprised. She suddenly reacted, and a look of joy uncontrollably appeared on her face. Hello, Mr. That. Are you interested in joining our Hi Entertainment? Duong Bang Bang was secretly happy but quickly replied. But my answer surprised Duong Bang Bang a little. Hello, Manager Duong. I'm sorry, but I currently have no intention of joining the entertainment industry. However, I would like to recommend a singer to you. I wonder if your company is interested. Hearing this, Duong Bang Bang couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. She wanted to get that who had brought his own fame with 2 songs that had gone viral across the internet. Mr. That it's like this. I'm just a deputy manager. If you wanted to come, with your reputation, I could completely make the decision myself. But if it's someone else, I'm afraid I don't have the authority to agree directly. I can assure you, she is a very capable singer. Moreover, I will write songs for her. In addition, if your company needs songs in the future, I can be a songwriter for your Hi Entertainment. However, there will certainly be conditions. Don't let just anyone come to me for songs. I won't write for people I don't like. If you agree, we can discuss the details later. What do you think? On the other end of the line, I said in a calm tone. Duong Bang Bang's heart was moved, but the company was not a place she could decide on her own. She still had to report to her superiors. Mr. That this is not something I can decide on my own. How about this? I will discuss it with the company, and then get back to you. Whether it's successful or not, I will give you an answer as soon as possible, okay? Then I'll wait for your answer. After hanging up, I opened the door and went out. Nai was still obediently playing with her toys, muttering something. The ham had finished washing up and was eating at the dining table. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Hearing the sound, I looked at the ham suspiciously, but I saw that she was also looking at me with a surprised expression. Both the ham and I are orphans. We haven't had guests in our house for many years. Who could it be? The knocking continued, and it got louder and louder. Obviously, the person outside was not getting a response and was knocking harder. Just as I stood up to open the door, the person outside suddenly shouted, "Xiao Jun, open the door quickly. I know you're home. It's Brother Cow. Didn't you send us messages every day inviting us to drink? We're here now. And Brother Hua is here too. Open the door quickly." Hearing these two disgusting voices, my face completely darkened. The ham frowned even more, looking at the door with a disgusted expression. Nai had put down her toys and ran into the ham's arms. The fierce knocking had scared the little girl. When I turned my head, I happened to see the scene, and my face became even darker, even carrying a murderous intent. I had been coaxing my precious baby for so many days to make her feel comfortable. These two dared to scare her like this. Unforgivable. I opened the door and waved my hand, signaling them to leave. Let's talk outside. After speaking, without waiting for Cao Then and Hua Bang to react, I pulled them out, one in each hand. When Cao Then and Hua Bang reacted, and angrily tried to break free from my grasp, they found that my strength was surprisingly great, and they couldn't get away no matter how they struggled. I didn't let them go until we reached the hallway outside the floor. Go back to where you came from. Cao Then and Hua Bang's faces were flushed. They had promised Sister Than, but they didn't expect to be treated like this. But my strength just now had scared them for a while, and they didn't dare to act rashly. Don't you want to know why we came to find you? Cao Then said. Hua Bang seemed afraid I would refuse and quickly added, we came to invite you back to the band. Didn't you always want to go back? You said the ham ruined your future. Now we can help you go back, but you have to divorce the ham. How about that? Simple, right? I glanced at them. Are you done? If you're done, then get lost. Seeing you two makes me want to puke up my breakfast. Go back and tell your master not to come and bother the ham. Otherwise, After speaking, I didn't bother with these two anymore. I turned and walked back. Looking at my departing back, Cao Then and Hua Bang's faces were a mixture of red and green. They originally thought it would be an easy matter, but they didn't expect to fail. They had already received the benefits. Hua Bang was still unwilling to give up. Brother Cow, are we just going to let him go like that? Cao Then replied in frustration, what else can we do? It's strange, how did he become like a different person? He's so strong. Let's go. Since it didn't work out, we can only think of another way later. Hua Bang sighed in frustration. The two turned and left. As for me, I walked back home with light steps. The mother and daughter breathed a sigh of relief when they saw me return. They're gone. They won't come back, I said softly, picking up Nai and walking to the sofa to sit down. Seeing me acting as if nothing had happened, playing with Nai, the ham went back to continue eating. The house returned to its warm atmosphere. The incident just now was quickly forgotten by all three of them. Unlike my side, Cao Then and Hua Bang were extremely uncomfortable. After being humiliated by me, they were scolded by Lu Thian. The two had guaranteed Lu Thian that they could persuade me, but they didn't expect to be kicked out directly. This made them hate me even more. In the afternoon, they took Nai out to buy things. Alone at home, I received a call from Duong Bang Bang. As soon as the phone was connected, a charming female voice came through. Mr. That we've discussed it. We can let you recommend someone to the company, but the hire still want to see more of your creative ability. I wonder if it's convenient. I didn't think much and immediately said, creative ability. Okay. My answer was simple and clear. My mind contained a whole world of culture. Of course, I wasn't afraid of them setting a test. Duong Bang Bang was originally a little worried, but hearing that agree so decisively, she felt somewhat relieved. She had been running around for this matter for a long time today. She really liked his two songs and believed in that talent, but the hire still had some doubts. After all, no one knew how long it took him to make those two songs. Maybe he had to prepare for a long time to write them. If that could solve this problem, the company would no longer doubt him. That for the specific details, can we meet and talk? We still need you to come over here for a live composition session, Duong Bang Bang said very sincerely. She also wanted to meet this mysterious person and see what he looked like, shooting videos without showing his face. I thought for a moment. Besides taking care of my child at home, I had nothing else to do, so I agreed immediately. When and where? Shanghai. If possible, it would be best to come tomorrow. After all, the sooner, the better for you. Hearing Duong Bang Bang say this, my impression of her became even better. After all, there were few people who thought for others like this. Most prioritized the company's interests. Then tomorrow. Seeing that Uck agreed so quickly, Duong Bang Bang also breathed a sigh of relief. Then her voice became noticeably lighter. Then you can set a specific time and text me, just call this number. I'll pick you up on time tomorrow. Then let's communicate via text. Goodbye. He agreed and hung up. Then I immediately looked up flights to Shanghai and finally booked a plane ticket for 1,000 the next day. I closed my eyes and slept for a while. When they came back with Nai Nai and saw me sleeping soundly, she put her finger to her lips and shushed Nai Nai. They quietly took the things into the kitchen. Nai Nai went to the sofa and gently nestled into my arms. In my dream, I felt a small cat constantly rubbing against me. Its small, soft hands caressed my face, and it felt very comfortable. Suddenly, the little cat covered my nose with its 2 hands. I had a little trouble breathing and woke up with a start. Nai Nai's jiggles rang in my ears. It turned out to be my precious little daughter. Daddy, time to eat. Okay. He smiled, suddenly feeling that this kind of life was very good. On the table was a plate of crispy fried meat, a plate of shredded potatoes, and a bowl of tomato and egg soup, which looked very appetizing. They came out of the kitchen with 2 bowls of rice in her hands. She glanced at me and said softly, I saw you were still asleep, so I made dinner. Although it's not as good as your cooking, I've tried it, and the taste is not bad. I picked up Mai Nai and stood up. I think it's very good. It's colorful and fragrant, and it looks delicious. It's making me hungry. Hearing my praise, the ham was a little embarrassed. The family ate dinner. I looked at the ham and said, oh, by the way, I have to go on a business trip tomorrow. I don't know how many days it will be yet. The ham suddenly heard me say this and choked, coughing non-stop. I quickly handed her a tissue with a worried look on my face. The ham took the tissue. Hearing me suddenly say I had to leave, she was really a little panicked. She didn't know if she should ask me where I was going. It was clear that a week ago she wanted to run away, but now that she heard I was leaving, she unconsciously felt a little reluctant. Finally, it was Nai Nai who asked, Daddy, where are you going? Nai Nai pouted, looking unhappy. Daddy is going to find a job for Mommy. That way, you can hear Mommy sing more often in the future. Are you happy? Nai Nai was still young and didn't know what a job was. In her memory, she often heard her mother sing, so she was very happy. Will Mommy sing for Nai Nai often? I love it. Ace stroked her little head and then looked at the ham. I'm sorry, I made the decision for you without asking your opinion. It's just that Nai Nai said you like to sing, so I thought you would like it. I wasn't ready before, so I didn't tell you. Now another company has asked me to go over and talk. This time, if it's successful, you can go back to singing publicly. And high entertainment is quite good. I'll let you go sing. The ham unconsciously looked at me. The 2 of them faced each other. The ham's eyes suddenly filled with tears, and the corners of her eyes were slightly red. I like to sing. I quickly said, no need to thank me. It's good that you like it. The next day, I took a plane to Shanghai. As soon as I got off the plane, I felt the enthusiasm of Shanghai. I looked at the crowd holding name signs outside and searched for my name. Before I came, I had arranged a time with Duong Bang Bang. She would pick me up at the exit. There were too many people holding signs, many of whom were fans picking up their idols. This made it difficult for me to find her. It wasn't until I saw a tall girl in a business suit that I knew it was her. As expected of a beautiful boss, her voice matched her person. I quickly walked over and waved, hello, are you Manager Duong? I'm that Uck. My real name is Ninhia. Sorry to keep you waiting. Duong Bang Bang looked at the person in front of her, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. She knew he was Yum, but she didn't expect him to be this Yum. And he had a face that was perfectly suited to be a star. Duong Bang Bang thought, if I could sign him, that would be great. Hello, I'm Duong Bang Bang. I just arrived not long ago. This way, please. It's too crowded here. My car is parked in the underground parking lot. It's lunchtime now. Let's find a place to eat first. Soon, the 2 of them arrived at a specialty restaurant. After Duong Bang Bang ordered, she got down to business while waiting for the food. I'll call you Mr. Jine. Mr. Jine, I wonder who you are recommending this time. Is it a newcomer or a professional singer? I wonder if Manager Duong has heard of the ham. She was a singer before, then she retired from the entertainment industry. Now it's considered a comeback. Duong Bang Bang frowned. She had heard the ham's songs. She was a rising star 2 years ago, and her singing voice was indeed very good. But she frowned because the ham was forced to retire at that time because her relationship was exposed, and her dating partner seemed to be a good for nothing who only knew how to freeload. This was very difficult to handle. Duong Bang Bang thought for a moment before looking at me cautiously. I wonder if you know the relationship between you and her. Do you know why she retired before? I looked directly into Duong Bang Bang's eyes. She is my wife. Even Duong Bang Bang, who had been through many storms, couldn't help but be stunned when she heard my answer. Husband and wife. So he's the handsome good for nothing from the legends. What a joke. Seeing Duong Bang Bang's expression, I guessed what she was thinking. I couldn't help but smile wryly. You're not wrong. I am the one whose relationship was exposed and who retired with her at that time. Duong Bang Bang suddenly didn't know what to say. She had heard of the ham, but she didn't know who she was with. People like me who used to live off their looks, she of course didn't pay attention to. Now she even suspected whether the two songs were written by me. I didn't give her much time to think. Is it difficult for her to join your company? If it's really difficult, I'll think of another way. Moreover, my request is not just for her to join your company. I also hope she will have top resources and freedom in your company. The contract must not be restrictive. I believe that with my help, Manhwa company will reach a new level. I still hope you can consider it carefully, I said in one breath and then picked up my glass of water and took a sip. Duong Bang Bang's expression was serious, and it was obviously a bit difficult. After all, we haven't cooperated before. Just based on the two songs you posted on Douyin, it can't be worth that much. I admit the ham's singing voice, but in the entertainment industry, it's not just about the singing voice. I believe you also understand that it's not difficult for her to make a comeback, but the top resources you requested, we have almost never signed a contract like that. Let's discuss this matter carefully. This is not a small matter. Although Duong Bang Bang didn't refuse outright, her words already showed that this was almost impossible. You can discuss it. I'm also expressing my attitude. It's not just the problem you're facing this time. In the future, if you need songs or even scripts, no matter what kind, as long as you ask, I can provide them. I still very much hope that we can cooperate successfully this time. You invited me here, didn't you want to see my ability? I'm here now, why not take a look and then decide? I said lightly, with a confident expression. Duong Bang Bang looked at me deeply. This was the first time she had met someone so confident. Finally, after the meal, Duong Bang Bang left in a hurry. She had to discuss it with the company. I went to the hotel room, took a shower, and then lay down on the bed thinking. If Manhwa didn't work out, I would go to other companies. There would definitely be a place that would work. If no place worked, I would try to earn more money and start my own company. Duong Bang Bang's call came at 3:00 in the afternoon, saying that I needed to go to the Manhwa building with her. At this time, in the reception room on the 18th floor of the Manhwa building, the company's chairman, Duong Hyun, and several other directors of Manhwa were present. I have nothing to say about Deputy Manager Duong's workability, but this time I think she's taking this Jang Manhwa too seriously. He was just an unknown artist before, and now he's making such outrageous demands. The two songs on Douyin are good, but who knows where he got them from. I think we're wasting our time. Regarding Truong Siu's complaint, Duong Hyun waved his hand and smiled kindly. We still have to give young people a chance. This time, let's just see his talent. Duong Bang Bang brought me to the reception room. As soon as I entered the room, I felt everyone's eyes on me. Their eyes revealed all kinds of emotions, doubt, surprise, contempt, curiosity. He sat down very naturally in the empty seat. Alright, since you're here, let's begin. Mr. Jun, right? We've had a meeting about your request. We can sign a contract with the ham, and we can also give her top resources, but the contract can't be free. We really can't give you that. No one has ever signed one like that. You understand what I mean, right? I nodded. Of course they understood. But cooperation naturally requires negotiation. If you don't negotiate, how would you know what your bottom line is? I understand. So how long is the contract? Duong Hyun chuckled and looked straight at me. 5 years. We will use the best resources to train her, and we will not restrict her from releasing songs or participating in any activities. But the contract must be for 5 years. This is the standard contract for all of the company's top artists. I frowned slightly, not afraid of his gaze at all, and also looked straight at him. 5 years is too long. I am confident in my ability. Your resources plus my talent, within a year, she will definitely become a top star, maybe even less than a year. Therefore, I can only agree to a maximum of 2 years. In 1 year, it will bring enough profit to your company. You don't need to worry about buying the ham's songs in these 2 years. Moreover, I can write songs for Manhwa for free, but the number is limited. You talk big. Who doesn't know how to say that? A top star in 1 year, are you dreaming? As soon as I finished speaking, a bald man sneered, looking at me with contempt. I just glanced at him, not bothering with this kind of person. Using my strength to slap him in the face was enough. Talking too much was useless. Duong Hyun squinted his eyes, his fingers tapping lightly on the table. The smile on his face became more obvious. It's good for young people to be confident. 2 years is not impossible, but it all depends on your ability. This time, we invited you here for 2 reasons. One is to discuss cooperation. The other is that Huan recently launched a national event, requiring every company to participate, but only one song will be selected. I want to win it. I wonder if you have that ability. I nodded slightly. Didn't come for this event. Good, arrogant, with personality. I like it. For the specific details of the event, let Deputy Manager Duong hand them over to you. I'll be waiting for your good news. As long as your song is recognized, I can sign the contract immediately. Thank you. After the agreement was reached, I left the reception room and went to Duong Bang Bang's office on the 16th floor. Duong Bang Bang seemed emotional. She didn't expect her father to agree to such an outrageous condition, but this event was indeed very important. Duong Bang Bang looked at me with a complicated expression. She rather hoped I could make a big splash. That would prove her vision was correct. At that time, the rumors in the company would naturally disappear. Look, these are the details of this event. There are only 3 days to compose. I hope you can succeed, and I also hope we can cooperate successfully. I opened the file folder, and the first thing that caught my eye was a large headline, Heroes are ordinary. Seeing these words, my expression immediately became serious. I continued to read down. Heroes are ordinary, yet not ordinary. They do not have the abilities of gods, but they do things that even gods cannot do. The office was very quiet, with only the sound of me flipping through the papers. My expression was the most serious it had been since I transmigrated here. I flipped through the documents below. There were a few photos. The first one was a group of doctors and nurses in protective suits under a dim light late at night. They hadn't even had time to take off their clothes and had collapsed outside the operating room. The second one was 3 firefighters, covered in dirt, with the extinguished fire behind them. The firefighter in the lead, although his face was covered in ash, had a bright smile, because in his arms was a child who was still alive. The third one was a few soldiers, only their backs could be seen, not their faces. On their clothes were written 2 large words, anti-drug. In front of them was a group of vicious criminals. The fourth one was a collapsing classroom. 2 teachers were helping students run out, and 1 teacher was holding a child and handing him to the person outside. There was no one behind him. He was the last one. There were many similar photos. I looked at each one carefully, and my heart trembled slightly. I suddenly felt that even if Hai didn't agree to my conditions, I would still write this song. This was my honor, unrelated to benefits, without calculating gains and losses. Duong Bang Bang broke the silence in the office. Very touching, right? To be honest, if I had the ability, even if I had to pay out of my own pocket, I would want to make a good song to give to them. Unfortunately, I can't. Even the big and high company doesn't have anyone who can come up with a satisfactory product. Can you do it? You only have 3 days. After 3 days, Huan will end this selection. I nodded. As a Chinese person, how could I not be moved? Don't worry, leave it to me. After I finished drinking, I put the documents away. Then, please prepare some music paper for me. I'll go back to the hotel to study it carefully. Alright, I'll take you back. Duong Bang Bang didn't delay. She knew that it was very difficult to compose a good song in 3 days. Now that time was tight, she didn't say much and stood up to go downstairs with me. That night, I spread the music paper on the table, holding a pen and thinking quietly. After reading the documents, I had 2 songs in my head. Both were very suitable for this theme. One was Unknown Soldier, and the other was Just Be Ordinary. I thought for a long time before deciding to choose the latter. Just Be Ordinary, the theme song of the movie Dying to Survive, was later used by Huang as the background music for the anti-epidemic program, which was very suitable for this theme. I picked up the pen and wrote the music. Each note appeared on the paper. After finishing the sheet music, I lay down on the bed with a sense of satisfaction. I suddenly had some expectations for their expressions when they saw this song tomorrow. The next day, I had a simple breakfast and, without notifying Duong Bang Bang, took a taxi to Enhai Entertainment alone. Duong Bang Bang was still busy working in the office when she was suddenly surprised to see me visit. You still have time to come here. I only gave you 3 days, my friend. Why don't you hurry up and think about the song? He smiled and looked at her. It's done. Under Duong Bang Bang's astonished gaze, I handed her the thin piece of paper. Take a look first. I think this one will do. Duong Bang Bang looked at me as if I were a monster. The strong woman rarely lost control of her emotions like this. What a joke, can you write a good song in 1 night? You're not just being perfunctory, are you? Duong Bang Bang frowned and took the sheet music. Yesterday, she still thought this young man was mature and outstanding, but today he came to slap her in the face. She wanted to see what he had written in 1 night. Duong Bang Bang looked at the sheet music. When she saw the title of the song, she was still calm, but as she slowly finished reading the lyrics, she was completely stunned. What kind of divine lyrics were these? Every line wrote about ordinariness, but it exuded an extraordinary aura. The whole song didn't mention the word hero, but every sentence was about heroes. The lyrics clearly pointed out the theme. Then Duong Bang Bang quickly looked at the music part. After a while, she suddenly raised her head and looked at me, her eyes shining brightly. Did you really write this in one night? I scratched my nose and said calmly, of course. I stayed up all night to make it. How is it? Is this song okay? I deliberately asked again. In fact, I knew clearly in my heart that if this song wasn't good, then no song would be. Duong Bang Bang's eyes shone even brighter. You are truly amazing. My choice was indeed not wrong. Can you sing it for me? I want to hear the effect when it's sung. In one night, Duong Bang Bang couldn't imagine how much talent it would take to do this. Okay. I nodded. I closed my eyes, brewed my emotions for a bit, and then gently began to sing. The crowd disperses. My expression was serious, my demeanor pious, as if I were slowly narrating those ordinary but unforgettable things. This was the feeling. At this moment, Duong Bang Bang's heart had begun to tremble slightly. The first feeling she had when she saw the documents was the same, heartbroken, lamenting life, respecting them but also feeling sorry for them. Now she finally understood what a gap was. The gap was when others could feel it but couldn't express it, while I could use a song to fully express this emotion. That's right, because there are lovely heroes like them who are not afraid of danger and light the fire of life, so many miracles can happen in the world. Duong Bang Bang was immersed in my singing. When I sang, the corners of my eyes were slightly wet, while Duong Bang Bang had shed tears without realizing it, just looking straight at me. Before, in her heart, I was just a talented but arrogant person. But now, my image in her heart became clear. I not only had talent but also a delicate heart. When the song ended, Duong Bang Bang was still immersed in the singing and couldn't extricate herself. It wasn't until I coughed lightly twice that she came back to her senses. Is it okay? Just as Duong Bang Bang was about to open her mouth, the office door was suddenly pushed open. Duong Han walked in, clapping his hands. Behind him was the head of the Human Resources Department, Truong Siu. At this moment, Truong Siu's face was clearly pale. He couldn't believe that in such a short time, I had actually made a song, and it was such a perfect song. Dad, why did you just come in without knocking? Seeing the visitor, Duong Bang Bang was a little flustered, and secretly wiped the tears from her face. Duong Han had no intention of repenting and still smiled cheekily, just looking at his beloved daughter with a slightly strange look. How long had it been since he had seen his daughter look so feminine? If I hadn't come, how would I know that young Master Zheng has made such a good song? Alright, I thought to myself, directly from Mr. Zheng to young Master Zheng. As expected of a businessman, whoever can bring him benefits is his relative. You're too kind, Chairman Duong. It's good that you're satisfied. Satisfied, very satisfied. Young Master Zheng, now that we have the song, as long as this song is chosen by Huan, we will immediately sign a contract with Bai Theham. Now I will sign a cooperation agreement with young Master Zheng first, so that young Master Zheng doesn't have to worry. Duong Han smiled and nodded, and at the same time, he was very efficient, directly deciding the matter. I finally breathed a sigh of relief. I knew this meant it was almost a sure thing. Everyone signed the cooperation agreement on the spot. After signing, I said goodbye to Duong Han. Seeing that I was about to leave, Duong Bang Bang suddenly said, "Let me see you off." She hadn't dared to look at me just now. She had looked at me like a fangirl before, which was really embarrassing for a beautiful boss like her. It was just that now that I was about to leave, she suddenly felt a little reluctant. Hey, Xiao Lin, I remember you still have work to do. Xiao Zheng is not a child. He doesn't need you to see him off. I hadn't had time to say anything when Duong Han spoke first. Seeing this, I smiled gratefully at Duong Bang Bang. Thank you for your kindness, Manager Duong. I can take a taxi back by myself. After speaking, I turned and walked out of the office. And in the office, Duong Bang Bang was like a little cat in a temper tantrum, unexpectedly losing her temper. What do you mean? He just brought the song, and you're kicking him out. Who does that? Duong Han looked at his daughter's expression, not angry, but said in a kind tone, Xiao Lin, you're not young anymore. It's time to find a partner. Xiao Zheng is very good, but don't forget he's already married, and as far as I know, he also has a daughter. Duong Bang Bang suddenly fell silent. After a while, she said coldly, of course I know. I saw him off just because he was the one I invited. It's that simple. The beautiful boss returned to her cold appearance. Alright, it's good that you know. Dad suddenly remembered that I also have something to do. I'm leaving now. Duong Han hurriedly left. It was just that as soon as he reached the door, he poked his head in again. I'm serious, my dear daughter. You're 26 years old. You really should find a partner. On the other hand, I went back to the hotel, planning to pack up briefly and then prepare to go home. Before I could choose a plane ticket, Duong Bang Bang's phone call came. Hello, Mr. Jun, I'm really sorry. My dad's tone was not very good. I apologize on his behalf. I was a little surprised. I didn't take this matter to heart at all. Moreover, Duong Hein had spoken very tactfully. As a capitalist tycoon, he had already given me a lot of face. As for whether he had the intention of killing people and robbing goods, that was just a fair transaction. Having been used to all kinds of people in the capital market, I had long understood this. It's okay. I don't think there's anything wrong. Don't take it to heart. Hearing me say this, Duong Bang Bang's tone also softened a little. It's good that you don't mind. Oh, are you on your way back to the hotel? That's right, I'm already in the car. I plan to go back to the hotel, pack up, and then go back to Juntham. As soon as I finished speaking, the other end of the line was silent for a while. Then Duong Bang Bang's voice came again. It's like this, Mr. Jung. It's best if you wait 2 more days. If your song is selected, maybe Huan will need your assistance. After all, both the lyrics and music were done by you. You understand this song best. My plan to go home had failed. I suddenly felt empty inside, but what she said was not wrong. If there were other things later, flying back and forth between the 2 cities was not a good thing. Alright, you understand. I'll stay for a few more days then. Hanging up with Duong Bang Bang, I regretfully put down my phone. I missed the little girl at home a little. Thinking of Nai Nai, I didn't realize I was smiling. 2 days passed quickly. During this time, after talking on the phone with young Bing Bing a few times, our relationship was no longer as distant as before. At least now, Yang Bing Bing no longer calls me Mr., which I found very grating. I was clearly a young man, yet I was being addressed like an old man. For the past 2 days, I had continued my routine of waking up early for a run. Everything seemed peaceful. There was still no news from Huan, so I could only wait patiently. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, I received a call that was both strange and familiar. Hello, is this old Jiang? It's Chen Feng. Chen Feng. I didn't expect a call from him. I quickly sifted through my predecessor's memories and, after a moment, remembered that this was his best friend from college. Feng Zhe. Long time no see. Thinking of the 2 of them with their arms around each other's shoulders in college, I smiled and asked. I still didn't have any friends in this world, and remembering Chen Feng's personality and character from my predecessor's memories, my smile widened. It seemed pretty good to have a sincere friend. Old Jian, how come you stopped answering your phone and replying to messages after getting married? Do you look down on your brother now? Chen Feng's chiding voice came through the phone, but hidden within it was a concern that warmed my heart. It was my fault before. Please don't hold it against me. Forgive me this time, okay? Next time we meet, I'll treat you to a meal to apologize, I said apologetically, while silently cursing my predecessor. What a fool for not being able to distinguish good people from bad. He was a disgrace. Chen Feng's voice became excited. Haha, you said it, then we don't have to wait until next time. Let's do it today. Your brother is in Jiangxing. I felt a bit embarrassed. It's not that I don't want to treat you, but I'm not in Jiangxing right now. I came to Shanghai for work and won't be back for a few days. I really hadn't expected Chen Feng to come all the way to Jiangxing, only for it to be a wasted trip. What? He ran off to Shanghai. No, you wait right there. I'm flying to Shanghai immediately. You're not getting out of this meal. I had a hard time getting out of the house to do something big. I have to share this good opportunity with you. Alright, then I'll wait for you in Shanghai. Don't worry, I'll text you the address. I can still afford to treat you to a meal, I agreed cheerfully. I also wanted to see this long-lost best friend. That evening, a taxi pulled up in front of the hotel. 2 people got out. One was a slightly chubby young man, about 170 tall, with an excited expression. As soon as he got out, he looked around the hotel. The other was a petite and pretty girl dressed in an anime style, who followed the chubby young man with a hint of impatience. When the chubby guy and I saw each other, we both froze for a moment, then broke into smiles at the same time. Old Jian, Feng Zi, the slightly chubby young man was indeed Chen Feng. He quickly stepped forward. You haven't changed a bit, but you've got much more handsome. I almost didn't recognize you. I laughed and looked him up and down. Haha, you've gotten fatter. I remember you used to have a great physique, even had muscles. What happened? Haha, it's all because of my old mom at home. She kept saying I was too thin and fed me until I could barely fit through the door, Chen Feng said with a laugh. Then, he put his arm around my shoulder, turned, and pointed at the anime-style girl. Let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend, Ruan King. I glanced at Ruan King and nudged Chen Feng in the ribs with my elbow, whispering, not bad, Feng Zai. Your girlfriend is pretty. Then, I nodded to Ruan King in greeting. Hello, I'm Chen Feng's best friend. Hello. I often hear a Feng mention you. I didn't expect you to be so handsome in person. When Ruan King saw me, her eyes clearly lit up for a moment, but she quickly suppressed it, and replied with a smile. Of course, look whose friend he is, Chen Feng added, his smile full of pride. Ruan King rolled her eyes. It's not like you're the handsome one. What are you so proud of? Haha, my friend and I are one and the same. Let's go. Let's go. I flew all this way to get a free meal from you. You're not getting away today. Chen Feng slung his arm over my shoulder and led the way. It's on me today. I'll take the punishment. In the end, Chen Feng just found a roadside barbecue stall and pulled me down to a seat. I chuckled to myself. He said he wanted a big meal from me but was still frugal. The three of us sat down, and Chen Feng loudly called for the owner to take our order, but I noticed Ruan King didn't look happy. The boorish Chen Feng didn't notice this at all. Seeing this, I patted Chen Feng's shoulder and deliberately said, Feng Zade, how about we go somewhere else? Didn't you want to eat me out of house and home? How much can we really eat here? Unexpectedly, Chen Feng glanced at me. What's wrong? He looked down on street stalls. Didn't we come to places like this all the time in college? This is fine. Let's get drunk today. Alright, this place is fine. Whatever you say. But no drinking for me. I've quit. Chen Feng frowned, not understanding what I meant. First, I complained about the stall being shabby, and now I was saying I'd quit drinking. I quickly patted his shoulder and explained, brother, I've really quit. I made a lot of mistakes because of drinking in the past, so I've turned over a new leaf and stopped. Seeing my sincerity, Chen Feng's anger subsided. With a hint of regret, he said, alright, quitting is good too. Avoids trouble. Then let's just eat our fill today. Oh, where's my wonderful sister-in-law? Didn't she come to Shanghai with you? I shook my head. No, I came here for some business. She's at home looking after the child. What about you? How did your family let you out? At the mention of this, Chen Feng looked smug. He leaned in conspiratorially, and said, of course, it was only after a great deal of effort on my part. Didn't I go home to inherit the small supermarket? Who knew that after a while, I'd discover it wasn't a small supermarket at all, but a national supermarket chain. It pisses me off, my family hid it from me for so long. Only in the end did I find out I was a rich kid. I was stunned. In college, this guy had mooched so many meals off me, and now he had turned into a rich kid. I could only say his family really knew how to play games. I gave him a thumbs up. You're amazing. Now that you know you're a rich kid, why aren't you at home living a life of leisure instead of running around out here? Brother, I'm a man with ideals. How could I be a freeloader? I had to reason with my family for a long time before they let me out, Chen Feng said with a look of dissatisfaction. Alright, very idealistic. Just then, the barbecue was served. The three of us ate and chatted. Oh, right, old Jian, what are you doing now? Why don't you join me? I quickly refused. I don't have any grand ideals. I just want to be a salted fish. I plan to be a full-time dad at home. How about that? This ideal is noble enough, right? Chen Feng was astonished. Noble, too noble. Are you planning to be a handsome freeloader? I choked and coughed violently a few times. Who says being a full-time dad is freeloading? Besides, it seems like being a kept man is pretty good too. I fell into contemplation. Seeing me go silent, Chen Feng was even more surprised. You're not really planning to be a kept man, are you? Although your looks are quite suitable for it. Who says being a full-time dad is freeloading? It's not like you can't earn money from home, I argued. But Chen Feng patted my shoulder and said earnestly, I'm serious. Why don't you come work with me? I'll give you half of my shares. You know my dream is to make animation, to create animated films with our own huaxia characteristics. So I came out with my girlfriend to find a partner and open a studio. My girlfriend will be in charge of voice acting. When the time is right, I plan to open a company. You also graduated from the University of Mia, and your major is suitable. What do you think? After hearing him, I thought for a moment. I could see that Chen Feng genuinely wanted what was best for me. After some consideration, I still shook my head. Feng Zi, I appreciate the thought. If you need any help in the future, just let me know. But as for working together, let's forget it. I really do plan to be a full-time dad at home. Alright then, I won't force you. Whenever you want to come, my door is always open. Seeing that I had made up my mind, Chen Feng didn't press further. The two of them didn't continue the topic, instead reminiscing about the happy memories of their college days while eating barbecue. Most of the time, Chen Feng talked while I listened. Ruan King would occasionally chime in with a few sentences. I also shared some stories about Chen Feng. Although no one was drinking, the atmosphere at the table was quite lively. It was almost midnight when the three of us started to head back. On the way, Chen Feng and I chatted, while Ruan King was on the phone with someone. She walked off to the side, speaking very softly. Neither Chen Feng nor I could hear what she was saying. A while later, she ended the call. When Ruan King came back, Chen Feng turned and asked curiously, who was that? Wanjun Studio had a little problem. He called to report the situation. Ruan King replied. What problem? Chen Feng seemed a bit nervous. Just some equipment issues. It's been handled. It's fine. You guys continue your conversation. Chen Feng breathed a sigh of relief and turned back to talk to me. This studio has caused me a lot of worry. In the early stages, I stayed up all night at home editing videos. It took me nearly half a year. I nodded. It seemed Chen Feng wasn't just blindly rushing into this, he had been preparing for a long time, even starting while he was still at home. Don't worry, Feng Zai. I think you'll definitely succeed this time. But who is this one Jun? My partner. He also works in animation. I met Xiao King and him at an animation festival. We hit it off right away, so one became my girlfriend, and the other became my partner. I didn't reply but looked towards Ruan King. Her face was expressionless, as if she hadn't heard what Chen Feng said. I wondered, why would Feng Zi's partner call in the middle of the night? Not him, but Ruan King. But I couldn't say this out loud. No matter how good my relationship with Chen Feng was, I couldn't interfere in these matters. Chen Feng was simple-minded and didn't pay attention to many things, but having lived 2 lives, I vaguely felt that this Ruan King girl seemed a bit problematic. The 3 of them returned to the hotel. What surprised me even more was that they had booked 2 separate rooms. Seeing my strange look, Chen Feng's face turned red. Xiao King. She's very traditional. Since we're not married yet. You know. I gave Chen Feng a sympathetic look and continued to ask, how long have you known her? Chen Feng thought for a moment. Almost a year and a half. Xiao King is a good girl. It was thanks to her encouragement that I decided to come out and start a studio. Alright, a good, traditional, and honest girl. I patted Chen Feng's shoulder. Feng Zi, be more careful when you look at things in the future. Everyone went upstairs. Chen Feng didn't come to my room to drink with me. We all went back to our respective rooms. The next morning, I had just finished my morning run and was about to call Chen Feng to have breakfast together, but I saw that they had already packed and were leaving their room. Old Jian, there's something wrong at the studio. I have to go back immediately. So urgent. I was a bit surprised. Everything was fine yesterday, how could something happen today? Seeing Chen Feng's worried expression, it seemed like the matter was not small. Once I handle it, I'll come to your house next time to be a guest and taste your wife's cooking. No more talking, I have to go now, Chen Feng said while pressing the elevator button. Alright, then I'll see you off. The 3 of them hurriedly left the hotel. Luckily, they didn't have to wait long for a taxi. Chen Feng got in the car and waved at me. Old Jian, go back inside. Let's meet again when we have time. Okay. Feng Zi, if there's really a big problem, you have to contact me. Chen Feng nodded. As the car slowly disappeared from sight, I sighed. I hope everything goes smoothly for Feng Zai. At 900 am, I received a call from Yang Bingbing. Your song has been selected by Huan. Yang Bingbing's voice was very excited. She called to tell me that everyone was already downstairs at the hotel. The other side was preparing to shoot an MV, and needed the lyricist and composer to be on site to provide some guidance. They said it was guidance, but it was really just giving opinions. After all, since I made this song, I would have a better feel for how the MV should be shot, and how the song should be sung. It was Huan, a subsidiary of Huan. I tidied myself up a bit before going downstairs. When Yang Bingbing saw me, she brushed back a few strands of hair from her forehead, her eyes brightening slightly. You clean up pretty well. I scratched my nose, automatically ignoring Yang Bingbing's gaze. Let's go. It's getting late. The sooner we get this done, the sooner we can go home for lunch. Without another word, I got into the back seat. Yang Bingbing rolled her eyes. Can't you sit in the huge front passenger seat? The 2 of them got in the car. As Yang Bingbing drove, she said, the director in charge of shooting the MV over there has already called, praising you non-stop. Do you have any ideas for the MV and the lead singer? Don't get there and lose your composure. Yang Bingbing was clearly quite worried. Because I was young and hadn't experienced situations like this, she was afraid I would be timid, so she gave me a heads up. Don't worry, I know. I didn't show any nervousness at all. On the contrary, it seemed like Yang Bingbing was more nervous than the person involved. At 940 the 2 of them arrived at the headquarters. A group of people immediately came to greet them, led by an old man with white hair. Old Lin, why did you come down yourself? If my dad finds out about this, he'll scold me to death. Yang Bingbing quickly went forward and held the old man's hand coquettishly. This action startled me. A beautiful woman acting coquettishly is something even the gods can't resist. Sure enough, the old man's face broke into a doting smile. Zhao Bing, don't play this trick. Would your dad dare to scold you? If you don't beat him up, he should be burning incense to thank his ancestors. Ha ha. Old Lin rarely saw the beautiful woman blush. The old man caught. Alright, let's get down to business. This must be young friend Jian, right? Truly a hero born from a young age, a talented man. Old Lin, thank you for your praise. Anjunjun Yai. I politely nodded to the old man. Good. Talented and polite. No wonder you wrote this song. I am Lin Guodong, the director in charge of this MV. If you don't mind, just call me Old Lin like Xiaobing does. Seeing that I was both polite and composed, Lin Guodong was even happier. In his imagination, I was just like this, talented, knowledgeable, and grateful. There weren't many young people like that nowadays. Old Lin, then I won't be so formal. Lin Guodong pulled me into the recording studio. Xiao Jian, I heard from Xiaobing that you sing very well. Can you sing a part for us? We've had this song for a while but haven't heard it sung live. We haven't even chosen a lead singer yet. Of course, I nodded. Xiaojun, a cappella or with a piano. This song just needs a piano accompaniment. Good. Let's officially begin. Lin Guodong was clearly much more serious. He left me alone in the recording studio and took the others outside. When the staff turned on the microphone, a group of middle-aged people also waited eagerly, looking at me sitting in the recording studio. I was very serious, preparing myself mentally and getting into a working state. Lin Guodong saw this and nodded. This is what a pure musician should be like. When a musician sings, they must first pour their emotions into the song, not just sing loudly. Inside, he started playing the piano. The melodious sound of the piano rang out with the prelude. Outside, everyone held their breath. Lin Guodong's eyes widened as soon as he heard the first line. Yes, this was the image he wanted to express in his heart. He knew it when he saw the song, and now that he heard it, the feeling was even stronger. As for Yan Bingbing, although this was the second time she had heard me sing this song, she still couldn't help but look at me with astonishment. A man like that was truly captivating. I was completely unaware of this. I was already immersed in the song. The song gradually reached its end. By now, Lin Guodong's eyes were red. He had been a soldier, and could feel the meaning that the lyrics wanted to convey even more. Often, the people who work silently behind the scenes, the most ordinary people, are the greatest, the ones who deserve the admiration of today's younger generation. But among the star chasers, how many pursue them? Not just Lin Guodong, everyone outside was deeply moved. At this moment, they, like me, had entered that state. It turned out that a good song could truly move everyone. The song ended. I took a deep breath before standing up and walking out of the recording studio. Immediately, everyone couldn't help but applaud me. Lin Guodong was even so moved that he stepped forward and held my hand tightly, his eyes shining. Xiaojian, this is the feeling. I don't think we need to change the lead singer. Just let you sing it. I have a feeling this song will cause a storm of attention online, a storm of ordinary heroes. This is the effect we want to see. Hearing the old man's praise, even though I had been through a lot, I couldn't help but blush. But I still shook my head. Old Lin, I can't be the lead singer. I have a better idea. Why don't you hear me out? Lin Guodong frowned. Was there anyone who could sing better than the lyricist and composer of this song? There are many people who can sing well, but I believe no one can understand the meaning of this song better than you. Seeing that Lin Guodong was clearly reluctant, I didn't hold back and quickly shared my idea. Here's the thing, Old Lin. I think this song is more suitable for children to sing. On one hand, children's voices are purer. On the other hand, having the flowers of our nation sing praises of unsung heroes will resonate more deeply with people. Hearing my explanation, Lin Guodong's eyes widened. Is this person a genius? That's right, why didn't he think of that? Children naturally give off a sense of intimacy. Having them sing, combined with the footage he had already shot, would definitely touch people's hearts. Xiaojun, you are a rare talent. Are you interested in working for our Huayan? Don't worry, your talent will definitely not be wasted at Huayan. Lin Guodong became greedy. He wanted to pull me over to his side. It was too much of a waste to leave such a talent outside. No, Old Lin. I'm just an idle person. I'm already very satisfied to be able to help you this time, I repeatedly refused, joking that I knew my own abilities. I was just standing on the shoulders of giants to offer my opinion. In fact, in my previous life, the most profound impression of this song was left by a group of children singing it. Lin Guodong said nothing but didn't force the issue. After all, the person was here and wouldn't run away. If there was really such an opportunity in the future, he could find him again. Alright, everyone has their own ambitions. Well, Xiaojian, you must put in a lot of effort this time. We'll discuss future cooperation later. Come with me, let's take a look at the footage we've shot. See if you have any good ideas. Lin Guodong waved his hand and led me to another office. This was where the footage was edited. All the material would be carefully selected here, and then edited into an MV. After entering the room this time, the middle-aged people also began to introduce enthusiastically. I looked at the computer screen in front of me, on which various scenes flashed. In each scene, there were unsung heroes working silently. I was shocked. I didn't expect there to be so much footage, and many of them would eventually be cut. This made me a little sad. In my eyes, everyone in these materials deserved to be respected and known by everyone. Lin Guodong seemed to understand my thoughts. He patted my shoulder. Xiaojian, don't be sad. This is their responsibility. This promotional video won't make everyone remember them one by one. They represent a group of people. As long as everyone can be grateful to these groups of people, and silently remember that there are still such lovely people in this society, that's enough. Speaking of which, they should thank you. This song, Just Be Ordinary, not only fits the taste of most young people today but also spreads positive energy. We old folks can't make songs that suit young people like this, but we're afraid people will forget them, so we thought of collecting songs. Lin Guodong sighed, then smiled at me. Fortunately, you made what we wanted, and you let me see the passionate heart of today's younger generation. That's very good. I looked at old Lin, then at the people flashing on the screen, and was truly moved by them. Sure enough, no matter which world it was, there was always a group of lovely people like this. Old Lin, I have no opinion on these materials. As for the video production, I'm not an expert in this field. It still needs you and everyone to complete it. To be honest, I'm already a little impatient to see the final product, I said very sincerely. I felt that after being handled by this group of people, the final video would definitely be more moving than the original. Good. We will definitely make it as fast as possible. At the latest, by the end of July, this wind will surely blow through every corner of Huaxia. Lin Guodong nodded happily when he heard me say that. Oh, right. I heard from Xiao Bing that you also have a TikTok account, right? With 1 million followers, and you've released 2 songs. When this promotional video is released, let's collaborate with your TikTok account. After all, you are the main force behind this video. I was taken aback. How did I get involved again? I thought my name would just be in the lyricist and composer credits. I didn't expect my TikTok to have to cooperate as well. It was clear that the old man was promoting me. You have to know that the views for a video released by Huan, not to mention the profits, just borrowing the power of time would be enough for me to eat my fill for a long time. Of course, I wouldn't refuse this. I was even more grateful to old Lin in my heart. Then I thank you, old Lin. I thanked Lin Guodong sincerely. Lin Guodong waved his hand, saying it was what I deserved. When I walked out of the Huan building, it was already 1 p.m. My mind was completely tense. Once those people started discussing work, they were all full of energy, truly comparable to workaholics. In the end, it was only when Yang Bingbing acted coquettishly, demanding to go for lunch, that the two of us managed to escape. Lin Guodong had originally wanted to invite me to have a meal with everyone in the Huan cafeteria and continue the discussion in the afternoon. I used the excuse that my mind was blank to refuse. I, an outsider, really couldn't get a word in on that professional support, and there was no need to stay any longer. The two of them walked out of Huan side by side. The weather was fine when they arrived, but now it was drizzling. Aren't you going to treat me to a meal? You're cooperating with Huan now, you're about to get rich. Yang Bingbing rarely acted mischievous, sticking out her tongue as they walked through the light rain towards the parking lot. I frowned. This beautiful woman was becoming less and less like a beautiful woman. You're the rich one, and you want a meal from a commoner like me. Aren't you embarrassed? You cheapskate. Yang Bingbing glanced at me, quickened her pace, and got into the car first, sulking. He smiled and hurried after her. The more I got to know this beautiful woman, the more I felt that her personality was actually very good. In the end, I still couldn't escape this meal. I let Yang Bingbing have a hearty meal to her satisfaction. After eating, Yang Bingbing drove me to Yinghai Entertainment. This time, I was here to get the contract signed with Bai Tihan, my original goal. The two of them took the elevator. For some reason, I suddenly felt that Yang Bingbing didn't seem very happy. She was listless. She had clearly just had a big meal, but I couldn't understand. A woman's heart is truly hard to guess, just like the weather, changing quickly. Getting out of the elevator, they went straight to Yang Shan's office. He had been waiting in the office for a long time, and the contract was already prepared on the table. He wore the same smile he had for years. Young friend Jian, happy cooperation. The contract is here. See if there's anything you need to add. I nodded and sat down at the desk to review the contract. It was very formal, in triplicate. It would take effect as soon as Bai Tihan signed it. The content of the contract was the same as what had been discussed before. Yinghai Entertainment would provide Bai Tihan with the best resources and maximum freedom. In short, Bai Tihan could do whatever she wanted, and no one could force her. This was also what I wanted to see. The contract term was 2 years, and whether to renew it was entirely up to Bai Tihan. After reading the entire contract, I put it away, stood up, and shook Yang Shan's hand. Thank you, Chairman Yan. Happy cooperation. Being able to offer such a contract improved my impression of him quite a bit. No need to thank me. I value your talent, and you value our company's resources. This is mutually beneficial. Oh, you promised to write songs for our company. I won't draw up a separate contract for you. I trust your character, Jiang. Yang Shen also stood up and shook my hand. Of course, I didn't refuse, but I also made my position clear. Rest assured. But as I said before, I only write theme songs and who I write for is entirely up to me. Don't have just anyone come asking me to write. Yang Shan's goodwill towards me grew. It was just that when he saw his daughter's expression on the side, he sighed inwardly. It's a pity. Such a young man, why did he get married so early? With Young Jiang's talent, if it weren't for the company's top singers lacking songs, I wouldn't have invited you. After all, I know that with your fame in the future, the songs you write will definitely be excellent works. Ordinary people don't have the qualifications. Both sides reached a happy cooperation. At this moment, Yang Shan suddenly changed the subject. Now that we have the contract, when do you plan to go back, Jiang? I didn't know what he meant by asking, but I still answered immediately. I plan to pack up a bit, book a plane ticket, and leave later. After all, my work here is done. Chairman Yang, is there anything else you need to instruct? No. Then I wish you a safe journey home. Yang Shan quickly smiled and said. It's just that, in my eyes, why did he suddenly seem so happy when he heard I was leaving? Not thinking too much, I stood up to leave. Yang Bingbing walked me to the hotel entrance but didn't go up. Since entering Yinghai Entertainment, her mood seemed to have been awe. Hyunjin, I won't see you off at the airport. You can go by yourself. I still have some things to do, so I'll leave first. I turned my head and waved. Okay, be careful on your way. Then I turned and walked into the hotel. Yang Bingbing looked at my back, inexplicably feeling a little angry. She stepped on the gas and left. Finally, I can go home. I miss my baby so much. This was my thought from the bottom of my heart at this moment. I quickly packed my things, which wasn't much, just 2 changes of clothes. At 600 them, I walked into the familiar old residential complex with my hands full of gifts. My steps grew faster and faster. Pushing open the apartment door, which I hadn't seen in a long time, I took a deep breath. The living room was quiet. It seemed Bai Tihan and Nai were not at home. Not being able to see my loved ones immediately, I felt a little disappointed. However, the next moment, the master bedroom door suddenly opened. Bai Tihan, rubbing her sleepy eyes, walked out leisurely. As soon as she saw me, she was startled awake. At this moment, she was wearing a slip nightgown, one strap having fallen down her arm, her hair messy from sleep, and her mouth slightly open, looking exactly like a sleeping princess. The two of us stood there silently under the setting sun. We just looked at each other quietly, and then the smile on my face gradually brightened. My love, I'm home. Bai Tihan's face gradually turned red. She stood there, not knowing what to do, her heart in a slight panic, but also with a hint of sweetness welling up. She lowered her head and replied softly, not forgetting to unconsciously pull the fallen strap back onto her shoulder. Ah, this is for you. On my way back, I happened to see someone selling them on the street. They smelled so good, so I bought a bucket. It's beautiful. Bai Tihan bit her lip. She stepped forward and gently took the bucket of lavender from my hand, her face already crimson. This was the first bucket of flowers she had received from me. Lavender symbolized salvation and hope. She liked it very much. Thank you. Bai Tihan mustered up her courage, looked up straight into my eyes, and asked, have you eaten? I suddenly smiled. Not yet. I guess you two haven't eaten either, right? Let me cook dinner. You go wait Nai up. Bai Tihan's intention was to cook herself, as I must be tired after coming back from outside all day. But seeing the determination in my eyes and thinking that I cooked better than her, she finally nodded. I'll go get Nai. Nai was sleeping soundly in a comfortable position on the bed. Bai Tihan carefully picked her up. The little girl didn't react at all until Bai Tihan held her in front of me, kissed her cheek lightly, and whispered in her ear, Nai, wake up. Daddy's home. Nai suddenly stirred, looked around drowsily, and then her eyes lit up. Daddy, hold me. Nai missed Daddy so much. The little girl was like a koala bear. Once I picked her up, she clung to my neck and wouldn't let go. Even when I went into the kitchen to cook, she refused to come down. In the end, Bai Tihan had to put on a stern face and use the new toys I bought to coax her away. After a while of being busy, the meal was on the table. The family sat happily around the table to eat. After dinner, I played with puzzles with Nai. I deliberately asked about the recent situation at home. The little girl told me everything without reservation, especially when it came to Bai Tihan. She sold her mother out completely. Mommy misses Daddy too. I saw her. Mommy often watches Daddy's singing videos, secretly laughing and covering her mouth. I really didn't mean to ask about this. The key was that Nai's voice was very loud, completely unaware that Bai Tihan had already stormed out of the kitchen. At this moment, Bai Tihan's face was as red as a ripe apple, her eyes full of meaning as she looked down at this little traitor who was trying to please her father. Nai noticed that her father had suddenly stopped talking. She looked up in surprise and saw her mother's flushed face. She yelped and hid in my arms, muttering, can't see mommy, can't see mommy. Bai Tihan couldn't help but laugh. Don't listen to Nai's nonsense. I didn't do that. You did. Mommy is lying. Lying is not what a good child does. Nai's muffled voice came from my arms. Bai Tihan looked like she was about to get angry. I immediately raised both hands in surrender, exposing the little girl completely. No, I believe you. He who understands the times is a wise man. Nai was in for it. She was immediately grabbed by Bai Tihan and tormented. The little girl had never expected her father to sell her out to her mother so quickly. I turned a blind eye. For Bai Tihan's happiness and the prosperity of this family, I could only let my beloved baby suffer a little. The family played together for a while. In the end, Nai had to bear it all alone with grievances. I rubbed her head before standing up. I took out a file bag from my bag and placed it in front of Tihan. Mission accomplished perfectly. Take a look. This is the contract from Yanghai Entertainment. Tihan lowered her head, picked up the file bag, opened it, and examined the contract inside. As she read to the end, her hands began to tremble slightly. This was a contract she wouldn't even dare to dream of. Top-tier treatment. Perfect freedom. Even if she hadn't withdrawn from the entertainment industry before and continued to sing, she wouldn't have been able to get such a contract now. Tihan didn't know how I did it, what I had gone through in just a few days, and how much I had to pay to get such an unimaginable contract. Tihan looked up and straight at me, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, her lips pressed together. She just looked at me. A gentle smile hung on my face, as if all of this was as light as a cloud. A while later, Tihan finally opened her mouth softly. Actually. It's okay if I don't sing. Her voice was small but unwavering and firm. I frowned, not understanding. She clearly liked to sing, clearly wanted to sing. What did she mean now? It was a bit strange. I don't understand what you're thinking. Didn't you always want to sing? Now that you have the opportunity, why are you backing out? My tone was a little heavier. This was the first time since I came here that I had spoken to her like this. As a lifelong single person, I naturally didn't understand. At this moment, Tihan's heart was in turmoil. She suddenly felt that living like this was also very good. If she really went to sing, she was afraid that there would be changes in the future, afraid that life would no longer be the same. Tihan gently bit her lip again, looked straight at me, tears rolling down her cheeks. A while later, she slowly said, I am scared. I'm scared that bad changes will happen in the future. This was the first time Tihan had directly told me about the fear in her heart. I was stunned for a moment, then suddenly laughed, a very warm laugh. Tihan, what kind of person do you think I am? Let me tell you the truth. You can go with peace of mind. No matter what happens, none of this will change. I'll be at home taking care of the child. After all, I'm already prepared to be a full-time dad. Tihan had never expected me to say such a thing. She even reached out and wiped her tears for her. It had been too long since she had experienced such an intimate situation. Tihan was immediately embarrassed and lowered her head. I thought she was still afraid of those messy things. Now I understood. Tihan was probably afraid of change. After all, people who stay at home for too long and don't go out often have this mentality. So he opened my mouth again. I'm serious. Just leave Nai to me. I'll take good care of her. Besides, you've seen your contract. The degree of freedom is very high. You can come home whenever you want. Don't worry about home. Just take good care of yourself outside. I spoke, but Tihan didn't hear a word. Her mind was still on the scene of me gently caressing her face just now. On the sofa, Nai had been secretly watching the interaction between her parents for a long time. The little girl didn't know what was going on, only that her mother was probably happy now. So she jumped onto my lap, looked up, and suddenly had an idea. Daddy, Nai wants to sleep with Daddy and Mommy tonight. As soon as these words came out, I was immediately stunned. Tihan looked up at the little girl with a shy look, her heart pounding as if it would jump out of her chest. Then seeing that I didn't answer, Nai started to act coquettishly, rolling around on my lap. I swallowed and turned to look at Tihan, whose neck was already red, her eyes avoiding mine. You have to ask your mother if she agrees. How can I answer for myself? Tihan was so embarrassed she almost collapsed. She scrambled to her feet and walked towards the bathroom. I'm not sleepy. I'm going to wash up and get ready for bed. Tihan fled in a hurry. In the living room, only Nai and I were left, staring at each other. I was completely at a loss. On the contrary, Nai jumped from my lap and hugged my neck. Mommy said it's okay as long as Daddy is ready. Did Tihan say that? I took a deep breath, smelling the milky scent on the little girl, and comforted myself. I'm doing this purely for Nai, not for any other reason. A long time later, Tihan came out of the bathroom and quietly returned to the bedroom. When she passed the living room, she didn't even look towards the sofa. I picked up Nai, went to the bathroom to help her wash up, and then I quickly washed up myself before carrying her out. It wasn't until this moment that my heart began to beat faster. The short distance from the living room to the master bedroom felt like a long journey. My mind was blank. The room was filled with a light fragrance, very fragrant and charming. I had never experienced this in my 2 lifetimes. At this moment, I really wanted to seek help. What should I do? What should I do? Tihan had already gotten into bed as if she were asleep, lying on her side facing inward, so I couldn't see her specific appearance at this time. Only her sparkling pink ears showed her current state. I gently closed the door. The sound of the door closing made Tihan's body tremble slightly, but she still didn't get up. Now I had completely given up. It had come to this point. It was useless to be nervous. Just lie down. Thinking of this, my mood really relaxed a lot. I placed Nai Nai in the middle, sat down on the side of the bed, held Nai Nai, and began to tell a bedtime story. Today, Daddy will tell Nai Nai the story of Snow White. Once upon a time, there was a little princess as lovely as Nai Nai. Her skin was as white as snow and as red as a red apple. Her hair was as black as the night sky. So her mother named her Snow White. My gentle voice echoed in the room. Tihan's eyelashes trembled slightly. Her pounding heart also gradually calmed down with the story. Later, she didn't even know when she fell asleep. Like her, Nai Nai also slowly fell asleep in my story. The night was deep. I saw that their breathing had gradually become steady. I turned off the light, got into bed, and lay down. The next day, my biological clock was as punctual as ever. I subconsciously hugged the soft waist in my arms, and then suddenly froze. When did Nai Nai get so big? I swallowed and looked into the blanket. It wasn't Nai Nai in my arms, but Tihan. I was completely stunned. When did this happen? How did she get into my arms? The light fragrance lingered around my nose. The waist in my arms was soft and warm. My heart felt like it was about to burst. I subconsciously leaned down until I was close to Tihan's beautiful face. I could feel her warm breath on my face, very faint. The distance between the two of us was only a hair's breadth. I could even see the smooth, rosy skin under her skin. I just stopped like that, in a fierce ideological struggle. Then I saw her long eyelashes flutter slightly. I panicked, quickly sat up straight, and gently pulled my hand that was being pressed under her neck. I bent over, carefully got out of bed, and ran out of the bedroom to the bathroom to wash my face. I was full of defeat. It was so torturous so early in the morning. What I didn't know was that as soon as I left the bedroom, Tihan on the bed opened her beautiful eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. She covered her hot face and burrowed into the blanket, looking like she couldn't face anyone. When I sat up, Tihan was already awake. She didn't know when she had crawled into my arms, even using my arm as a pillow. It was so embarrassing. It wasn't until she felt my breath on her face that she panicked a little. What is he going to do? Is he going to kiss me secretly? What should I do? At that time, Tihan was scared to death but didn't dare to wake up, so she could only continue to pretend to be asleep. Fortunately, I stopped in time. Otherwise, she really wouldn't know how to face me. It was just that when I really left, she vaguely felt a little disappointed. Tihan didn't know if she was ready, only that her heart was in a mess. A long time later, Tihan, who was burrowed in the blanket, let out a long breath. Just let nature take its course. It wasn't until 800, when she heard the sound of the door opening outside again, that Tihan got out of bed, tidied herself up, and walked out of the room. I was already in the kitchen preparing to cook. Seeing Tihan come out, I greeted her with a somewhat unnatural expression. Good morning. Tihan's expression was also a little unnatural. Good morning. After saying that, she went into the bathroom to wash up. I didn't think much of it, and continued to turn around and cook breakfast. Unexpectedly, Tihan finished washing up very quickly, and went straight into the kitchen. Let me help you. Let's do it together. Tihan's expression was natural. She skillfully took the basin from my hand, and helped me wash the rice. I was only slightly surprised for a moment and quickly reacted, even accepting this help. I turned around and started washing vegetables. The two of them were very in sync, as if they were a married couple who had lived together for many years. The small kitchen was particularly warm at this moment. 20 minutes later, the family happily ate breakfast. After the meal, Tihan saw a very beautiful hairstyle that suited Nai Nai very well. Coincidentally, the little girl's hair had grown a lot recently. So she coaxed and tricked Nai Nai out to get a haircut. As for me, I skillfully curled up on the sofa, took out my phone, opened TikTok, and scrolled through videos. With my wife and child not at home, I felt like my life had reached its peak. After scrolling through 2 videos, I saw that the trailer for Just Be Ordinary had appeared. The video was supposed to be released at the end of the month, but it was only the 26th, and the trailer was already live. The trailer for Just Be Ordinary was very simple. A few video clips accompanied by 2 lines of a song were enough to get the audience excited. I had just opened the teaser video when my voice rang out from the phone. Falling into darkness, falling into an abyss, a face covered in mud, without the halo of a god. Then, the image of 3 firefighters appeared. They held a water hose, facing a fierce fire, their faces covered in soot and dust, their eyes incredibly resolute. The video stopped abruptly. Only a deep voice was heard. They are nameless and ordinary, but they deserve to be remembered in our hearts. I thought about it for a long time, unable to understand. Lin Godong had clearly said he would use children as the main singers, so why did my voice appear in the trailer? However, this didn't affect the trailer's popularity online at all. A short video, a line from a song, a brief narration was enough to touch people's hearts. Just 2 hours after its release, the trailer had already climbed to the 10th spot on the trending charts. This was also thanks to the mainstream media outlets, which competed to report on it. They used various headlines to promote the trailer vigorously. This also brought the trailer to the attention of bloggers and internet celebrities. Everyone knew how popular the official video would be upon its release, so they also began sharing it enthusiastically. As bloggers and celebrities shared it, the trailer's popularity grew even more. The comment section was filled with people from all walks of life sharing stories about the ordinary people around them. At that moment, the sound of a door opening was heard. I put down my phone and looked toward the door. It was the ham, leading Nai Nai back from a haircut. Seeing Nai Nai's new hairstyle, my eyes lit up. Her 2 little pigtails were now braided into 2 small plaits. The thin bangs in front were neatly combed down to her eyebrows. She looked exactly like a little fairy from a fairy tale, making my heart melt. I quickly held out my arms. Whose little fairy is this? Come to daddy for a hug. The little girl immediately broke into a wide, slightly shy grin. She ran behind the ham, hugging her leg tightly and burying her face. The ham was also amused by Nai Nai's actions, watching the interaction between father and daughter with a smile. Oh, she's feeling shy. I didn't play along. Right now, I just wanted to hug my adorable daughter. I stood up, walked over to the ham, and knelt down, feigning surprise. Oh, so this little fairy is my precious daughter. Without waiting, and ignoring Nai Nai's struggles, I lifted her from the ground. I just love looking at you. Doesn't Nai Nai want daddy to hold her? Daddy will be very sad. I don't want daddy to be sad. The little girl immediately hugged my neck tightly, snuggling into my chest, afraid her rejection would hurt her father. I happily kissed Nai Nai's soft cheek. Her cute, clingy behavior was so adorable it completely captivated me. My heart felt as sweet as if I had eaten candy. As they say, a daughter is a father's little cotton jacket. That saying is absolutely true. Alright, let's not cuddle at the door. Let's go inside, the ham said. I happily carried the little girl to the sofa, fed her a piece of watermelon, and then turned to the ham. By the way, you're reporting to Manhwa Entertainment at the beginning of August, right? The ham's beautiful eyes sparkled. Yes. Before that, I have to pick up Lel and then find Sister Yun. They'll be so happy to know I'm making a comeback. A sincere smile appeared on the ham's face. When she suddenly withdrew from the entertainment industry, the 2 people she felt she had let down the most were them. Now, even if not for her own dreams, she had to work hard for their sake. I nodded, stroking Nai Nai's hair while thinking about what kind of song to write for the ham. This was her first comeback battle, it had to be a success. The ham's voice was excellent, she could handle both sweet and sad songs. There were too many options, and I was a bit undecided. After thinking for a while without a result, another matter came to mind. Oh, right, let's go buy a car in a few days. Let's get 2. Nai Nai will be starting kindergarten in a month, so it'll be convenient for pickups and drop-offs. Also, even though Manhwa Entertainment will provide you with a car, you'll still need one for your personal time. The ham thought for a moment and agreed that buying a car was a good idea. Before, she was always at home, so having a car didn't matter. But now that she would be going out frequently, not having one would be inconvenient. However, she was worried I didn't have enough money. After all, the income from the previous 2 videos had been used to buy many things for the house. I had also been out for a while, and she didn't know how much was left. Although I had linked my bank card to her WeChat before I left, she didn't know the specific balance. Nai Nai was about to start kindergarten, which would be another significant expense. After some thought, the ham looked up, a hint of worry in her beautiful eyes. How about we just buy one for now? It'll be convenient for you to pick up and drop off our daughter at home. I'll have a company car for a while, so I probably don't need one. We can think about buying another one after I start making money. The ham thought it would be better to wait until she released a song or an album and had an income before considering these things. Thinking of this, the ham felt a little anxious. She wasn't sure when she would have a song. Although Manhwa Entertainment's contract promised top-tier resources, it included a clause that she had to provide her own songs. She didn't know what deal I had made with the company. If they were already giving her top resources, why didn't they help her sign a songwriter? She was a bit puzzled. After all, she didn't know any songwriters. Thinking of songwriters, the ham suddenly paused and looked at me, who was very calm. It seemed like he knew music. Although she didn't know when I had learned, one of the 2 songs on Douyin was one I had composed directly for Nai Nai. Of course, I knew the ham's worries about not buying a car. I calmly waved my hand. Don't worry. You don't have to worry about the money. Just give it a few days, the money will come. On July 30th, a Sunday, the M for Just Be Ordinary was scheduled to be released at 800 am sharp. It was jointly released by Huayan and my account. Huayan collaborated with several other departments to share it. The lineup could be described as unprecedented. Of course, no matter how grand the lineup was, what the audience wanted to see was the quality. Only if the quality was up to par would people be willing to pay. However, a saying was now circulating online, produced by Jiang Shai. It's guaranteed to be a masterpiece. Although I had only uploaded 2 songs, I had already won over the ears of countless fans. People were also very satisfied with the quality of the songs I composed. Now, seeing that the lyrics and music for this MV were both written by Jiang Shai, people's interest was immediately piqued. This mysterious guy either didn't make a move, but when he did, it was bound to be sensational. So the audience clicked on the MV one after another, wanting to witness the spectacular scene. In a small apartment in Genshin, our family of 3 was also curled up on the sofa early in the morning. I had projected my phone onto the T and opened Dalian. The ham and Nai still didn't know anything. They only knew that I had woken them up early, saying I had something cool to show them, but they didn't know what it was. I clicked on the MV, and the whole family looked at the T. The moment the MV image appeared, the ham and Nai fell silent. They were a little surprised. On the T screen, the title Just Be Ordinary appeared in 4 large characters. Below, the lyricist and composer were both listed as Jiang Shai. And this MV was a full 7 minutes long. Even I was a little taken aback. I didn't know where so much footage came from. Previously, when Lin Godong contacted me, he wanted to show me the final product, but I declined. I wanted to share this moment with my family. Besides, I had complete faith in Lin Godong's professional skills. The him turned to look at me, her beautiful eyes sparkling. She was surprised that I had written another song, and that it was a collaboration with Huayan. It was terrifying. It turned out that I had been doing so much while I was away, and she had no idea. The him turned her gaze back to the T, wanting to see what I had been up to behind her and our daughters' backs. After the MV title faded, a group of vibrant children, about 10 years old, appeared on the screen. They were wearing black short-sleeved uniforms. In the middle was a middle-aged teacher playing the piano. As the piano music started, the camera zoomed in on the first little girl. Her eyes were filled with emotion, her hand raised as if gently calling out to something. She opened her mouth to sing. A group of firefighters in orange uniforms, with resolute faces, carried rescue equipment, and used their bodies to form a bridge, wading through the water. The camera quickly shifted, stopping on a little girl with her head down, her eyes slightly red, quietly murmuring something. Her image gradually faded, replaced by a scene of a family gathered around a dining table. In front of them were Zongzi. The T was broadcasting the news. It should have been a happy reunion, but the scene was shrouded in silence. At the head of the table, an old woman sat, holding back tears, staring intently at the T screen. On it was the news of her grandson, who had died heroically. 2 other little girls appeared one after another, singing softly. After singing 2 lines, their images disappeared, giving way to a man with an ordinary appearance but bright eyes. He was standing on a bus, staring at a thief. When the thief made his move, he quickly grabbed him. But the surrounding people backed away in fear, just watching coldly. In a flash, 2 other thieves appeared, surrounding him. The situation suddenly turned against him. At this moment, countless people watching the video couldn't help but worry. They clenched their fists, their eyes welling up with tears, wishing they could jump into the video to help him catch the thieves. However, the image on the screen faded, replaced by the image of the teacher still quietly playing the piano. Another little girl continued to sing. The scene suddenly shifted to a hospital. A tired doctor handed a newborn baby to an elderly couple. They cried with joy, repeatedly thanking the doctor. Their hearts seemed to beat stronger, as if taking root and sprouting, ready to fight against any danger. The child gradually grew up, and he was none other than the man who caught the thief on the bus. At this moment, he was facing 3 thieves, but his face showed no fear. The camera shifted again. 2 little girls appeared once more, opening their arms as if calling out to everyone. Everyone was moved by the profound music and imagery. They only regretted not discovering it sooner. It turned out there were so many lovely people around them. Throughout the entire MV up to this point, the heroes who appeared did not say a single word, but their actions were deeply remembered by all the viewers. The images continued. All the children began to sing in chorus, stirring people's hearts. Their clear voices sang of touching stories, leaving everyone silent. This was the first time that a certain fire in their hearts had been lit, instead of just chasing idols or scrolling through social media as usual. At the end of the song, all the children sang together, "No regrets in this life, the flame of life has been ignited." The image faded to black. A male voice suddenly said, "We are not heroes. We are just doing what we should be doing." Lying on the sofa, I rubbed my red eyes. I had thought this video would be very profound, but I didn't expect it to be so impactful when it was shot. This video had already made countless viewers cry and had also caused them to erupt in emotion together. At this point, no one cared about the length of the video anymore. They just watched quietly, moved quietly, and shed tears quietly. After the male voice finished, another dialogue was heard over the black screen. Little Jian, a cappella or piano. This song just needs a piano accompaniment. A simple question and answer, but the man's voice in the dialogue sounded familiar to many people. They listened intently, and suddenly realized, wasn't this the gentle voice characteristic of Jian Shai? It turned out there was an Easter egg at the end. Jian Shai himself would appear. Sure enough, after that, discarded footage quickly flashed across the screen. My signature gentle voice, combined with this footage, once again caused the vast number of netizens to erupt. Until the last piece of footage disappeared, Jian Shai's image still did not appear. He remained as mysterious as ever. But everyone was satisfied. This footage, every image in this video, was deeply imprinted in everyone's minds. They would not forget what they saw and heard today for a long time. For a long time after the official video was released, no one clicked like, and no one commented. It was as if everyone had collectively disappeared. At this time, in a classroom at Huan, Lin Godong was still monitoring the real-time data online. He didn't understand why there were over 100 million people watching, but no one was clicking like. Could it be that people didn't like this video? Lin Godong was a little disappointed. He wiped his slightly red eyes, finding it hard to accept the situation. However, in the very next moment, the video's data suddenly skyrocketed. The number of likes and comments exploded like a flash flood, uncontrollably. This was the first time in Douyan's history that data had increased in such an explosive manner in such a short period. In just a few breaths, the number of likes went from 100,000 to 5 million, then 10 million, 20 million. The Douyin platform experienced its first ever server crash. Even so, this didn't seem to stop netizens from continuing to like and comment. Soon after, 5 hot topics were all related to this just be ordinary movie. In the Huan classroom, cheers suddenly erupted. Lin Godong also clenched his fists excitedly, quietly watching the numbers soar. It turned out that people weren't unmoved, they just hadn't had time to process their emotions. The just be ordinary storm swept across the entire internet. The speed at which this storm spread was something that even the experienced Lin Godong had not expected. Now, he was extremely glad that he had chosen this song of mine. If he had switched to another ordinary song, it definitely wouldn't have become this popular. In just one short hour, the singles listens on the Huan platform exceeded 100 million, and on Douyin, it had even surpassed 200 million views. At this moment, I was holding my wife and daughter, gently stroking one's head and patting the other's back. I wanted to say something, but I didn't know what to say because I was also deeply moved. Although I had given this song to Lin Godong, the entire video was the creation of the Huan production team. I hadn't seen it in advance either. I could only say that Huan had given this song a perfect outcome. Bai Tihan was sobbing in my arms, using my shirt to wipe her tears and snuff. She looked so pitiful it broke my heart. It was just watching a video, why cry so grievously? Bai Tihan finally knew what I had been busy with outside these past few days. Composing such a song, collaborating with Huan, helping her get that unbelievable contract. She didn't know what I had gone through. She felt aggrieved that I had done so much outside and said nothing to her when I came home. Had Jian Chenjie been wronged? Had anyone yelled at him? How much effort had it taken to compose such a song? She knew nothing, just comfortably enjoying life at home. Come on, don't cry anymore. Are you hungry? I'll go cook something delicious for you. Can you hold Nay Nay? I gently patted her back again. The little girl had cried herself tired, and had already fallen asleep under my comforting pats. No. Bai Tihan rubbed her face on my shirt once more, pulled herself out of my embrace, pouted, and took Nay Nay into her arms. Meanwhile in downtown Genshin, Liu Kai's face was so gloomy it looked like it was about to drip water. Her manager, Sister Yuan, looked just as grim. The atmosphere in the room was very heavy. Only Tao Lel, in the distance, was secretly laughing, looking very pleased. Liu Kai glanced at her manager. She felt this aging woman was useless. Sister Yuan, wasn't my album supposed to be released on Huan at the end of July? What's going on now? The album was taken down, and I was told it would only be released in early August. The company already did the advertising, and I just bought a hot search spot. They're really something, postponing my album without a word and taking up all the hot search spots. Sister Yuan, this matter was your responsibility. You have to give me an explanation. Sister Yuan's face darkened even more. She was already unhappy about what had happened, and now Liu Kai was shouting at her, which made her even angrier. An explanation. If you want an explanation, go ask Huan. What are you yelling at me for? They originally planned to end this event in mid-August. Who knew where this Jian Shai came from? One song made Huyen release their MV early. If I didn't still have to rely on Liu Qian to make a living, I wouldn't even bother with her. So what do we do now? Liu Qian was still very aggressive. Sister Yuan frowned. Right now, they were in the same boat, they couldn't fall out yet. What else can we do? We can only wait for this trend to pass before releasing your album. But this time, the company's resources will definitely not be as much. We can only rely on ourselves to figure things out. Liu Qian knew this was the only way, but she was really not reconciled. She could only curse Jiang Shai silently in her heart. It was all his fault for stealing the popularity that should have been hers. When Liu Qian turned her head, she saw Tao Lel in the distance covering her mouth and snickering. She became even angrier with nowhere to vent. Tao Lel, can't you see what a mess it is over here? Get over here and clean up. Her shrill voice made Tao Lel couldn't help but pick her ear. Oh, sorry. My contract expires today. They've already submitted my resignation. Ha ha, I'm not serving you anymore. After saying that, Tao Lel burst out laughing. One person's joy was another's greater joy. After lunch, our family of 3 happily took a taxi out. Today, we were going to the Ford's dealership to buy a car. Although the income from the collaboration with Huyen hadn't arrived yet, my savings were more than enough to buy a car for transportation. The family of 3 arrived at the Ford's dealership. Welcome. Sir, madam, do you have a specific model in mind? The salesperson in charge of receiving us had his eyes light up. With his years of sales experience, he knew that in 80 of cases like this, where a family of 3 came to look at cars, the deal could be closed. He nodded. Do you have the top, spec version? Yes, we do. Hearing that I had a specific model in mind, the salesperson's eyes lit up even more. The top, spec version, even at its cheapest, would cost over 300,000 yuan after registration. Sir, we happen to have a top, spec in stock. I generously took out my bank card and driver's license and handed them to the salesperson. I'll take this one. Full payment by card. By the time we left the Ford's dealership and got home, it was already 500 them. As soon as I got home, I received a call from young Bingbing. Hello, great talent. Congratulations, the internet is full of news about that and you. You're completely famous now. Congratulations to you too. It's not like I wanted to be that famous. On the contrary, your company must have benefited a lot this time, right? They said, knowing that this song represented an high entertainment submission to Huyen. Their company must have gained a lot of benefits. These benefits might not be immediately visible, but they would gradually appear later. In the future, if Huyen had any good opportunities, they would definitely think of them first. Isn't that thanks to your blessing, great talent? Let's get to business. When is Bai the him coming to report? On the other end of the line, young Bingbing teased me before asking with a laugh. I looked at Bai the him sitting on the sofa, secretly listening to my phone call, and smiled. In a few days. The 3rd at the latest. After we finish up with things at home, she'll go over. Alright then, I'll be here waiting to welcome our distinguished guest. Yang Bingbing was very curious in her heart, wondering what kind of personality the woman who made me go to such lengths would have. The next day, the ham went to find Lel and Sister Yun, to bring them to a high entertainment with her tomorrow. She drove to the vicinity of the Tammy Entertainment building, and then called Tao Lel. She wanted to give her a surprise. The call was quickly connected. The ham smiled, her voice also much brighter. Lil, guess where I am? Tao Lel was in her rented apartment, packing her things. After resigning, she planned to go back to her hometown. If she couldn't stay here, there were other places. Sister the ham, if you're not at home, where else would you be? Silly girl, I'm downstairs at your company building. Come down quickly, I have something to tell you. Okay, Sister the ham, wait a moment, I'll be right down. Tao Lel suddenly became a little flustered. Why did Sister the ham suddenly come to her company building? She didn't know how to tell the ham that she had resigned and was about to go back to her hometown. A moment later, she ran downstairs, out of breath. Sister the ham, Tao Lel's eyes crinkled into a beautiful curve as she quickly walked up to the ham. You bought a car. Tao Lel looked at the brand new car next to the ham with a look of disbelief. That man actually bought a car for Sister the ham. Didn't he treat Sister the ham badly? The ham smiled and nodded, holding Tao Lel's hand. Yes, I just bought it. I have something to discuss with you today. Are you free? The ham narrowed her eyes slightly, her joyful expression evident. Only then did Tao Lel realize that this time, the ham seemed a little different from the last time they met. Her skin was smoother, her cheeks a little fuller, and her complexion was clearly much better. Most importantly, her confidence seemed to have returned. Sister the ham, I'm free. What is it? Lel, be my assistant again. Let's call Sister Yun and go together. I'm making a comeback. Tao Lel was stunned, unable to believe her ears. After a while, she finally came to her senses. Really? Sister the ham, you're not kidding me, are you? Are you really making a comeback? It's true, Thayham quickly affirmed. I knew it. The road for Lel is endless. Haha, Sister Thayham, what a coincidence. I just resigned. We can be together again. Then. Lel, do you know where Sister Yun is? Let's go find her right now. I know. She must be at the Kingpu District People's Hospital taking care of her mother. Apart from the 4 hours she works, Sister Yun is always there. Good. Then let's go now. Thayham didn't waste any time and directly told Tao Lel to get in the car. The two of them hurried to the hospital. In the car, Tao Lel asked curiously, Sister Thayham, does he know you're making a comeback? Thayham nodded, the corners of her mouth unconsciously turning up slightly. He knows. This time, he was the one who negotiated the contract for me. He also bought this car for me. Tao Lel's mouth fell open, unable to believe her ears. He negotiated the contract for you. How is that possible? Sister Thayham, you're not fooling me, are you? Thayham shook her head very seriously and said, it's true. He negotiated the Enhai entertainment contract for me, and it's the best kind. Tao Lel was speechless. She couldn't understand how Jian Chenji could have negotiated a top-tier contract. Seeing Tao Lel's silence, Thayham continued, Jian Chenji. He's really good to me now. Don't have that kind of attitude towards him anymore. You're my sister, if you're jealous, I can't coax you. None. Tao Lel pouted and dragged out her voice, teasing Thayham. Thayham's face suddenly turned red, but she didn't refute. Arriving at the hospital, Thayham knocked on the door with apprehension. When she saw Sister Yun, she almost burst into tears. Sister Yun's once dark hair now had a few strands of white. Her once strong face was now full of weariness and haggardness. She was wearing a simple, faded set of clothes. She looked exactly like Thayham used to. When she saw Thayham, Sister Yun was completely stunned, staring straight at her. Thayham didn't know what to say. The two looked at each other in silence. Tao Lel was the first to run in and take Sister Yun's hand. Sister Yun, Sister Thayham and I are here to see you. How is Auntie's health? Only then did Sister Yun come to her senses, a little flustered. She clasped her hands together. You're here. Why didn't you tell me beforehand? Look at me. Thayham, come in and sit down. I just put Mom to sleep. Her health is stable. She can eat and drink. One more surgery, and she can be fully recovered. Speaking of her mother, a smile finally appeared on Sister Yun's face, but there was a hint of bitterness in it. She was at the end of her rope, with over 100,000 yuan in debt outside. She had borrowed from all her relatives and friends. Where would she get the money for the next surgery? Thayham walked into the hospital room and sat down. She lowered her head and bit her lip, like a child who had done something wrong, not daring to look at Sister Yun anymore. Tao Lel gently patted Sister Yun's hand, her eyes looking towards Thayham. Sister Yun also looked at Thayham, observing her carefully. After a while, a gratified smile appeared on her face. She walked over and sat next to Thayham, holding her hand. Thayham, I'm very happy you came to see me. Seeing you like this now makes me even happier. It shows that you're living well. I stopped you before for your own good. Don't hold it against me. Sister Yun, I'm sorry. Thayham couldn't hold it in any longer. She threw herself into Sister Yun's arms, tears streaming down like rain. Sister Yun gently patted Thayham's back and said softly, no need to apologize. What mother would blame her own child? I really see you as my own daughter. Come on, don't cry anymore. You'll become ugly if you cry too much. Thayham was an orphan, but ever since she graduated from college, she had been under Sister Yun's care. From when she was unknown to when she participated in a singing competition and became famous, and then when she withdrew from the entertainment industry, Sister Yun was always by her side. Sister Yun had witnessed every step of her growth. Therefore, when she stubbornly withdrew, the one who was hurt the most was not her, but Sister Yun. Sister Yun gently patted Thayham's back until she looked up, her eyes red and swollen. Only then did Sister Yun smile gently at her. Thayham pursed her lips. Sister Yun, I'm making a comeback. Will you still be my manager? Hearing Thayham's words, Sister Yun was stunned, then frowned. Let's put the comeback aside for now. What about your child? Are you at ease letting that Jian Chenji look after her? Compared to Tao Lel, Sister Yun was more rational. She clearly remembered that guy didn't look like a decent person, not like someone who would take care of a child. But Thayham nodded. Jian Chenji is Naine's father. He will take good care of Naine. I trust him. Sister Yun rubbed her temples. She didn't know what had happened, but seeing Thayham's determined expression, she said, all right, even if he can take good care of your child, you have to know that making a comeback is not easy. Do you have a company that wants to sign you now? Even if you sign a contract, what kind of resources will the company give you? Sister Yun, look at this. This is the contract from Enhai Entertainment. Thayham hurriedly took the contract from her bag and handed it to Sister Yun, afraid that if she was a second slower, she wouldn't believe her. Seeing the contract, Sister Yun was stunned. She didn't expect it to be Enhai Entertainment, one of the three giants in Huaigro. Okay, let me see. Sister Yun said as she took the contract and read it carefully. The more she read, the more shocked she became. In the end, her hand started to tremble slightly. What kind of divine contract was this? Did they kidnap the chairman of Manhwa Entertainment? This was a completely unequal contract for an entertainment company. Many of the clauses in it were like the domineering clauses towards Manhwa Entertainment. For example, top-tier resources without limit, freedom, and a 2-year contract. Sister Yun suddenly looked up. Is this real? Is it real? Sister Yun, look, it even has Manhwa Entertainment's seal on it. How can it be fake? The tell me the truth. How did you get this contract? Seeing that Sister Yun finally believed her, the breathed a sigh of relief, her face slightly red. It was Jun Chenji who went to Mada to get it for me. He wrote a song for Manhwa Entertainment. Sister Yun suspected she had heard wrong. Jun Chenji negotiated a contract for the and even wrote a song. Wasn't this a fantasy story? Sister Yun, I know you don't believe him, but he really knows how to write music. Alright, even if he knows how to write music, what kind of song could be worth a contract like this? Don't be fooled. Sister Yun, Jun Chenji really wrote a song. Don't you believe me? The hurriedly took out her phone, opened Douyin, clicked on the Shy account, and handed it to Sister Yun. Sister Yun took the phone, half believing, half doubting. Even Tao Lel next to her curiously leaned over to look. She also didn't believe that man knew how to write music. However, the next second. Oh my god, over 100 million likes, Tao Lel exclaimed in shock, then suddenly shrunk back and laughed. Sorry, this is a hospital ward. Being so loud will disturb the patients. Sister Yun was also stunned. What video had over 100 million likes? Then she saw the account named Shy, followed by Huayan co-creation. Shy. Huayan. So that's how it was. Sister Yun didn't even open the video, because they had all seen this video. She looked up in a daze. Shy is Jung Chenji. Tao Lel also exclaimed in shock beside her, but this time she suppressed her voice. Isn't Shy the most popular and mysterious person on the internet right now? That's right, his surname seems to be Jiang. The shocked expressions of the two made the ham's face turn red again. She was also very happy to be recognized. She said seriously, that's right, Jiang Shy, my husband's full name. Oh my god, the great master is right beside us. So he was playing the fool to hide his abilities before. How hateful. At this time, Sister Yun had also calmed down. She looked up and returned the phone to the ham, her eyes a little complicated. The ham could live a good life, and her future was bright. Of course she was very happy. It's just that. The ham, with your current conditions, you can definitely find a better manager. I'll pass. No, Sister Yun, why? You don't want me anymore. Tao Lel and the ham exclaimed in unison. The ham even looked very aggrieved. Sister Yun sighed and looked at the hospital room. You've also seen my situation. My mother needs to be taken care of. I really can't leave. You can hire a caregiver. Technology is so advanced now, you can monitor her remotely at all times, Tao Lel said bluntly. The ham also looked at Sister Yun expectantly. Sister Yun showed a difficult expression. How could she not know that she could hire a caregiver? But how could her current financial situation allow her to do that? Moreover, if she went with the ham like this, she would only drag her down. The ham, don't persuade me anymore. I want to stay with my mother. You guys go back. Go back. The ham, you must cherish such a good opportunity. Don't be willful anymore in the future. Sister Yun rubbed the ham's head, her heart itching as she turned away, not looking at her anymore. The ham bit her lip. She didn't understand why Sister Yun didn't want to go with her. She came with hope and left with disappointment. On the way back, the ham and Tao Lil were both silent. The ham dropped Tao Lil off and then drove home alone. When the door opened, I was playing a game with Nai Nai. Seeing the ham, I couldn't help but be stunned. She had been crying. What's wrong? You're back. Did everything go smoothly? I asked directly. The ham pouted and sat down on the sofa. Seeing me, it was as if she had found her support and wanted to cry again. Sister Yun doesn't want to come with me. Why? I scratched my head. In my memory, that strict woman should be very fond of the ham. Why wouldn't she want to go with her? The ham recounted everything she had seen and heard at the hospital today, speaking with a sense of grievance. I listened quietly. After hearing the whole story, I nodded thoughtfully. I understand. You stay at home and look after Nai Nai. I'm going out for a bit. Where are you going? The ham pouted, her expression unhappy. It was unclear if it was because I called her a silly girl or because I wasn't there to comfort her. I'm going to find someone very important to you, silly girl. First, I went to a caregiving agency, then drove to the hospital the ham had mentioned. I didn't go directly to Sister Yun but found the doctor first. I learned about the details of Sister Yun's mother's condition from the doctor before going up to the inpatient area. Arriving at the door of room 302, I adjusted my mood, trying to put on a cold expression. I knocked lightly a few times on the door. Footsteps were heard from inside. A moment later, the door opened, and Sister Yun, with slightly red eyes, appeared before me. Seeing me, Sister Yun couldn't help but be surprised, not knowing why I was here. Sister Yun, aren't you going to invite me in? My voice was calm. Sister Yun frowned but still stepped aside to let me into the room. Little Yun, is this your friend? As soon as I entered the room, I saw a white-haired old woman with sunken cheeks lying on the bed, looking at me. Before Sister Yun could answer, I quickly walked to the bedside and took her mother's hand. Auntie, my wife is Sister Yun's friend. My wife came here earlier. You were sleeping then, so she didn't disturb you. Oh, so you're little Yun's friend. You're so thoughtful. It's little Yun's blessing to have friends like you. Sister Yun's mother gently patted my hand, her expression kind. Only her thin, stick-like figure was heartbreaking. What are you saying? It's our blessing to have Sister Yun as a friend. My wife talks about Sister Yun at home all the time. My ears are about to get calluses from hearing it so much. It's just a pity that my wife has a job this time and wanted to go with Sister Yun, but she was worried about your health and refused. You don't know, my wife was so sad when she got home, she kept nagging. I chattered on, while Sister Yun, standing behind me, her expression suddenly changed. She understood. So this guy was sent by Tihan to be a lobbyist. What job? Little Yun, what's this about? Sister Yun's mother didn't know the specifics of her daughter's job. Now, hearing me say this, her white eyebrows immediately furrowed. Mom, don't listen to his nonsense. It's nothing. I'm still working fine. Sister Yun glared at me and hurriedly explained to her mother. Although Sister Yun's mother was nearly 70, she was not stupid. She knew that her daughter must be worried because of her, which had affected her work. She immediately grabbed my hand and asked, Young man, did little Yun make you worry? This child is stubborn. Tell Auntie, what kind of job is it? I put on a difficult expression, looked at Sister Yun, and then said, Auntie, I'm not good at keeping secrets. It's mainly because this job requires business trips. We originally planned to hire a caregiver to take care of you, but Sister Yun was not at ease and wanted to take care of you herself. Little Yun, why didn't you tell me? If you have a job that requires a business trip, you should go. After hearing my words, Sister Yun's mother turned to look at her daughter. Sister Yun's mother became anxious, and her dislike for me grew. She did want to stay and take care of her mother, but the main reason was that she couldn't leave. Where would she get the money to hire a caregiver? Even the money for the next surgery was giving her a headache. Sister Yun, can we talk outside for a bit? My expression was still calm, as if I didn't notice Sister Yun's angry gaze at all. I gave her mother's hand a squeeze and said considerately, Auntie, don't worry. We'll be done after a little chat. After saying that, I stood up and left the hospital room. Sister Yun gritted her teeth, looked at her mother, and then followed me out. In the hallway, Sister Yun looked up and glared at me. What are you trying to do? Just think of me as a bad guy. I just don't want the ham to be sad. Oh, right, I'll pay for Auntie's next surgery. I've also contacted a caregiver. Here's the number, you can choose one yourself. I replied calmly. The height difference between us made me feel a little arrogant. Gunchandi, are you giving me charity? Sister Yun laughed angrily. You're overthinking it. You have to pay this back. It will be deducted from the salary the ham pays you in the future. This time, you and Lel are directly hired by the ham. It has nothing to do with Anhai Entertainment. I don't care how much he pays you. Anyway, this is my money. You have to pay me back. I acted like a complete rogue. Anyway, I had already paid for the surgery and the caregiver. They wouldn't give a refund. I didn't care what she did next. After saying that, I didn't give Sister Yun a chance to react, turned around, and quickly walked towards the door. Don't tell Thea. When I was almost at the door, Sister Yun's voice came from behind. I didn't turn back, just waved my hand. Sister Yun watched my disappearing figure, her eyes complicated. On this side, as soon as I got home, the ham came over, her small face full of curiosity. I deliberately pretended not to see her, and happily picked up Nai Nai. Nai Nai, what do you want to eat for dinner? The ham's face was completely blank, looking at me walk past her in disbelief. I like everything Daddy cooks, the little girl said very supportively, completely ignoring her mother, who was now stunned. Then Daddy will go cook right away. I kissed her cheek and went into the kitchen. Gyunchendi angered out the ham pouted, her face full of grievance. This guy actually dared to ignore her. Didn't he know she had been waiting at home very impatiently? What's wrong? I turned around, my innocent expression making the ham even angrier. When he left, he gently called me a silly girl, but when he came back, he played dumb. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. The ham plopped down on the sofa, crossed her arms, and turned her face away, not looking at me anymore. Having a little temper, not bad. He smiled and decided not to tease her anymore. When you go out tomorrow, remember to bring your 2 loyal bodyguards. With your temper, if you don't bring them along, you'll probably get bullied to death. Tihan suddenly turned her head, her eyes sparkling. The speed at which her expression changed amazed even me. Sister Yun agreed. Alright, I have to go cook. Please don't disturb me anymore. Dongjenji, how did you do it? In the end, Tihan still couldn't find out how I did it. Every time she asked, I would play dumb. But that didn't affect the bright look in her eyes when she looked at me at all. Ever since Jiang Chenji changed, it seemed like there was nothing he couldn't do. I nonchalantly enjoyed Tihan's admiring gaze. I was a vain person now. Problems that could be solved with money were not problems at all. Just talking about Sister Yun's matter, after Tihan told me about it, I had already guessed the reason. The person didn't even have enough to eat, how could she follow you to chase your dreams? Early the next morning, Tihan was already up. Today, I also rarely didn't go for a run. The two of them were very in sync, making breakfast together in the kitchen. Tihan's luggage was already packed and placed in the living room. Nai Nai was still sleeping. She didn't plan to wait for Nai Nai to wake up before leaving, afraid that she would be reluctant to leave then. Breakfast was quickly made. Tihan made her breakfast quietly. I sat next to her, saying a few words from time to time. We were like a normal family. The wife was about to go to work, and the husband was nagging and reminding her. Remember to call often when you get there, or Nai Nai will miss you. I've already told them that you'll be in Mada today. It's not far, come back when you have time. If anything happens outside, remember to tell me. Don't keep it to yourself like a silly girl. Tihan ate her porridge while listening to me. Suddenly she felt a little dazed, a little reluctant to leave home. Tihan ate this meal very slowly, very slowly. It wasn't until the porridge was almost finished that her phone rang. She was still a little dazed. It wasn't until I reminded her that she reacted and answered the phone. Hello, sister Thai. Based on the provided text and cross-referencing with the novel, I transmigrated into an alcoholic and suddenly became a father without realizing it. Here is the corrected English version. I'm ready. Sister Yun is here with me. When will you be over? I'll be right there. You two wait a moment. Okay, we'll meet you downstairs then. I glanced at the luggage. It's time to go, isn't it? Let's not keep them waiting. Jihan nodded. I'll go see Nuan Nuan for a bit, then we'll leave. Meanwhile, at the Shanghai Entertainment Building in Meadow, Yang Bingbing had arrived at the office early. However, she was on edge all day and couldn't focus on her work. Finally, after calculating the time, Yang Bingbing went downstairs to the building's entrance. That man's wife was coming today, and she wanted to see just what kind of person he doted on so much. After waiting for only a short while, Yang Bingbing saw a car with a Jiangchen license plate pull into the parking lot in front of the building. Yang Bingbing narrowed her eyes slightly for a better look. 3 people got out of the car, a young, vibrant girl chattering nonstop, and an older woman with a few gray hairs. Seeing these 2 friends of Tihan, she knew Tihan must have a good personality. She shifted her gaze to the woman walking in the middle. She had a fair, rosy, oval-shaped face and sparkling, almond-shaped eyes that shimmered like water. The woman had a gentle, watery presence that was instantly endearing. No wonder that man was so taken with her. Yang Bingbing composed herself and quickly walked forward. Hello, you must be Tihan, right? I'm Yang Bingbing, the deputy head of human resources at Shanghai Entertainment. On behalf of the company, I welcome you to our team. Yang Bingbing smiled and extended her hand, looking directly at Tihan. Hello, I'm Tihan. Her voice was soft and gentle. How did an idiot like Jiang Chenji manage to marry a woman like this? Yang Bingbing thought to herself, a complicated look flashing in her eyes. But only someone like her would have the foresight to pick up Jiang Chenji when he had nothing. Well, let me give you a tour of the place first, Yang Bingbing said. After all, you'll be working here for the next 2 years, so the sooner you get familiar with it, the better. After the tour, I'll take you to the artist's apartment complex. Everyone followed Yang Bingbing into the building. Along the way, Tao Lil was completely starstruck. This place was far more luxurious than the Tami Entertainment branch in Junction. Moreover, you could see stars who were frequently on the hot search list everywhere. This was something the Tami branch couldn't compare to. In Junction, a second-tier singer like Liu Qian could already throw her weight around. Yang Bingbing led them into the elevator, straight to the 11th floor, enthusiastically introducing the facilities. Along the way, many people greeted Yang Bingbing, their faces showing a strange sort of flattery. Tihan was quite curious. When they looked at her, their eyes clearly held a trace of envy. She didn't understand. Wasn't Yang Bingbing just a deputy head of her? Why did everyone look at her that way? What surprised Tihan even more was seeing a bald, middle-aged man wearing a badge that read Head of Human Resources proactively stop to greet Yang Bingbing. He even greeted her. Tihan was a bit taken aback and returned the greeting. This department head, named John Cao, seemed to have a really good temper to be so polite to her. She recalled that at the Tami branch, any executive would wear a disdainful expression when meeting others. At that moment, Yang Bingbing stopped in the hallway, pointed to a lounge in front of them, and said to Tihan, "This will be your private lounge from now on." When you're at the company and don't have a schedule, you can rest here. Tihan looked up and saw that the door to the lounge was closed with a keypad lock. Her name was indeed on the nameplate. As Yang Bingbing entered the code, she explained, the initial password is 6 X's. You can change it later. Alright, come in and see your lounge. The door opened, and everyone stepped inside. Tao Lel was the first to exclaim, whoa, this lounge is huge, and the decor is so luxurious. Aside from Sister Yun, who remained calm, even Tihan was amazed. She had never seen such a luxurious lounge before. Seeing everyone's delighted expressions, Yang Bingbing also smiled. Not everyone gets this kind of treatment. First-class resources naturally come with a first-class lounge. Just then, the door to the adjacent room suddenly opened. A chic and elegant woman in high heels walked out, followed by a young assistant wearing glasses. She immediately greeted Yang Bingbing. Sister Yan, are you personally showing the newcomer around? Lynette, are you heading out? Yang Bingbing replied with a calm expression. Yes, I have a meeting in the afternoon, so I have to go. Sister Yan, please continue with your work. I'll be on my way, Lena said. She glanced at Tihan and the others without a greeting, and walked away gracefully in her high heels. Let's go too. It's almost noon, Yang Bingbing said, turning back with a smile on her face. The upper floors are just regular meeting rooms, which are rarely used outside of company meetings, so I won't take you there. We'll go straight to the artist's apartment complex. You can drop off your luggage and then we'll have lunch. My treat. Tihan felt that she was being overly enthusiastic. Today, Tihan's impression of the company was quite good, but she found it a bit strange that some people were clearly much warmer towards her than necessary. As they rode the elevator down, Tihan suddenly asked in a low voice, Sister Yan, are you and Jianchenjie very close? After she asked the question, she clearly saw the smile on Yang Bingbing's face freeze for a moment. So that's it, Tihan thought, her gaze wavering slightly as a strange feeling rose in her heart. It's just that I was the one who received him when he came here for a collaboration, and I've been following up on it, so we're a bit more familiar, Yang Bingbing quickly explained. Tihan replied softly, and said nothing more. They went downstairs. Yang Bingbing drove her grey Mercedes in front, and Tihan followed slowly behind. As soon as Tao Lel got in the car, she started chattering carefree about all the good things here, until Sister Yun gave her a look. Only then did she realize that Tihan's mood seemed off, even though she had been quite happy just a moment ago. Sister Tihan, what's wrong? Tao Lel asked curiously, leaning on the front seat. I'm fine, Lil. Just keep talking. This doesn't look like you're fine at all, Tao Lel thought, scratching her head in confusion and turning to Sister Yun for help. Sister Yun just smiled without a word. She could tell at a glance that someone had fallen into a pot of vinegar. Nuan Nuan, be good now. Daddy will pretend to be a tiger for you, okay? Don't cry. At home, my head was throbbing. Ever since Nuan Nuan woke up, she had been demanding her mom. I had tried every trick in the book to soothe her, but Nuan Nuan only cried harder. Yesterday, I promised Tihan I would take good care of Nuan Nuan, but now all I wanted to say was, your humble servant is powerless. It was clear that when Tihan was home, Nuan Nuan was always attached to me and didn't cry like this. What was happening now? Faced with this situation, I wanted to cry too. I thought I was an expert, but reality proved I was just a rookie. I snarled and made a tiger face, but big, round tears still streamed down Nuan Nuan's face. Bad daddy, you hid mommy, I want to see mommy. Wah, Nuan Nuan sat on the sofa, seemingly determined not to give up until she saw her mother. I squatted in front of the sofa, scratching my head. What should I do? Tihan had only been gone for half a day. If I called her back now, wouldn't she laugh her head off? I was in a difficult position, and my tiger face immediately crumbled. Just then, the phone on the table rang. I glanced at it absent-mindedly, and a second later, my eyes suddenly lit up with joy. My savior had arrived. I quickly picked up the phone. It was a WeChat message from Tihan, with just 2 simple words, are you there? I hastily replied, here, of course I'm here. Aren't you busy? Tihan had just finished lunch and was resting in her apartment. Looking at the message on her phone, her expression was calm, perhaps with a hint of murderous intent. Had lunch with Sister Yam today. Answering a question with another question. What's that about? So you had lunch with Sister Yan, do you need to report that to me? I scratched my head, and without thinking too much, I quickly initiated a video call. Tihan's beautiful, cold face appeared on the screen. I gave a sheepish smile and turned the camera towards Nuan Nuan. Nuan Nuan misses you. Donchenji, is this what you call taking good care of Nuan Nuan? I pretended not to hear, my face a mask of innocence. The little girl, who had been sobbing her heart out, finally saw her mom on the phone and frantically wiped her tears with her small hands. In an aggrieved voice, she said, Mommy, did Daddy hide you? Don't you want Nuan Nuan anymore? Nuan Nuan, be a good girl. Mommy just went to work. I'll be home soon, Tihan coaxed gently from the other end. Nuan Nuan gradually stopped crying. She held the phone with both hands, trying to get closer to Tihan. At that moment, I felt like I had been hit by a 10,000-ton blow. I had spent half a day making faces and pretending to be a tiger, and it wasn't as effective as a single sentence from Tihan. After Tihan comforted her a little more, Nuan Nuan finally stopped crying completely. I breathed a sigh of relief. Done with the little one. I turned the camera back to myself, my eyes darting around like a thief, not daring to look Tihan in the eye. Hyunjinji, can you really take good care of our daughter? Tihan's questioning voice came from the phone. I immediately deflated. Who are you looking down on? Today was just an accident. If I were out, you wouldn't be able to sew the Nuan Nuan either, I said, unconvinced. Tihan gave me a deep look. This man doesn't know his own limits. No, that's not right. She hadn't called to talk about this. This man was trying to change the subject. Tihan looked at me with cold eyes and asked with feigned indifference, you and Sister Yam are quite close, huh? It's just normal, I replied casually, completely unaware that I was playing with fire. Normal. Tihan repeated, her eyes dark as she stared at me. I suddenly felt a chill run down my spine. Normal. Are you getting used to things there? No, I'm not. I have things to do. Hanging up now. Tihan glanced at me, deciding to ignore me. The video call ended abruptly. Only then did I belatedly realize that she was angry with me. I felt baffled. I put down the phone and looked at my daughter, who was curled up on the sofa, no longer sad and looking adorable. I chuckled to myself. For the next 2 days, Tihan called home once a day. This eased my worries a lot, but I found that every time she called, she only talked to her daughter. When it was my turn, she acted as if I owed her $8 million, showing no warmth at all. I could only console myself that women have a few days like that every month, and I just had to endure it. Over the past 2 days, Tihan had been very idle, just resting in the apartment. The company hadn't assigned her any schedules. Sister Yun was still contacting external musicians and songwriters, but with no results. This made Tao Lel complain all day about having nothing to do. For instance, at this moment, she was lying on the sofa, hugging a pillow and grumbling, Sister Tihan, what do you think Shanghai Entertainment is up to? They haven't given us any activities, not even released any news about a comeback. How is this any different from not coming back at all? Sister Yun also looked worried. For the past 2 days, she had contacted many musicians and songwriters they had worked with before, but when they heard it was for Tihan's comeback, they all politely declined. After all, no one was a fool. A person who had been out of the entertainment industry for over 2 years had no popularity, and no resources. Writing a song for her would be like pouring water into the sea. Just be patient, we'll find a way, Tihan comforted Tao Lel. She had also been trying to compose for the past 2 days but was always missing a bit of inspiration, getting stuck. This made her think of me. If it were me, I could definitely create an even better song. Thinking of this, Tihan couldn't help but feel discouraged. It seemed like she was no match for me in any aspect now. Or maybe you could ask Jiang Chenji. Tao Lel suddenly sat up and said. Tihan hesitated. The whole point of her coming out here was to not rely on me so much. She considered it for a moment and said, let's wait 2 more days. If there's still nothing, I'll call Jiang Chenji, alright. Tao Lel hugged the pillow, looking a little disappointed. She didn't understand. It was Sister Tihan's husband. Why couldn't Sister Tihan just ask him directly? What Tihan and the others didn't know was that in the Shanghai Entertainment meeting room, Yang Shan and the other executives were in a meeting. In front of them was an invitation letter. Yang Shan waved his hand, and the noisy meeting room immediately fell silent. Everyone has seen it, right? The new song Gala, the most popular star-making show in whole country. Most of the singers who have stood out at the new song Gala are now at the top of the industry. Now their program is about to start, and we have 2 spots. Let's discuss who should go. As soon as Yang Shan finished speaking, the meeting room buzzed with discussion again. Soon, a well-dressed man spoke up first. I think Ru Yan could go. She has a beautiful appearance, decent popularity, and her singing is quite good. She's currently a second-tier singer. If she can get a good ranking at the new song Gala, there's a high chance she'll become a first-tier singer. As soon as the man finished speaking, most of the people present nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Yang Shan made a decision. Alright, Ru Yan is the first one. We have 1 more spot. Who do you all think is suitable? The moment Yang Shan spoke, Jiang Kao stood up and said, Chairman, I think Tihan could also go. Tihan. Yang Shan suddenly remembered. Wasn't this the person that Kid Jiang Chenji recommended? Had she already joined the company? As soon as Jiang Kao spoke, the well-dressed man spoke again. Head John, I don't think Tihan is a good choice. Even a newcomer would be better than her. Not to mention she has no popularity and no works. Just the fact that she retired from the entertainment industry to get married has already left a bad impression on the audience. However, Jun Kao didn't mind and waved his hand, arguing, that's exactly why we should choose her. She has made a comeback with our company, we need to give her a stage. I've listened to Shihan's previous songs, and her singing is very good. Moreover, Shihan's appearance is not inferior in the slightest. Since that's the case, why don't we choose her? The well-dressed man frowned. That Jun, you're in charge of human resources, and I'm in charge of operations. I understand better than you what a singer needs most is popularity. We're not a charity. Just because she's in our company, we have to give her a stage. That Yin, you're talking to me about popularity. Then do you know who recommended Shihan? May I ask, Head Yin, how is Shiyai's popularity? What if he writes a song for Shihan? Shiyai. Ian Ping was slightly stunned when he heard the name. He didn't dare say Shiyai had no popularity. The music video collaboration with Hua Yin had hundreds of millions of views, and it was said his fanbase had reached 50 million. Ian Ping gave up, adjusting the glasses on his nose. Are you sure Shiyai will write a song for Shihan? Alright, stop arguing. I can be sure of this. Yang Shen waved his hand, and they stopped. Seeing that the chairman had made a decision, Ian Ping could only reluctantly nod. He still had a candidate in mind, but it was a pity the decision had been made before he could speak. At the Timmy Entertainment branch in Junction, Sister Yuan ran breathlessly into Liu Kai's lounge. Good news. This time, it's a blessing in disguise. Liu Kaian frowned. What good news? Seeing her cold face, Sister Yuan's excitement was dampened. She looked at Liu Kaian, finding her more and more disagreeable. The two of them were truly sick of each other now, but as long as Liu Kaian hadn't completely fallen, she still had to serve this lady. The new song gala. The company has decided to let you participate. Moreover, they've invited a famous songwriter to write a song for you. This can be considered the company's compensation for your loss last time. New song gala. Liu Kaian was stunned and looked at Sister Yuan, confirming again, is it the new song gala where you can become a first-tier singer just by getting a good ranking? Yes. Is there another new song gala? Little Kaian, this is your chance. You must seize it. I put in a lot of effort to get this opportunity for you. Seeing Liu Kaian getting serious again, Sister Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, even changing her form of address. The new song gala, I'm going to be famous. Liu Kaian finally reacted, jumping up from her chair in excitement. She completely missed the fact that Sister Yuan was bragging, only hearing the news that she was about to become famous. Little Kaian, it's still 3 days away, we need to calm down. This time, the famous songwriter Wu Fan is writing the song for you. You must sing it well, Sister Yuan advised, hoping Liu Kaian wouldn't get too excited. After all, if Liu Kaian became famous, she would get a bigger cut. This time, Sister Yuan also hoped she could get a good ranking. As for Liu Kaian, she didn't care when she heard Wu Fan's name. She became even more excited. It's Wu Fan, the one known as the godfather of music. Then it's settled. What's there to worry about? He and I are a combination of two powerful forces, Sister Yuan sighed, but on second thought, it was true. Although Liu Kaian's character was not good, her singing skills were indeed excellent. With a song by the godfather of music, Wu Fan, she was sure to get into the top 3 this time. At the artist's apartment complex in Meadow, Shihan received a call from the operations department informing her to prepare for the new song gala in 3 days. After hanging up, Shihan was completely stunned. Just a moment ago, they were still discussing how to make a comeback, and unexpectedly, the company had already sent a pillow to her sleepy head. Seeing Shihan's dazed expression after the call, Tao Lel couldn't help but ask curiously, Sister Shihan, who is that? The company's operations department. They informed me that I'll be participating in the new song gala in 3 days. New song gala. The new song gala. Really? Sister Shihan, are you serious? Tao Lel was stunned for a second, and the next moment, she jumped up, grabbed Shihan's shoulders, and shook her back and forth in excitement. Shihan, is the company really letting you participate in the new song gala? Sister Yun, sitting beside her, asked carefully. Yes, the operations department just notified me, Shihan nodded and confirmed. A look of indescribable joy also appeared on Sister Yun's face. Using the new song gala as a stage to announce a strong comeback was excellent. However, the pressing issue now was to find a suitable songwriter. I'll contact the songwriters I know first. Shihan, you try to write a song too. In the next 3 days, we must find a good song to fire the first shot for our comeback. The three of them divided the work clearly. Tao Lel started choosing ingredients for lunch. Sister Yun picked up her phone and started contacting some writers, and Shihan took out music paper, spread it on the table, and began to think. At this moment, our Jian Chenjie was teaching Nuan Nuan her second children's song. For the past 2 days, Nuan Nuan had been very well behaved. Although it might be because Shihan called home every day, I think my contribution was also significant. At least now, I had completely mastered the process of soothing a child. Nuan Nuan clapped her little hands to the beat for me. I wore a big bad wolf mask, pretending to be fierce while singing cute lyrics. Little white rabbit, be good, open the door, quick, open the door, I want to come in. And in the evening, after dinner, Nuan Nuan, having been tired for a day, couldn't help but feel sleepy. Her little head kept nodding off, but she still tried to stay awake, insisting on listening to my bedtime story before she would fall asleep. It was only 8 o'clock now. For the past 2 days, I had been thinking about what kind of song to prepare for Tihan, but I still had no clue. There were too many songs from my previous world, making my mind a mess. Moreover, since Tihan went to Shanghai Entertainment, there seemed to be no news from her side. I thought for a while but still had no clue, so I opened TikTok, planning to watch a few videos before going to bed. Just Being Normal was still very popular online. Every 3 or 4 videos, you could see a related one. Many netizens lamented that after listening to Yai's song, they couldn't listen to any other songs. They even spontaneously formed a fan club for Yai, with their avatars all being Nuan Nuan's expression when she sang Burst of Courage. Only then did I realize that they had somehow turned Nuan Nuan's expressions into stickers, and were using them happily. Fortunately, most netizens were focused on Yai, with only a few mother fans and child fans being fans of Nuan Nuan. Otherwise, the little girl would have to wear a mask when she went out in the future, which would be a hassle. Besides the popularity of Just Being Normal, the hottest topic online right now was the upcoming New Song Gala. The annual New Song Gala always produced 1 or 2 explosive singers, making it a hot topic of discussion. Fans of the singers participating in this year's New Song Gala were even more actively canvassing votes for their idols. The New Song Gala would be broadcast live throughout the entire process. There were 4 veteran celebrity judges who voted, and there would be no ties because there was also a vote cast by the vast number of netizens online. This greatly increased audience participation. The next morning, I was woken up by the ringing of my phone. Nuan Nuan beside me had been awake for a long time, and I didn't know how long she had been playing. I only saw her playing happily. I patted Nuan Nuan's head and casually picked up the phone. The caller was Tao Lel again, that little girl. Hello. It's so early, what's up? I yawned and asked. Hello. Junchenji, you need to manage Sister Tihan. She's like she's possessed. She hasn't slept since last night, Tao Lel whispered, as if she were doing something shady. She was calling me behind Tihan's back. And what happened? A frown. Why didn't this person know how to take care of herself? It was so hard for her to gain a little weight, she shouldn't lose it again. Sister Tihan is going to participate in the New Song Gala, but we don't have a song. She's been obsessed with trying to write one. I scratched my head. I didn't expect Tihan to have to participate in a competition just a few days after she left. The collaboration contract with Shanghai Entertainment originally had a clause that I would write songs for her. This was indeed my oversight. I had been thinking about the song here while things were already on fire over there. Got it. I'll call her. Lel, thank you for helping me take care of her. Who's helping you? It's my duty to take care of Sister Tihan. I won't talk anymore. Sister Tihan is coming out. Tao Lel hurriedly hung up, looking at Tihan with some anxiety. Tihan had been up all night and was in a very poor state of mind, so she didn't notice Tao Lel's small actions. Tihan was very frustrated now. She felt like she was about to grasp the melody, but every time, she was just a little bit off. She didn't understand what was missing, so her mood was naturally not good. At this moment, my call came in. Tihan quickly composed herself and answered the phone. Hello. Does Nuan Nuan miss me? If Nuan Nuan doesn't miss you, can't I call you? I'm your husband, my voice came through the phone. Tihan's face turned slightly red. This was the first time I had called myself her husband. Tihan didn't answer, and for a moment, both of us were silent. After a while, a sigh came from the phone. You're participating in the New Song Gala. Why didn't you tell me? It's something that can be easily solved. Why did you have to tire yourself out like this? If you ruin your health, Nuan Nuan will be sad, I said helplessly. To me, this was clearly something that could be easily done. Tihan could have just told me directly, but she didn't. Tihan had been up all night, and her spirit was already on the verge of collapse. Now, hearing me ask this, Tihan felt like I was questioning her. A huge sense of grievance suddenly welled up in her heart. She unconsciously bit her lip, a trace of stubbornness flashing across her face, and tears gradually filled her eyes. Tihan didn't speak, afraid that her voice would reveal her current state. I couldn't see her expression and unconsciously frowned. After a while, I suddenly heard a sob from the other end. She was crying. What happened? I felt very strange. It seemed I hadn't said anything wrong. What a headache. This feeling was really hard to handle. Hey, why are you crying? In the end, I couldn't hold back. Tihan felt so useless. Junchenji, Tihan said with a crying voice, the volume very loud in my ear, carrying a meaning of both shame and anger. I was stunned. This was the first time I had heard Tihan speak to me like that, her voice trembling and full of grievance. I could suddenly imagine her little expression at this moment, her small lips still pressed tightly together, tears welling in her eyes. She also realized her loss of composure, but she felt very uncomfortable if she didn't say some things. Yunshinji, do you think I'm completely useless and can only rely on you? I don't want to be like that. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to blame you, I was just worried about your health. Forgetting to write the song was indeed my oversight. So that's what she was thinking about. My words just now were indeed a bit problematic. He slowly realized, laughed wryly, and said. My words interrupted what Tihan was about to say. On the other end, I laughed, seemingly with a bit of joy. I'm so aggrieved, and he can't see it and is even laughing. Tihan felt even more wronged. After meeting that mature woman Yang Bingbing, she suddenly felt that she had nothing compared to her. That woman had a good figure, a good temperament, and a better education. Moreover, from her eyes, Tihan could see her admiration for me. While Tihan was lost in her thoughts, my voice continued to come through the phone. But, Tihan, I really want to crack open your little head to see what's inside. To me, you and Nuan Nuan are the best gifts from heaven. Don't think about these things. I'm telling you the truth, Tihan is my one and only wife, no one can replace her, I said loudly, my voice very firm. Ever since I came to this family and was accepted by Tihan and Nuan Nuan, we were a family. In a family, there is no such thing as who relies on whom, only mutual support. Tihan was stunned by my words. She didn't expect me to say such things. Words like one and only wife made Tihan's already blushing beautiful face turn crimson in an instant. Tihan hummed softly, her mood clearly much better. Alright, don't have these messy thoughts in the future, you know. I'll send you this song tonight. Take these 2 days to practice more. If you fall before the battle even starts, wouldn't that be a slap in my face? My voice continued from the phone. Hearing these boastful words, Tihan couldn't help but burst out laughing. A slap in your face. Who do you think you are, some historical figure? But the phrase fall before the battle even starts was really good. I don't know where he suddenly got this culture from. Then I'd like to see what kind of song you can write. Tihan had been persuaded by me. Now go asleep. You can only practice singing well if you have the energy. I hung up the phone. Hearing the dial tone, I breathed a sigh of relief. Coaxing a wife is harder than coaxing a child. But luckily, this didn't stump me. I took out a pen and music paper from the drawer and began to hesitate about which song to use. If others knew about my hesitation at this moment, they would probably be so angry they'd spit blood. Others have to rack their brains to write a song, while I don't know which one to choose from thousands of songs. After hesitating for a long time, I still couldn't decide. There were too many good songs in my head, all crowded in my mind, fighting, making my mind very chaotic. I opened the window a little annoyed. A cool breeze blew in, easing the frustration in my heart. Downstairs in the community, a young couple was parting. The boy pulled a large suitcase, his face full of reluctance. The girl's eyes were filled with tears, lingering and unwilling to part. Seeing this scene, I suddenly remembered a sentence, love rises with the wind, and when the wind stops, it's hard for love to settle. Now they were parting. When the boy returned, would they still be together? That was unknown. But the boy still had to go out into the wider world to venture and see. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but be stunned. Then I quickly walked to the desk, picked up a pen, and wrote 2 words on the music paper, the wind rises. Now, in my mind, there was only this familiar melody. When this song was released back then, it became the love song in the youthful memories of countless people. I spread out the music paper, my eyes flashing with memories, and wrote down the notes one by one. Gradually, I was completely immersed in this wonderful music, my mouth unconsciously singing along. I don't know how much time had passed until Nuan Nuan's call snapped me out of it. Daddy, time to eat. I immediately smiled gently. My dear, are you hungry? Daddy will prepare lunch right away. My daughter's words were the holy grail. As a dad with a child, I didn't dare to delay for a second. I threw down the pen and turned to go into the kitchen. 2 hours later, the well-fed father and daughter were lying on the sofa. Nuan Nuan jiggled and didn't forget to rub her belly for her dad. Then she burped herself. The 2 of them immediately started playing around. Tihan's video call also came in at the right time. She still had large dark circles under her eyes, obviously not having slept enough. Seeing the lazy posture of the father and daughter, Tihan was extremely envious in her heart. Some people are working hard outside, while you are enjoying family fun at home. One big and one small, both are heartless things. Tihan rarely put on a pitiful look, closing her beautiful eyes, tears glistening, accusing, I'm not free either, I've already written it. I'll send it to you tonight. Nuan Nuan also chimed in, learning from me, raising her 2 small hands and closing her identical beautiful eyes, also glistening with tears, as if competing with Tihan to see who is more pitiful. Nuan Nuan is not free either. Nuan Nuan watched 2 fewer episodes of cartoons today and learned 5 numbers. Tihan immediately couldn't hold it in anymore and burst out laughing. She admitted that she couldn't compare to this little in. Alright, our Nuan Nuan is the hardest worker. Let mommy give you a kiss. The little girl immediately happily pouted her lips, and also gave Tihan a smack. Aren't you going to give me one? I coughed dryly, shamelessly also moving my face closer to the phone. Tihan's beautiful face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Most importantly, the little girl beside her even chimed in, telling her mom to give her dad one. In the end, Tihan really couldn't stand the little girl's enthusiasm, nor could she resist my thick skin, and pouted her lips for a symbolic kiss, just without the smacking sound. Having been rewarded, I grinned from ear to ear. I quickly ran into the bedroom, and brought the written music paper to the phone camera. Look, I'm not lying to you. I really have written it. This kiss of yours was not in vain. Tihan gave me a charming look, but her heart was shocked beyond words. In just a few hours, he had written a song. She was truly defeated. She had thought for several days without a single melody, unable to grasp it. Yet he only took a few hours to have a complete song. This man was truly a monster. The family of 3 chatted for a while before hanging up. I took pictures of the entire music sheet and lyrics and sent them to Tihan. Tihan received the WhatsApp message and opened the pictures with some anticipation. A large title appeared before her eyes, The Wind Rises. What kind of divine song is this? After Tihan read the lyrics and the music sheet, she only felt her heart beat faster. Now she truly understood the value of the comments online. What is when Tihan makes a move, it must be a masterpiece. This is it. Moreover, the most terrifying thing was that I only took a few hours to compose such a song. Tihan had an impulse to ask me what else I was hiding in my head. Thinking of this, Tihan took a deep breath and picked up her phone. At this time, I had just finished changing Nuan Nuan's clothes and was about to go out for a walk when I saw Tihan's video call coming in again. Is there anything else? I didn't understand. Didn't we just hang up? Why call again? In the video, Tihan's eyes were burning as she looked straight at me, making me a little uncomfortable. What's wrong? My voice started to stutter, my eyes avoiding hers. What does this woman mean? Showing off her beautiful eyes. If there's nothing, can't I video call you? Impressive, learning and applying it immediately. I had just used this excuse on her, and now she immediately retaliated. This woman was not only beautiful, but also held a grudge. I thought to myself, laughing heartily. Hyunchenji, what else are you hiding from me? Why do you say that? How can I be innocent for no reason? I scratched my head and frowned, not understanding. Seeing me like this, Tihan's beautiful face turned red with some embarrassment, her voice involuntarily rising. Your songs, these. I say, you suddenly became enlightened one day, would you believe it? Ha ha ha, it was indeed very sudden. I didn't know how to explain, so I could only touch my nose and try to evade. Tihan looked at me deeply and didn't press further. After half a day, she suddenly said, thank you. Her sudden words made me completely confused. It's nothing, you just practice singing well. Nuan Nuan and I will cheer for you. Tihan said very softly, and when she looked up, her face also had a smile. I won't let this song of yours be buried. I nodded and held Nuan Nuan's hand, waving it in front of the camera. Nuan Nuan and I are going out. The video ended. Tihan held her phone and knocked on Tao Lel's door. Lel, get ready. We're going to the company to practice singing. Practice singing. You have a song. Really? Did Jian Chenji give it to you? I knew it, he would never let you down, Tao Lel said excitedly, her face full of joy, directly taking Tihan's hand and shaking it, completely unaware that she had let the cat out of the bag. Tihan's face turned slightly red as she glanced at Tao Lel. Only then did she know that it was her who had sold her out. The 3 of them drove to Singhai Entertainment. Tihan planned to stay here regularly for the next 2 days, until she could sing this song well. It was only when she really sang The Wind Rises that she knew how good this song was. After trying to sing it a few times, Tihan gradually found her feeling. She sang more and more naturally, even making Sister Yun exclaim in amazement. Compared to the original version she had heard, Tihan's voice was already very similar. The practice time passed quickly. Unknowingly, it was already evening. The 3 of them came out of the recording studio, and the door of the room opposite just happened to open. A girl with a lovely doll-like face also happened to come out. She was stunned when she saw Tihan but still nodded friendly in greeting. Tihan smiled in return. However, the man with gold-rimmed glasses standing behind the girl held his nose high in the air, showing no friendliness toward Tihan at all. After Tihan left, this man snorted coldly. How rude. Doesn't even know how to greet a superior. I don't know how the company chose her. She's new to the company, it's normal that she doesn't recognize you, uncle. Ruyan, you must sing well this time, you know. You're the one I chose, don't embarrass me. I know, uncle. This girl was Ruyan, who would be participating in the new song gala with Tihan. And her uncle was none other than Yin Ping. In the following days, Tihan went to practice early and came back late every day, working very hard. Her efforts made even Tao Lel feel sorry for her. Sister Yun was not idle either. She had regained control of Tihan's Weibo account and posted a comeback announcement. Hello everyone, I'm Tihan. On August 7th, at the new song gala, I will start over. Singer Tihan of Shanghai Entertainment is on her way back. I hope everyone can pay more attention in the future and interact more under my Weibo. Thank you, everyone. The announcement was very brief. Tihan's remaining fans were only a few thousand, and most of them were ghost followers. Therefore, after the announcement was posted, it was like throwing a stone into the sea, causing no ripples. Only a few old fans and some small marketing accounts discovered this announcement. Although Tihan had been out of the entertainment industry for more than 2 years, the traffic of the new song gala was large enough, so these small marketing accounts began to edit the news. Through the promotion of these small marketing accounts, many people vaguely remembered this once popular girl. However, they didn't pay much attention to it. It was all old news, who would care? On August 7th, the new song gala officially began. However, this time, the director of the new song gala, Reconnecting, was very worried because a song by Shi Yi had been occupying the hot search, so the traffic of this new song gala was completely incomparable to previous ones. But the annual new song gala couldn't be postponed for one person. He could only bite the bullet and start this year's new song gala. It was a pity that he couldn't contact Shi Yi. If he could invite him to be a judge for the new song gala, the traffic would definitely explode from the beginning. At this time, I was completely unaware of these things. I was leading Nuan Nuan in a long line into the stadium. That's right, after lunch, I secretly came to Mido without telling Tihan. Since I said I would cheer for her, of course, I had to cheer for her in person. The atmosphere at the scene was very lively. I looked around, and almost everyone was holding a light stick. Some people even held up signs to support their favorite singer, waving them and cheering non-stop. I was an exception. I was like a thief, just holding Nuan Nuan, stealthily finding a seat in the stadium. The competition had not yet begun, but in the live broadcast room, comments were already pouring in, expressing the audience's views. I glanced at it, and it seemed that no one supported Tihan to win. There were 4 hot candidates for the championship, Ruyan, Liu Qian, Xiao Fei, and Bai Miao. I only knew one of them, Liu Qian, the woman who had once laid her demonic hands on Nuan Nuan. I had never heard of the other 3, so I didn't pay much attention. The competition was about to begin, but the backstage was very restless at this time. Tihan, why are you here? Liu Qian's face turned pale, unable to believe her eyes. She actually saw Tihan backstage. If you can be here, why can't our sister Tihan be here? Tao Lil directly rolled her eyes and retorted. Her disdainful expression made Liu Qian even angrier. Liu Qian's eyes flickered. She couldn't believe that Tihan had appeared, and that Tao Lil and Sister Yun were still by her side. This feeling. She was reminded of the Tihan of the past, the one who always overshadowed her. It seemed as though the former Tihan had returned. The outfit Tihan was wearing today, in particular, made her expression turn even uglier. Standing before her, Liu Qian felt like a clown, inferior in every way. Envy was the only thing Liu Qian felt at this moment. Seeing this, Sister Yuan quickly pulled Liu Qian aside. Glancing at the other contestants, she whispered encouragingly in her ear, Qian, this is the backstage area. Don't make a scene. It's just Tihan. She has nothing now. She's not worth you lowering yourself. After hearing Sister Yuan's words, Liu Qian's expression improved significantly. That's right. The Tihan of today was no longer the famous star of the past. What did she have to compete with her? Besides, she has song from the godfather of music, Wu Fan. There was nothing to fear. With that thought, Liu Qian regained her composure. She shot a disdainful glance at Tihan. So what if she can sing well? So what if she's beautiful? She's a married woman, what kind of amazing song could she possibly bring? Of course the program's crew knew nothing of what happened backstage. On the main stage, the host had already taken the microphone. After a few simple words, he invited the 4 judges to their seats. Soon after, the 8 pairs for the competition were chosen. Looking at the matchup list on the big screen, I smiled. At that moment, the host's voice echoed through the hall. Let's give a round of applause to welcome the 2 contestants for our first match. One from Angel Entertainment, Tihan, and one from Tammy Entertainment, Liu Qian. 2 beams of light appeared backstage. Tihan and Liu Qian slowly walked onto the stage, following the spotlights. It was clear Tihan was a little nervous. It had been a long time since she had been on stage, and this return made her feel a little anxious. Liu Qian, on the other hand, had a cold expression. She hadn't expected to face Tihan in such a dramatic first match. The audience below the stage roared. Many didn't know who Tihan was, and wondered why they had never heard of such a beautiful woman. I also noticed Tihan's nervousness, so I held Nai Nai up high and waved. Instantly, Nai Nai turned into a living cheering sign, continuously shouting, "Go, mommy, go." On stage, Tihan suddenly saw the 2 familiar figures. She quickly covered her mouth with her hand, looking towards them in disbelief. In the audience, Those two lively figures dispelled all the tension in her heart. The next moment, an unprecedented light shone in her eyes. Daddy, Daddy, Mommy sees us. Nai's eyes met Shihan's, and her small hands waved even faster. I also looked at Shihan with a gentle smile on my face. Yes, Mommy sees Nai. In the first match, Shihan will face Liu Qian. Shihan will sing first. Let's give her the stage. The host's voice once again echoed through the venue. Then, the lights gradually dimmed, leaving only a single spotlight on Shihan. The background music began to play. I held Nai in my arms and slowly closed my eyes to listen. For some reason, Shihan's pure smile from a moment ago was etched in my mind and wouldn't go away. I suddenly recalled a line from a song. Walking through this world, full of longing, flipping through the years, different faces unexpectedly break into your smile. As the song's melody began, the venue fell silent. On the large screen, the song's title appeared, The Wind Rises. It was a simple name, but the names of the lyricist and composer that followed made everyone's eyes widen. Shi Yi. This unfamiliar singer had managed to get the mysterious Shi Yi to write a song for her. Everyone held their breath, eager to hear what Shi Yi's new song sounded like. Backstage, Liu Qian's jaw dropped. If you looked closely, you could see her hands trembling uncontrollably. The intro was simple but instantly captured everyone's attention. Shihan's voice followed, walking through the forest, following the wandering footsteps of youth. The venue became so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The music seemed to transport them, making them see the relentless steps of their own youth. At this point, Shihan was completely immersed in her singing. She had practiced this song countless times, but this was the most invested she had ever been. Her eyes sparkled as she looked down at the audience, where the two most important people in her life were. They were both there. Not only the live audience but also those watching the live stream were completely moved by the song. Images flashed through their minds as they reminisced about the past. Countless familiar yet distant faces finally settled on the smile of one person, the most unforgettable person from their youth. So this was The Wind Rises, stirring a breeze called youth that had been buried deep in their hearts. The singing continued, and everyone was entranced. The entire stadium was silent, all lost in memories guided by the song. Backstage, Liu Qian collapsed to the floor, her face pale. She no longer had the courage to perform. Shihan, with her stunning appearance, flawless singing skills, and this nearly invincible song, had completely shattered her confidence. Sister Yuan, standing not far from Liu Qian, had a look of utter confusion. Who was the real godfather of music? She had heard the song Wu Fan wrote for Liu Qian. Now, hearing Shi Yi's song, she felt the other one wasn't even worthy of being an opening act. Sister Yuan smiled bitterly. A lack of skill is a lack of skill. She was crushed before, and now that the person had returned stronger, she was still being crushed. It wasn't just backstage. Even the judges were moved by the song. As veteran judges and singers, they felt a pang of jealousy towards Shihan. If they had a song like this to pave their way back then, they might have already achieved the status of kings and queens of the music industry. The lyrics seemed to be telling of trivial matters, returning to see it still you, but it stirred infinite regret in the audience's hearts. They too wished they could go through half a lifetime and return with their original spirit intact. But regret was still regret. They seemed to see a smiling face in the chilling morning light, slowly fading away, disappearing. At this moment on the live stream's comment board, someone posted a line, I wondered why things fell apart, it turns out the wind had risen. The once quiet comment section immediately exploded. Countless people, with tears in their eyes, followed suit. All the viewers were touched. After hearing the song, their hearts were filled with regrets about their youth. They cried as they posted comments, sharing their own stories. In the end, it all became, I wondered why things fell apart, it turns out the wind had risen. Love rises with the wind, when the wind stops, love is hard to quell. Just then, Shihan's performance was nearing its end. Her voice, refined through countless trials, seemed to soothe everyone's hearts while also providing an answer to their youth. The song's ending was like a final entrustment to oneself. Everyone awoke from their youthful dreams. Life goes on, and those memories were just feelings evoked by the scenery. Though memories are full of regret, how can youth without regret be called youth? Sometime during the performance, the viewership numbers backstage had grown exponentially, far exceeding the ratings of previous years. Director Ren Cao wiped a tear from the corner of his eye and couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. This was Shi Yi. He made you cry and laugh at the same time. What kind of divine being was this person to have such a powerful charm? When Shihan first arrived, Ren Cao had looked down on her. A nobody. If it weren't for Angel Entertainment's insistence, he would have kicked her off the show. He never expected things to change so quickly. Now, he wished he could put Shihan on a pedestal and worship her. My good sir, a good person gets good things. Ren Cao felt no shame for his change in attitude. There's no shame in making money. On stage, the singing continued. Ren Cao pushed aside his scattered thoughts and continued to listen. The music stopped, and the lights came back on. Tihan slowly came back to reality from the song's lingering melody, looking nervously at the audience. The silence from the crowd made her a bit flustered. I slowly opened my eyes, and seeing Tihan's tense expression, I chuckled. Tihan sang very well, comparable to the original I had heard. Nai looked around curiously at the adults, not understanding why they all had tears in their eyes. Mommy sang so beautifully. At her young age, she didn't know they were reminiscing about the past, but that didn't affect her. She raised her small hands and tried her best to clap for her mother. The next moment, like a chain reaction, thunderous applause erupted throughout the hall. With tears in their eyes, they gave their support to Tihan on stage. The live stream for the new voice was like a tidal wave of comments. As expected of Shiyai, a masterpiece that doesn't disappoint. Amazing, I'm crying. This isn't the wind rises, it's a tornado that blew away the memories I've buried for years. On stage, Tihan bowed to the audience, then gave a reluctant look towards me and Nai before heading backstage. The competition continued. Next up was Liu Qian's performance. Somehow, Liu Qian had gotten up from the floor. Watching Tihan walk past her, a deep, indescribable sense of helplessness washed over her. She didn't know how she got on stage. Even when the music started, she stood there dazed for a moment before reacting. Unfortunately, she was half a beat late. It was a rocky start. The audience let out a collective hiss, making her even more flustered. Her singing went off key. She finished the song in a daze. Backstage, director Ren Cao frowned as he looked at the real-time viewership ratings. What was this Liu Qian doing? He knew her singing skills were decent before, so why was she like this today? However, Ren Cao was only annoyed for a moment, and didn't dwell on it. She was bound to lose anyway, so what was there to think about? The ratings had exploded today, and that was enough. Unsurprisingly, the final vote was an overwhelming victory, 5-0. Tihan's message arrived, asking to meet me at the backstage exit. Seeing this, I paid no more attention to the following competitions, and left the hall with Nai. As soon as Tihan came out, she saw me holding Nai from a distance. The orange streetlights stretched our shadows. Suddenly, a feeling of happiness swelled in Tihan's heart. It was the happiness of a husband waiting with their child for his wife to get off work, simple and ordinary under the lights, but incredibly warm. I saw Tihan the moment she came out. She was beautiful tonight, but her beauty was different from on stage. On stage, she was like a fairy descended to earth, stunningly beautiful, making people hesitant to approach. Mommy, Nai eagerly squirmed out of my arms and ran towards Tihan with small steps. Tihan immediately crouched down, her face radiant with a smile, and hugged the incoming Nai. At this moment, I also walked over and smiled at Tao Lel and Sister Yuan. Tihan then stood up, holding Nai. He smiled at her. So, was the surprise okay? Tihan's face flushed, but she still looked directly at me. Very surprising. Then let's find a place to eat. Nai and I haven't had dinner yet. I'm fine, but Nai's little stomach is already growling. Hearing me say that, Sister Yuan stepped forward. Let's go back to the apartment. There are ingredients there. It's safer to eat at home. The group headed towards the parking lot. They didn't know that their actions were all seen by Liu Qian and Sister Yuan, who had just come out from backstage. Liu Qian was holding her phone, her eyes flashing with hatred as she watched Tihan's departing figure. A brilliant idea suddenly came to her, a brilliant idea to ruin Tihan completely. Since she had already lost everything, she wanted to drag Tihan down with her. Why should Tihan have what she couldn't? The internet has no memory. But when you reappear in people's sights, their memories become incredibly sharp. Tihan's past began to be dug up and posted on Weibo. 2 years ago, the popular starlet suddenly withdrew from the industry after her relationship was exposed. As soon as this topic appeared, some unscrupulous media outlets smelled blood. They began to exploit the topic relentlessly. In an instant, the discussion about Tihan became hotter and hotter, even overshadowing the headlines for the new voice. The internet became polarized. One side believed that since Tihan had withdrawn due to her relationship, she shouldn't return. They couldn't support a married singer. The other side argued that as long as she could sing well, her love life was her own business. Finally, Angel Entertainment had to step in. Congratulations to our Tihan for successfully advancing to the next round. We hope everyone will support her more in the future. We are also announcing that in the next match, Tihan will continue to perform a song by Shiyai. Additionally, all of Tihan's songs from the new voice will be compiled into an album and released on Huiyin Music after the show. As soon as this announcement from Angel Entertainment was released, the internet went into an uproar. Shiyai didn't just write one song for Tihan, but more than one. It was unbelievable. In an instant, Angel Entertainment's announcement, and the topic of Tihan shot to the top of the hot search list. Even the song The Wind Rises had to settle for second place, while the new voice could only tremble in third. We were completely unaware of the heated situation online. After dinner, Tihan drove me back to the hotel alone. Nai stayed at the apartment with them for the night. Since I transmigrated here, I had hardly ever been alone with Tihan. Now, with just the two of us in the car, the atmosphere suddenly became quiet. I didn't know what to say. I glanced at Tihan, who was driving, then turned my head to quietly look at the night scenery outside the window. Tihan noticed my gaze and couldn't help but sneak a peek at me, but she quickly looked away. Her heart was beating a little fast, and her earlobes turned red. She tried to suppress the strange feeling in her heart, looking straight ahead, pretending not to care. Until we reached the hotel, the two of us didn't exchange a single word. Anyone who didn't know us would think we were strangers. The car stopped in the hotel parking lot. Only then did I turn to look at Tihan. Go back now. Be careful on the road. Call me when you get there. Tihan lowered her head without answering, unbuckled her seatbelt, and got out of the car first. My heart skipped a beat. What did she mean? I secretly swallowed, pretending to be calm, and followed her out of the car. Want to come up and sit for a bit? I asked, my voice trembling slightly. In the cramped elevator, I could clearly hear my own heart pounding. Tihan was no better. She didn't know what had come over her just now. When I told her to go back, she suddenly didn't want to leave so quickly. Damn it, why was I so clueless just now? What do I do next? The two of them had a shotgun wedding. Since marrying me, she had never been intimate with me. She stared intently at her toes, not daring to look up, not knowing what to do. While they were lost in their thoughts, the elevator doors opened. 3rd floor. This was the floor my room was on. I subconsciously stepped out of the elevator, and Tihan slowly followed. He swiped the card and opened the door. I walked into the room. There was only one bed. Tihan's entire body was still. She didn't know how she had entered the room or how I had closed the door. The only sound in the room was the breathing of two people. What was about to happen seemed predictable, but Tihan suddenly felt panic. She wasn't ready. She had only just started to accept me a little, she couldn't do anything else yet. But I completely misunderstood Tihan's thoughts. No matter how dense I was, I knew what it meant for a woman to come to a man's hotel room to sit for a bit. I had been single for 1,000 years, but that didn't mean I had no way. Even if you've never eaten pork, you've seen a pig run, right? As for Tihan, I had asked myself many times. From initially wanting to compensate her, to gradually feeling sorry for her, then to liking her a little, and then to admiring her. I understood my feelings clearly. I sat down on the edge of the bed, and looked at Tihan, who was still standing there with her head down. I took a deep breath and took the initiative to hold her hand. I looked up, for the first time looking directly into Tihan's eyes. However, the next moment, the burning fire in my heart was suddenly extinguished. Her beautiful eyes were filled with panic, unease, fear, and many other emotions. I sighed and slowly let go of her hand. I'm going to wash my face, I said, my voice hoarse. Tihan, still with her head down, just asked softly, I washed my face with cold water for a long time before I completely calmed down. When I came out of the bathroom, I saw Tihan again, and suddenly burst out laughing. She was still standing there with her head down, like a quail. This silly girl, doesn't she know that acting like this will make a man sin? Let's go. I'll take you downstairs. Tihan suddenly looked up at me. Huh? What? Hurry up, I said angrily, reaching out to tap her on the head. Tihan cried out in pain, holding her head, her big eyes glistening as she stared at me, her small mouth pouting. Oh, what a flirt. I couldn't take it anymore. Don't you know how charming you are? Hurry up and go. If you don't go now, you won't be leaving tonight. Why are you so aggrieved? I opened the door and started shooing her out. Only then did Tihan hurry out. Seeing me close the door, she even patted her chest in relief. I walked Tihan all the way downstairs and watched her get into the car. I quietly waited for her to drive away. Just as the car started, Tihan suddenly rolled down the window and looked straight at me, her face flushed. Didn't you want to? I rubbed my forehead and sighed. What do you think? This kind of thing has to be consensual. The day my wife is ready, I'll be more than happy. Tihan's face turned red all the way to her neck, but her eyes shone even brighter. I am leaving then. Go on, be careful. Call me when you get home. The car drove away. I let out a bitter laugh and went back to my room. Just after I finished showering, I received a call from Tihan. She had arrived back at the apartment. We wished each other good night. Little did we know, a post about Tihan had suddenly appeared on Weibo, and was slowly climbing the hot search list. By the next morning, the post had reached the 10th spot. Tihan is having an affair with the mysterious singer Shi. The post was assertive, claiming that Tihan and I were married with a daughter, but our relationship was not good. In order to make a comeback, Tihan had seduced Shi with her beauty, which is why he wrote songs for her. The post was plausible and was shared by many marketing accounts, with numerous comments. So, early in the morning, it successfully climbed the hot search list. Netizens who saw it were skeptical at first, but they couldn't resist the added comments and the promotion from marketing accounts. They went from doubt to belief, and then to condemnation of Tihan. As more people woke up and saw the post, it immediately caused a huge wave. By 9 this post and Tihan's Weibo were pushed to the first and second spots on the hot search list. At this time, I had just finished my morning run, completely unaware of what was happening. Tihan had a restless night. Every time she closed her eyes, the scene of me holding her hand in the hotel replayed in her mind, causing her to wake up with dark circles under her eyes, looking exhausted. Sister Yuan and Tao Lel looked at each other with worry. They thought Tihan hadn't slept all night because she had seen the trending news. Tao Lel, looking anxious, walked up to Tihan as she sat down at the dining table. Sister Han, what did Jiang Chenny say? Isn't he going to clarify? It's best if he clarifies this himself. If you make a statement, it will only backfire. Tihan, her mind still foggy, was confused by Tao Lel's words. Clarify what? Did something happen to Jiang Chenny's again? Tao Lel was speechless. She then realized Tihan had no idea what had happened. She hated Jiang Chenny's even more for not stepping up to defend Sister Han. The rumors online had nearly drowned Sister Han's Weibo. Sister Han, you're still thinking about him. He's fine, but you're in trouble. You should check your Weibo. Only then did Tihan realize from Tao Lel's tone that something was wrong. She took out her phone and opened Weibo. What greeted her were countless private messages and comment notifications. Tihan opened them. Seeing the malicious private messages, her hands couldn't help but tremble. She took a deep breath and continued to scroll. Basically, 9 out of 10 messages were cursing her. After exiting the private messages, she saw the post and several follow-up posts from marketing accounts. After a while, Tihan put down her phone and continued to eat breakfast, her expression calm as if nothing had happened. Seeing Tihan like this, Tao Lel became even more worried. With such a huge public outcry online, could Sister Han handle it? Sister Han, what should we do? Are we just going to ignore it? Tihan patted Tao Lel's hand and comforted her. Lel, the innocent are innocent. As long as we know the truth, that's enough. Seeing Tihan this way, Tao Lel sighed inwardly. They say the innocent are innocent, but public opinion never cares whether you live or die. Tihan's eyelashes fluttered. In truth, she was not calm at all. But since Jiang Chenny's always released his songs anonymously, it meant he didn't want others to know. In that case, she couldn't reveal his identity. At this moment, the vast number of netizens were still waiting for the person involved to come forward and explain. They waited a long time, and finally, Tihan's Weibo was updated. They eagerly opened it, but were all stunned. They thought it would be a long post, but it was just 4 simple words, the innocent are innocent. What was this? She was trying to brush it off just like that. As a result, the online discussions immediately became more extreme. At Tammy Entertainment in Junction, Liu Qian was laughing gleefully. Although she had been scolded by the company upon her return from a city, it couldn't dampen her current joyous mood. She had successfully dragged Tihan down with her. Sister Yuan, standing beside her, watched Liu Qian's triumphant laughter and just felt that the woman before her had gone mad. She had only found out about this news this morning. Liu Qian had done all this behind her back, even hiding it from her manager. Liu Qian, do you know what you're doing? This is slander. If Tihan really pursues this, you'll be completely finished. Hearing Sister Yuan's words, Liu Qian just glanced at her with dissatisfaction. What slander? Who knows if they have something going on? Tell me, if there was nothing, how could a nobody like Tihan get Ye to write a song for her? I think it's 80 shady. Look, she didn't even explain. Haha, the innocent are innocent. So high and mighty. Sister Yuan remained cold and silent. She looked at the crazed Liu Qian and could only hope that what Liu Qian said was true. Otherwise, she would have to abandon her. At the hotel, I was leisurely taking a shower, not expecting the phone outside to ring incessantly, as if urging me on. Seeing the caller ID, I was a bit surprised. Why is she calling me? Manager Young, what brings you to call a slacker like me today? Slacker? You have the nerve to call yourself a slacker. Do you know that since you appeared, the hot search list has been almost completely dominated by you? Yang Bingbing said unhappily on the other end of the line. It scratched my head. It was true. Since I released a lifetime with you, the hot search topics seem to be all about me, non-stop. It's because I'm too handsome, everyone likes me. Why did you call? Is there something you need? I shamelessly praised myself before getting serious. Yang Bingbing gritted her teeth. She really wanted to beat this man to death. What do you mean? Is there something you need? Can't I call him if there's nothing? Aren't they friends? Yang Bingbing's voice became even more annoyed. Do you think I wanted to call you? It's about your wife. What are you even doing? Tihan is being dragged through the mud, and you're just sitting there. Tihan is being slandered. I immediately became serious. Tell me, what happened to Tihan? My unprecedented seriousness made Yang Bingbing's heart itch a little. It seemed that as long as it involved Tihan, this man would become incredibly serious. Go look at the hot search yourself. Goodbye. The call was hung up. I frowned, not understanding why this girl was so crazy. But now was not the time to think about that. I hurriedly opened Weibo, and immediately saw the top several posts on the hot search. The moment I saw the titles, my face darkened. After reading the entire content of the posts and seeing the messages and comments on Shihan's Weibo, my expression turned completely black. I laughed in anger. Do they really think my woman is easy to bully? And that silly girl, not even telling me about such a big thing. What is she thinking? Carrying it all by herself. I wanted to directly ask that silly girl if she even considered me her husband. But before I asked her, there were some things I had to do. Someone wanted to play. Then let's play for real. Liu Qin never would have expected the slap to come so quickly and so hard, throwing her into a panic before she could even celebrate for long. She never would have thought that Shi Yi was that handsome man. At 10. While everyone was still heatedly discussing Shihan's incident, a short video from Shi Yi on Douyin was swiped upon. As one of the two main characters of the incident, and a mysterious figure with tens of millions of fans, his video was seen by countless people as soon as it was posted. Without even needing a push from Douyin, fans spontaneously spread the video. Shi Yi reveals his face to prove his innocence. This was a huge event. No one expected the mysterious Shi Yi to unhesitatingly step forward and post a video at this time. He could have remained silent. After all, he wasn't the main target of the attacks this time. But when people opened the video, they found that this wasn't a video to prove his innocence at all. It was clearly a video of him showing off his love and fighting back. In the video, I was wearing a neat set of casual clothes. Although my expression was very serious, it still made people's eyes light up. They never expected the mysterious Shi Yi to be so handsome. I'm in love. But the words that followed made netizens feel like they had been hit by 10,000 points of damage. Hello everyone, I'm Shi Yi. I just woke up and saw some unpleasant discussions online. Many people are questioning why I would write a song for Shihan. Some even fabricated stories about Shihan having an affair. I just want to ask loudly, what's wrong with me writing a song for my wife? My wife doesn't want to bother with you, but I won't indulge you. What the innocent are innocent. That doesn't exist. Initially, I wanted to interact with you as a normal person, but in return, I got alienation. Sorry, I'm not acting anymore. I'm laying my cards on the table. My name is Jim Chenis. You can probably find me online. Back then, Shihan and I withdrew from the entertainment industry because we were in love. We got married and have been together ever since. As for why I use the name Shi Yi, it's because our daughter's name is Jim Shi Yi. Now you know the result. Here, I also want to say to the original poster and those marketing accounts, sorry, I have collected the relevant evidence. None of you can escape. Oh, right, and those water armies, the teams behind you, all of you, one by one, wait for the lawyer's letter. Alright, that's all for today. I advise those people to take care of themselves. Meeting adjourned. Everyone who watched this video was instantly shocked speechless. They had argued for so long, only to find out that the two were already husband and wife. Everyone knew Shi Yi was probably married. After all, Nai Nai had appeared on his Douyin before. But no one expected Shi Yi to be Jen Chenis. It was too surprising. The video went viral in an instant. While everyone was still discussing my video, Angel Entertainment's Weibo immediately followed up with an announcement. Hello everyone. This is the legal department of Angel Entertainment. Authorized by Mr. Jian, regarding the false and fabricated remarks on the internet, we will continue to monitor the situation. We have already sent a warning letter to the original poster and several marketing accounts and their parent companies. Not long after, Weibo's official account also spoke up. Dear Weibo users, good morning. After a thorough investigation, we have now banned 1,500 accounts that posted false information. We once again warn certain individuals, the internet is not a lawless place. Fabricating and spreading rumors will surely lead to lifelong regret. After Weibo's official announcement, the video I posted was pushed to the top of the hot search list. Shihan's latest Weibo post also immediately occupied the second spot. In a short time, two hot keywords, wife doting maniac, and the innocent are innocent, also appeared. Now, gossip lovers' favorite thing to spam was the phrase, my wife doesn't want to bother with you, but I, the wife doting maniac, won't indulge you. What the innocent are innocent. That doesn't exist. At the artist's apartment in Mid City, Shihan was still holding Nai Nai, watching cartoons. Tao Lel ran over like a gust of wind, her face beaming with a radiant smile, her whole body exuding excitement. Sister Han, hurry and see, Jun Chen has posted a video. Shihan took the phone and opened the video. My voice immediately came from the speaker. Nai Nai also curiously leaned over, her big eyes wide as she watched. It's Daddy's voice. Daddy is in the phone again. By the time Shihan finished watching the video, her mouth was slightly agape, clearly very surprised. Tao Lel was still chattering beside her. Sister Han, do you know what people are calling Jian Chen's now? A wife doting maniacs. Ha ha, so interesting. Hearing Tao Lel's words, Shihan's face quietly flushed, and a hint of sweetness rose in her heart. Who doesn't want to be cherished? Thinking of this, Tihan left Nai Nai and quickly returned to her room. Looking at the dialing screen, she suddenly hesitated. She didn't know what to say when the call connected. Tell him, what are you doing saying such shameful things? Wouldn't that be indirectly admitting she was embarrassed? Or say, you're so profound, I believe you. No, would he think she was petty or jealous? Tihan fell onto the soft bed, burying her face deep in the blanket like a little girl. Finally, she summoned her courage, picked up the phone, and made a direct WeChat voice call. Tihan still had her face buried in the blanket, flushed from the stuffiness, and said in a muffled voice, what are you doing now? Before Tihan could wait for my answer, she heard my teasing laughter first. What are you doing? Performing suffocating yourself with a blanket. Tihan let out a cry of surprise and hurriedly lifted her flushed face. She was startled, not knowing how I knew what she was doing. It wasn't until she saw the phone interface that she realized she had accidentally pressed the video call button. The 2 words "I'm dead" were clearly written on her face. Tihan stared blankly at me on the other end of the video, rubbing her nose. Tihan like this was surprisingly cute. Instantly, Tihan buried her face in the blanket again like an ostrich, not wanting to look up. So embarrassing. You're not allowed to laugh. A muffled voice came from within the blanket. Finally, they stopped laughing. Alright, I won't laugh. I was just about to go out to the apartment. Do you want to come pick me up? Wait for me there. Tihan still didn't ask me why I posted that video. Some things really didn't need to be asked. But even though she didn't ask, I took the initiative to bring it up. But there are some things I still have to say. Tihan, you were being slandered so badly, why didn't you tell me? What do you take me for? Tihan pursed her lips, and was silent for a moment. She took Jian Chenys for a fool. In fact, Tihan was also a bit confused. Do I like Jian Chenys? She had asked herself. It didn't take long for her to find the answer. Yes, she did. She liked the changed him. His careful care for her and their daughter, the subtle actions in life that made her happy and fond of him. The pain and purity in his eyes when he looked at her couldn't be faked. It was hard not to like a Jian Chenys like that. It was just that her past experiences made Tihan a little afraid to open her heart. I waited for a long time but didn't get Tihan's answer. After a while, I fell silent too. It was a long time before my voice came again, this time with a clear hint of disappointment. It's fine if you don't want to say. I'm downstairs. Come down and pick me up. The video call was cut off. Only then did Tihan come back to her senses. Recalling my tone just now, her heart suddenly itched as if pricked by a needle. Did I disappoint him? Tihan hurriedly scrambled up from the bed. She suddenly wanted to see me more quickly. Thinking of this, her steps couldn't help but quicken as she ran out the door. Tao Lel was still wondering what Tihan was doing alone in her room in the middle of the day. The next moment, she saw Tihan rush out of the room and run straight out the main door. Tao Lel frowned. Sister Han looked like she had been crying. Tihan had indeed been crying. She didn't want to, but tears kept welling up in the corners of her eyes. She was suddenly afraid that because she didn't answer, I would be sad and leave them. The memories of their time together flashed through her mind, making her even more scared. Tihan was trying so hard to get close to me. Why was I hesitating? It wasn't until the car arrived at the hotel and Tihan saw the tall figure standing in the sunlight that she finally breathed a sigh of relief. The car stopped beside me. I got in. My mood seemed unchanged. Once in the car, I just quietly looked out the window. Tihan didn't start the car. She just turned around and stared intently at my profile. After taking a few deep breaths, she finally spoke. I'm sorry. Only then did I turn my head to look at Tihan's slightly red eyes. In fact, when she didn't answer, I was also very upset. I gave a bitter laugh. Maybe I've never really owned anything. You don't need to apologize, Tihan. Actually, I'm not the Jian Chenys you think I am. So you don't need to feel guilty. Then are you Jian Chenys? Tihan still looked straight into my eyes, her gaze as clear as water. I suddenly remembered the conversation between Tihan and me at the amusement park. Tihan asked me, who are you? I answered, I'm Jian Chenys. Now, Tihan was asking me in return. I scratched my head. I am Jian Chenys. Then you are the Jian Chenys I think you are. Hearing Tihan's firm answer, I was suddenly stunned. I tried to clench my slightly trembling fists. But I'm a little scared. I'm afraid that one day, you guys won't need me anymore. Tihan suddenly interrupted me. Looking at me like this, she felt a pang of pity. She reached out and tightly held my slightly trembling hand, then gently leaned against Jian Chenys. You are Nai's father and my husband. No matter what happens, we will never leave you. Besides, Nai and I don't ask for much. Your talent is something Nai and I can only admire, but that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that you are with us, that you treat us well. That's enough. Being held in her arms and hearing her gentle words, nothing could have reassured me more. I hugged Tihan and suddenly smiled. I had gotten the answer I wanted. That was enough. From now on, besides Tihan and Nai, nothing could shake my mind. The two only cuddled for a moment before Tihan shyly pulled away from my arms, her small face flushed. This was the most she could do. Now, I didn't force it either, just wearing a silly smile on my face. She glanced at me smiling foolishly, full of charm. This fool is so easy to please. The car slowly left the hotel. Just this one trip back, and the moods of the two had completely changed. Impossible, impossible, how could she be GM Cheney's, that useless pretty boy? Slap, in the artist department of Tammy Entertainment in Junction, Liu Qian was going crazy. On the table was a lawyer's letter sent by the legal department of Angel Entertainment. She had been exposed. Currently, Tammy Entertainment had ordered her to rest. She knew she was finished. In a few days, she would surely be in the defendant's seat. Not far away, Sister Yuan watched this scene with a gloating expression. As an old fox, she knew things were definitely not that simple. Sure enough, the turn of events was more dramatic than she could have predicted. Dungeon is a hidden identity. Sister Yuan sighed inwardly. She'd of course, knew about the incident between Jiang Chenys and Shihan 2 years ago, which had caused a stir in the company. No one thought highly of that useless pretty boy back then. But unexpectedly, she had to say, Shihan's taste was really good. I'm not convinced, Sister Yuan, let me use your phone for a bit. Liu Qian panted, her eyes red. Her own phone had been smashed earlier. Sister Yuan just glanced at her. Pray. What are you not convinced about? You can't sing as well as her, you're not as good looking as her, and you're not even as good at finding a man as her. And you're telling me you're not convinced. Liu Qian suddenly turned her head and stared at Sister Yuan. Sister Yuan completely ignored her, and continued to glance at her. Am I wrong? Once you're in jail, our contract will naturally be terminated. You should understand the company's meaning, right? What rest? They've already abandoned you. Why? Liu Qian gritted her teeth, still not daring to believe the company had abandoned her. Why? You're asking why? The company needs a money-aching tree. You have no value, so of course you're cast aside. As someone who has been through it, I'll give you a piece of honest advice. You have some looks. After you get out of jail, find an honest man and marry him. Stop struggling. So I should thank you, my good Sister Yuan. Liu Qian laughed angrily. At this point, they had finally dropped their masks. In that case, Sister Yuan, can you lend me your phone for a bit? Just for a moment. Let's consider it a proper ending for us. Sister Yuan looked at Liu Qian's suddenly sly smile, and her eyebrows knitted again. What else do you want to do? Liu Qian was still smiling, but her smile was somewhat eerie, making Sister Yuan's hair stand on end. What do I want to do? If the fish dies, the net breaks. Tihan. Why was she always one step ahead of me? It was so hard to get rid of her, and now she's back to haunt me. She's an orphan, so why is she better than me at everything? Even at finding a man, she has to crush me. But now that I know she is GM Cheney's, I still have one last move. Meanwhile, I was having lunch in my apartment. The atmosphere at the dining table today was a bit unusual. Little Nai was her usual self, eating with gusto. Sister Van wore her usual gentle smile, slowly peeling shrimp, cleaning them, and placing them in little Nai's mouth. Dao Lac, with a shocked expression, kept her head down and ate, occasionally stealing glances at the ham and me sitting opposite her. The ham's beautiful face and neck were flushed red. She practically buried her head in her bowl, not daring to look at anyone. The reason for this was me. I was foolishly grinning while peeling shrimp for the ham and then feeding them to her with my chopsticks. The ham felt that this man had been acting strangely ever since we got out of the car. He suddenly became abnormal. But I didn't think there was anything wrong with what I was doing. In the car, the ham had acknowledged me as her husband. Since I had never been in a relationship before, the most intimate thing I could think of was feeding her. What was wrong with that? Finally, the ham couldn't stand the stares anymore. She felt her beautiful face was as red as the cooked shrimp. Can you not? I can do it myself, she said, looking up at me with a shy, coquettish glance that stunned me. I realized that being looked at by a girl with such a shy expression was a wonderful feeling. I felt completely enlightened. I used to think that love was a ridiculous thing, but now I just wanted to say one thing. It's delicious. Alright, you can do it yourself. I stopped feeding my wife and turned to feed my daughter. Little Nai, come here. The ham gave me a helpless look. It seemed that this man was determined not to let her eat in peace today. Fortunately, after the meal, I finally returned to normal. I plopped down on the sofa and started thinking about what song to write for the next competition. There were only 3 days between each match. The rules of the new singer competition had always been this harsh. The ham had won the round of 16 to 8 easily. The next match, the round of 8 to 4, would definitely not be as simple. As the competition progressed, the remaining contestants would get stronger. Their singing skills were on par with the ham's. The deciding factors would be the song and the performance. Creating a good original song in 3 days was not easy for anyone, and even I was starting to worry. I was debating what style of song to choose to ensure victory. Tihan was also busy. She sat next to me with several sheets of music paper on the table. She was perfecting the song she had been thinking about for the past few days. Every time Tihan tried to grasp it, it would mischievously slip away. By the time I left that evening, she still hadn't finished it. It's missing something. Just a little something, Tihan muttered, so frustrated that she had ruffled her soft hair into a bird's nest. Late at night, when little Nai was sound asleep, Tihan finally put down the unfinished score. She lay on the bed, defeated. With lyrics, sometimes inspiration can't be forced. A slight miss can lead to a huge deviation. She could only wait for a moment of enlightenment. After all, not everyone was like Manhwa, who could bring a masterpiece to the stage directly. The next morning, Tihan had just woken up and hadn't even washed her face when she discovered a major event about me online. It was trending again. These days, trending topics about her and me never stop. At first, Tihan didn't pay much attention, but when she saw the title of the post, her eyes immediately narrowed. Her heart was in a complete panic. Netizens seemed to have gotten used to it. Ever since the account appeared in the public eye, they could see topics about him every day. Today was no exception. When the Mealtime crowd saw another post with a title related to me, they were not surprised at all and clicked on it naturally. It had become a normal occurrence. Now, they would feel uncomfortable if they didn't see the name for a day. But this time was different. When the Mealtime crowd clicked on the post, they were all stunned. They rubbed their eyes, seemingly unable to believe what they were seeing. He is a domestic abuser. Yesterday, they were still spamming couple goals, and today you're telling us he's a domestic abuser. You have to find a better excuse to make things up. Who would believe that? After their initial shock, the Mealtime crowd couldn't help but laugh. They eagerly clicked on the video in the post, wanting to see what this writer had to say. In the video, two men appeared. One was named Tihan, and the other was Huabang. At this point, the netizens smiled sympathetically. Are these two here for clout? Are they jealous of others' success? Then, Tihan spoke. Hello everyone, I am Tihan from the boy group Hodang. Some of you may know Manhwa. Yes, Manhwa is the currently popular musician, Thai. He is also an old friend of mine. Why do I say old friend? Because later on, I didn't want to be friends with such a person anymore. I guess when you hear this, you definitely won't believe what I'm saying. He's so popular now, why would I hate him so much? Please listen to me, and you will know. What I want to say is that ever since he got married, he has been calling the members of our boy group. He wants to come back. At first, we considered his request. After all, we were friends before. But when he called, we discovered something, so we resolutely rejected him. That is, Manhwa is a domestic abuser. I have a recording of the call as proof. Coincidentally, when he called to say he wanted to come back, he called me, so I happened to record it. I didn't expect it to become important evidence to expose his hypocritical face now. I don't know how he got Tihan to appear now and possibly made Tihan not sue him, but I guarantee that everything I said above is true. I, Tihan, have dared to show my face, so I am not afraid to confront him directly. When the netizens heard this, they were all a little silent. Although they believed in me, in Thee's character, this Tihan his words were reasonable and well-founded, with both real names and evidence, which made them a little hesitant for a moment. At this time, Huabang in the video also spoke up. He held up his phone and waved it in front of the camera. Hello everyone, I'm Huabang. I can testify that what Tihan said is true. The phone in my hand now belongs to Tihan. Now, let's listen to the recording from that time. After speaking, Huabang unlocked his phone. On the screen was clearly a call recording. With a smile on his face, he casually opened the recording. The netizens all pricked up their ears, wanting to hear the content inside carefully. Hello, Mr. Cow. I'm Manhwa. Are you free tonight? I'd like to treat you to a drink. It was Manhwa's voice. The netizens immediately became restless and continued to listen. Tihan's flat voice followed. Hello, Xiaojin. Let's skip the drink. If you have something to say, just say it. I was thinking Mr. Cow might have some free time. It's like this, do you think I can come back to the company? Lao Jine, it's not that I'm trying to talk you down, but you've already married a famous beauty. What more do you want? Mr. Cow, women are just like clothes. You've realized now that a career is what's important. So you want to come back for what? Didn't you guys just have a baby? Mr. Cow, to be honest with you, in this house, I'm the boss. If she dares to disobey, a beating will solve it. Women can't be spoiled. Hearing this, the Mealtime crowd couldn't listen anymore. Is this still a man? He's so fawning on the outside, but only knows how to bully his own wife. Disgusting. At this point, not only could the female netizens not stand it, but they all transformed into keyboard warriors and started cursing me. Even the male compatriots were in unison. At this moment, the recording also ended completely. Tihan, with an angry face, continued to speak. Everyone has heard it, right? This is the so-called wife doting maniac in your mouths. Jandanhya. I don't believe a person can change so much in such a short period of time. So, please open your eyes and don't be deceived by this two-faced person. Finally, let me say one thing, cow then, and this kind of domestic abuser are irreconcilable. The video ended abruptly here. However, the anger of the vast number of netizens could not be stopped. Comments like a tidal wave appeared under the post. I was really blind to have liked this kind of person. Listening to the recording, I want to vomit. It's hard to imagine what a filthy existence he is behind his back. Sisters, follow me and storm these Daoin to demand an explanation from him. However much I liked him before, I'm just as disgusted now. In an instant, the scolding on the internet was incessant. This behavior had touched everyone's moral bottom line. Just as the saying goes, however much people liked him before, they hated him just as much now. No one expected their beloved idol to be such a person. My Daoin was even attacked by trolls. Countless people were cursing below, collectively demanding that I come out and speak. On the internet, the situation was boiling. At this moment, I was also looking at this post on Weibo. I quietly listened to the recording in the video. After a while, the familiar feeling of nausea surged up again. I ran to the bathroom and started retching. At this moment, I seemed to have returned to the initial moment, in that suffocating atmosphere. For the past, I could only feel uncomfortable. I couldn't change anything, but I also couldn't refute it because those things had really existed. The harm that the ham had suffered was even more than this. At this time, for the ham, it could be considered a form of vindication. I just stared blankly. Since transmigrating, this was the first time I felt helpless. The phone next to me kept ringing. I thought about it, and didn't answer. I didn't even look to see who was calling. I didn't know who was calling, and I didn't know how to answer. For the first time, I chose to escape. I buried myself under the covers as if by not paying attention, I wouldn't feel so uncomfortable. I was uncomfortable not because I was being scolded, but because those memories surged up in my heart again. The suffering that the ham and Nai had endured appeared before my eyes again. I was uncomfortable because in my heart, no matter how many times I started over, I still couldn't accept the mistakes that this body had made before. At this moment, I realized that I had never forgiven myself. Since transmigrating here, I have been constantly compensating the mother and daughter, but I still couldn't change the fact that it had happened. When this bloody wound was torn open, I realized that the person I had the hardest time getting over was myself. Just like that, like an ostrich, I curled myself into a ball, shrinking in this small space. At this moment on the sofa of the apartment, the ham had a worried look on her face and kept calling me. After seeing that post, she was extremely worried. She knew that no one understood me now better than she did. Watching me change, watching me atone for my sins bit by bit, she understood it all. Now that this suddenly happened, the ham actually didn't have much feeling. The past would never appear again, she firmly believed that. But she knew that now I definitely couldn't forgive my past self. Beside her, Sister Van and Dao Lak both had complicated expressions. When they first saw the post, they were also extremely angry. Dao Lak even wanted to rush to the hotel to question me if those things were true. Did you really hit Sister the ham? But when they saw the ham's worried and anxious face, they didn't know what to do. The phone still couldn't be reached. He seemed to have evaporated from the world. The ham was extremely anxious at this time. Little Nai in her arms looked up and saw her mother's worried face. She stretched out her small hands and hugged the ham's arm. Mom, are you calling Dad? Looking at the well-behaved Nai, the ham clenched her phone and nodded. Then why don't you go find Dad? Little Nai looked at the ham with a puzzled expression. How could the ham not want to find me? It's just that she was afraid that seeing her at this time would make me even more uncomfortable. But when she saw little Nai's eyes, the ham couldn't sit still anymore. She stood up in a panic and rushed out. She had to find me. Dao Lak worriedly wanted to stop her. It was the first time she had seen the ham so flustered. But Sister Van shook her head and stopped her. The two of them both looked out the door with worried faces. The ham's figure had already disappeared. Very quickly, the ham arrived at the hotel. After getting out of the car, she jogged all the way. When she reached the door of my room, she was panting. She stopped for a moment to catch her breath, bit her lip, and knocked gently on the door. There was no answer from inside. The ham didn't hesitate and continued to knock. Today, she was determined to get me to open the door. Curled up in the blanket, I heard the knocking outside. I didn't want to move. At this moment, I felt like a soulless corpse. But the knocking outside didn't stop, repeating over and over again as if it would never stop. Finally, I got up, dragging my heavy body to open the door. What appeared before my eyes was the ham's smiling face with red eyes. Just yesterday, I still felt that being with the ham was a very happy thing. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed, and seeing her again, I didn't even dare to look at her. I avoided her gaze and stood at the door, not knowing what to do. She must have seen that post too. Did she remember the things from before? Move, let me in. The ham bit her lip, pushed my arm away, and walked into the room herself. I closed the door like a prisoner about to be executed and followed her. What do you think? My voice was a little hoarse, and my heart was even more confused. Now everyone knows. What will you do? Divorce. If you divorce now, everyone will be on your side. You won't have to suffer any more grievances. Dun. Tihan saw my eyes and knew what I was thinking. She angrily reached out, pulled me down to sit on the bed, hugged my arm, and bit down hard. Tihan really used force. Ouch, I cried out in pain, and my spirit also sobered up a bit. Instinctively, I wanted to pull my arm back, but I quickly stopped. Letting her vent a little would make her feel better. It wasn't until Tihan reacted, let go of her mouth, and looked up at me, still as gentle as ever, that her tears finally couldn't be held back anymore. You're so stupid, she shouted, then pulled up my sleeve. There was a row of deep, red teeth marks on my arm. Alright, now we're even, Tihan said with a choked voice, then threw herself into my arms. You've been domestically abused too. Now we're even. You're not allowed to be sad anymore. Feeling the warmth in my arms, I was completely stunned. After a long time, I couldn't believe it, and touched Tihan's head. Is it real? My mood seemed to have gone from hell to heaven in an instant. I grinned foolishly. Really? Tihan said we're even. My tears couldn't help but fall. I was not only saving them, but I was also always trying to save myself. The two of us, like two fools, fell together and cried out loud. You're not allowed to be like this in the future. Night and I will worry about you. Gradually, Tihan stopped crying first. Her voice came from my arms. I nodded, my voice still a little hoarse. I won't. Actually, besides you, no one can move my heart. You just know how to talk. Tihan looked up, her flushed face and slightly red eyes making her look drenched. She seemed to suddenly remember something, her eyes revealing an unconcealable excitement. That's right, Janvanhia, I think I've thought of that melody. What melody? Looking at Tihan's cute and lovely appearance, I couldn't help but raise my hand. The song I've been writing. I was always missing a little bit of inspiration before, but now I suddenly thought of it. Tihan still broke free from my embrace. Now she wanted to take advantage of the inspiration to perfect this song. The warmth in my arms left, and I felt a little regretful that I hadn't hugged her enough. I scratched my head, stood up, and took out a piece of music paper from my backpack and handed it to her. I was originally going to write a song tonight, but I didn't expect you to have one already. You write it then. I put the pen and paper down and stood by the bed, looking at Tihan. I also want to see what kind of song has been troubling you for so long. Tihan blushed and nodded vigorously. She thought for a moment, sat cross-legged on the bed, and picked up the pen and paper. Since coming to Mo City, most of the melody of this song has been echoing in her mind. She has also been creating it, but she could never grasp the key point of the melody. Now that she has grasped it, the whole song flows naturally. While writing the music, she hummed along. Tihan wrote very quickly. In just a short while, a complete song appeared on the paper. She looked up and looked straight at me, her eyes sparkling with joy under the light. I'm finally done. I'm not a vase either. Do you want to see it? I smiled and shook my head gently. I'd rather hear you sing it to me. Tihan lowered her head, her face redder. She was a little shy. This song was completely written based on her mood. It could be considered another way of expressing her feelings. Sing it. It seems like you've never sung for me alone, have you? I urged. Tihan blushed and said softly, but there are no lyrics yet. Humming is fine, I said with a smile, unable to resist my request. Tihan nodded shyly. Without accompaniment, everything was very natural. Tihan's gentle humming sounded, as if reflecting her hard work. At this moment, both she and I needed a little courage. The moment the melody sounded, I stood frozen on the spot. I looked at Tihan, my eyes a little surprised. For no other reason, I had heard this melody before, and it was in my previous life. It's just that I wasn't sure yet. I continued to listen intently until Tihan finished humming a section, and I suddenly interrupted her. Wait a minute. After speaking, I hurriedly picked up the pen and quickly wrote something on the paper. Tihan was a little startled, not understanding why I interrupted her when she was singing so well. But when she looked over to see what I was writing, her eyes suddenly lit up. On the paper was written a large title, Courage. Are these the lyrics? He wrote the lyrics just by listening to me hum a little. Seeing the lyrics, Tihan was even happier. These were the lyrics she had always wanted, even better than she had imagined. She had also written some lyrics, but they were far inferior to these. Tihan blushed and turned her gaze to my serious side profile. His serious expression is so handsome. And these lyrics, he really understands my thoughts. Thinking of this, Tihan was suddenly a little mesmerized, and couldn't help but gently kiss my cheek. My hand that was writing the lyrics suddenly trembled, stunned. I could clearly feel the wetness on my cheek, along with the soft feeling just now. I lowered my head and looked at the lyrics on the paper, my heart blooming like a flower. I only felt that at this moment, the sky was vast. This was the courage that Tihan wanted to express, right? After kissing me, Tihan was flustered. She buried her head low, wishing there was a hole to crawl into. Just now, she didn't know what was wrong with her, as if possessed by a ghost. She kissed me. Fortunately, I didn't have a big reaction. Otherwise, Tihan felt that she would definitely run away in shame. At this time, I was trying hard to hold it in. It was very uncomfortable. I also knew that Tihan was thin-skinned. I suppressed the emotions in my heart and continued to write the lyrics. After I finished writing, I breathed a sigh of relief, turned my face, and pretended that nothing had happened, handing the lyrics to Tihan. Here, take a look. Can you sing it completely for me this time? Tihan still kept her head down, her voice as small as a musu's hum. Only her small hand reached out to take the lyrics and place them on her lap. Seeing the complete lyrics, Tihan knew how good this song was. Follow the lyrics, look at the sheet music, and sing it again. I looked at Tihan, my eyes full of expectation. The humming just now had already amazed me. If there were lyrics, wouldn't it be even more perfect? This song was incredibly famous in my previous life. Countless people used it as a theme to ridicule. Who gave you the courage? Just thinking about it, I felt excited. Then I'll sing, Tihan said softly. The room became quiet. Tihan opened her mouth again and sang softly. Finally, I've made up my mind. I don't care what others say. As long as you also confirm it, I'm willing. No matter how far, I'll go with you. I know it's not all easy. My heart always rehearses, persuading myself. What I fear most is that you suddenly say you want to give up. As soon as she opened her mouth, I was stunned. This song seemed to be Taylor, A for Tihan. No wonder it was a melody she composed herself. At the same time, I was also very surprised that two different worlds could collide and create the same spark of love. Love really needs courage to face the rumors. As long as I have a confirming look from you, my love has meaning. We all need courage to believe that we will be together. In the crowded crowd, I can feel the sincerity you place in the palm of your hand. Singing up to this point, Tihan was also completely immersed in the song. In her mind, like a fast-forwarding movie, she recalled every moment with me. Love really needs courage. She had changed. She had decided that from now on, one person holding an umbrella, two people walking together, regardless of the looks of others, enduring the rumors. This was the courage she had always wanted to express during this time. Tihan sang softly, and I listened quietly. Now I was not listening to a song, but to Tihan's heart. How could I not be moved by such a talented girl? The singing continued. At this moment, both Tihan and I had the courage to face the future. If my strength and stubbornness accidentally hurt you, can you gently remind me? Even if my heart is too hasty, I'm more afraid of missing you. This part of the lyrics made Tihan like it even more. It was as if I was whispering in her ear, as if I was telling her that I was more afraid of missing her. Tihan looked up, her eyes meeting mine. The two of them just looked at each other like this. The thoughts in their eyes were clearly expressed. With you, I have enough. At this time, in the apartment, little Nai Nai finished her yogurt and burped. She pouted and looked at Dao Lak beside her. Auntie Lak, why have Mom and Dad been gone for so long? Have they forgotten about Nay Nay? A song ended, and we came back to our senses. He smiled and nodded at Tihan. Very good. The next match is set. Tihan's face flushed red with shyness. She lowered her head and fiddled with the sheet music in her hand. It's because your lyrics are good. Without my dear wife's melody, I wouldn't have been able to think of such lyrics. We started a cycle of mutual praise. It's just that Tihan was obviously not as thick-skinned as some people. When she heard the 4 words dear wife, she was completely defeated. Like an ostrich, she buried her face in my chest and refused to look up. This was the first time I had called her wife directly. Tihan was both shy and a little sweet in her heart. However, before I could enjoy the beautiful scenery in front of me enough, my phone rang inopportunely, breaking the wonderful atmosphere in the room. I picked up the phone. The screen showed the name manager Duong. A frown. It seemed that Duong Bang Bang had also seen the post. What I didn't know was that Duong Bang Bang not only saw the post, but she almost went crazy when she saw it. She didn't believe it, but until my Daoyan was attacked to the point where the technical department needed to intervene, and I still hadn't come out to explain, this made Duong Bang Bang also start to doubt. Could it be that what was on the internet was all true? Duong Bang Bang couldn't believe it. In her mind, my image had always been that of a gentle, talented, and outstanding person. How could such a person commit domestic violence? She waited for a long time but didn't see my explanatory video. Finally, she couldn't help but make this call. The phone connected. My voice was still as gentle as usual. Hello, what's the matter? Duong Bang Bang said directly, don't you know about this? Mr. Me, it's nothing, just that there are some bad rumors about you on the internet. Aren't you going to explain a little? I scratched my head and subconsciously looked at Tihan. At this moment, Tihan was fiddling with the sheet music with a very serious expression, her eyes secretly glancing at me. Her expression clearly showed that her mind was not here, which proved that she was not focused on the song at all. I winked at her. Tihan's face turned red, and she hurriedly avoided my gaze as if she had done something wrong. No need to explain. It's all true, I replied to Duong Bang Bang. The phone was silent for half a day before Duong Bang Bang's voice came through. Why? I don't believe it. In my impression, you are not that kind of person. Manager Duong, let me interrupt you for a moment, I interrupted her. I want to ask, how much does Manager Duong understand me? Everything on the internet is true. There's nothing to explain. If you do something wrong, you have to be punished. As for the gossip on the internet, let them say what they want. As long as the person I care about understands me, that's enough, I said calmly, my eyes still on the ham. I don't care how others see me. I didn't want to be liked by many people in the first place. I only need the person in front of me to like me, and that's enough. The phone fell silent again. Hearing my words, Duong Bang Bang felt very uncomfortable in her heart. He only needs the person he cares about to understand him. What about her? Okay, I was just asking. I have no other meaning. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. Duong Bang Bang's voice was obviously not normal. I didn't think much of it, asked a question, and hung up. You're too cold. That's not good. As soon as I put down the phone, the ham's voice came from beside me, full of question marks. Am I cold? It seems quite normal. I'm just telling the truth, and I'm very polite. That girl must like you, the ham said again, only this time her eyes were a little dark. Duong Bang Bang likes me. Impossible. I scratched my head, feeling a headache. I only treat her as a normal friend. How do you know? I trust my feelings. The ham looked up and stared at me, her tone firm. And you felt it wrong. Besides, everyone knows I'm a married man with a child. I won't have feelings for others. That's very impolite, I continued to scratch my head and explain. In my heart, love must be serious and dedicated. Otherwise, it would be impolite to anyone. Seeing my sincere eyes, the ham hummed softly, but there was still a sense of urgency in her heart. Not liking someone doesn't mean that others won't like you. That girl is very outstanding, much better than her, she knew that. The ham continued to fiddle with the sheet music in her hand as if it were a treasure. I looked at the ham suspiciously like this, carefully thinking about the conversation between me and her, and then suddenly understood something. My eyes carried a smile, and I nudged the ham's arm. Are you jealous? The ham was all flustered, her face flushed red. No. Her voice was loud, but this reaction only proved that she was indeed jealous. I had a smile on my face and continued to look at her. Jealous the ham was also very cute. The more the ham tried to hide it, the more flustered she became. She could feel that I was laughing at her. This feeling made her both shy and angry. Finally, she couldn't stand my gaze anymore. The ham threw the sheet music in her hand onto the bed. Yes, I'm jealous. Who asked such a beautiful girl to like you? My smile grew wider. I suddenly leaned down close to her, my voice full of charm. Then how about I put a stamp on you? That way you won't be jealous anymore, right? My face was very close to the ham. She could feel my breath on her face. This feeling made her heart beat as if it was about to jump out of her chest. Then she slowly closed her eyes, her small lips slightly pouted. Actually, I was also extremely nervous. Seeing the ham close her eyes, my heart thumped. I secretly pinched my palm. I closed my eyes and slowly leaned down. Just at this moment, my phone rang again inopportunely, startling both of us. The ham even rolled directly onto the bed. She covered her face with the blanket, and refused to come out. My eyelids twitched. I angrily picked up the phone. Hello, who is it? If there's nothing important today, don't blame me for making you have something important. At this moment, I just wanted to kill the person who called. There was no answer on the other end of the line. I frowned and looked at the screen. It was Tran Fong calling. What's wrong with this crazy guy? Why isn't he saying anything? You better have something important, or don't blame me for being ruthless. After waiting for a while, Tran Fong's voice finally came through, full of grievance. Lao Jime, what's with the thing on the internet? Did you bully my sister-in-law? Damn you, you called just for this. I haven't even had a chance to bully her, and you called. My voice was full of resentment. I looked at the ham who was hiding in the blanket, and sighed, my face full of regret. Forget it, let's not talk about this. What's wrong with your voice? Did society teach you a lesson? Tran Fong's voice was obviously not normal. I suppressed my anger and pondered for a moment. A moment later, Tran Fong's voice came through again. Something like that. I was taught a painful lesson. Are you free now? Can you come over and have a few drinks with me? You don't have to drink, just sit next to me. I only have you as a friend here. My eyes became serious. Last time, I vaguely felt that something was wrong. I didn't expect Tran Fong to really be in trouble now. I didn't hesitate and directly said to Tran Phong on the phone, "Okay, send me the address. I'm in Mo City. I can be there in 3 hours." Tran Phong replied with a sound and hung up. After hanging up, I helplessly patted the ham who was still hiding in the blanket. "Dear wife, get up for a bit. Take me to the high-speed rail station." The ham was listening to my call just now, so of course she knew my friend needed me. Although she didn't know the specific matter, she heard that my voice was quite serious just now. She didn't grumble and directly came out of the blanket. Her small face was red from being stuffy, and she reappeared. Okay. On the way to the high-speed rail station, the ham focused on driving, her eyes looking straight ahead. I sat in the passenger seat and glanced at the very serious the ham. "This time I'm going to find Tran Phong. You've met him. He's a good college friend of mine. It seems he's in some trouble and asked me to go over and keep him company." I directly explained to the ham to prevent her from worrying. The ham hummed softly, and her heart also relaxed. She had an impression of that Tran Phong. He was a very honest person with a good personality. From the hotel to the high-speed rail station, it took less than 20 minutes. It was now noon, and the high-speed rail station was very crowded. I put on a mask and didn't let the him get out of the car to see me off. The topic about us was very hot right now, especially me, who was extremely popular. Wearing a mask was also to avoid being recognized. "I'm leaving now. You don't have to see me off. Go home by yourself. Be careful on the road. If there's time, I'll come to see you compete." After speaking, I smiled and rubbed the ham's head. I suddenly liked rubbing her head now. The ham's eyes flickered slightly, still a little unaccustomed to the feeling of parting. "Okay, go back." I got out of the car, closed the door, and watched the ham drive away from the high-speed rail station slowly. At 3:30 in the afternoon, half an hour later than expected, I arrived in Jungthun. The waiting time for the train had delayed me. While on the high-speed train, the ham had called to report that she was safe and told me to come back early, saying that Nai missed me. When I saw the message, I laughed to myself, not knowing if it was Nai who missed me or she who missed me. I took a taxi and went straight to the address Tran Phong sent over. The car arrived in more than 10 minutes. The destination was a commercial building more than 10 stories high. Tran Phong's rented studio was on the 6th floor. When I arrived at the studio, the main door was unlocked. I walked in naturally. The windows were closed, and the whole room reeked of alcohol. There were beer cans everywhere. Tran Phong was sitting on the floor, holding a beer can, and just like that, he was chugging it down. I first opened the windows to let the fresh air from outside circulate, then walked over to him and sat down, taking off my mask. Tran Phong burped, his face pale and bloodless. Seeing me, he raised the beer can in his hand as a greeting, his eyes haggard and dazed. "My brother, you're the only one who didn't abandon me." I wrinkled my nose and waved my hand in front of my nose twice. "This smell of alcohol makes me want to vomit, and it also brings back some bad memories. Tell me, what serious thing happened that made an optimist like you collapse like this?" Tran Phong was silent for a while, then drank the beer in his hand and crushed the can with force, throwing it on the ground. "Mainly, I really don't understand. Why? What did I do wrong, or what? Why did they treat me like this?" Tran Phong gritted his teeth and said, casually picking up another beer can. I didn't stop him. I knew that at this time, Tran Phong needed to vent. Stabbed twice, Tran Phong took another big gulp of beer and nodded. "This pair of dogs, Lao Jine, I really didn't expect it, and I don't understand it." "Wait a minute, Lao Jine, did you guess it beforehand?" Tran Phong suddenly remembered what I said when we met before, telling him to be more careful when looking at things in the future. I shrugged and patted Tran Phong's shoulder. At that time, I was just suspicious. What girlfriend calls another man in the middle of the night? Besides, she didn't call you, the partner, but called him. It's just that this is your personal emotional problem, so I couldn't interfere. Tran Phong's expression froze slightly. After half a day, he laughed bitterly. "That's right. If you had said it directly at that time, I might have been angry about it. So what's the situation now?" I continued to ask. "You've seen it. The whole studio is just an empty shell now. They've long since colluded from the inside and outside and hollowed out the studio. My designs are gone, my shares are gone, and of course, my girlfriend is gone too." Tran Phong became haggard again, his body completely collapsed, and he threw his head back to drink. Hearing this, I frowned. "I understand that your girlfriend is gone, but how did your shares get taken away too?" "I transferred the shares to Nguyen Tin," Tran Phong said with a bitter smile. "This is really a bit stupid. It's just that Nguyen Tin his acting was too good." I was mesmerized for a moment. I sighed silently in my heart and could only sit quietly beside him. In his current state, it seemed that whatever I said would be useless. I could only wait for him to sober up before talking. Tran Phong chugged 2 more cans, then suddenly turned his head. "That's right, I haven't asked you yet. What's wrong with you? That post on the internet." "Oh, That's a long story. Let's not talk about it. You just need to know that I was a scumbag before. That's right, it's because of those shitty things that I completely quit drinking. I don't want to mention those stupid things from the past anymore, I said briefly. Tran Phong nodded and didn't ask much. Instead, he patted my shoulder. Then we are fellow sufferers. Nonsense, I immediately became angry. I'm not like you. My sister-in-law and I are still on good terms. And we have a lovely daughter. Life couldn't be more comfortable. Hey, did you come here to comfort me or to me? Tran Phong was hit a little and lowered his head to take a sip. It's just that with me by his side, his condition was obviously much better than before. Lao Jine, if only I were as talented as you, as handsome as you, that would be great. Maybe she wouldn't have left me, and she wouldn't have acted for so long. Now that I think about it, sometimes I really want to laugh. It's a good thing she could endure for so long. Looking at Tran Phong's haggard appearance, I was a little confused. Did this crazy guy need to be so heartbroken? Tran Phong glanced at me and suddenly asked, you tell me, we've known each other for 2 years and been in love for almost 1.5 years. You really like her? Lao Jine, I ask you, if one day the hem leaves you, won't you be heartbroken? He frowned. I had never thought about this problem. I thought about it carefully and answered with some uncertainty, probably. After all, since I transmigrated here, I've been living for them. Tran Phong saw me frowning and hesitating like this, and suddenly punched my shoulder. What's there to hesitate about? Lao Jine, do you understand what love is? I was suddenly confused and fell into deep thought. They've always been single before, how would I know what love is? What is love? Do I really love the ham? I asked myself silently in my heart. Do you still need to think? Think about it, when you think of love, who is the first person that appears in your mind? That's the one. Tran Phong patted my shoulder again. I was completely speechless. I came to comfort him, but now it has turned into him enlightening me. Being patted like this, I suddenly seem to be enlightened. Damn it, I'm stuck in a dead end, thinking too much. I was originally a person who had never been in love. Suddenly encountering this problem, I couldn't help but think a little more. Do I love the ham? I do. From the beginning, I just wanted to make up for the mother and daughter. Later, I felt that this kind of life was not bad. Then I was moved by her beauty, and then the small interactions in life made me gradually like her. I was originally a very serious person. What could move me has never been those earth-shattering events, but those ordinary little things. Just as Tran Phong said, when you think of the word love, who is the one that appears in your mind? That's the one. I grinned foolishly. Tran Phong was as sad as a knife cutting his heart. He seemed to have eaten a mouthful of dog food for no reason, and it was at his most painful time. Sure enough, the best friend knows how to stimulate oneself the most. Tran Phong only felt that the boredom in his heart was suddenly dispelled a lot. He just wanted to jump up and hug and punch this best friend. But I guess Nguyen Tin doesn't know about your family situation, right? I hurriedly changed the subject. Sure enough, this topic clearly made Tran Phong even more haggard. He shook his head. No, I always thought she was a good girl and wouldn't care about these things. The corner of my mouth couldn't help but twitch. Whose family has such a good girl? Oh, isn't this the domestic abuser on the internet? Tran Phong, it's no wonder Nguyen Tin left you. You befriend this kind of person. Just as I was about to continue speaking, a voice suddenly came from the main door of the studio. Tran Phong's face suddenly became gloomy. I turned my head and looked. The person who came was a fair-skinned and good-looking man. The girl next to him was naturally Nguyen Tin, whom I had met once. She was still dressed in a two-dimensional style, only this time her makeup was heavier than the last time, and she was a little more coquettish. Why befriend has nothing to do with you, Tran Phong said angrily. Vuong Quan, Nguyen Tin, you guys. Are you here for this? You even want this empty studio shell? I just found out this pretty boy is Wan Jun. Chen Feng, don't be like this. We're doing this for your own good. Before Chen Feng could even say anything, Ruan King, standing beside Wan Jun, spoke up with an expression that screamed, this is all for your own good. For my own good. For my own good, my ass. Are you kidding me? Cheating on me is for my own good. Chen Feng, Wan Jun and I have always liked each other. We had feelings for each other before I met you. We just didn't realize it. Chen Feng, we're not here to argue with you. It's painful for me to see you like this. Why don't you join our studio? With your abilities, your future will surely be brighter, she said. Wan Jun, beside her, chimed in, that's right, at least we understand each other. The animation dream you've held onto for so long can't be wasted like this, can it? Even if you and King King can't be lovers, you can still be friends. Hearing this, I couldn't help but laugh. So, who cheated on whom, exactly? Today, I've finally learned what it means to be two peas in a pod, birds of a feather flocking together, and acting morally superior while being deceitful. These two have truly embodied these phrases to the fullest. Chen Feng grew even angrier. He pointed at Wan Jun and yelled, "Friends, my ass, besides your face, what do you have? The designs were mine, the money was mine, and even the girl next to you used to be mine. What are you thinking? Asking me to join you, to be friends with you? I, Shen Feng, don't have a habit of stooping so low." Wan Jun frowned, Shen Feng's words clearly hitting a nerve. But he quickly composed himself and said with a smile, "Don't get excited. All those things are mine now." That smile was unbelievably infuriating. Shen Feng scrambled up from the ground, ready to charge, but I stopped him. All right, Shen Feng, let's try not to use our fists. Wan Jun and Ruan King, right? Do you know who I am? I asked with a grin, my expression unreadable. Wan Jun frowned. Even if he wasn't in the entertainment industry, he knew my reputation as a regular on the trending topics list, though my name was currently infamous. Domestic abuser, big deal, he muttered. Shen Feng wanted to call the police again, but I held him back. I nodded, still smiling, which made Shen Feng feel a bit frustrated. I stood in front of him and continued. Then you should also know that I'm a composer, right? Wan Jun and Ruan King scoffed simultaneously. What did a composer have to do with their animation field? My identity was useless here. Shen Feng also felt I was talking nonsense. Who here cared if you were a composer? Wan Jun looked at me with amusement. So what if we know? I bet you don't know that I also have some knowledge of animation. Just like with composing, it's just a little something I picked up, I said. Hearing this, Wan Jun suddenly had a bad feeling. He frowned at the confident, smiling man before him, his eyes filled with apprehension. But then he shook his head, dismissing the thought. They were completely different fields. Unless this guy was a genius, how could he possibly be a threat? Are you threatening me? A little knowledge isn't enough. They stopped smiling and looked at him with pity. A little knowledge is enough. My little knowledge of plus Shen Feng's expertise is more than enough to handle two amateurs like you. Wan Jun suddenly lost interest in talking to me. This guy's words were always soft but sharp, completely unlike the hot-headed Shen Feng. And the one thing he wasn't afraid of was someone losing their temper. So, he decided to ignore me and turned his gaze back to Shen Feng. Shen Feng, have you thought it through? Do you want to join us? Or do you believe him? Ruan King also tried to persuade him, her eyes feigning a look of lingering affection. That's right, Shen Feng. This is a real opportunity to realize your animation dream. Join us, and tomorrow will be better. By now, Shen Feng had calmed down. He took a step forward, stood beside me, and sneered, ignoring Wan Jun and looking straight at Ruan King. Ruan King, we were together for a year and a half. I never did anything to wrong you, not in the slightest. And today, you say this. Fine. Let me tell you, I don't want to be friends with dogs. He then glanced at Wan Jun. And you, listen up. I trust him. What makes you think you can compare to him? Hearing this, Wan Jun and Ruan King's faces darkened. They glared at me and Shen Feng, then turned to leave. But our voices followed them. Leaving already? I have one more thing to say, I called out. We have a saying, you should listen. The river flows east for 30 years, then west for 30 years. Don't bully the young for being poor. You get lost. I'm not poor, I'm a rich kid. Shen Feng yelled after them. Wan Jun and Ruan King, not far away, flushed red. My added comment, in particular, made Ruan King's face even uglier. Did you hear that? A rich kid, I added. Wan Jun and Ruan King left, looking utterly defeated. The moment their figures disappeared, Shen Feng couldn't keep his composure any longer. He slumped to the ground, his face contorted in pain as tears streamed down his face. I knew he was still holding back. After all, this was the girl he had loved for a year and a half. What he did just now was his limit. Old Jun, I really liked her, Shen Feng sobbed. I didn't know how to comfort him. Comforting people was really difficult for me. I could only show my support through actions. Seeing him like this, I could only pat his shoulder and hand him a can of beer. Pry it out. Let's get drunk tonight. Tomorrow, we start over. Show them they're nothing without you. Shen Feng took the beer and chugged it down. He didn't flush when he drank, his face just grew paler. Old Jian, it's not that easy to start over. The domestic animation I designed for nearly 2 years is gone, scammed away. How can I come up with another good theme in such a short time? The domestic animation market is already tough. With that animation they took, even 2 pigs could make it popular. I nodded. I knew Shen Feng's talent in animation was genuinely high. The shameless way those two tried to win him over was proof. But my earlier claim of having a little knowledge of animation wasn't a bluff. It was just that Shen Feng was clearly drunk now, and in no mood to think about these things. I decided to tell him tomorrow. After Shen Feng was drunk, I took him back to the hotel and then pulled out my phone. There was a WeChat message from Tihan from the afternoon that I hadn't seen yet. How are things? He smiled wryly. Nothing major, almost done. At this hour, Tihan should have been asleep. But instantly, the WeChat notification sounded. She had replied immediately. Was she staring at her phone, or had she been waiting for my message? In her apartment in Magic City, Tihan, holding a sleeping Nai, saw the message on her phone and bit her lip. I wonder what he was busy with today, replying only now. My dear wife, were you worried about me so you couldn't sleep? I quickly replied, the smile on my face whitening. No, I just woke up and saw your message. Women were always so stubborn, though soft everywhere else. I chuckled without saying anything. Well, my dear wife, go to bed early. If nothing unexpected happens, I'll be back tomorrow. A smile unconsciously appeared on Shihan's face. She gently typed a single word, okay. Oh, right. Good night, my message came again. Shihan's beautiful eyes blinked. Good night. She put her phone down, satisfied, and snuggled into her blanket, hugging the milky, scented little Nai, and drifted off to sleep happily. Over here, I also put down my phone, glanced at Chen Feng who was sleeping like a log, and sighed. I took out a pen and paper, and stayed up all night writing. The next morning, after my morning run, I bought some steamed buns and fried duff sticks. Chen Feng had just woken up with swollen eyes. I shooed him off to wash his face, and then we had breakfast together. Shoving a bun into his mouth, Chen Feng looked at the dark circles under my eyes and asked, confused, why are your eyes more swollen than mine after a night of drinking? Did you go out to steal chickens last night? I gritted my teeth and glared at him. It's all because of you. Chen Feng was stunned. He quickly checked his body and, feeling nothing unusual, breathed a sigh of relief. Then he looked at me suspiciously, even inching away slightly. Hey, old Jian, I'm into women. Get lost. It's because of you. Believe it or not, I'll shred this animation proposal right now. This time, Chen Feng was even more shocked. He stared wide-eyed, in disbelief, at the notebook in my hand. You. What did you say? Animation. You mean? You stayed up all night writing an animation proposal. My expression was still grim. Last night, I racked my brain so hard for this animation I almost threw up. Partly for you, and partly because I want to go home earlier to be with Shihan and Nai. What else do you think I could have been doing? Hey, don't be mad. Was what you said yesterday all true? Chen Feng was still looking at me in amazement. Yesterday, I had said that, like composing, I had a little knowledge of animation. At the time, he thought I was just provoking Wang Jun and Rowan King. He never expected that overnight, I would actually write out an animation proposal. Of course. Brothers don't lie. This is just a rough outline and character designs. When I get back, I'll slowly flesh out the details for you. Actually, I wanted to write it all out last night, but I don't know the specifics of how animation is made, so I could only write the rough outline and the personalities and designs of the main characters. When I get home, I'll look up some information online, learn about animation screenwriting, and then give you a complete animation script, I said, tossing the notebook into Chen Feng's lap. Chen Feng stared blankly at the dark circles under my eyes, his heart filled with emotion. This was his brother. Although he didn't say much, he had shown his heart through his actions. Chen Feng opened his mouth but couldn't speak. He lowered his head, opened the notebook, and began to read seriously. On the first page, a large title was written, Under One Person. Chen Feng was stunned. The domestic animation he had designed was called Above All Beings. The one I gave him was called Under One Person. Was this a coincidence? He turned to the second page. It described an event involving an artist, and then Zhang Qilin appeared. He had always carefully hidden his abilities until one day, Sister Bauer appeared. From then on, he was pursued by the mystical world, slashed by strangers, and drawn into unprecedented troubles. Unexpectedly, Zhang Qilin dug a pit and buried Sister Bauer. As is said, this was just a rough outline and character designs, but the more Chen Feng read, the more shocked he became. This was much better than the one he had designed, just the rough outline had him hooked. The thrilling plot, the impressive characters. He now really wanted to crack open my head to see how this brain was constructed. Chen Feng's hands, holding the notebook, began to tremble. This was a treasure. He suddenly looked up at me, his voice trembling slightly. Old Jian, did you really write this for me? Who else would it be for? I nodded calmly. In this world, this was the Under One Person I wrote. In the original world, it was a famous domestic animation by the Athor zombie which had caused a storm in the animation industry. I believed it could still shine brightly in this world. Old Jian, do you know how valuable this is? You're just giving it to me like this. He smiled. Some things don't need to be said between brothers. Just like Chen Feng, who clearly knew I was Shiyai online but never mentioned it, not caring how famous I was, only caring about the negative rumors about me online. You lunatic. You don't like it? Then give it back, I'll tear it up. I glanced at Chen Feng, deliberately grinning, and made a move as if to snatch the notebook back. No way, it's mine now. Chen Feng quickly hugged the notebook tightly like a mother hen protecting her chick. I laughed heartily and patted Chen Feng's shoulder. Alright, a man has to look forward. We have a saying, a blessing in disguise. Chen Feng, what are your plans next? Chen Feng looked at me laughing, and he suddenly smiled too. Although he didn't know why I had changed so much, why I spoke so reasonably, could write songs, and could write animation, he didn't care about any of that. What he cared about was that with just one phone call, I had come all this way without hesitation. This friendship. Old Jian, I won't let this animation be buried. I plan to find a few more people and reopen this studio. I'll make the name under one person resonate throughout the entire animation industry. Hearing Chen Feng's words, a look of satisfaction appeared in my eyes. I didn't care how successful Chen Feng could make this animation. Seeing him regain his confidence was enough. Well, this time, you have to be sharp when you're looking for people, I teased. Chen Feng scratched his head in embarrassment. No. How could I fall in the same place twice? Trust me, the people I find this time will definitely be professionals. Good. I didn't say much more. When I get back, I'll complete the animation design and send it to you. Keep it up, young man. We looked at each other and laughed. After that, I didn't stay in Genshin for long. Chen Feng also got busy again. He had to swallow his pride and ask his family for investment, then go out to recruit talent. At 1 p.m. I returned to Magic City on time. Tomorrow, Tihan would participate in the new singer competition. She had been busy practicing her new song for the past 2 days. When I arrived at the apartment, only Auntie Yun was at home looking after little Nai Nai. Little Nai Nai hadn't seen her father for 2 days. When she suddenly saw me, she quickly ran over and hugged me tightly. I picked her up and nodded to Auntie Yun. Auntie Yun, how is your mother? Auntie Yun looked at me with a complicated expression and nodded. She had the final surgery. It was very successful and she's now in recovery. The caregiver, Zhao Jian, is also very good. Auntie Yun was very grateful to me for this. Moreover, Tihan was also very good to her. She had given her 10 of the income from all her future activities and songs. Tao Lel did the same, giving another 10. So now, Auntie Yun's feelings towards me were a bit complicated. I had helped her, and now I was very good to Tihan, but in the past, I had bullied her. I didn't think too much about it. Hearing Auntie Yun's words, I nodded. That's good. Then I'll have to trouble you to take more care of Tihan in the future. That's a matter of course, Auntie Yun waved her hand. Even without this, I would still take good care of Tihan. However, she could understand. After all, I was Tihan's husband, so it was reasonable for me to say these things. After a moment's thought, Auntie Yun added, Tihan is practicing her song at the company right now. Why don't you go see her? She would be very happy to know you're back. Auntie Yun had noticed that ever since I left yesterday, Tihan would glance at her phone from time to time. My eyes lit up. A surprise visit. I like it. And I get to hear my dear wife's angelic voice. I decided to go right away. The 3 of us went to Yinhai Entertainment. At this time, on the internet, netizens had not received any information from me. Even the victim, Tihan, had no news. Everyone was speculating whether Tihan was discussing a divorce with me. After all, with the current public pressure, it was very beneficial for Tihan. Regardless of whether she was being controlled or not, she could use this incident to break free. Some curious netizens even set up a dedicated group to condemn me and support Tihan. Every day, the group updated with the latest news about the incident. The latest news in the group was that someone had seen Tihan at Yinhai Entertainment, accompanied only by a young assistant. My Douyin was still a mess of curses. And just then, Tihan's Weibo suddenly updated with a pinned message. The first person to discover this Weibo post immediately got excited. Brothers, big news, Tihan's Weibo has been updated. There must be a result. This immediately stirred up a storm. Everyone excitedly started calling their friends. Some even spammed my Douyin. Some entertainment media hidden in the group also sensed that this would be another hot topic. They immediately posted various news articles. The information everyone had been waiting for more than a day had finally been released by one of the parties. In an instant, countless people flocked to Tihan's Weibo account. However, when they opened the pinned post, the content of the 2 short sentences inside made them stunned. In this life, I am so lucky to have met a good person. A gentleman who corrects his mistakes is precious. He nurtures my heart as well. The netizens said they recognized every word, but put together, they couldn't understand it at all. They had been condemning for so long, and in the end, the victim gave them a sentence like this. In an instant, the netizens' hearts itched as if stabbed. They couldn't even believe this was posted by Tihan. Of course they understood the meaning of these 2 sentences, which was why they exploded. In an instant, countless comments flooded under the Weibo post. Most people suspected that I was controlling Tihan's Weibo. But now, they couldn't get an answer and could only continue to post comments under this Weibo post. I don't believe it. The netizens were helpless. Now they could only wait for tomorrow's performance. Then, everything would be clear. They wanted to ask Tihan directly at the scene if this was the truth. When Taeyun and I brought Nai to Yanhai Entertainment, Tihan had just posted on Weibo not long ago and was practicing her song in the recording studio. She had posted that Weibo after much thought. Initially she didn't want to pay attention to the gossip online, but when she saw those people constantly cursing me, she couldn't help but want to protect me. After posting, her face was flushed for a long time. That bold statement was her greatest act of courage. But after posting, her mood was clearly much better. Even when she sang, it was much more natural. I held little Nai, and Taeyun led us to the elevator straight to the 11th floor. This entire floor was recording studios. Tihan was most likely here now. They didn't call ahead, just wanting to give her a surprise. As soon as we reached the 11th floor, we hadn't seen Tihan yet, but we ran into Ruyan who was just coming out of a recording studio. When she saw me and little Nai, her eyes clearly lit up. This was the first time Ruyan had met me in person. Her first impression was that I looked very gentle, not like the vicious rumors online. She was one of Shiye's earliest fans. When the Shiye account wasn't completely famous yet, when she heard the song Alive With You, the image of Shiye holding a guitar without showing his face attracted her with its mystery. Moreover, she also admired the love in that song. How many people have loved your youthful beauty, but who can withstand the cruelty of time? Ruyan always felt that someone who could write and sing such a song must be a very romantic person. From then on, she had been quietly following Shiye. This time, although she didn't believe the rumors online, she had been silently following. She had seen Tihan's Weibo post immediately. She greatly admired their desirable love. One person showcased their talent, and went to Magic City alone for his wife, while the other, having met a good person, trusted him, and cautiously yet bravely spoke up for their love. She also wanted such a sweet love. I also noticed this beautiful girl who had suddenly stopped. I recognized her as Ruyan, one of the strong contenders for the championship in the season's new singer competition. I smiled kindly at her, nodded, and then, holding little Nai, prepared to continue on. Are you looking for Tihan? She's in the second recording studio on the left, up ahead, Ruyan suddenly said. I turned my head curiously to look at her. The girl I had never met was wearing a pale yellow long dress, exuding a sense of liveliness. Thank you, I said, about to turn away again. But unexpectedly, Ruyan spoke up again. Shiye, can you sign an autograph for me? I'm your fan. Ruyan was a little shy, and her voice became softer. She looked just like a little girl meeting her idol. I was a little surprised. My situation online could only be described as terrible right now. I didn't expect this quite famous girl to openly admit she was my fan. I couldn't help but have a better impression of Ruyan. I smiled, put little Nai down, and holding her small hand, walked up to Ruyan. I didn't expect to still have fans, and a famous singer at that. Hearing me, Ruyan's face turned slightly red. She stuck out her tongue playfully, which was rather cute, and then surprisingly took out a notebook and handed it to me. Shiye, my name is Ruyan. Can you sign this notebook? I really like your songs. Okay, Ruyan. Thank you for your support. I took the notebook and saw that it was filled with the songs I had written. I subconsciously touched my nose, then signed Shiye on it and returned the notebook to her. I didn't expect Ruyan to be such a fangirl. I was a little unused to it. At this moment, a male voice suddenly came from the direction of the elevator. I looked past Ruyan and saw a man with gold-rimmed glasses who looked very scholarly, frowning as he walked over. What are you doing? Ruyan quickly put away the notebook and obediently said to the man, Uncle, why are you here? The scholarly man walked up to everyone. He naturally saw me, and his face turned slightly cold. He pulled on Ruyan's sleeve and led her towards the elevator, scolding as they walked, Your mother asked me to bring you some things. Also, don't just get close to anyone you meet, you hear me? I know, Ruyan nodded repeatedly, then secretly turned back and stuck her tongue out at me. I had no idea how I had offended this man, but it was just a small incident. I shook my head, didn't pay it any mind, and turned to walk toward Tihan's recording studio. I knocked on the door. Tao Lel opened it. She was clearly a little surprised to see me. She was about to call out to Tihan, who was practicing inside, but I shushed her. Tao Lel immediately fell silent. I led little Nai quietly inside. Taeyun closed the door and stood with Tao Lel at the entrance, looking in. This wasn't the first time I had heard Tihan sing, but no matter how many times I heard her, I felt she was very serious about her songs. That serious and focused look was truly beautiful. Tihan was completely engrossed in her singing and didn't notice me and little Nai standing outside. A smile formed on my lips. This song, with the accompaniment, sounded even better coming from Tihan's mouth. Little Nai nestled against my leg, her big eyes fixed on her mother. The innocent child also really liked this confident version of her mother. Tihan when she was singing, and Tihan in her daily life were like two different people. The charm that emanated from her bones was captivating. When Tihan finished the song, she habitually turned her head to look outside and saw me and little Nai. Her eyes widened in surprise, and she even looked a little dazed. I had a gentle smile on my face. Little Nai's almond-shaped eyes curved into crescents, her smile as bright as the sun, illuminating the whole room. Seeing this warm scene, Tihan suddenly bloomed into a brilliant smile. She walked over lightly and said softly, "You're back." A thin layer of sweat covered the bridge of Tihan's nose, making her look even more lively and lovely. This was the proper look for a girl in her early 20s. I nodded, the smile in my eyes unconcealable. "Yes. My dear wife, are you surprised?" Tihan's face flushed. She saw Tao Lel and Taeyun standing at the door, covering their mouths and snickering. How could this person be like this? There were other people here, and he still called her dear wife. Tihan lowered her head, not looking at me anymore, and picked up little Nai. But her translucent, blushing ears and the indelible smile on her face revealed her thoughts. My sudden appearance in front of her was indeed a big surprise. The next day, the much-anticipated second round of the new singer competition arrived as scheduled. The popularity of the first round had already reached a high point thanks to Tihan's song The Wind Rises. This round, due to the incident involving me, even more platforms collaborated directly. As expected, from early in the morning, countless netizens were waiting in the live broadcast rooms of various platforms for the competition to begin. In front of the Magic City Stadium, a large crowd had gathered early. Most of them were just there to watch the excitement. Among them were many members of Tihan's fan group, and some were mainstream entertainment media. They also wanted to get first-hand news, so they came early. From this, it was clear that this season's new singer competition was a major event brought about by one person's topic. At 8 p.m., the official live broadcast room opened, and all major platforms began broadcasting simultaneously. Countless comments instantly flooded the screens of the live broadcast rooms. The director of the new singer competition saw these dense comments and couldn't stop smiling. No matter if I was infamous or famous, the heat I generated was real. But at this moment, he also deeply hoped that nothing would happen between me and Tihan. It was so good for them to be harmonious and happy like this. As long as we had no problems, for the next season, and the season after that, as long as Tihan was there, it meant I was there. And if I was there, it meant there was traffic. After all, a superhero could still distinguish between eating one's fill once and eating one's fill every meal. So, he sincerely prayed that Tihan and I could get along well. Inside the Magic City Stadium, the scene was much grander than last time. After all, the program team had made money, and they were willing to invest in the venue. This time, little Nai and I both wore masks. We quietly followed the crowd into the stadium. The ceiling inside the stadium had been transformed into a sparkling starry sky. A river of stars descended from the sky, stretching all the way to the stage, like a deep summer night sky overhead, both mysterious and dreamlike. This time, the host was replaced by the famous MC, Chen Shuer. She was wearing a gorgeous dress and slowly walked up to the stage from the river of stars. Welcome everyone to the new singer competition. I am your host, Chen Shuer. It's a pleasure to meet you all in this grand event. Our competition has now reached the second round. The original 16 contestants have been reduced to 8. And today, 4 singers will have to leave. This is the cruelty of the competition, and also its charm. At this moment, I believe the audience here and in the live broadcast rooms are all very nervous, hoping their supported contestant can successfully advance. So, without further ado, let's first look at the big screen for the information of our 8 contestants. After Chen Shuer finished speaking, she turned gently and looked at the big screen. The information of the 8 contestants appeared one by one. After the last contestant's information was shown, Chen Shuer turned back, holding the microphone, and continued, "All right, we have seen the information of the 8 contestants. Next, let's welcome our 4 judges to the stage." On the stage, the river of stars suddenly split into 4 paths. The 4 judges, bathed in the light of the galaxy, appeared one by one. As they appeared, they each sang their famous songs. After the last judge finished singing, they waved to the audience together. The stadium immediately erupted in thunderous cheers. Applause and whistles filled the air. Amidst the cheers of the audience, the 4 judges walked to the judges' table and took their seats. Chen Shuer looked at the judges, smiled, and then raised the microphone again. Backstage, Tihan was ready. She wore a mask and quietly entered through the staff passage. There were too many people in the front, and many of them were holding signs with her name. She was a little nervous, especially when she saw some people holding signs opposing me, protesting domestic violence. She felt very uncomfortable seeing them. She didn't know if I had seen them. She was worried that I would be sad if I did. Of course, I had seen them. I wasn't blind. Those big signs were very glaring. But I didn't feel anything. It was fine. As long as it wasn't Tihan and Nai, no one could break my mood. Besides, that was something the previous Jiang Chenji did. What did it have to do with me? After getting along with Tihan, I had long let it go. I turned my gaze to the stage. The competition order for today had been randomly drawn by the audience. Tihan was the second to perform today. Her opponent was Xiao Feibai from Shenxi Entertainment, a strong contender for the championship. It seemed that fate had deliberately arranged for Tihan to pass through 5 gates and slay 6 generals to win the championship. 2 consecutive matches against strong opponents. In the previous match, if it weren't for Liu Qian's broken heart, causing her to only perform at 40 of her ability, she wouldn't have lost so miserably. At this time, backstage, Xiao Feibai also received the news. His face was pale, and he was very surprised. Among these contestants, the one he least wanted to face was Tihan. This woman had a man behind her who brought his own hot topics. Fortunately, this time, that man's image had collapsed. Moreover, he didn't know the situation between Tihan and me now. Was this song written by me? This made Xiao Feibai feel much more at ease. He admitted that Tihan's singing skills were good, but his were not bad either. Unless I came out with another blockbuster song, Xiao Feibai believed he could still compete. The first match was Ruyan. Her opponent was the only remaining singer from Tihan Entertainment. Ruyan's voice was very different from Tihan's. Her voice was inherently sweet, coupled with her petite figure and doll-like face, singing sweet songs that melted the hearts of the audience. This was also the first time I had heard her sing. In the last competition, Tihan was the first to go on stage. After she finished, I left the stadium. This time, I got to hear Ruyan sing. I nodded. This song was indeed not bad, very suitable for Ruyan. This little fan's singing skills were also truly outstanding. No wonder she was a strong contender for the championship. As for her opponent, her strength was not even as good as Liu Qian's, so she naturally lost to Ruyan in this match. The second match was Tihan's turn to go on stage first. As soon as she got on stage, Tihan immediately searched for me and little Nai with her eyes. When she saw us waving, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. The stage lights shone on her face, and her smile was charming and beautiful, making me a little dazed. The song hadn't even started yet when someone in the audience shouted, "Tihan, may I ask if that Weibo post was posted by you? Tihan, do you really like Jiang Qinji? Or is he forcing you?" In an instant, the scene became chaotic. Tihan held the microphone tightly, looking at me in the audience. She suddenly remembered the first time she saw me, the purity, clarity, and love in my eyes. Thinking of this, Tihan's bright eyes became even more radiant. Then she smiled, raised the microphone, and loudly declared to the audience and in the live broadcast room, "I like him. I like Jiang Qinji. He is very good. Some people, some loves, are destined." In the sparkling light of the galaxy, her eyes passed through the sea of people and met mine. I was slightly dazed, as if I saw a celestial fairy looking at each other from across the galaxy. Destiny. How could it not be destiny? I felt this point most deeply. Destiny brought me here, to meet her, to love her. The scene also fell silent because of Tihan's words, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. She said it was destiny. The smile and happiness in her eyes couldn't be fate. She really liked me. She also really felt that she was happy. That she could say such words. Regardless of whether it was the audience in the stadium or in the live broadcast room, at this moment, they were all silent. This happiness that overflowed from the screen was not something a person who had been subjected to long-term domestic violence could fake. At this moment, the music also slowly began to play. On the big screen behind the stage, a song title slowly appeared. Courage composer, Hyunchenji lyricist, Tihan singer. Tihan the song Courage was composed by them together. As the prelude sounded, everyone was unconsciously immersed in the music, slowly feeling the melody of the song. At this time, Tihan also raised the microphone, her eyes still fixed on me. This song was like she was telling me, "I now have the courage to love you." The prelude ended, and Tihan's gentle voice sounded, as if telling a small, insignificant story. Damn it. Whether it was the audience at the scene or in the live broadcast room, at this moment, they were all completely speechless. This was clearly a blatant confession of love, wasn't it? This was a public display of affection, wasn't it? This, and you still say she's not happy, being subjected to domestic violence. Screw that. If this is called unhappiness, then I, a single dog, would also like to taste the taste of that unhappiness. At this time, Gao Chen and Jubing were also watching the live broadcast. Their faces were dark, as if they had just eaten 100 dead mice, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Why? They just wanted to know why Jiang Qinji had treated her like that, and she wasn't angry, but was still confessing her love here. Fortunately, Liu Qian was already in the hospital and couldn't see this scene. Otherwise, she would have died of a broken heart on the spot. Listen to this. Are these human words? The netizens collectively spat blood. So we were all the rumor mongers. For her courage, we are convinced. We won't curse anymore. They just need each other. Stop showing off. We were wrong. I thought today would be a criticism session, but it turned into a public display of affection party. Damn it. But this song is really good. I'm completely in love with it. What should I do? I also want to forgive Shi Yi. If I don't have his songs in the future, how will I live? Forgive, must forgive. Shihan has stood up and said it. What are we still hesitating about? You guys are just going to forgive this kind of person? No way, no way. What's wrong with you people upstairs? Why are you jumping out at this time? Are you one of the parties involved? Who gave you the courage? Shihan. Haha, am laughing. The courage was given by Shihan. But this song is really good. It reminds me of the past. It's a pity that if I had been as courageous as Shihan back then, maybe the ending would have been different. Love is hard to say. To have such courage is really a rare thing. I hope that people who bravely pursue love will always be happy. The comments online, as Shihan sang this song, gradually became harmonious. Although the netizens still felt a little uncomfortable, the person involved was in love to death, and even publicly displayed their affection. What could these onlookers say? Could it be that the emperor was not in a hurry, but the eunuchs were? They didn't have such a bad habit. Shihan's declaration of love and a song completely conquered the audience. They were not only attracted by this beautiful song but also by her courage to disregard everything. Backstage, Xiao Feibei's face was pale. At this moment, he had no courage in his heart. It was really a case of what you fear most comes true. He had initially prayed that I wouldn't write a song for her. Now, they had composed a song together. If it was just a good song, he could accept it. He would still have a chance to win. But the problem now was not only that the song was good, but that it was too fitting for the situation. It was completely a song made for this situation, too suitable for Shihan's current emotions. A song, a declaration for a lifetime, directly turned tonight's competition into a public display of affection. How could he win? Xiao Feibei smiled bitterly and shook his head. The song he prepared was slightly inferior to Courage, and his emotional investment couldn't be as focused as Shihan's. Only his singing technique could be compared. The competition was not over, but Xiao Feibei already knew the result. At this time, Shihan had finished singing. She bowed to the audience and the judges, then slowly left the stage. It wasn't until the music ended that everyone suddenly realized that the song was over. They were still immersed in the emotions brought by the song and hadn't recovered yet. Shihan's figure had already disappeared from the stage. The scene suddenly erupted in warm applause. They were all impressed by Shihan. A person who dared to bravely pursue love deserved their support. It was Xiao Feibei's turn to go on stage. He quickly adjusted his mood. No matter what, he had to give it his all. This had nothing to do with anything else. It was the professional quality of a singer. For the song, Xiao Feibei was indeed worthy of being a strong contender for the championship. As soon as he opened his mouth, he quickly got into the state. His voice was very good, clear and bright. He sang a cheerful song, and the atmosphere of the scene also became lively. The audience waved the light sticks in their hands, rhythmically following the cheerful melody. The judges on the stage also showed expressions of appreciation. Although this song was not as good as Courage, to be able to perform so well after Shihan's performance was already very good. At least it was better than Liu Qian, another strong contender for the championship. In the previous match, Xiao Feibei's fans were also a little relieved. They also knew that their idol had tried his best. There was only one Shi Yi in the world. Not everyone could create such a high-quality song in a short period of time. In the audience, I also listened to him sing attentively. Although he was an opponent, music has no borders. Good music needs to be treated seriously. The result was not unexpected. Although this time it was not like the first competition where the votes overwhelmingly crushed the opponent, Shihan still easily won with a score of 4-1. Xiao Feibei's one vote came from a judge who quite liked his voice and serious attitude. It was a friendship vote. Xiao Feibei also gladly accepted this. He had anticipated this result. He could only say that his skills were not as good as others, and he had to work harder in the future. The second round of the new singer competition also ended at 11 p.m. The 4 people who successfully advanced to the top 4, besides Shihan and Wen Chen, the 2 dark horses, the other 2 were both strong contenders for the championship before. This made the audience's enthusiasm for the new singer competition even higher. After all, a competition with a dark horse is interesting, and the championship battle is unexpected. Currently, the calls for Shihan to be the champion online were getting louder and louder. 2 consecutive songs had proven her personal ability and also proved Shi Ye's abnormal creative ability. These 2 were not a team. Now netizens would not believe it. Initially, netizens felt that Shihan was not worthy of Jian Chenjie. That was Shi Yi. What virtue did Shihan have to be favored by him to write songs for her? But gradually, everyone discovered that things were not as simple as they thought. Especially after the new singer competition ended, netizens suddenly felt that they had been completely wrong before. It wasn't that Shihan was not worthy of Jian Chenji, but that Jian Chenjie was not worthy of Shihan. Whoa, such a treasure of a goddess, who wouldn't cherish her well? So after the new singer competition ended, a post on this topic once again made it to the hot search list. Jian Chenji's self-redemption comes from the courage Shihan gave him. The meaning of the article was very simple. Jung Chenji can be forgiven by us entirely because you have a good wife. You should be content. And at this time, Yanhai Entertainment also did not remain idle. Riding on this hot search, they posted a Weibo and tagged Shihan. Congratulations to our Shihan and Ruyan for advancing to the top 4. Also, let me explain to everyone, I'm not that bad. As the rumors suggested, Shihan and I were mutually drawn to each other. The reason Shihan was able to sign with our company was entirely because I had gone to Madu alone for her. As a result, netizens finally realized they were a couple who completed each other, heading towards the same future. It's love, a relationship like this is wonderful, they said, finally understanding. A love where two people are mutually drawn to each other is already heartwarming, and since this was a fairy tale couple, everyone adored them even more. Previously, the leader of Shihan's fan group had quietly changed the group's name to My Shihan Stock. The members in the group also subconsciously chatted, they better stay together for life. I'm dying of thirst here. Don't worry, I don't think Shai is the type who doesn't know what's good for her. If they dare to break up, I'll be the first to spam Shai's Douyin. Hey, actually, I'm a fan of Jian Shai, haha. I'd love to have a daughter like that. Right, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten that Shai is our most beloved little princess. You fake fan, you just said you forgot. The group leader silently watched the enthusiastic chat among the members, then slapped his forehead and changed the group name again to Shihan and Jian Shai's relatives group. Don't have why I'm less. If you have to ask, it's because I'm the ugliest in the family. Oh, right, and I have a criminal record. When Shihan came out from backstage, I was the only one left waiting for her. Shihan blinked, wondering where Lel and the others had gone, even Nainai had been taken away. My intense gaze made her blush slightly. No matter how courageous she was on stage, she was just as shy now. She lowered her head, her small lips pursed, her beautiful face turning a deeper shade of crimson. Shihan stared at the tips of her toes, not daring to look up. As a man, I wasn't embarrassed to be standing in the middle of a public space, so what was there to be shy about while looking at a girl? I didn't realize there was anything wrong with it. Staring at my own wife, not even a god could stop me. I just felt that the word destiny Shihan said today truly touched my heart. It was destiny that brought me here through transmigration to love her. Shihan couldn't stand my burning gaze any longer. She lifted her head and glanced at me. Just that one glance made me hastily take a step back and awkwardly touch my nose. A Shihan like this was invincible. That charming look was too powerful. Seeing my reaction, Shihan burst out laughing, shot me another look, and asked, "Where's Nai?" Lel and Sister Yoon took her home, I said with an awkward laugh. I didn't know why, but I suddenly wanted to be alone with Shihan. When I was alone with her, my soul felt incredibly peaceful. Jian hummed softly, her cheek still flushed. She clearly understood my intentions. Her delicate, feminine demeanor was infinitely charming. I was completely smitten. Taking a deep breath, I struggled to calm my racing heart. I proactively stepped forward, took Shihan's small, warm hand, and started walking. The two of us walked silently under the streetlights, which stretched our shadows long. At this moment, we were closer than ever. As we walked, the quiet atmosphere between us was suddenly broken by a sound. Shihan's slightly upturned lips parted in disbelief as she looked down at her stomach. Her stomach had just rumbled disrespectfully, making her wish she could find a hole to crawl into. It was too embarrassing. Shihan lowered her head, her face beat red. I burst into laughter, the sound clear and bright in the night. It was only when Shihan squeezed my hand harder and harder that I managed to suppress my laughter. My bright eyes looked at her. A Shihan like this was the most real. You're hungry. Let's go get some late-night snacks. Shihan didn't speak, just nodded gently. I led her by the hand towards the nearby food street. The night market at the end of summer was bustling, especially this kind of food street. A small street was packed with people, and the aroma of various snacks wafted over, making us both feel hungry. Shihan hadn't eaten much for lunch, and it was now 11:04 p.m. She had been hungry for a while, and now, smelling the fragrant snacks, she couldn't help but swallow. This scene, of course, didn't escape my notice. I secretly laughed. I never expected Shihan to be such a little foodie. She must have had it rough before. How long had it been since she tasted these street foods? Following the crowd, we entered the food street. At this moment, we were like an ordinary couple in the bustling city. I bought all sorts of snacks for the little foodie beside me. Whether in my old world or this one, I rarely went out. Shihan's opportunities to stroll the streets were even fewer. She was an orphan, working while studying, and after graduating, she became a singer, leaving her with no time for leisure. She had forgotten the last time she'd been to a night market or food street like this. But at this moment, she truly loved it, mainly because everything was so delicious. For example, she wouldn't even have to say anything. Her almond-shaped eyes would just light up as she looked at a grilled chicken thigh stall on the side of the road, and I would walk right over. When I returned, I would definitely have 2 fragrant grilled chicken skewers in my hand. With just this simple act, Tihan knew that true happiness had finally found her. This feeling kept a smile on her lips and warmed her heart. I also enjoyed this time very much. Perhaps this was what they called a date. In the eyes of others, we were an old married couple who even had a child, but in reality, we were like a new couple in love, experiencing many things for the first time. The two of us casually strolled through the food street. This was the most Tihan had ever eaten. He tried a little of everything, and whatever she couldn't finish went into my stomach. Tihan. Suddenly, someone in the bustling food street shouted. The person next to them immediately asked, and in an instant, more than half the food street was looking around. When they saw our two familiar faces, they were stunned. Damn, it really is Tihan and Jiang Chenji. Tihan is just as beautiful as she is on TV. That face is gorgeous. How much good karma did Jiang Chenji accumulate in his past life for this? In a moment, most people recognized us. Even those who didn't were asking what was happening. The entire food street erupted into chaos. Many people rushed towards us. It was their first time seeing such famous celebrities, live and in person, in this chaotic food street without masks or any disguise. Didn't they know how popular they were? Tihan and I were also caught in a state of confusion. We had completely forgotten about this. Mostly because neither of us was famous before. Who would have thought this would happen? Now, we were slow to react. But with all the trending topics about us lately, it would have been strange if we weren't recognized. After being recognized, the food street descended into complete chaos. Whether they were people who knew us or were just curious, everyone crowded around in an instant. Shit. I reacted, cursing under my breath. I snatched the half-eaten meat skewer from a still dazed Tihan's hand, grabbed her, and ran. Luckily, the paths in this food street were complex and crowded. I zigzagged through the crowd and soon shook off the mob chasing us. By now, we had run from the center of the food street to the edge. Like thieves, we put on our masks. I even bought a baseball cap and put it on Tihan's head. After we stopped running, I wiped my sweat and looked at Tihan, who still hadn't fully recovered, with a bewildered expression. Being a star is so troublesome. That was scary. Tihan's eyes blinked under the baseball cap. She adjusted the mask on her face and held up the snacks in her hand. We can't eat these anymore, she said, her voice tinged with grievance. He sighed. Why did it feel like this woman was getting dumber? All she could think about was eating at a time like this. Let me wrap them up for you. We'll find a quiet place to eat. Tihan looked at the snacks in her hand, thought for a moment, and reluctantly handed them to me. Her eyes followed them as if she was afraid I would secretly eat them. I was helpless. I wrapped up the few remaining snacks, took a tissue from my pocket, and naturally took Tihan's small hand to gently wipe the grease from it. Don't worry, it's all yours, I said softly while wiping. Tihan stared blankly at my gentle actions. Her eyes couldn't help but moisten, but a bright light shone from their depths. Let's go. I looked around, saw that her soft hand was clean, and let go with a smile. Tihan lowered her head and blindly followed me forward until we reached a plaza in front of a shopping mall. I pulled her to sit on a bench and handed her the still, warm snacks. You can eat in peace now. Tihan nodded, took the snacks from me, removed her mask, and ate in small, slow bites. I tilted my head back, hands behind my head, and looked up at the starry sky. The sky in this world was beautiful. Even though it was the middle of the night, the moon still illuminated the ground. A short while later, Tihan finished the snacks. I handed her a tissue to wipe her mouth. She pursed her lips and took it, feeling as if I was taking care of her just like I took care of Nai. After wiping her mouth, she looked up and happened to see the large sign for a movie theater above the mall. Tihan's eyes suddenly lit up. Let's go see a movie. Isn't that a bad idea? I scratched my head. It's so late. Will it be okay to go back late? But seeing the expectant look in Tihan's eyes, my heart immediately softened. He stood up and pointed towards the theater. Let's go. Tihan's face instantly bloomed with joy. She had wanted to see a movie in a theater for a long time but never had the chance. Now she finally could, and with me. When we arrived at the theater, the last showing was just about to start. This made Tihan extremely happy. If we had been a little later, we would have missed it. We quickly bought tickets and entered. Perhaps because it was late, there weren't many people inside, just a few couples sitting in secluded spots. Tihan and I naturally bought tickets for the center seats facing the screen. Since there weren't many people, we took off our masks. Just then, the lights dimmed, and the movie began. It was a youth romance film. I found it quite boring. I had almost never watched this genre. Tihan, however, was watching with great concentration. I preferred looking at her serious face, especially when the movie reached the middle, during a tender scene between the male and female leads. I clearly saw Tihan's beautiful face gradually turn red, her eyelashes fluttering unnaturally. Then, she suddenly turned her head to look at me, catching me peeking at her. Tihan was instantly flustered, her face turning even redder. This man isn't watching the movie, what is he looking at me for? He smiled. Sure enough, this kind of movie was more suitable for girls. They were more easily moved by the plot. Tihan was no exception. Domestic youth romance films usually didn't have happy endings. As expected, the main couple broke up in the end. The movie finished, and the theater lights came on. I clearly saw that Tihan's eyes were a little red. Women are indeed sentimental. To me, this movie wasn't as moving as a single glance from Tihan. As I took Tihan's hand to stand up and leave, we saw the couple in the corner still hugging and kissing. Seeing this, Tihan's beautiful face immediately flushed. Shamelessly, I even took a second look. I was quite envious of the passion of these young people. We walked out of the theater. I could feel Tihan's hand was slightly sweaty. She was nervous. I glanced at her profile. Sure enough, even her ears were red. The two of us walked under the moonlight like that, neither of us taking the initiative to speak. I was enjoying Tihan's shy demeanor, while she was simply embarrassed. Finally, I gently squeezed the soft hand in mine and spoke up. Don't be so nervous. It's not like I'm going to eat you. Hearing this, Tihan became even more tense. Eat me. What does he want to do? She lifted her small face, her eyelashes fluttering, a hint of panic in her eyes. This was beyond nervous. Seeing her like this, I suddenly wanted to tease her. Acting on the thought, I abruptly stopped and pulled Tihan, who was walking ahead, towards me. Startled by the sudden pull, Tihan placed her hands on my chest to steady herself, and looked up at me, confused. The next moment, my face suddenly moved closer. Tihan could feel my hot breath on her small face. Her eyes widened in fear, and for a moment, even her heartbeat skipped half a beat. I saw her fair face instantly turn bright red, a lovely panic flashing in her eyes, and her small lips moved slightly as she swallowed. She was too cute. It was too much. I had only intended to tease her, but her reaction made my heart melt, and I lost all self-control. So, I decided to follow my instincts. I leaned down and gently planted a kiss on her cheek. By this time, Tihan had already squeezed her eyes shut. She felt the warmth on her cheek, then waited, but nothing else happened. Tihan peeked one eye open and saw me smiling at her. My face flushed. You annoying bad man. Tihan forcefully pushed me away with the hands on my chest, turned angrily, and walked ahead. I stumbled from the push, scratched my head, and hurried after her. Tihan walked ahead, her small steps a bit fast, forcing me to take long strides to catch up. She was really angry. The thrill of the prank was over, now came the hell of appeasing my wife. Tihan ignored me. I really couldn't control myself. I didn't mean it, I quickly explained. But Tihan still ignored me, her steps getting faster. I could only grimace, and continue to follow her. The two of us walked, one in front of the other, for a long time. When Tihan realized I wasn't catching up to pull her back, she got even angrier. Why didn't I realize he was so dense before? Utterly clueless, it wasn't until we reached the parking lot outside the stadium that Tihan opened the car door and got in. I quickly followed and sat in the passenger seat. Tihan's face was still cold. She put her hands on the steering wheel, started the car, and drove off in one smooth motion. 10 minutes later, the car arrived at the apartment. I watched with wide eyes as Tihan went inside and slammed the door, not letting me in. A confused Taolel came out of the apartment. She saw her sister Tihan, face flushed with anger, stomp into her bedroom. Taolel came to the door and saw me wearing a mask of misery. She frowned. Did you bully sister Tihan again? I avoided her gaze. No, I didn't. Seeing my guilty expression, Taolel was even more certain. Great. Sister Tihan just confessed to you in front of everyone, and you're already bullying her. Are you even human? Taolel was clearly furious. Her sister Tihan had defended me like that, and yet I was still bullying her. I quickly waved my hands in denial, scratched my head, and briefly explained the situation. After hearing it, Taolel's eyes widened in disbelief, but my expression didn't look like I was lying. Recalling Tihan's flushed face, Taolel finally believed my words. Then she looked at me with a complicated expression. I give you a chance, and you don't even know how to take it. You don't even know what made sister Tihan mad. You're hopeless. Knowing the truth, Taolel felt a little helpless and decided to ignore this pig-headed man. She turned, closed the door, and went back inside. I stared at the closed door in front of me and sighed. I shouldn't have teased her. Now look what happened. I turned around, hitting my head in frustration, and was about to leave. Suddenly, the apartment door behind me made a sound. A set of car keys, still warm, was pressed into my hand. I turned my head and saw Tihan's beautiful face, pouting. You idiot, were you planning to walk back? I chuckled, relieved. As long as she's acknowledging me, it's fine. Then I cautiously asked, you're not mad anymore? Seeing me like this, Tihan finally couldn't help but laugh. He's foolish, but also quite cute. Just a little clueless. I was never angry in the first place, Tihan pouted, giving me a sideways glance. Are all women this unpredictable? Then who was that angry person ignoring me just now? A ghost? As dense as I was, I didn't dare say those words out loud. At this moment, I nodded repeatedly. Right. You weren't mad. I must have seen it wrong. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Tihan shot me a look, turned, and went back into the apartment. Grinning, I took the car keys and swaggered off. It wasn't until I got back to the hotel, showered, and lay down on the bed that I received a good night text from Tihan. The corner of my mouth lifted slightly, and I replied, "Good night, my dear wife." The next morning, I drove to the apartment. Today, I had to take little Nai back to Jiangxing. The return flight tickets were booked for today. My life as a stay-at-home dad was about to resume. I was actually looking forward to it. So, after breakfast, we all went to the airport. Tihan was very affectionate with little Nai for a while, and it wasn't until it was almost time that she handed the child to me, her eyes full of reluctance. I was reluctant too, but I still took Tihan's small hand and said gently, "Go back. Remember to call often. And no matter what happens, you have to tell me. Don't hide anything, okay?" Tihan nodded. I squeezed her hand gently before letting go and turning to leave. Wait, suddenly, a fragrant scent washed over me. I had just turned around when both my and little Nai's faces received a kiss from Tihan. She then stepped back 2 paces, pursed her lips, and said, "Go on." I smiled, looked at Tihan's beautiful face, and waved. From here on, through the smoke of the mortal world, across vast mountains and rivers, there is nothing that is not you, and nothing that is not you. Through seas and rivers, for a lifetime, it is all you. The plane arrived in Jiangxing at 11 am. Back in the home I hadn't been to in a long time, I first cleaned the house from top to bottom, then made lunch before finally resting. After eating and drinking our fill, the two of us, father and daughter, naturally sprawled out on the sofa in the GU slouch. One could only say, like father, like daughter. I didn't know when little Nai had learned this posture from me, and imitated it perfectly. Seeing her copy me, I sat up straight. I suddenly remembered something very important. Little Nai was now 3 years old. It was time for her to go to kindergarten, and kindergarten started in September. There was only 1 month left. I had to find a kindergarten and register her first. Thinking of this, I looked at Nai, who had also sat up on the sofa. Nai, do you know what kindergarten is?" Nai blinked her big eyes, thought carefully for a moment, and then nodded. "I know. Kindergarten is a place with lots and lots of kids." Nai saw it, auntie. He smiled and ruffled her hair. Nai is so smart. "So, does Nai want to go to kindergarten?" This time, Nai didn't answer right away. She frowned, thinking for a long time, her big eyes fixed on me. Just as I thought she was against the idea, she spoke up. "Nai wants to go, but Nai doesn't want to be away from Daddy." I looked at her seriously, and then pulled her into my arms. "You can still see Daddy every day even if you go to kindergarten. Daddy will take you to school, and pick you up every day. And in kindergarten, there will be many kids to play with you, and teachers to teach you children's songs. If you're good, you'll even get little red flowers." I explained patiently. Nai's current personality and habits were largely shaped by my and Tihan's guidance. But I knew that I hadn't been systematically trained in education, and couldn't compare to professional teachers. After hearing my explanation, Nai finally nodded her little head. Nai wants to go to kindergarten. Good. Then Daddy will find a very good kindergarten for Nai. I smiled, ruffling her hair again, then set her down on the sofa and picked up my phone to search for nearby kindergartens. It was then that I discovered kindergarten registration had already ended. Enrollment had stopped in July. I scratched my head. What should I do? I hadn't transmigrated yet back then. The original scumbag owner of this body had never considered these issues. With no other choice, I could only continue searching online for good kindergartens nearby. Finally, I chose a nearby kindergarten called Jianghua Kindergarten. It had excellent reviews online and a very good reputation, with parents especially praising it. With a nervous heart, I took all the necessary documents, and drove with Nai to Jianghua Kindergarten. It really wasn't far from our home, only a 10-minute drive. After getting out of the car, I asked the security guard at the gate and successfully found the admissions office. Inside the office, there were only 2 female staff members, around 40 years old, chatting. I knocked on the door. They both turned to look at me. One of them immediately stood up and politely asked, "Hello, can I help you with something?" The other one stared at my face, frowning slightly. She felt that this man looked familiar but couldn't recall who he was. Nai, a little scared, hugged my leg and hid behind me. I also replied politely, a bit embarrassed. "Hello. I was negligent and forgot to register my child for kindergarten in June. My daughter is 3 this year. I was wondering if your school still has any openings." The woman who stood up shook her head. She had met many careless parents like this. Not to mention a reputable kindergarten like Jianghua, even regular kindergartens were probably full by now. Although every kindergarten reserved a few special spots for emergencies, she could clearly see that I didn't fit the criteria. "I'm sorry, sir, but we are already full. she said regretfully. Hearing this, I was a little disappointed. Little Nai, standing behind me, peeked her head out, her big eyes curiously looking around. She had only ever seen such a place on TV and was curious about everything. Isn't that the little princess? The seated staff member suddenly exclaimed upon seeing Nai, her voice full of excitement. She had found me familiar but couldn't place me, but the moment she saw Nai, she recognized her immediately. She had a son, and both of them were fans of Nai. She was Nai's mom fan. The standing staff member was stunned for a moment. Nai. Chai. She turned her gaze to Nai, and her eyes lit up too. As mothers, they might not know me, but they were very familiar with little Chai. It really is little Princess Chai. My baby, you're just as cute as you are all mine. I was also startled by their sudden reaction. I scratched my head. It turned out both of them were Nai's fans. I was quite familiar with Nai's mom fans online. They all called her little Princess Chai. Nai, seeing the two women looking at her with sparkling eyes and calling her name, first looked at me timidly. After receiving an encouraging look from me, she finally stepped out from behind me. Hello, aunties. This was something I often taught her, to greet people politely. Hello, let auntie touch you. Oh my god, I actually met the real little Princess Chai. I am so happy. Both of them sat down, one stroking Nai's hair, the other pinching her cheek, making Nai furrow her cute little brows. At this moment, one of them suddenly looked up. Hello, Mr. Jiang. Could you wait here for a moment? I'll call our principal. I think our principal would also be very happy to have little Chai attend our school. Could there be such a good thing? He nodded eagerly. I couldn't help but marvel at how amazing Nai was. Her mom fans were even more enthusiastic than the fans of regular celebrities. So, one staff member hurried to the side to make a phone call to the principal, while the other continued to play with Nai, absolutely adoring her. I became a complete bystander. A moment later, the staff member finished her call, and came back with a joyful expression. Mr. Jian, did you bring all the documents? I'll enter them for you right now. Thank you, I'm sorry for the trouble. I nodded quickly and gratefully handed her all the documents. Before coming here, I had looked up online what specific documents were needed. The registration was quickly completed. The staff member returned all the documents to me and then patted little Nai's head. Alright, the registration is successful. Mr. Jian, please keep your phone on. Our teacher will arrange a time for a home visit to meet the child and understand her situation. Just wait patiently. Also, our school starts on September 1st. Don't forget this time, Mr. Jiang. I took back the documents and shook her hand eagerly. Okay. Thank you so much for the trouble. I'll be sure to pay attention. After everything was settled, I led Nai away under the reluctant gazes of the two staff members. As I walked out of the kindergarten gate, I breathed a sigh of relief. I had only come here to try my luck and didn't expect to succeed. Moreover, there was a home visit before kindergarten even started. I didn't know about that. Thinking of this, I felt a little nervous. My first time as a father, and my child's first teacher was about to visit our home. I was a bit anxious, but this was a path all parents had to walk. I could only try to suppress my nervousness and take Nai home. Right now, I had a lot on my plate. Preparations for Nai's kindergarten, the song for Shihan's next match, and the complete script for the Spring Wind comics series all needed my attention. Even as a transmigrator, I felt a bit overwhelmed. I was as busy as a house on fire, but thankfully, everything was proceeding smoothly. At that moment, a light drizzle was falling in Modu. In the Heshanyu Hotel, Yinping was dining with a fashionably dressed woman. The woman had wavy, curly hair and was elegantly swirling a glass of red wine. She took a small sip, then gently set it down. Director Yin, I was able to survive back then thanks to your support. But what you're asking for now isn't easy. Although she was nearly 30, her voice was sickeningly sweet. However, Yinping clearly enjoyed her coquettish tone. Even his gaze towards her was filled with admiration. Cao, don't worry. I've already spoken with Wan Bin. If Shihan's opponent in the next match is indeed Ru Yan, he will vote for Ru Yan. Plus your vote. We'll be fine, Yinping said with an air of confidence. He even felt a little smug. An employee would always be an employee. How could she compete with a capitalist like him? The new song competition had a total of 4 judges. He had already persuaded 2 of them. Now, he just needed Ran Xiaoxiao to agree, and Shihan was sure to lose the next match. Ran Xiaoxiao narrowed her phoenix eyes at Yinping's expression. Even if you've convinced Wan Bin, plus my vote, that's only 2 votes. How can you say it's a sure thing? Yinping's smile remained. He pushed up the gold-rimmed glasses on his nose. What if we add Chu Xiaoqian's vote? The one who is upright, and doesn't play along. How is that possible? Ran Xiaoxiao frowned. If it were someone else, she might have believed it, but she couldn't believe it of Xu Xiaoqian. Yinping smiled mysteriously, poured another glass of wine for Ran Xiaoxiao, and chuckled. Nothing is impossible. You don't need to worry about that. You just need to tell me if you'll help or not. Ran Xiaoxiao thought for a moment, looking at Yinping's confident expression. She raised her glass again, took a small sip, and then said to Yinping, "Cheers." Yinping immediately broke into a brilliant smile. "Cheers." After the meal, Yinping reluctantly saw Ran Xiaoxiao to her car. Watching her leave, he thought to himself that she was now a hot star and couldn't be ordered around as easily as before. This made him a little disappointed, but he quickly concealed it, his face once again beaming with a smile. The new song competition had 4 judges, and he had already colluded with 3 of them. If Shihan faced Ru Yan, what could she possibly win with? It was naive to think the entertainment industry was clean. Furthermore, he had even hired Wu Fan, a music teacher, to write a song for Ru Yan with all his effort. He wasn't worried about the audience's support then. As for Wu Fan losing to me last time, he didn't care at all. Wu Fan had personally promised him this song would be a hit. Besides, last time was purely because Liu Qian wasn't capable enough, it had little to do with Wu Fan. With everything arranged, Yinping smugly got into his car and drove towards Coastal Entertainment. Of course I knew nothing about these things. I was currently looking up how to write a comic script online, while writing the plot of Under One Person in a thick notebook. Although my memory of this anime was profound, writing it out was still very difficult. The most frustrating parts were describing and transitioning scenes, as well as the characters' personalities and dialogues. I had to rack my brains for every little detail. For a non-professional writer like me, this was extremely hard. Even for a minor character, I had to think for a long time before I could describe them in words. However, this was still much faster than an ordinary person. It's important to know that for a normal person to write a script from scratch, it would take years of accumulation. Standing on the shoulders of giants and starting from scratch are 2 completely different things. Moreover, this wasn't urgent. After I finished writing it, I would still need the comic studio to draw it before it could be animated. At my current pace, I believed I could completely narrate the first season of Under One Person in a month at most. As for Shihan's song, I already had an idea. It was a song that suddenly came to me during a video call with her today, a song dedicated to long distance love. I knew that the competition would only get tougher. If I didn't play some trump cards, she might suffer a crushing defeat. The main issue was that Shihan's foundation was too shallow. Unlike other famous singers whose fan bases were long established and only growing, Shihan's path to fame was much shorter and more controversial, with fewer die-hard fans. This was her weakness. Only by continuously producing good works could she make up for it. I was busy until evening. After putting Nai to bed, I returned to the living room and sat at the desk. I spread out a blank sheet of paper but didn't write immediately. Instead, I quietly tapped out a rhythm. I first hummed the song softly. Not only were the lyrics unbeatable, but the most important parts were the melody and its intro. After humming it through once, I picked up the pen and wrote out the complete melody, marking all the instruments used. Then down, I picked up the sheet music and reviewed it once more, a smile appearing on my face. This intro was truly invincible. 3 days passed quickly. During these days, besides writing that song for Shihan, I was completely immersed in creating Under One Person. I felt like I must have owed Chen Feng in my past life, otherwise, why would I be writing an anime script? It was more tiring than writing a song for Shihan. However, luckily, I became more proficient as I wrote. Now, I no longer had to struggle with the format, and could write everything correctly and smoothly. As the saying goes, where there's a will, there's a way. There's no problem that hard work and effort can't solve. At 8 p.m, and I sat on the sofa on time, projecting my phone onto the screen to watch the live broadcast. Today was the 3rd episode of the new song competition for Ibu round. I was already eager to hear that song from Shihan's mouth, to see what kind of experience it would be. On stage, Shihan still had a smile on her face. She thought for a moment, and then answered directly, "I won't say anything. You'll see for yourselves in a bit. I haven't thought about who I want to draw the most. I think they are all very strong. No matter who I draw, I will do my best." In front of the screen, I smiled upon hearing Shihan's answer. Her reply was very tactful and elegant. It didn't offend anyone and showed her determination to do her best. Chen Chuer, not getting any juicy details, looked a little disappointed, but she quickly adjusted and continued to ask some minor questions. After Shihan answered them all, Shen Chuer interacted with a few other contestants before officially starting the draw. Backstage, the staff looked at the real-time traffic data online with immense joy. For this type of competition, the traffic usually gradually decreased after a few episodes, mainly because each episode was basically the same, with nothing new, relying entirely on the singer's songs to sustain it. Over time, the audience would naturally leave. But the new song competition was now in its 3rd episode, and the traffic data was getting higher and higher. This was all thanks to the popularity that Shihan and I brought. A hit song every episode, not even a god could handle that. At this point, on stage, the draw had concluded. Shihan's opponent for today's competition was determined, Ruyan. Ruyan looked at Shihan's beautiful face, feeling both nervous and excited. She didn't know what kind of song I had written for Tihan this time, but she could guess that a song written by her idol would definitely be better than the one she had. However, she would still give it her all. To compete with Tihan on the same stage, even if she lost, she would be very happy. Losing to my song was no shame. Plus, she would get to hear another great song, which was wonderful. Next, the 4 judges, Gao Yu, Ran Xiaoxiao, Xu Xiaoqian, and Wan Bin took the stage one by one under everyone's watchful eyes, singing each other's hit songs. The atmosphere at the venue became lively. After all, these veteran singers had countless fans. In this competition, Tihan and Ruyan were the second match. The first match was Miao and Yun against Wen Chen. Miao and Yun sang a passionate love song, singing and dancing, heating up the stage from the very beginning. As expected of a rising star of the new generation, even I had to secretly admire her strength. The 4 contestants who made it through this elimination round were indeed no pushovers. Although Miao and Yun sang very well, I still felt that my Tihan was the eternal idol. Next was Wen Chen. He brought a soul-stirring rock song. Combined with his unique hoarse voice, he was truly a formidable character. Even the live audience was captivated, swaying along. The first match ended. Gao Yu and Wan Bin both voted for Wan Chen, while Ran Xiaoxiao and Xu Xiaoqian's votes went to Miao and Yun. Both songs were excellent, and they both sang very well. It was just a matter of the judges' personal preferences and different interpretations, resulting in a tie. The final vote was decided by the audience. In the end, Miao and Yun narrowly won, securing the final audience vote. On one hand, Miao and Yun had more fans, on the other, rock music really didn't have a large audience. For the average listener, love songs were easier to connect with. Miao and Yun and Wan Chen slowly left the stage. The host, Chen Shuer, immediately took the microphone and came on stage. Next up is our final pair of contestants for today, and also the battle of the most heavyweight contender in this season's new song competition. First, let's welcome contestant Tihan, Chen Shuer said enthusiastically. Tihan slowly walked out from backstage. Today, she was dressed casually, like an office worker who had just gotten off work, a white shirt paired with blue jeans and light makeup. In this simple outfit, she looked even more real than in the previous 2 rounds. The feeling she gave the audience was as if she had just stepped out of ordinary life. The ordinary is the most real, and also the most serene. In this match, Tihan was still the first to perform. The host retreated, and now, only a single spotlight shone on Tihan. The music began, and the song title slowly appeared on the large screen behind her. Sea of Flowers composer, Jian Chenji performer, Tihan. The audience hadn't even had time to clearly see the song title before they were captivated by the intro. In front of the T, I had an even more infatuated smile on my face. This intro was truly invincible. Everyone knows that for Jaicha's songs, the intros are basically unbeatable. The moment they start, they can completely draw you into their musical world. On stage, the production team rarely used special effects. A sea of flowers bloomed, and Tihan, bathed in the sea of flowers, walked slowly forward. Seeing this scene, the audience closed their eyes again. At this moment, following the music, they seemed to feel themselves in a sea of flowers under the sun, their souls relaxed. They couldn't help but admire me in their hearts. This time, just the intro of the song had them immersed. They didn't even need to think about the lyrics that would follow. The intro alone had completely defeated the 2 songs from the previous match. Tihan's eyelashes fluttered slightly, the microphone in her hand trembling a little. This song was harder than the previous ones. She had practiced for a very, very long time. And in her heart, this song was better than the previous ones. She didn't even know how my brain was structured to be able to write such songs. She could only do her best not to let this song down. Tihan calmed herself and began to sing softly. Music. All the audience members with their eyes closed sank deeper into the musical world the moment the lyrics began. Their hearts softened, filled with a light sadness and joy. The sadness was the melody, the joy was the memory, contradictory yet not. Hearing this, the audience's hearts suddenly trembled. The sea of flowers in their hearts suddenly turned white. In the haze, the sky began to drizzle. Everyone was bathed in this light rain, waiting for the ending. At this moment, Tihan's gaze on the stage suddenly became firm. She raised the microphone, her eyes seeming to pierce through time and space to see my figure. Her voice also. With that, every time the hymn sang a line, she would gently take a step forward. Her voice seemed to pierce through time and space, entering the hearts of the audience, and moreover, entering my heart. I watched the hymn, step by step, walk towards the front of the stage, her eyes full of tenderness. At this moment, the judges were also holding their breath, not even daring to breathe too loudly, especially Neem Tiu. She felt a sense of dread, wondering if she had made a mistake. If she didn't vote for the song, she would surely be cursed to death. She felt that this was the best song she had ever heard, without comparison. The ham was still singing, her hands slowly reaching out and waving. The audience in the venue opened their eyes and began to wave along with her. They had been so shocked by the performance that their eyes were now open, seeing only the small figure of Tihan waving on stage. Backstage, director Nham had to press a hand to his heart, afraid it would suddenly leap out of his chest. My God, is this a competition? This is a solo concert. It's completely a one-woman show. I couldn't help but raise my own small hand and clap. Tihan sang too beautifully. Old Chow could surely rest easy now. His song had not been buried in this world. As the background music and her voice gradually faded, Tihan let out a soft breath, her face slightly flushed. She had also been unintentionally drawn into the song, even waving her hand. It was quite embarrassing. The venue erupted into thunderous applause, continuous and unending, more enthusiastic and prolonged than any before. This was the audience's affirmation of the song Sea of Flowers. Especially in the live stream chat, I wanted to turn off the comments, but I couldn't bear to miss the praise for my wife and me on stage. The judges were also holding their breath, especially Tihan. He was clutching his chest, heartbroken that he couldn't vote for this song. It was a pity he had come here with a mission. Why did he have to be the one to go against his conscience? Backstage, Nguyen's eyes had turned into stars. My song is amazing, and with Tihan singing it so well, from now on, they are both my idols. One song had successfully conquered Nguyen's ears. Tihan had now stepped off the stage and walked over to Nguyen. The two nodded warmly to each other, and Tihan even raised a small fist in a gesture of encouragement, which made Nguyen like her even more. When it came to the judges' vote, Cao Vu was first. He commented on both songs and, unsurprisingly, voted for Tihan. Next was Tihan. He wore a troubled expression, praising Tihan's song endlessly, but then voted for Nguyen. Everyone smiled knowingly. This was clearly a friendship vote. But what happened next was beyond everyone's expectations. Vong Ban also voted for Nguyen. Tihan's face grew even paler. Nguyen's eyes widened in disbelief. The venue fell silent. Everyone looked at the final judge, Nham Tiu. Her vote had become the most critical one. Nham Tiu hesitated, her inner conflict raging. The audience held their breath, waiting. The venue was so quiet you could hear a pin drop, while the live stream chat was flooded with comments. Finally, Nham Tiu spoke. I'm sorry, Tihan. I prefer Nguyen's song more. Therefore, I vote for Nguyen. In the control room, director Nham felt the world spin. The glass in his hand fell to the floor, and shattered. The entire control room was silent. MC Trantoyatne didn't know how to continue the show. The result was set. What was the point of the audience vote now? The venue began to stir, and the cursing online grew even more intense, flooding the live stream comments. Most were outraged by the unfair result. MC Trantoyatne sighed, trying to maintain a professional, albeit forced, smile. She was about to announce the result when she was interrupted. Everyone looked towards Tihan and Nguyen. Tihan's face was ashen, and Nguyen had a worried expression. Tihan said, "Excuse me, I have to interrupt. There's a problem with this vote. I apologize to Tihan and the audience. I received information from Bin, the head of operations at Enhai Entertainment. He told me to cast a friendship vote for Nguyen so she wouldn't lose too badly. But now, it's caused Nguyen to advance. I feel responsible for causing Tihan's elimination. I resign from my position as a judge on New Singer Generation." Tihan's words echoed through the hall. The audience erupted. They hadn't expected the manipulation to come from Enhai Entertainment, not the production team. They also hadn't expected Tihan to be so bold as to expose the matter on live television. Seeing this familiar scene, I raised an eyebrow. This Tihan was quite interesting. His character was similar to Tihan from the Vine family. Elsewhere, when Bin saw this, he pushed the makeup artist in his lap away, his hands trembling and his face filled with terror. He couldn't believe Tihan would betray him. Wasn't he afraid of the backlash? But right now, he couldn't care about Tihan. He knew he was finished. The girl beside him also realized the situation was dire. Her voice trembled, "Brother An. Get out, it's all your fault. If you hadn't kept saying Tihan stole your spot, and that you had to teach her a lesson, none of this would have happened. It's over, it's all over now." And Bin roared, shifting all the blame onto the girl beside him. He still couldn't believe that even after the votes were cast, Tihan would proactively confess. "No, I can't just give up." And Bin wanted to struggle, but his phone suddenly rang. The screen displayed the name, Chairman Duan Han. And Bin, his eyes went lifeless. Trembling, he answered the phone. Duan Han's roar blasted through the receiver, and "Bin, you get your ass over here and explain yourself right now." On stage, Nguyen was stunned. Although she didn't know the specifics, she could sense the abnormality of the vote. She was about to shout that she wanted to forfeit, but Tihan's words left her completely shocked. She never imagined that the mastermind behind this was her own uncle. Her lips trembled, but no words came out. Now the truth no longer mattered. What was the difference between what her uncle did and what she did? Even if she explained, no one would probably believe her. The internet had already exploded. The moment Tihan finished speaking, the topic shot to the top of the search trends on Wo. Namsiu never imagined that the ratings explosion he had hoped for would arrive in this manner. Countless people flooded into the live streams like a tidal wave, most of them coming from the trending topics. In an instant, the number of comments in the live stream room multiplied several times over. The comments flooded in. I heard there was cheating. Tihan's character is still reliable. I don't know what kind of people the other two are. Just stop competing. I'll write a few more songs for you, and we'll release our own album on Qoo. We'll buy it until it blows up. So blatant, do they take us for fools? Just a quiet word, Huyen's singing is pretty good too. Nobody said she can't sing. The problem is comparison. Without comparison, there's no harm, understand? I just want to know if Huyen knew about this. I used to quite like her song Teen Heart. How could she not know? The cheating was to make her win. If the person involved didn't know, I'll live stream myself eating 10 kilograms of. Well, never mind. Another bacon. Which foodie? Didn't Huyen also shout wait a minute just now? I really don't get it. It's truly baffling. Why would the same company do this? Netizens debated fiercely, and the venue itself became noisy as the audience whispered among themselves, discussing the ham singing and how good the song was. They all knew in their hearts what had happened. It was too outrageous. The only calm person at the scene was Cao Vo. He looked with amusement at the pale-faced Vuong Ban and Neem Tiu and sneered. The minds of these two were truly foolish, doing something so stupid for Amir and Ben. He didn't know what they were thinking. Vuong Ban now wanted to curse Bin and Neem Tiu to death. He had accepted benefits from Bin, which was why he voted for Huyen. He had hesitated when casting his vote, but he couldn't bear to give up those benefits. Besides, Neem Tiu was after him. He thought that even if he voted for Huyen, as long as Neem Tiu voted for the ham, the final result would still be the ham's victory. Then everything would be fine. After all, in that situation, he didn't believe Neem Tiu would vote for Huyen. But he never expected Neem Tiu to suddenly be blinded by greed and actually cast another vote for Huyen. Neem Tiu was even more panicked. She had originally wanted to use this opportunity to gain some attention and create some drama, then play the victim and pin everything on Bin. But after what Tihan did, she, as the final voter, not only lost her chance at exposure but also completely ruined her reputation. Tihan could at least claim it was for friendship, but her final vote was completely indefensible. Neem Tiu's spirit completely collapsed. MC Trantoitnai was completely flustered on stage. In all her years as an MC, this was the first time she had encountered such a situation. No matter how experienced she was, she didn't know how to handle it. MC was also having a massive headache. The votes were cast. What now? Should they ignore the previous results and vote again? It seemed that was the only option. It was so difficult. This kind of broadcast accident was a huge headache. MC could only sigh helplessly, preparing to go on stage himself to resolve it. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Huyen suddenly spoke. She took the microphone, her eyes vacant but her voice very loud. I withdraw. She knew the production team must be in a terrible bind right now, and her stepping forward was the best solution. Whether it's the performance or the song, Sea of Flowers was far better than mine. I also don't accept this voting result. Therefore, I choose to withdraw. The person who deserves to advance must be the ham. She completely deserves it. After Huyen finished speaking, she didn't try to explain the matter within Ben, only stating her own thoughts. The audience in the hall was in an uproar again, and netizens debated fiercely. They didn't know if Huyen's words were sincere or due to pressure. A short while later, social media was also in chaos. The trending topics continued to climb. Within 10 minutes, the previous incident had reached the top 10 trending topics. Now, Huyen's speech was also climbing the charts. At this point, almost all of the top 5 trending topics were about the new singer generation incident. Just then, Ham moved. She had been very calm since the voting began. Now, she pursed her lips, walked to Huyen's side, and took her hand. You did great. Her voice was soft, only audible to Huyen, but her action made everyone understand. Ham and Huyen had a very good relationship, so Huyen probably knew nothing about this matter. Netizens thought about it and realized it made sense. After the voting ended, Huyen had stood up with Tihan. She just hadn't had a chance to speak before Tihan spoke first. She was probably about to say she was withdrawing then too. The uproar online also subsided because of the ham's action. Feeling the warmth of the ham's hand, Huyen turned her head and saw the sincere look in the ham's eyes. At this moment, she suddenly wanted to cry, not out of self-blame, but out of joy for being able to admire someone like this. She really deserves it, Huyen thought. She decided that when she got home, she would have her mother discipline her uncle and ground him. Having such a short-sighted uncle was truly difficult for her. Namsiu also stepped onto the stage at this time. He was very grateful to Nguyen. Her proactive withdrawal saved him a lot of trouble. He took the microphone from the MC. Hello everyone. I am the General Director of a new singer generation, Namsiu. I am deeply saddened and feel self-reproach for the incident that occurred on our stage. Everyone has seen the ham's strength, and I will not allow her to leave this stage because of this matter. Fortunately, Judge Tai Tiu Kim and contestant Nguyen stood up at the last moment to tell us the truth. I now declare the votes of Vuong Ban and Neem Tiu null and void. We are also terminating our contracts with them and will never hire them again. Furthermore, this match will be revoted. We will absolutely not allow any injustice to exist in new singer generation. After Namsiu finished speaking, he bowed deeply to the audience and left the stage. The MC continued the show, and the revoting began. This time, Vuong Ban and Neem Tiu sat in the judges' chairs as if on pins and needles. The result of the revote was clear. The ham won. Namsiu breathed a sigh of relief. Next, he had to invite 2 new judges. Fortunately, Vuong Ban and Neem Tiu had breached their contracts themselves, so he didn't have to worry about that. The competition ended after many twists and turns, but the criticism online was just beginning. Angry netizens flocked to the Weibo accounts of the entertainment companies where Neem Tiu and Vuong Ban were signed, demanding to know how they would deal with these unethical artists. As for the mastermind, and Benv, and High Entertainment's Weibo had been under attack since early on. Finally, not long after the competition ended, and High Entertainment's official Weibo officially responded to the incident and issued an apology. The apology letter was addressed to the online community, and the ham. Due to a failure in our company's management system, our head of operations, and Ben, abused his position to cause seriously unfair treatment to our company singer, the ham, during the new singer generation competition, while also bringing a terrible experience to the online community. The company's board of directors has met and decided to terminate and bin his employment, and will permanently blacklist him from rehire. Finally, we declare that High Entertainment has always adhered to the principles of fairness and integrity in its work and has zero tolerance for any fraudulent behavior. We hope the online community will continue to supervise and support us in creating a harmonious and stable entertainment environment. Not long after the statement was released, the companies of Neem Tiu and Vuong Ban also issued announcements one after another. The result awaiting them was a public apology to the public and the ham, along with a commitment that similar incidents would not happen in the future. As soon as these statements were released, everyone knew their careers were over. With these statements, the heat of the incident gradually subsided. Netizens just needed a resolution, and now that they had a satisfactory one, they naturally dispersed. However, after this incident, Sea of Flowers became completely famous. Even people who previously didn't pay attention to new singer generation now knew about this song. In just one night, the number of listens for Sea of Flowers surpassed all previous songs. Even The Wind Rises could only rank second. Currently, my songs were leading the charts by a wide margin, leaving other songs far behind. It's worth noting that these songs had not yet been released on music streaming platforms, and were still low-quality audio. One can imagine how popular these songs would be once new singer generation ended and the ham released her album. Currently, I only had one song, It's Okay on Kuo, and it was at the top of Kuo's new song chart, leaving other singers in awe. They all lamented that someone not from the entertainment industry had elevated the Chinese music scene to a level that didn't belong to it. I was completely uninterested in the storms brewing online at this moment because I was facing something more important to me. Naine's kindergarten teacher was coming for a home visit. Early the next morning, I woke up early to clean the house until it was neat and tidy and placed fresh fruit on the coffee table. For the next 3 years, Nainai would be taught by these 2 teachers, so I took this home visit very seriously. At 900 am sharp, I took Nainai downstairs to wait for the teachers. Not long after, 2 teachers in uniform approached. They immediately recognized the little Nainai waiting downstairs. They smiled and quickly stepped forward to shake their hands. Hello. Thank you for your hard work. One of the teachers was young, about 20 years old, and the other was older, around 40. The common thing was that their gestures were very appropriate, and they both had gentle smiles on their faces. Such a smile made people feel friendly. Hello, Mr. Jine. My name is Talam. I'm a teacher in the junior class 3 at Jinho Kindergarten. And I'm also a fan of yours, said the younger Talam, revealing 2 small dimples when she smiled, her face joyful as she introduced herself to me. The older teacher spoke after Talam. Hello, I'm Lu Dan, also a teacher in junior class 3 at Jinho Kindergarten. Unlike Talam, I'm a fan of little Nainai. After speaking, Lu Dan bent down and rubbed little Nainai's head with a loving expression. Little Nainai, for a rare moment, wasn't afraid of strangers and looked up at the teacher, who seemed very nice. I scratched my head and laughed awkwardly. What's going on? This feels like a fan meeting. It's hot out here, please come inside. With that, I led Nainai ahead, showing the 2 teachers the way. The group entered the house, and I invited them to sit on the sofa. Lam and Lu Dan took out the notebooks and pens they had brought with them and began to ask about Nai's basic situation. I sat opposite them, answering every question like an elementary school student. Mr. Jime, I was wondering who usually takes care of the child and who drops her off and picks her up from school. Lam looked at my tense state and smiled slightly. She hadn't expected someone as famous as me to be so down to earth and approachable. 2 years ago, Nai was cared for by her mother. Recently, her mother has been busy with work, so I've been the one taking care of her. I'll also be responsible for dropping her off and picking her up from school, I answer, a bit embarrassed, wondering what the 2 teachers opposite me would think of a full-time dad like me. Lam nodded, writing in her notebook while continuing to ask. Then followed a series of questions: what she likes to eat, what she's allergic to, her favorite cartoons, preferred toys, daily habits, personality, and so on. I answered each question in detail. Now I was truly impressed by these teachers. They had really thought of everything imaginable, and recorded it clearly. One must know they have to take care of many children. This was truly admirable. After finishing the questions, the 2 teachers miraculously took out small gifts they had prepared from their bags and gave them to Nai. Nai looked at me, and only after I nodded did she accept the gifts from the 2 teachers and say thank you. Lam and Lu Dan clearly adored little Nai. They sat down and talked with her. In their eyes, Nai was well-behaved, polite, and beautiful, making their hearts melt. After interacting with Nai for a while, Lam and Lu Dan sat back on the sofa, bright smiles on their faces. Mr. Jime, does Nai have any hobbies? After interacting with her, they also learned her nickname. Nai likes to sing. She has a talent for music, just like her mother, I replied immediately without thinking. Nai loves to sing and has a great sense of rhythm. I had discovered this very early on. Hearing me say this, Lam and Lu Dan's eyes lit up with joy. They knew little Nai sang very well and were surprised to hear that her hobby was also singing. It's easiest to nurture a child when their hobby aligns with their talent. Then could Nai sing a song for us? Lam sat down and asked little Nai with a smile. Little Nai had gotten used to the 2 teachers after some interaction. Now, hearing that the teacher wanted to hear her sing, she nodded vigorously. Yes, I love singing. Whether it's dad or mom, they both look so beautiful when they sing. I want to be as beautiful as them. Then, under the watchful eyes of the 3 adults, Nai sang the song Little White Rabbit that I had taught her in her tender voice. The 3 adults cooperatively swayed to the rhythm for Nai. Nai sang beautifully, and this fresh children's song also made Lam and Lu Dan's eyes light up. As kindergarten teachers, they had a keen sense of what makes a good children's song. If the song Courage Explosion that Nai sang online before was not suitable for 3-year-olds, then this Little White Rabbit would definitely be very memorable for children. The song was very short, and Nai quickly finished. The 3 of them clapped for Nai's performance. Nai's big eyes had narrowed into crescent moons from happiness. Now she liked kindergarten even more. Teacher Tu and Teacher Lu were very warm people. Afterward, Lam and Lu Dan chatted with me for a while. They introduced me to the educational philosophy and curriculum of Jime Ho Kindergarten. I listened attentively, nodding from time to time. After the chat, Lu Dan took out a family record sheet, asked me to fill it out, and then put it away. The home visit was almost over. Lam and Lu Dan put away the record sheet, but they didn't seem to be leaving. They looked at me with embarrassed expressions. I scratched my head, not understanding why they suddenly had such expressions. Finally, Lu Dan spoke first. Mr. Jime, it's like this. School starts on September 1st, right? Our school has prepared a welcoming ceremony for new students. At that time, all parents and new students must participate. The principal requires each class to prepare 2 children's songs for the ceremony, teaching the children to sing and dance on the spot. In previous years, we've just taught the same 2 fixed songs over and over. Not only are those 2 songs not good, but they're also a bit difficult for the children, and many of them can't learn them. We're also very troubled. This year, Teacher Tu and I heard that your child just enrolled in our class, so we wanted to prepare 2 new and fresh songs and dances. I wonder if Mr. Jime could try to compose 2 children's songs for us. Of course, this is just our personal request. If it's difficult, then please forget it, Lu Dan said in one breath, her face very embarrassed. It was clear she was just asking on a whim. Lam stood beside her, blinking and looking at me with hopeful eyes. Is that so? Of course, Teacher Lu, don't be so formal with me. It's for the children, after all, I agreed immediately after hearing her. I thought it was some big deal. This was very easy for me. Seeing my agreement, Lam and Lu Dan both breathed a sigh of relief, happy smiles returning to their faces. One must know that what they were doing was completely on their own initiative, it wasn't in the home visit regulations. Moreover, if the principal knew, she wouldn't allow them to make requests of parents. They only thought of asking me because they really couldn't find any better children's songs. After all, I had composed Courage Explosion before. Then thank you very much, Mr. Jime, The two thanked me together. When you've composed the songs, just send them to us on WeChat. We'll look at them and arrange the dances. They had already added me on WeChat, which was also convenient for me to keep track of Naine's situation at kindergarten at any time. But they didn't expect me to wave my hand. No need for that trouble. Wait 2 minutes. I'll compose 2 children's songs for you right now to see if they're suitable. After speaking, I quickly went into the bedroom, took out a scratch pad, and started composing in front of them. The melodies of children's songs are usually very simple. 2 songs. I could write them with my eyes closed. Lam and Lu Dan were completely stunned. They hadn't expected me to be able to compose on the spot. They secretly thought, is this man a superhuman creature from another planet? Lam and Lu Dan didn't know that their thoughts at this moment were very close to the truth. If I wasn't afraid of being too shocking, I could defeat everyone in the music industry with music in just a few minutes. Especially that guy Ngo Pham who calls himself the father of music. If I really wanted to compete, I could beat him easily. In just about 10 short minutes, under the astonished gazes of Lam and Lu Dan, I stopped my pen and handed them the sheet music and lyrics. You can look at the lyrics first. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask me. Lam and Lu Dan looked at each other, then at the lyrics and sheet music in their hands. They didn't understand much about the sheet music, but they could see that the lyrics of both songs were very simple and easy to understand. Lam looked up and said embarrassedly, I'm sorry, I don't really understand. Could you sing it for us once? Lu Dan also looked up at me, also wanting to hear how these 2 simple songs would sound when sung. This time it was my turn to be embarrassed. It was fine for little Nai Nai to sing a children's song, but singing in front of these 2 beautiful teachers made me a little shy. However, I still had to sing. I rubbed my nose and took the paper back from Lam. Alright, I'll sing then. Please forgive me if it's not good. It's a children's song, so my singing might not have the right feeling. Lam waved her hand. It's okay. I'm your fan. I know you sing very well too. I nodded, lowered the paper, cleared my throat, and began to sing. The song in Lam's hand was called 2 Tigers. The cheerful melody came from my mouth, making Lam and Lu Dan's eyes light up. They both pricked up their ears and listened intently. 2 tigers, 2 tigers, run so fast, run so fast. One has no ears, one has no tail. So strange, the simple lyrics and catchy melody made little Nai Nai, who had only heard it once, start shaking her head and singing along with me. Lam and Lu Dan felt like they had discovered a treasure. This simple melody and repetitive lyrics were perfect for children to learn. They were sure the kids would be able to sing this song easily, and as soon as they heard it, they already had ideas for the dance moves. My duet with little Nai Nai ended, and the 2 women clapped in perfect unison. Lam and Lu Dan couldn't help but clap as well. I scratched my head, feeling a bit strange for a grown man like me to be singing such a childish song in front of 2 teachers. Fortunately, little Nai Nai was singing with me, otherwise it would have been really embarrassing. After singing, I handed the sheet music back to Lam. She took it, her smile unable to hide her delight. That's wonderful, Mr. Jime. This song is perfectly suited for the children's age. Lu Dan also nodded in agreement. This kind of simple song is very suitable for children. We just need to choreograph simple, easy to learn dance moves with hand gestures, and the children will definitely pick it up easily. I'm glad I could help. I also smiled brightly. I could already imagine the scene of the cute little kids, singing 2 tigers in unison at the welcoming ceremony. Lam carefully put away the sheet music, and then Lu Dan handed me the paper in her hand, her eyes filled with unconcealed anticipation. I was stunned. Again. Lu Dan's meaning was clear, since you've already sung 2 tigers, you might as well sing this one too. Alright then. Facing the teachers who would be taking care of little Nai Nai for the next 3 years, I had to give in. Since I had already sung one song, the second one was much more relaxed. I even started to make gestures. This song was also a very simple children's song that had once gone viral on Douyin, called Planting Flowers in the Garden. I cleared my throat, raised my hands, completely unaware that the main door behind me had been opened from the outside. 3 familiar figures stood at the door, stunned, watching me perform inside. I froze. When did they get back? I had been caught red-handed. I was silent for a moment, looking at the ham's beautiful face, and blinked. Why are you back? The ham, who originally had a happy smile on her face, heard my words and her smile suddenly vanished. What does this man mean? He doesn't want me back. I was planning to surprise you, and now I'm really angry. She pursed her lips. This is my home too, she said. After speaking, the ham felt it was a bit inappropriate, so she added, I missed Nai Nai. With that, the ham walked into the house. Sister Van and Dao Lak Lak followed behind, secretly laughing. This Junvan Nha really deserved it. They knew very well how anxious the ham was before coming back, even dragging them up early in the morning. Seeing her mother, little Nai Nai was overjoyed and jumped into her arms. I rubbed my nose and quickly stood up to introduce them. These are the two teachers from Nai's kindergarten, Teacher Tu and Teacher Lu, here for a home visit. Lam and Lu Dan had stood up long ago, smiling. They had also recognized the beautiful girl in front of them as the singer who was currently a hot topic online, and also little Nai's mother. They knew a little about the previous domestic violence incident. Looking at this scene, I didn't look like an abuser at all. It was clear that just one glance from Ham was enough to control me. Hearing my introduction, Ham's smile returned. She shook hands with Lam and Lu Dan. Hello, teachers. Thank you for your hard work. Lam and Lu Dan quickly waved their hands. Not at all, it's what we should do. On the contrary, Mr. Jine has helped us a lot. If it weren't for the 2 children's songs he wrote for us, we would have been worried. Ham glanced at me. So the children's song I was just singing was for the kindergarten. She hadn't expected me not to tell her about important matters like Nai going to kindergarten and the teacher's home visit. Is this man trying to seize control of the family? Once again receiving Ham's unfriendly gaze, I blinked again, feeling wrong. Didn't we agree I'd be the full-time dad? Didn't we agree that the soft rice is delicious? Didn't we agree that you'd handle the outside and I'd handle the inside? Indeed, women are all big pigs. This exchange of glances between the 2 of them fell into the eyes of Dao Lak Lak and Sister Van. They really couldn't watch anymore. Lak Lak even rolled her eyes cutely. There were still other people here. What kind of propriety was this, openly flirting like this? Lam and Lu Dan also packed up the sheet music on the table and said to me with a smile, Mr. Jime, today's home visit has concluded successfully. We'll be leaving now. I quickly tried to persuade them to stay. Why don't you 2 stay for lunch before you go? Lam and Lu Dan hurriedly waved their hands and headed for the door. No need, no need. We've been here for a long time. There are other children's parents waiting for us to visit. Mr. Jime, don't see us out. With that, Lam and Lu Dan left the apartment complex under my and Ham's farewell. This home visit could be considered a happy one for both guests and hosts. I also finally breathed a sigh of relief. Being a full-time dad is not easy at all. Returning home, I saw Ham sitting on the sofa, holding Nai. I don't know if it was my imagination, but I felt that she seemed a little chubbier than a few days ago, and her beautiful face had somehow become smoother and fairer. I vaguely remembered when I first came to this world, opening my eyes to see the small faces of the mother and daughter. At that time, their faces were pale and helpless. This feeling of time overlapping made me a little dazed. Ham glanced at me and saw me standing there like a fool, staring at her and little Nai without moving. She shyly glanced at me, signaling that Lak Lak and Sister Van were still here. I was struck by that affectionate glance and came back to my senses from the time warp. I rubbed my nose and asked, isn't the new singer generation final in 2 days? Why are you guys back at this time? Before Ham could speak, Dao Lak Lak spoke up first. See, you don't care about our Sister Ham at all. The final is in a week. Sister Ham just took a break and rushed back. Hearing Dao Lak Lak's words, Ham's face flushed, and she explained, Lak Lak, that's not it. I really missed Nai. Dao Lak Lak blinked at Ham, as if to say, I didn't say you missed him. This is a confession. Ham's face turned even redder. A we. I scratched my head. I really hadn't paid attention. After the revote, I got a call from the kindergarten, and I had no mind to watch the rest of the show. Ham hummed softly, which I took as an answer to my question. I nodded and intelligently didn't ask how many days she would be staying. Asking more would be impolite. I was afraid Ham would hit me. Sister Van said, Junvan and Ham, we brought her back. We're leaving now. Since we're back, Lak Lak and I will go to the hospital to visit Mom. I replied, okay, Sister Van. Let me and Ham see you all. No need. Ham rarely comes back. Stay home and rest. We can go by ourselves, Sister Van said, pulling Lak Lak towards the door. Ham, still holding Nai, stood up. Sister Van and the others went downstairs, and I didn't follow, staying home to cook lunch. On the way, Dao Lak Lak excitedly took out her phone and opened the video she had just recorded. Sister Van and Ham also curiously leaned over to watch. Looking back at my recent appearance, they still couldn't help but laugh. Even Ham had rarely seen me so childish. Sister Van suddenly said, Ham, can we post this video? Since your debut, your Weibo only has 2 posts. Now that we have such good material, let's post it for the fans to see your daily life at home. It will be great. Moreover, it can completely change their perception of him. Since the end of the last incident, my image online had improved a lot, but people's impression of me was still stuck at mysterious, good at writing music, and had a dark past. People didn't know what I was like in real life. Ham's fans left comments on her Weibo, mostly asking about new songs, when the album would be released, and if her daily life with me was okay. Ham's Weibo account was always managed by Sister Van. Sister Van was very sensitive to these issues. Hearing Sister Van's words, Ham thought for a moment, and then shook her head. I have to ask Jonathan his opinion first. If he doesn't agree, then forget it. Dao Lak Lak put away her phone. She didn't understand the current relationship between Sister Tihan and me. Logically, they had been married for a long time. Did Sister Tihan need to ask for my opinion on such a small decision? In Dao Lak Lak's heart, a husband and wife should be a single entity, not like Tihan, who seemed to have to be careful about everything she did. Compared to before, Tihan was much better now. At least now she had her own personality, and in many cases, she had her own opinions and decisions. When Tihan returned home, I was busy in the kitchen. The aroma of food wafted from the kitchen into the living room. Tihan put Nai on the sofa and leaned against the kitchen door frame, quietly watching my back. My shoulders were stronger than before, and I was no longer as thin as I used to be. My whole body exuded the vitality of youth. Compared to these things, the biggest change was my personality. I became more patient with everything, calmer, and extremely good to the two of them. Especially in the trivial matters of daily life, the delicacy I showed made her unconsciously immerse herself in my tenderness. This man was her treasure. When I turned around, I saw the ham staring at me in a daze. The tenderness reflected in her autumn water-like almond eyes seemed to want to melt me. I scratched my head, suddenly feeling a little embarrassed, but still looked directly into her eyes. What's wrong? Seeing me so foolish, the ham laughed. Her smile was as radiant as a peach blossom, making me even more dazed. Nothing. It's just that Sister Van asked if you would let us post the video of you singing the children's song just now on Weibo. My eyes suddenly widened, and the hand holding the spatula trembled slightly. What? They recorded it. The ham pursed her lips, smiled, and nodded. Lak Lak recorded it. Sister Van said posting it on Weibo can consolidate your image. A frown. This is destroying my image, not consolidating it. Seeing my expression, the ham knew I wasn't happy and said, it's not posted yet. I thought I should ask for your opinion first. If not, then we won't post it. I looked at the ham's expression and suddenly asked, so, do you want to post it? The ham was taken aback, looking at me seriously. The smile on her face grew even brighter, and then she nodded. I do. It's useless even if you want to. You have to ask teacher to and teacher Lu's opinion first. Aha. I burst out laughing as if I had just successfully played a prank. Those two songs have been given to teacher to and teacher Lu. Since they've been given to them, you have to ask for their opinion, right? Stunned by my move, the ham was speechless for a moment, then a look of embarrassed anger flashed in her eyes, and her voice became louder. Janvanhia, the small kitchen immediately filled with the sound of the two of them laughing and playing. Little Nai Nai, who was playing with toys on the sofa, looked curiously towards the kitchen. This time was strange. It seemed like Mom was hitting Dad. Then, Nai Nai heard Dad's surprised cry from the kitchen. "Off, stop playing around, the pot is burning." The kitchen was in chaos again. After a while of chaos, the food was finally served. It was just that today's dishes were more or less burnt. Perhaps because they were all in a good mood, little Nai Nai and the ham still ate with relish. This made me can't help but sigh. Sometimes, what's important is not how delicious the food is, but the happiness of the whole family being together. After the meal, the family sat on the sofa, and I took out my phone to send a WeChat message to Talam, asking about the children's song. Soon, I received a reply. Mr. John, the song was originally composed by you. We only use it for the welcoming ceremony at the kindergarten, not anywhere else. If you have any purpose for it, feel free to use it. You don't need to ask us. It was clear that Talam was also in a good mood. He smiled. Communicating with such lovely people was really comfortable, completely free of scheming. After getting Talam's reply, I said to the ham, although that was a rather embarrassing scene for me, it's okay. I can just close my eyes and pretend I didn't see it. However, things didn't go as I wish. After receiving the ham's message, Sister Van and Dao Lak Lak edited and beautified the video a bit and then posted it on the ham's Weibo. At this time, the online community was eagerly discussing the upcoming new Singer Generation final, completely unaware that they were about to receive another major shock. Tiu Han was a housewife. Her husband was a company director who worked from 9 to 5, so she had a lot of free time. For example, right now, she was lying on the sofa, holding half a watermelon, and scrolling through her phone. She also had another identity, the leader of the online fan group for the ham, and the amnesiac Janvan Ninja. She had been a fan of the ham for a long time. Her phone was full of the ham's songs, not only the ones I wrote after the ham's comeback but also those from 3 years ago. 3 years ago, the ham left showbiz. She also went from being a naive young girl to someone else's wife. Later, when she saw the ham's comeback, Tiu Hong still loved her as much as ever. Tiu Hong gently swiped her finger on her phone. There were many topics about the ham in the group, all of which Tiu Hong had already seen. Tiu Hong was a little disappointed. She switched to her Weibo screen, and suddenly her eyes lit up. The ham, who usually didn't like to update her Weibo, had posted today. She hurriedly clicked on it and saw that it was a video. There were already quite a few comments below. Tihan was overjoyed, thinking to herself, she finally updated. Her finger quickly pressed to open the video. The result disappointed her. The person who appeared in the video was me. Why is it Jang than in here? Tihan muttered but continued to watch. Love the person, love everything about them. Now she could be considered a fan of the Ham's whole family. In the video, I was making childish gestures, my hands drawing in front of me, singing a fresh children's song. My actions and singing made Tihan couldn't help but laugh. She really hadn't expected me, who was usually called mysterious, to be so naive and cute in daily life. In such a family, the Ham must be very happy. Tihan listened once, then played the video again. She suddenly found that the more she listened to this song, the more addictive it became. So she hurriedly ran into the group, typed a message, and sent it. Everyone, quickly go to the Ham's Weibo, there's something good to see. The group was silent for a moment, then suddenly became lively. The group leader, who is usually lurking, suddenly spoke up. Is the good thing a photo of the Ham? Blushing emoji, what are you thinking? The Ham hasn't posted a single daily life photo since her debut. So curious, I'm going to see it now. What good thing? The group leader really knows how to build suspense. Is there anyone else here who's idle? Don't you see that most people have gone silent? So you're the only one still active in the group. At this time, the excitement online had just begun. Many discerning people. After watching the video and listening to it over and over, people frantically recommended it to their family and friends. Quick, go watch Shihan's Weibo. Her husband is performing live. This is what you call digging. Digging. I can't stop once I've started. After an afternoon of brewing, everyone knew that Shihan had posted on Weibo, and it was a video of her husband, Jen Chenji, performing a children's song. Another children's song. Many people excitedly rushed to Shihan's Weibo to see it for themselves. What was that previous children's song again? Courage Explosion. It was genuinely good. By 800 them, Shihan's Weibo post had successfully made it onto the hot search lists. As everyone knows, the comments section is always the most interesting part. The comments under this post were even more fascinating than the video itself. First time hearing this. What is this? Second time hearing it. In the little garden, digging. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. Tell me this isn't Jen Chenji. His image is completely shattered, buddy. I can't take it anymore, I'm going to laugh myself to death. I also want to plant flowers, plant such big seeds, and have them bloom into such big flowers. In the small company toiling. Earning a meager salary I don't dare to spend. Help, my daughter is already singing along. Now my head is filled with digging. I'm different. My 50-month-old son is listening with great enthusiasm. Indeed, the joy of having children is something we single people can't understand. The premise is that the child isn't a troublemaker. If anyone calls my man a violent man, I'll get angry with them. Which family's violent man would be digging like this? I can't hold it in, let me laugh. You guys take your time digging. A simple children's song suddenly became the source of joy for netizens. By 900 them, this song officially topped the hot search chart. Poor me, still unaware of all this, was enjoying a happy moment with my family. Just as this post hit the top of the hot search list, in a luxurious villa in the capital city, a miserable Yin Ping was drinking alone. Looking at the sensational post, he had not only lost his job but had also been taught a lesson by Ru Yan. Not just Ru Yan, even his own sister, Ru Yan's mother, had scolded him mercilessly. Yin Ping didn't think he was wrong. Wasn't the entertainment industry always like this? Why was it a mistake this time? Besides, wasn't he doing it all for Ru Yan? The more he thought, the more frustrated he became. Yin Ping could only drink to drown his sorrows. But then, he saw Shihan's Weibo post trending. It was all Wu Fan's fault. The more he looked, the angrier he got. Yin Ping threw the wine bottle to the ground. He believed that if it weren't for Wu Fan's subpar song, none of this would have happened. And it was true. If Wu Fan had written a song on the level of the Great Sea, the judges' votes wouldn't have been questioned, and this whole mess would have been avoided. Yin Ping blamed everything on Wu Fan. So, he immediately picked up his phone and called him. The call connected quickly. Before Wu Fan could say anything, Yin Ping cursed him out. You piece of trash. It's all your fault. You dare call yourself the godfather of music and guarantee there would be no problem with the song. I see you're just a useless embroidered pillow. I spit on you. On the other end, Wu Fan was just about to go to sleep when he received Yin Ping's call. Before he could utter a word, he was met with a barrage of insults, leaving him stunned. Only after Yin Ping finished did he react. A dignified godfather of music like himself was being scolded by someone who knew nothing, and a discarded pawn at that. Wu Fan couldn't help but laugh in anger. Without bothering to explain, he hung up and blocked Yin Ping's number. Wasting another word on such a person was pointless. Sitting on his bed, Wu Fan stared at his phone. How could he possibly sleep now? The more he thought, the angrier he became. It wasn't because of the scolding, but because since my appearance, his songs had lost to mine twice in a row. Now, even the number of people asking him to write songs had dwindled. Many singers, when mentioning Wu Fan, would think of me first. This made Wu Fan anxious and his resentment towards me grew daily. He didn't deny that the songs I wrote were good, but his own compositions weren't bad either. He believed their skills were on par, the failures were due to the singer's issues. Frustrated, Wu Fan opened his phone again, wanting to check the latest entertainment news. That's when he saw Tihan's Weibo post at the top of the hot search list. Wu Fan narrowed his eyes. Tihan again. He didn't know when it had happened, but the familiar entertainment world he knew had vanished, replaced by news about Tihan and me every day on the trending list. Annoyed, Wu Fan opened Weibo. Inside was a video, and in that video was the source of all his resentment, Jian Chenjie. Wu Fan silently listened to the children's songs sing. The more he listened, the more his brow furrowed. After listening twice, he angrily threw his phone onto the bed. Damn it, all you know is how to create hype. How dare you post this kind of children's song? Wu Fan felt this was an insult to him. Such a simple children's song could top the hot search list. He could write one with his eyes closed. Especially now, with so many people online saying that after listening to my song, they couldn't listen to any other music. Wu Fan felt this was the greatest humiliation. Thinking of this, his gaze turned darker. A moment later, as if he suddenly had an idea, he picked up his phone and posted on Weibo, tagging Tihan. You dare to post something like this? Everyone says the songs Jian Chenjie writes are good, but I think they're just average. Truly just an attention seeker. After posting, Wu Fan instantly felt much better. Seeing his fans supporting him made him even more comfortable. Indeed, there are still people in this world who understand music. Wu Fan looked at his fans' comments and felt as if he had found his soulmates. But his smile didn't last long. Many people who were browsing Tihan's Weibo also discovered his post. An uproar immediately followed. Most of them were my and Tihan's fans. They were enjoying their time at home when they were suddenly attacked, and their mood soured. Thus, netizens and fans from both sides flooded Wu Fan's Weibo to argue. Someone's sitting at home and trouble falls from the sky. Tihan just posted a daily life video, and someone got jealous and started talking. Still think you're the godfather of music. To be honest, Wu Fan's songs are quite good, it's just that his style is different from Jian Chenjie's. His songs are quite unique. Calling that underworld style unique. I can't appreciate it, anyway. There's no need to compare. Wu Fan's horror songs have their own flavor. I found them a bit scary, at least. Who's comparing? No one paid him any attention, he jumped out looking for a fight himself. I think he's just bitter after losing twice in a row and is now lashing out randomly. My brother Wu Fan's songs are much better than Jian Chenjie's. Jian Chenjie only had a few songs, how many does my brother have? Don't you have any sense? Amidst the netizens' arguments, Wu Fan's Weibo post gradually climbed the ranks. Unknowingly, it also made it to the hot search list. Wu Fan was constantly monitoring the situation. Seeing his post trend and the significant number of supporters, the frustration in his heart dissipated. His former confidence returned. As for those who doubted him, he would use his strength to slap them in the face. The reason he dared to post this was that the theme for the first round of the new singer final was tragic and horror. This was his specialty. Wu Fan smiled. He wasn't a brainless person. Since he dared to issue a challenge, he was fully prepared. Next, Wu Fan opened his Weibo again. While the topic was still hot, he posted another message. I know many people will doubt what I say, but I, Wu Fan, don't care. A good song is a good song. It's not something that can be proven by just seeking attention. You doubt me? Then I will answer you with my strength. For the first round of the new singer final, I asked Jian Chenjie, do you dare to accept my challenge? If I lose, I will voluntarily give up the title of a godfather of music and apologize to Tihan. If I win, I only need Jian Chenjie to personally admit that he is not as good as me. After posting, Wu Fan smiled. He didn't bother checking it again, tossing his phone onto the headboard and lying down in satisfaction. He knew this was equivalent to a declaration of war. He didn't need to look to guess that this post would definitely hit the hot search list. The truth was just as Wu Fan predicted. The moment his second post went up, it caused an earthquake. A veteran composer officially declaring war on a rising star. This was a once-in-a-century event in the entertainment industry. Countless media outlets were thrilled, immediately writing various headlines, emphasizing whether a new king would be crowned or the old king would continue his legend. These headlines, filled with the smell of gunpowder, quickly shot up the hot search rankings. Whether they were my fans, Wu Fan's fans, or just onlookers, almost everyone was now eagerly anticipating the first round of the new singer final. At that moment, in the artist department of Shenxi Entertainment in Magic City, Miu Yinen's young assistant, Yu Ranran, was holding her phone and frantically knocking on Miu Yinen's bedroom door. Miu Yinen rubbed her temples and sat up, hand over her chest. She had a slight headache from her assistant's panicked behavior. She had just been training all day and wanted to rest. Ran, what's so urgent? Ran saw her boss in her scantily clad, adorable state and swallowed. In her mind, in the entire entertainment industry, perhaps only Tihan could compare to her boss in terms of looks. It's just that their styles were completely different. Tihan gave the impression of being gentle as water, while her boss was as fiery as a flame. Both captivated her. Seeing Ran's dazed look, Nuan's headache worsened. Her assistant was good at everything, except for always having improper thoughts about her. Ran, Nuan said a little louder. Ran snapped back to reality, remembering the important matter. Sister Annan, something big has happened. Look at this. She held her phone screen in front of Nuan. Nuan reluctantly took the phone and looked at it. A moment later, she frowned and said, according to the information on the phone, I promised to use Jian Chenji's song in the finals. Why don't I remember that? The next morning I woke up feeling sore all over, especially my arm, which felt completely numb. I groggily opened my eyes and realized that Tihan had, at some point, snuck into my arms. Her whole body was clinging to me like an octopus. My daughter, Nuan Nuan, was sprawled sideways at the corner of the bed. I found it amusing. This mother-daughter pair slept exactly the same way, not behaving at all. I had been sleeping soundly, having a sweet dream, but halfway through the night, the dream scene suddenly changed, like I was experiencing sleep paralysis. Now, seeing this scene, I finally understood why. With my free hand, I scratched my head and gently moved my body to sit up. The numbness in half of my body eased a bit. This movement seemed to displease Tihan. Her fair, rosy face scrunched up, her lips pouted, and she let out a soft sound before pressing closer against me, hugging me even tighter. I immediately froze. Was she trying to cause trouble this early in the morning? I couldn't take it. I really couldn't. I felt like I was in a difficult situation. I looked at Nuan Nuan sleeping soundly in the corner, a pained expression on my face. I rubbed my nose and thought, Nuan Nuan is already 3 years old, she's not a little baby anymore. It's time for her to sleep in her own room. With that thought, I gently pulled out the arm Tihan was using as a pillow. The arm felt like it didn't belong to me anymore. I even had to use my other hand to help pull it out. Perhaps feeling her pillow suddenly disappear, Tihan's eyelashes fluttered. The next second, she slowly opened her eyes, looking up at me in a daze, a hint of confusion in her eyes. She looked incredibly innocent and lovely. Our eyes met, and Tihan was instantly wide awake. I didn't move. Tihan also froze. Her hands and feet were still on my body. This posture made her face turn red in an instant, even her earlobes blushing like a shrimp dropped into a hot pan. I blinked. Tihan scrambled off me in a panic, turning her back, not daring to look at me. Her heart was racing like a herd of deer. Oh no, he doesn't think I did it on purpose, does he? Tihan bit her lip, curling up like an ostrich. She could even hear me swallow behind her. I thought to myself that I was very calm right now and needed to wash my face with cold water to cool down. Any man who saw such a gentle beauty early in the morning and couldn't do anything would be driven mad. I hurriedly got out of bed and rushed out of the bedroom. The sound of the bedroom door closing echoed, and only then did Tihan let out a sigh of relief. She gently patted her hot face, a strange look in her eyes. It seemed that ever since I moved into the master bedroom, she would unconsciously crawl into my arms while sleeping. She clearly remembered lying obediently on her side of the bed before falling asleep, with Nuan Nuan in between them. Thinking of Nuan Nuan, Tihan suddenly froze and quickly sat up. She then saw Nuan Nuan lying alone and sideways in the corner of the bed. Tihan pursed her lips, carefully picked Nuan Nuan up, and placed her back in her original spot. She kissed Nuan Nuan's cheek and smiled. It seemed it was time for Nuan Nuan to have her own little room. It had to be said, on this point, the husband and wife's thoughts were remarkably aligned. When I came out after washing my face, Tihan had just stepped out of the bedroom. Her loose pajamas completely hid her beautiful figure. I rubbed my nose, feeling a little regretful. After all, I was her husband. Shouldn't I have taken a few more glances just now? But I quickly dismissed this wicked thought. If I was going to look, I had to do it openly. Catching my slightly strange gaze, Tihan glanced at me and quietly went to wash up. It was still early, usually the time for my morning run, but today I didn't plan on going out. Tihan was rarely home, and I wanted to spend more time with her. I sat down on the sofa and took out my phone, wanting to see the theme for the first round of the new singer final. Tihan never actively told me these things, so I had to find out myself. But when I found the theme for the first round, I was instantly agitated. What the hell? Tragic and horror. Is this a theme a proper show should have? I sneered. I never expected the theme for the first round of the finals to be this. Just then, Tihan came out of the bathroom. I looked up with a puzzled expression. The theme for your new singer final is tragic and horror. Who came up with that? Hearing me, Tihan walked over and sat down on the sofa, nodding. The theme for each round of the finals is decided by the director. No one knows in advance. A frowned. I felt this director was a bit sick. Although this genre of music isn't mainstream, it can test a songwriter's abilities from a different angle. Of course, I didn't know these things. In that case, I could only rack my brains. I really didn't listen to this kind of music much. This was the first time Tihan had seen me frown while composing. It turned out I had my difficult moments too. For all the previous songs, I had handled them with ease. This version of me made her feel very real. Tihan raised her hand and gently smoothed my furrowed brows. Don't rush. We'll work hard together. As long as we have no regrets. That's what matters. Her warm fingers caressed the space between my eyebrows, and I felt a warm current flow through my heart. I looked up and saw Tihan looking at me seriously and gently. She had just washed her face and wore no makeup, but I felt she was more beautiful at this moment than ever before. Being stared at like this, Tihan's face grew hot. She didn't understand why I was looking at her like that after she just said one sentence. That gaze, besides admiration, seemed to want to swallow her whole. It was so strange. However, the next second, she no longer found it strange. Because in her eyes, my face suddenly drew closer until a warm sensation was pressed against her lips. Tihan's eyes widened, and she even blinked twice in disbelief. She had been ambushed. Now I fully understood that in front of a beautiful wife, using cold water to cool down was useless. After a long moment, Tihan's body went slightly limp as she leaned against the back of the sofa, still not fully recovered. Junshiji ambushed me again, and he kissed me for so long. It wasn't until she saw me still looking at her with a lingering expression that she hurriedly covered her face with both hands, so embarrassed she wanted to escape right away. This was the first time I had tasted such a wonderful flavor, and my heart was filled with joy. Especially seeing Tihan's shy appearance now made me even happier. I couldn't help but move closer to Tihan until we were right next to each other. They were husband and wife. Kissing is a very important act to express affection. I tried to make Tihan less embarrassed, at least enough to lower her hands from her face. Unexpectedly, her reaction was even bigger. She shuffled back 2 steps, still refusing to lower her hands. Seeing it was no use, I could only stare at Tihan, feeling a little disappointed. I hadn't kissed her enough. If it weren't for the lack of experience on my first try, not knowing how to build up to it, I definitely wouldn't have let her go so easily. I shamelessly moved closer again. Then I'll just look at my phone, okay? I absolutely won't do anything. I picked up my phone and waved it in front of her, pretending to look at it. Tihan peeked through her fingers and saw my wide, grinning face, making her even more embarrassed. She then pushed me hard, stood up, and ran back to the bedroom. I watched her go, not even forgetting to slam the bedroom door shut, and couldn't help but laugh. Only then did I truly pick up my phone to look at it. I still had to think carefully about the song. Since I was free now, I decided to check Tihan's Weibo. I remembered she said she wanted to post that secretly recorded video. As soon as I opened Weibo, I saw my familiar name on the hot search list. The handsome man Sai. I thought it must be because of that video causing a debate. My image was about to be ruined. I casually clicked on a hot search topic, and my brow gradually furrowed. It seemed the issue wasn't as simple as I thought. Tihan's normal Weibo post had indeed trended, but now this hot search was about a challenge, and it was related to me. I continued to scroll through each trending topic and gradually understood the whole story. It started with the children's song in my video being criticized, which led to an argument, and finally escalated to this. But was this guy, Wu Fan, sick? I didn't provoke him at all. I couldn't understand. I had never even met Wu Fan, so why was I being criticized? More importantly, it was fine for him to criticize me, but he also had to tag Tihan. As a doting husband, I couldn't tolerate this. I also had a Weibo account, but even I had forgotten about it, let alone my fans. I had always used Tihan's Weibo before. This was the first time I was using my own account. My fans were usually active under Tihan's Weibo. Opening my Weibo homepage, I deleted all the random dancing videos from before until the page was blank. Then I composed a new Weibo post and hit send, conveniently tagging Wu Fan. If you want to stay in the music industry, then stay. Just a few simple words, but every word and phrase was unyielding. After posting, I nodded in satisfaction. Now this is what you call professional. Did he think I was easy to bully? Short, concise, and with maximum sarcasm. The final he was the perfect ending. So nice. After finishing all that, I stretched and put the matter out of my mind. It was still early, and many netizens were still asleep, naturally unaware of this news. Even Wu Fan, who had slept late last night, didn't know I had replied. It wasn't until 900 am, as my family was having breakfast, that most people had woken up. It was the weekend, so they habitually lay in bed playing with their phones, checking last night's hot search trends. Then they discovered my reply on Weibo. Their sleepy eyes instantly lit up. More drama to watch. Netizens, always eager for excitement, opened the post. Seeing the simple reply, they became even more awake in an instant. "Oh, this Jiang Chenji has personality," they exclaimed with interest. Then, netizens scrambled to comment, flooding the section below. Especially some of my and Shihan's fans, who cheered and supported me upon seeing my disdainful tone and wording. By 1100 Wu Fan had just woken up. As soon as he opened his phone, he saw that this Weibo post had been pushed to the hot search list. Looking at my arrogant words, Wu Fan sneered coldly. The song genre for this competition was his specialty. He was very confident he could crush me under his feet. Thinking of this, Wu Fan even felt a little glad. Thank goodness Jiang Chenji accepted the challenge. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known what to do. Now it was perfect. After this, all the attention on Jiang Chenji would be snatched away by him. Then he would once again be the high and mighty godfather of music. Wu Fan was in a great mood. He hurriedly made a call and started to network. Now, he just needed Shenxi Entertainment to agree. As for whether they would agree to use his song, Wu Fan was 100% confident. They would definitely agree. After all, entertainment companies used to invite him to write songs. Now that he was proactively offering a song, and in a familiar genre, it would be strange if they refused. If I knew what Wu Fan was thinking right now, I would definitely burst out laughing. This poor kid had no idea what he was up against. At 100 Chenji Entertainment replied. As expected, they agreed to Wu Fan's self-recommendation. A once famous songwriter offering a song for free, it would be abnormal if they didn't agree. Of course, this was also based on the fact that I wasn't writing a song for them at all. If I were also willing to write for Mealtime, they would have kicked Wu Fan out without hesitation. After all, no one is a fool. My popularity was currently at its peak. It would be a waste not to ride the wave. Moreover, facts had proven that every song of mine became a hit. When Mealtime received the notification from the company, she was practicing her song. Facing Shihan soon, the pressure on her was immense. When she heard the company had accepted Wu Fan's song, she frowned slightly. Because she already had a song, and she had practiced it all day yesterday. Mealtime angrily went to the company to demand an explanation. After all, they had changed her song without her consent, which was something she couldn't accept. But the reasons the company gave were irrefutable. First, Wu Fan's song was indeed better than the one she was practicing. Second, the current online hype was explosive. This match was not just a competition between Shihan and Mealtime, but also a showdown between the two songwriters behind them, Wu Fan and me. The first round of the new singer final could be described as attracting the attention of tens of thousands. Shenxi Entertainment would naturally not miss such a good opportunity. Using Wu Fan's song, they could gain more benefits. As such, Mealtime's personal opinion no longer mattered. Mealtime naturally understood, but she still felt a little disappointed. It wasn't that she didn't value Wu Fan's song, but she simply didn't want to become a tool for others to profit from. This made her feel a little envious of Shihan. It seemed that since Shihan's comeback, she had always used my songs in her own. Moreover, there was never any news of Shenxi Entertainment forcing her. Mealtime thought for a moment and understood. This was the result of having someone backing her. It was so nice. Yuan Wu Fan have a challenge going. It wasn't until evening that Shihan saw the hot search on Weibo. She rarely paid attention to these things. This time, it was because she had called Sister Yun that she found out someone had issued a challenge to me. Seeing Shihan's worried expression, I remained nonchalant. Yeah, he came knocking on my door. It would be rude not to accept. But you haven't written a song yet. What are we going to do? Unlike my calmness, Shihan was full of worry. She also knew that Wu Fan was quite skilled at writing this kind of music. I, who was writing the script for The Outcast, paused and waved my hand to reassure her. It's okay. Don't you trust your husband? Although I said that, Shihan was still a little worried. If it only concerned her competition, she wouldn't care about winning or losing. But now, with all the buzz online, this competition was entirely about my pride. Shihan pursed her lips, thought for a moment, and her eyes suddenly lit up as if she had a great idea. Seeing that Shihan was reassured, I continued writing The Outcast. To be honest, I was also a little worried about what song to use to win this competition. By 900 Nuan Nuan had fallen asleep to my fairy tale. I was just about to lie down when I saw Shihan, who was lying on the other side, carefully sit up like a thief, wave at me, and then walk out of the bedroom. I was stunned for a moment, then my eyes suddenly lit up, and my heart filled with excitement. Could it be? I didn't dare to think further, but the joyful expression on my face was undeniable. I hurriedly slipped out from under the covers, and tiptoed after her. Gently closing the bedroom door, I saw that Shihan was already sitting on the sofa. She was waving at me. I tiptoed to the sofa and sat down beside her. I turned to look at her, my heart pounding. Then, I boldly wrapped my arm around her slender waist. Shihan immediately stiffened. What are you doing? A blush appeared on her cheeks. She ungracefully pushed away my mischievous hand. What are you doing? I was also stunned. Didn't you call me out here? What else could we be doing? Tihan glanced at me but didn't continue to mind the hand wrapped around her waist. She said softly, I called you out to find inspiration for you. What were you thinking? Inspiration. At this moment, I was so embarrassed I could die. It seems I had misunderstood. Because I saw Tihan was searching for a horror movie on her phone, preparing to project it onto the T. So she was asking me to watch a horror movie with her. Alright then. I suddenly felt deflated. I thought my spring had arrived. Tihan turned down the volume, then saw my disappointed expression and jiggled, lightly pinching my waist but leaning her body into my arms. I scratched my head. This was pretty good too. So I held Tihan in my arms and started watching the horror movie. This horror movie was indeed quite scary. It was clear Tihan had chosen it carefully. I have a lot of courage, so I didn't feel anything. But halfway through, Tihan was practically curled up into a ball, clinging to me tightly. Especially when the red-clothed female ghost on the T suddenly appeared and the horror music blared. Tihan was so scared she buried her face in my chest, not daring to look. I gently patted her back, comforting her. It's all fake, it's all fake. If you're too scared, let's not watch it, okay? But Tihan just squirmed in my arms, shaking her head, her voice almost carrying a sob. No. This part is only scary for a moment. I smiled and didn't try to persuade her further, continuing to watch the T. I was actually getting some ideas. On the screen, the red-clothed female ghost laughed tragically, her image flickering in and out with close-ups of her face. Tihan sneaked another peek, and her whole body went limp, collapsing into my arms, trembling slightly. This time, she was truly frightened. Do you have any inspiration yet? Her voice was very small, laced with a tremor. I only felt warmth in my heart. I hugged the soft body in my arms and conveniently turned off the T. The room instantly fell silent. I have it. Don't be scared anymore. Eve turned off the T. I gently patted Tihan's back, my voice as gentle as if I were coaxing a frightened beloved. Why? Do you really have an idea? Don't lie to me. I stroked her messy hair. Really? If I'm lying, I'm a puppy. Only then did Tihan lift her head. Her eyes were teary, she had clearly been quite scared. She looked at the handsome face before her and asked again, really? I nodded. Looking at her red lips so close, my heart was surprisingly calm. It's true. Tomorrow morning, my dear wife, you will see a brand new, complete song. The horror and tragic elements will both be there. Seeing my gentle and determined eyes, Tihan finally believed me. She hummed softly, then buried her small face in my chest again, rubbing against it for a moment before coming out. I looked at the wet patch on my chest, wanting to cry but having no tears. This woman was becoming more and more like a child. Alright, let's go to sleep. I'm going to change my pajamas. I rubbed Tihan's head again, my voice a bit helpless this time. As soon as she heard I wanted to leave, Tihan immediately pressed against me again. Her hands went under my arms and hugged me tightly. Don't go. Her eyes held a mix of anxiety, fear, shyness, and various other emotions that left me stunned. But none of that mattered. What mattered was the soft sensation coming from my arm that nearly made my heart stop. I coughed lightly. When she was in my arms before, I hadn't felt it. I didn't expect to feel it now. I could only say, Nuan Nuan is truly blessed. But I have to change my pajamas. It'll be quick. Before Tihan had come to stay, the two of us had formed a habit of turning our backs to each other and changing in the bedroom. This time she was home, and it was still the same. Tihan's face turned even redder. She still didn't let go, stubbornly looking at me. Alright. I was about to say something but stopped. I led her back to the bedroom. This time, I changed my pajamas in the bedroom. Under the dim moonlight, I saw Tihan's eyes shining brightly. That night, I held Tihan as we slept. We both slept very well. When Tihan woke up and remembered the scene from last night, her face flushed slightly. When did I become so bold? The corners of her mouth curved up slightly. This feeling seemed pretty good too. She kissed Nuan Nuan's cheek, then got out of bed and quietly walked out of the bedroom. As soon as she opened the door, the aroma of food wafted from the kitchen. Tihan sniffed, smelling steamed eggs. You're awake. Go wash up and then wake Nuan Nuan up for breakfast. I walked out of the kitchen with a plate of food, saw that Tihan was up, and smiled. Tihan nodded in agreement. After the meal, I washed the dishes in the kitchen while Tihan stood beside me, helping. Her gaze kept following me. She felt that I was becoming more and more like a housewife. Oh, right. Wait a minute, I almost forgot. I had just finished arranging the bowls and chopsticks when I looked up and saw Tihan's infatuated gaze. I suddenly said something. My words brought Tihan back to reality. She watched me put down the chopsticks and jog into the secondary bedroom, which I had converted into a study. When I came back out, I was holding 2 sheets of music paper, my face full of smiles. Here, what I promised you last night. I came up with this song while watching that movie. Last night's horror movie wasn't watched in vain. and my dear wife's efforts weren't wasted. Shihan's pretty face turned slightly red. My words reminded her of last night's scene. She took the papers, and lowered her head to look. The first page was the lyrics. The song's title was just one character, Joyeting. Jaehan was stunned. She didn't understand how this name related to tragic and horror elements. Then she continued reading down. After just a few lines, goosebumps rose all over her skin. January 18th, an auspicious day. January 18th, one cannot marry. Any Chinese person knows that this is a day of mourning and sickness, yet the lyrics said it was an auspicious day. Jaehan swallowed, suddenly remembering the red-clothed female ghost from last night. So, this is a soul. Jaehan skimmed the lyrics and looked at the music sheet. After just a glance, her body suddenly trembled. She looked up at me. I'm scared. I don't think I can sing it. Her voice was a little aggrieved. I coughed twice and hurriedly comforted her. It's okay, it's okay. If you really can't, we won't sing this song. Nothing is more important to me now than you and Nuan Nuan. Even the competition has to take a backseat. Hearing me say this, Shihan calmed down a bit. She said softly, that's not what I mean. I'm just a little scared. But it would be much better if you were by my side. Only then did I realize that it wasn't that Shihan couldn't sing this type of song, but that she was still affected by last night's horror movie. It seemed she was really afraid of watching them. Thinking of this, I was even more moved. Shihan was so scared, yet she still took the initiative to watch with me just so I could get inspiration. I rubbed her head. Then I'll be by your side the whole time to finish this competition. Shihan lowered her head and replied softly, a smile blooming on her face. I suddenly wondered if this woman had said that on purpose just so I would stay with her. That afternoon, the family packed their bags, contacted Sister Yun and Tao Lel, and set off for Magic City. After arriving, I suspected I had thought wrong. Because after Shihan returned to Magic City, I barely saw her for 2 whole days. She spent almost all her time in Yinhai Entertainment's recording studio. The reason Shihan was like this was entirely because she kept thinking about my challenge with someone else. She couldn't help but want to practice this song perfectly as possible. She didn't want to let me down. I could only stay on my side and continue writing the script for the outcast. Time flew by, and the first round of the new singer final arrived in the blink of an eye. This final had much more hype than previous ones. Not only had the show replaced 2 very famous veteran judges, but there was also the challenge between the godfather of music Wu Fan and me. It was packed with topics. At 800 them, at the Magic City Stadium, long lines of people formed, each with an expectant look on their face as they entered the venue one by one. I was also in one of these long lines, head down, wearing a mask, not even daring to look up, because I saw many audience members holding fan signs with my name on them. Nuan Nuan didn't come with me this time. Sister Yun took her to stay at the apartment. By 930 all the audience had entered, and the competition officially began. On the stage, a champion's throne slowly rose. Next to the throne was a crystal-clear microphone. The host, Chen Shuer, walked up the red carpet onto the stage. She held the microphone and smiled at the audience below. Welcome everyone to the new singer final stage. I am your host, Chen Shuer. After fierce elimination rounds, new singer has finally welcomed the first round of its finals. First, let's congratulate our 2 contestants, Shihan and Miuinen. These 2 contestants have gone through many rounds of selection and finally stepped onto this championship stage. As Chen Shuer spoke, the large screen behind her also showed images of Shihan and Miuinen, along with the songs they had sung in previous rounds. Chen Shuer paused, giving the audience time to watch the screen, before continuing, but the competition is cruel. There can only be one champion. Only one person can sit on this throne. Will Shihan win the crown, or will Miuinen reach the summit? Let's all wait and see. Next, let's welcome our judges with a warm round of applause. As she finished, the 4 judges rose from below the stage with the lights. I also looked up at the introductions on the screen. 2 familiar judges, Gao Yu and Xu Jiaxin, were still there. The other 2 were Chen Yijin and Li Ruoying. This made me exclaim in my heart, a new singer is rich now. They even managed to invite such famous veteran singers. Truly amazing. When the judges appeared, the whole venue erupted in cheers. The audience was even more excited. The final competition they had been waiting for was finally about to begin. For them, this match was full of highlights. 2 beautiful female singers competing, with 2 fiery songwriters behind them. It was packed with topics. Now, even the audience section below was clearly divided into 2 factions. On the right were all the fans supporting Shihan, holding up banners to cheer her on. On the left side of the stage were Miuinen's fans, who were no less impressive, waving light sticks and shouting non-stop. I turned my head and couldn't help but sneer. In the upper corner of that banner, my name was even there. But why was it written so small? You couldn't even see it if you didn't look closely. So strange. What I didn't know was that my name was not originally on that banner. This banner was handmade by Tihan's #1 fan, Xiao Hong, and her fan army. But when making it, a university student fan named Xiao Ming requested that Jian Chenji's name be added. Xiao Hong had no choice but to agree and added his name in the corner. Besides the live audience, the live stream rooms were also packed with viewers. In contrast to the lively atmosphere outside, the backstage area was strangely quiet. The reason was that Tihan was sitting there getting her makeup done, creating a tense atmosphere. Nuan Nuan, wearing a black evening gown, looked at Tihan with a complex expression, not understanding why she was wearing a bright red wedding dress when the theme was tragic and horror. On stage, Tihan and Nuan Nuan appeared. Everyone was stunned by Tihan's bridal attire, not understanding how it fit the theme. Nuan Nuan's performance came first, and she did well with the song written by Wu Fan. Next was Tihan's turn. She walked onto the stage in the wedding dress, but her face was empty and soulless. The song title, Joy, appeared on the screen, confusing the audience even more. Only Jian Chenji understood the intention and thought Tihan's expression was perfect. This was a controversial song in his original world. The music started with the sound of an erhu and pipa, creating a mournful melody. Tihan began to sing. Her song was truly beautiful, combining traditional and modern music. However, it made the audience feel a chill, with goosebumps covering their bodies. The song was about the custom of ghost marriage in ancient Chinese culture. Although it didn't directly mention tragedy or horror, the hidden meaning in every line made the listeners feel a deep sense of fear. The live stream room exploded with comments, with viewers expressing their shock and fear. Many said they had to hide under their blankets to listen. They commented that this was the true horror in the souls of the Chinese people. On stage, Tihan was completely immersed in the song. She slowly raised her hand, forming an orchid hand gesture. Suppressing the deep sorrow within her, she still remembered Jian Chenyi's instruction not to blink. Suddenly, the music shifted, becoming more urgent. Bai Yehan lifted her head, looking directly at the audience, her voice also becoming more hurried. The audience below the stage held their breath in fear. Even Jian Chenyi couldn't help but tremble. He never expected Bai Yehan could sing the song with such raw emotion, as if she had lived through it herself. The music continued with the sound of a pipa, and Bai Yehan's expression turned mournful. A cheerful melody suddenly erupted, combined with the sounds of a wedding procession, stunning the entire audience. Wu Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. He was horrified to see Jian Chenyi masterfully use folk instruments like the erhu and suona. The song not only had excellent lyrics and a fantastic arrangement but also incorporated many elements of folk culture. The operatic vocals blended seamlessly with contemporary pop music. The audience in the live stream chat was also panicking. They begged Bai Yehan to blink, feeling it was too terrifying. Many commented that they had to hide under their blankets to listen, feeling as if Bai Yehan was everywhere in their rooms. At this moment, Bai Yehan had forgotten her fear, completely immersing herself in the song. As the song ended, the high-pitched sound of the suona gradually faded. The cheerful music seemed to echo from the horizon, but the audience understood this was not a joyous occasion. The audience was silent, a gentle sadness rising in their hearts. If the beginning with the suona was terrifying, the ending with its cheerful music was deeply tragic. It was the sorrow of the old superstitions, of the living marrying the dead in the prime of their lives. Especially striking was the subtle expression on Bai Yehan's face, her slightly furrowed brows, the air of helplessness surrounding her, and her unblinking eyes. All these sensations made the audience feel as if they were present at that wedding, directly witnessing this horrific sorrow. The comments in the live stream chat dwindled, with only a few people expressing their emotions. They praised it as the correct way to present a great song, making the listener feel like they were in the situation and leaving a profound impression. Many praised Bai Yehan for her outstanding performance. Are you guys devils? It's the middle of the night, and I'm home alone. The haunting music gradually faded, and the lights dimmed with it. Bai Yehan, in her red dress, slowly sank into the darkness. This musical feast had captivated everyone. Backstage, Miao Nen was somewhat dazed. She stared at Bai Yehan in her red dress slowly approaching. At that moment, Bai Yehan hadn't fully emerged from the song's atmosphere. The tragic air about her made Miao Nen shudder. Miao Nen was confident that her own beauty was not inferior to Bai Yehan's, but now, Bai Yehan's aura surpassed hers by 1,000-fold. This was the soul that a great song bestows upon a singer. For a pure vocalist, this was the highest honor. Miao Nen smiled bitterly. She had lost this round. Not only in the song but also in the artistic investment. However, she quickly adjusted her mood and clenched her fists. A Bai Yehan like this was worthy of her full effort. She believed in her own strength and was confident she would sing even better. By now, Bai Yehan had reached Miao Nen's side. The two looked at each other, and Miao Nen gave Bai Yehan a thumbs up. Amazing. Bai Yehan finally snapped out of the song's influence, quickly blinking a few times. My eyes are a bit dry. Then she smiled faintly at Miao Nen. You sang very well too. Miao Nen was slightly taken aback, then smiled as well. This Bai Yehan has a better personality than I imagined. Tihan is truless. In contrast to the harmony between the two singers backstage, Wu Fan was like a deflated balloon, completely collapsed in his chair. He had lost. Even though the voting hadn't started, he knew he had lost. As a famous songwriter, just by looking at the reactions of the judges and the live audience, he knew the atmosphere his song had created was utterly defeated by this wedding limit. Who even remembered his song now? Even in his own mind, the sound of the suona and the joyful instruments echoed. Among 100 instruments, the suona is king. If it doesn't send you to heaven, it sends you on your way. 1,000 years of the pipa, 10,000 years of the gem, all silenced by a single erhu. This song had taken everything. How could he compete? Wu Fan curled up in his chair, defeated in the field he excelled at. He was both dejected and angry. Dejected because it seemed he truly was no match for Jiang Chenyai. Angry because he felt Jiang Chenyai had cheated. Using a suona was cheating. At that moment, the stage lights came back on, pulling everyone back to reality from the dreamlike wedding. The host, Chen Shuer, appeared in a white dress. She held the microphone, looking down at the still, stunned audience. After a pause, she said loudly, "I never thought I would hear two such unique songs on this stage." The music of dusk and moonlight collided, creating brilliant sparks. Two different songs, yet they brought the same flavor. Let's give a round of applause for our two contestants, shall we? The audience, as if waking from a dream, applauded thunderously. Incredible, so moving, they never expected the finals to be this spectacular. They felt their tickets were worth every penny. On stage, Bai Yihan and Miao Enen waited in the wings. As the host finished speaking, they slowly walked onto the stage amidst the applause. Just the two of them standing side by side was a feast for the eyes. The audience silently praised them. What a beautiful pair of sisters. Even Chen Shuer, standing beside them, felt a bit of pressure. Next is the judges voting. I invite the judges to give their evaluations and cast their votes, Chen Shuer said quickly. The audience's attention shifted to the judges, and the cameras reluctantly followed. This year's new singer final was much more serious than previous competitions, with an added judges evaluation segment. Each judge had to comment before voting. The camera focused on Gao Yu. He looked at Bai Yihan and Miao Enen on stage with a conflicted expression. Honestly, voting in the finals is incredibly difficult. Both of you sang beautifully. In my opinion, it's a shame this is a competition. If it weren't, I would definitely vote for both. I'll share my personal feelings. First, I must say, Miao Enen, you sing very well. Both your vocal skills and stage presence are excellent. As for the song, perhaps many people didn't understand the latter half, but for a professional singer, the latter half is the true test of skill. It perfectly expresses the suppressed psychology of someone who has endured the pain of illness. Next, regarding Bai Yihan. For her performance, I can only use two words, perfect. Perfect vocal skills, perfect stage presence. She directly transported the listener into the song's world, making it impossible to break free. Especially the moment the suona and her voice merge, it got goosebumps. Now I'm really curious, what kind of monster is Jiang Chenyai to write a song like this? Therefore, my vote goes to Bai Yihan. As for Miao Enen, I can only say it's not your fault. The songs themselves are different. One song can be loved by everyone, while the other can only be fully appreciated by experts in the end. A gap already exists. Gao Yu gave a very professional evaluation of both performances and cast his vote for Bai Yihan. The stage erupted in applause, clearly agreeing with his assessment. Bai Yihan and Miao Enen maintained their composure and bowed in thanks. Below the stage, Wu Fan's face was pale. As a professional songwriter, he naturally understood that he had lost. The next three judges gave similar comments to Gao Yu's. Especially after the previous incident, there were no favoritism votes in this final. This led to a 40 voting result. Wu Fan's face was ashen. Now, without even waiting for the final audience vote, the outcome was sealed. A crushing defeat. The song he was so proud of had been utterly annihilated in the most critical match. The audience vote results then appeared on the big screen, making the already dejected Wu Fan even harder to accept. 88 of the audience voted for Wedding Lament, while his song had a pitiful 12 support rate. This was the final straw. Wu Fan panicked slightly. He regretted acting on impulse and provoking that monster Jiang Chenyai. In Wu Fan's eyes now, Jiang Chenyai was not a normal person. What normal person could be so multi-talented? Even a unique song like this Jiang Chenyai produced with ease. If he wasn't an alien, what was he? Wu Fan still didn't understand. If Jiang Chenyai was so good, why had he been so low-key all this time? Was it fun playing the fool to catch his prey? On stage, the host was announcing the keyword for the next song, but Wu Fan heard nothing. He stood up and quietly walked out. He knew that from this day forward, he was no longer the godfather of music. The subsequent competitions had nothing to do with him. The first round of the finals ended just like that. Although the competition was over, the heated discussion online had just begun. After a week, the audience was treated to another great song. They were ecstatic. As usual, the video of Bai Yehan's performance shot to the top of the trending list on Douyin. Unlike before, this time everyone seemed to agree. The titles on the trending charts were all the most beautiful ghost bride. Opening any video, the real-time comments were lively. Oh, I have to go see it live next time. Yihan is so beautiful. Recommended to watch under a blanket for the best effect. We were never meant to be. It's all thanks to that scoundrel who said don't blink. I just want to ask, are your eyes dry? Is that even the issue right now? The most beautiful ghost bride, one and only, is definitely Yehan. Haha, I just want to know if Jian Chen Yai is scared when he holds Yehan to sleep at night. Compared to the harmony on Douyin, Weibo was even more chaotic, with harsher words. Countless audience members tagged Wu Fan, rubbing salt in his wound. Where'd he go? Weren't you so aggressive before? Are you people sick? Was Wu Fan's song not good? Anyone who can bring us good music deserves respect. No one said his song was bad. He was the one who challenged first. He started the trouble. So you're only allowed to let your precious Wu Fan diss others, but we can't say he was wrong. If you make a mistake, you have to admit it and take the hit. A loss is a loss, that's it. Amidst the wave of criticism online, Wu Fan's Weibo finally updated with a simple sentence: my skills were inferior, and I am completely convinced of my defeat. I renounce the title of a godfather of music. At the same time, I apologize to Bai Yehan. I was blind before. When this post appeared, many people stopped their attacks. He was a man of his word. There was no need to pursue it relentlessly. It had to be said that Wu Fan was quite clever in this regard. If he had remained stubborn, a worse fate would surely have awaited him. It was late at night when Bai Yehan came out from backstage. She saw me standing by the road, quietly waiting while looking at my phone. Tao Lel, who was beside her, saw this, covered her mouth with a jiggle, and discreetly left first. I was so absorbed in my phone that I didn't notice Bai Yehan approaching from behind. What are you looking at? A sudden voice broke my thoughts. I turned my head and saw Bai Yehan standing behind me, her hands behind her back, looking mischievous and lovely, completely devoid of the sorrow she had on stage. Looking at the comments online. They're all calling you the most beautiful ghost bride now, I said with a smile, waving my phone. Bai Yehan let out a cry, her face turning slightly red. What do you mean, most beautiful ghost bride? It sounds like I've turned into a ghost. It's true, they all said it. But I think it's quite fitting. Seeing she didn't believe me, I quickly held the phone in front of her. In return, I received a glare. Not fitting. I scratched my head. I really thought it was fitting. Bai Yehan seemed to not want to deal with this idiot anymore, and turned to walk towards the parking lot. I saw this and hurried after her. The two of us walked like that, separated by 2 or 3 steps, one after the other. After a short distance, Bai Yehan suddenly stomped her foot, puffed her cheeks, and turned to look at me. What's wrong now? A woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. At this moment, I felt that saying was absolutely true. I had no idea what she meant. Seeing my bewildered expression, Bai Yehan bit her lip and muttered, idiot. In her heart, I was becoming more and more of an idiot. I hadn't even heard what she said clearly when I saw her walk towards me and link her arm with mine. A soft sensation spread through my arm again. I was a little stunned. It should be arm in arm, Bai Yehan said softly, her face slightly red, as she properly linked her arm with mine. I nodded mechanically and walked forward, though my steps were somewhat unnatural, like a robot. Feeling my tension, Bai Yehan couldn't help but chuckle silently. It was perfectly normal for a husband and wife to walk arm in arm, but for some reason, with me, it seemed very awkward. It was as if she were the robber and I was the hostage, which was both funny and endearing. Right now, I was in a state of both pain and happiness. Happiness was the current sensation, pain was because I couldn't do anything about it. Bai Yehan's previous action of linking her arm with mine was incredibly stimulating for someone who had been single for decades. If it weren't for the fact that I already had a father-daughter-like close relationship with her, I suspected I might have run away. The two of them reached the parking lot but didn't see Tao Lel. After Bai Yehan called to check, she found out Tao Lel had already taken a taxi back. Furthermore, Tao Lel had secretly asked her over the phone if she needed to return to the apartment tonight. Bai Yehan's face flushed red as she looked at me, a complete fool. I sat in the passenger seat, and quietly replied to Tao Lel that I wouldn't be back tonight. Unlike last time, the hotel I was staying at was very close to Bai Yehan's apartment. Even without driving, it was only a few minutes walk. The car drove straight to the hotel parking lot. I was a bit confused why we didn't go straight to her apartment building. I had specifically chosen this hotel for convenience, so Bai Yehan wouldn't have to drive me back and then return late at night by herself. I wouldn't be at ease. Seeing that the car showed no signs of turning, I looked at Bai Yehan. Let's just go straight to the apartment. I can walk back from there. Bai Yehan's face was flushed as she stared straight ahead, not answering me. It wasn't until the car was parked that I heard her voice, so soft it was as if a breeze could blow it away. I didn't bring the apartment key. You didn't bring the key. Aren't Sister Yun and Tao Lel also at the apartment? I was still puzzled when I saw Bai Yehan get out of the car first. She kept her head down, and in the darkness, I couldn't see her expression. I hurriedly got out as well. Just as I was about to say something, Bai Yehan had already started walking towards the hotel. 5 minutes later, the two of us were in the hotel room. Bai Yehan glanced briefly at the room's layout, and then sat on the bed. There wasn't much in the room, it was just a standard double room. Aren't you going to call Sister Yun and the others? I asked, closing the door and still mumbling. Bai Yehan, sitting on the bed, suddenly blushed and quickly lowered her head. Then, a soft voice reached my ears. They're all asleep. I don't want to disturb them. I'm hungry. I suddenly realized. Didn't that mean it was just me and Bai Yehan in one room tonight? And without Nuan Nuan? I unconsciously flinched and looked towards Bai Yehan on the bed. She didn't say anything more, still with her head down, her 10 fingers intertwined, her almond eyes not daring to look at me. The room became quiet. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Although we were husband and wife, we had rarely been alone in a room like this. I only had some theoretical knowledge. I was a complete novice in love. Even though I had had 1 or 2 intimate moments with Bai Yehan before, they were all very mild. In this situation, I was truly at a loss. Well, I'm going to take a shower, I said, unable to bear the atmosphere any longer. Bai Yehan just nodded. Her heart was also pounding nervously. When she came here, she thought she was ready, but now that she was actually here, her mind was in turmoil. It wasn't until the bathroom door closed and the sound of running water filled the air that Bai Yehan's long eyelashes fluttered, her beautiful eyes revealing a hazy look. No one knew what she was thinking at this moment. In the bathroom, I wasn't calm either. I kept splashing water on myself. Normally, a shower would take me 5 minutes, but this time it took over 10. After drying off, I tightened the towel around my waist, turned around, took a deep breath, and pushed open the bathroom door. Steam billowed out from the bathroom. In the misty haze, I suddenly froze. Because I saw Bai Yehan still sitting on the bed, her head bowed, her shoulders trembling slightly. Glistening tears fell ceaselessly from her face to the floor. She was crying. My agitated heart immediately calmed, and a deep sense of heartache rose from within me. I slowly walked over and sat down in front of her. I raised her small face with both hands, my gaze gentle, my voice even more so. Why are you crying? Her small face held in my palms. Bai Yehan's almond eyes glistened with tears that fell like broken strings of pearls onto my hands, slightly warm. Yet she opened her mouth, her voice choked with sobs. She only called my name and couldn't say anything more. But the guilt and hope hidden in her eyes were all captured by me. I was slightly stunned. Wifey, what do you want to say? I gently wiped away the tear tracks on her face with my thumb. But in the next second, new tears rolled down her smooth white cheeks, creating a fresh, shallow streak. Bai Yehan suddenly felt she couldn't look directly into my gentle eyes. She wanted to lower her head, but her face was held firmly in my hands. I feel like I'm not good enough for you, Bai Yehan suddenly cried out, her voice choked. She closed her eyes, no longer daring to look into my pure black eyes, and tears flowed even more fiercely. I know. I know everything. You're not him, but I'm still selfish. But he still fell in love with you. But I still want to keep you by my side. The closer I get to you, the more scared I become. I've tried my best. Why? She kept her eyes closed, continuously confessing the secrets hidden in her heart through her sobs. Tears fell drop by drop onto my hands, and her tear-stained face in my palms made my heart ache. I gently caressed her small face, softly interrupting her. Wifey, you're wrong. I know, and you know, but I'm honored to be loved by someone like you. You don't know, but growing up, I've never been chosen so resolutely by anyone. Actually, I'm like you used to be, a very insecure person. Perhaps that's a common trait among orphans. I've never had feelings for anyone, and no one has ever had feelings for me. My gentle voice echoed in her ears. Bai Yehan slowly opened her eyes, looking directly at my face, which was just inches away. The warmth in my eyes seemed to want to melt her. It wasn't until I met you all that I knew I could also have feelings for someone. Actually, hearing these words from you, wifey, makes me very happy. Because I know clearly that you still love me. I've always felt that what you said before was right. Some encounters, some loves, are destined by fate. For me to come to your side, this is fate. There's no way around it. Heaven's will is the greatest. Really? Bai Yehan's misty eyes blinked, quietly looking at my handsome face as she listened to me. When I paused, she asked in a choked, soft voice. I caressed her small face again, deliberately putting on an exaggerated expression. Of course it's true, think about it, isn't an arrangement by heaven grand enough? Then I continued, actually, there's no such thing as who is not good enough for whom. When I'm with you, wifey, I'm also very nervous. The most beautiful ghost bride. I am just an ordinary person. You're so good, I have to work hard too. As for why I love you, besides heaven's arrangement, it's also about the moments we've spent together. The love I've always longed for has never been earth-shattering, but gentle like water, simple and plain, just like you, wifey. He spoke with a smile on my face, looking directly into Bai Yehan's eyes. Bai Yehan looked at the gentle smile before her, pursed her lips, and in the next second, she suddenly threw her arms around my neck. The soft feeling rushed over me again. In that moment, the two of them completely understood each other's feelings. So, let this beautiful moment be the start of growing old together for the rest of their lives. The deep and romantic kiss almost left Bai Yehan breathless. Finally she gently pushed my chest, and the two separated. Bai Yehan covered her face, feeling as if she was about to be burnt. Otherwise, why would her face be so hot? Even my gaze had turned from warm to scorching, making her lower her head, not daring to look at me anymore. I looked at her appearance and let out a soft breath. When I opened my mouth, my voice was a bit hoarse. Wifey's kiss is really unexpectedly passionate. Bai Yehan's face turned even redder. She bit her lip, feeling that the me in front of her was getting more and more detestable, a typical case of taking advantage and then showing off. You. Move aside. I was still squatting and didn't move. Bai Yehan lifted her small face and glared with her almond eyes, pouting. She looked exactly like a bullied rabbit. I want to take a shower. My legs are numb. He smiled bitterly. It wasn't that I didn't want to move, but I had been squatting for too long and my legs had gone stiff. Bai Yehan burst out laughing, looking at me and blinking. Oh, he's not detestable, he's just an idiot. I scratched my head, feeling my physical fitness was being seriously questioned. I plopped down on the floor, relaxed for a bit, then scrambled up and moved to the side. I really didn't understand why, despite working out every day, just squatting for a while made my legs go numb. Maybe my training wasn't enough. Bai Yehan went to take a shower. I took off the towel wrapped around me. I hadn't brought any pajamas, so after thinking for a moment, I just wore my underwear and got into bed to wait. After half an hour, I was already yawning. I couldn't understand why girls took so long to shower. That amount of time was enough for me to take 8 to 10 showers. I took out my phone to set an alarm. I had to go back to Jianshan early tomorrow morning. In 2 days, school would start, and the kindergarten's welcome ceremony for new students was also approaching. After waiting a little longer, I started to doze off. The bathroom door finally opened. Bai Yehan walked out with small steps, her cheeks red, whether from the heat or shyness. She was drying her freshly blow-dried hair while carefully glancing at me on the bed. The moment our eyes met, my drowsiness vanished. Bai Yehan unconsciously tightened the towel around her. You're not asleep yet. Isn't that an obvious question? I was a bit speechless but kept a serious face. I was afraid you might faint in the bathroom, wifey. Bai Yehan saw the smile in my eyes and pursed her lips. This wolf's heart was almost completely exposed, yet he was still pretending to be serious. She stood still, not knowing what to do. What are you standing there for? Let's sleep. Seeing her awkwardness, I wanted to laugh. Bai Yehan responded, trying to act calm as she walked to the head of the bed and sat down. In the next second, with a click, she turned off the lights in the room. The room was plunged into darkness. Before I could react, the blanket on me was lifted, and a soft, boneless body naturally snuggled into my arms. Feeling the warmth and softness in my embrace, I didn't dare to move. Right now, neither of us was wearing anything. It was truly skin against skin. In the darkness, I could hear her slightly hurried breathing. Our bodies pressed against each other, both a little stiff. We hugged like that for a long time before Bai Yehan's muffled voice came from under the covers. He swallowed hard, trying to calm down, and put my arm around her. Bai Yehan, in turn, wrapped her arms around my neck and poked her head out from the blanket. It was only then that I truly felt that the sensation on my arm earlier hadn't been deceiving me. It really was that big. Seeing me acting like a robot, only following instructions, Bai Yehan whispered something. Her voice was so soft I didn't hear it clearly. He said, "You're an idiot." In the dark room, our vision gradually adjusted. Bai Yehan's cheeks were flushed, and without any fear, she looked up at my face, which was inches away. I looked down, and saw her beautiful eyes shimmering in the dark. We looked at each other. Even if I'm an idiot, you're still the idiot's wife. With her words, I finally stopped being so awkward. My eyes filled with a smile as I held her a little tighter. Bai Yehan seemed to see the smile in my eyes. She pouted, thought for a moment, then quickly leaned in and pecked my lips before immediately pulling back. She whispered, "Actually, I was very scared tonight. I've been afraid of the dark and ghosts since I was a child. When I was singing tonight, I was also very scared. But thinking of you down there, I wasn't scared anymore. I thought, even if I'm a ghost bride, I'm your bride." Thinking that made me happy. Then, when I came back here with you, I got scared again. Bai Yehan murmured on. I listened quietly until she finished. She looked up at me again, as if she didn't want to take her eyes off me for a second. I smiled, bent down, and kissed her forehead. I'd say you're a fool. But a fool and an idiot make a good pair. Don't be scared anymore. I'll use the rest of my life to prove that I'll always be by your side. So, good night. Hearing my good night and looking at my smiling eyes, Bai Yehan was stunned. She wanted to cry again. My warmth was always with her. Bai Yehan buried her face in my neck, not wanting to come out. Good night was the last thing I heard from her tonight, and it was the most reassuring sentence. Too much had happened tonight, from the competition to the hotel room. Bai Yehan's spirit had been in a constant state of tension. She fell asleep almost as soon as she closed her eyes. This made things difficult for me. Her hot body left me with no sleepiness at all. But I didn't regret not doing anything. Some things should be done at the most appropriate time. Bai Yehan's mood tonight was clearly not right, and her readiness wasn't true readiness. I endured this torture between heaven and hell until 3 a.m. before finally falling asleep. The next morning, we went to the artist's apartment. I saw Bai Yehan take the apartment key from her purse and open the door. She seemed completely unaware that anything was wrong and walked straight in. She turned around and saw me standing at the door, looking at her with a strange expression. What's wrong? Why are you standing there in a daze? Bai Yehan blinked, seeming not to understand. He smiled and raised an eyebrow. I once read a joke online. Before getting married, 1 sip of wine gets you drunk. After getting married, 1,000 cups won't make you drunk. Turns out it's true. Bai Yehan was slightly confused, looked down at the key in her hand, and a second later, she suddenly realized. A blush quickly spread across her cheeks. The situation was a bit awkward for a moment. Luckily, at that moment, Tao Lel came out of a room holding Nuan Nuan. When she saw me and Bai Yehan, Tao Lel gave a knowing smile. Good morning, Sister Yehan. Nuan Nuan quickly struggled out of Tao Lel's arms and ran to Bai Yehan, hugging her leg tightly. She looked up at Bai Yehan with a wronged expression. Mommy and Daddy, where did you go? The little girl hadn't seen her parents for a night. Last night, it took Miss Lel half a day to coax her to sleep. Their appearance broke the awkward atmosphere. Bai Yehan quickly picked Nuan Nuan up. We didn't go anywhere. Mommy and Daddy are here. Bai Yehan pinched her little nose and quickly comforted her. But Miss Lel said Mommy and Daddy went to enjoy their own world and didn't want Nuan Nuan anymore. Bai Yehan froze again, then turned to give Tao Lel a murderous look. Tao Lel chuckled, her eyes darting around. Sister Yehan, you haven't had breakfast, have you? You've already made it. I'll go bring it out right now. After saying that, Tao Lel quickly slipped away. She felt that if she didn't escape, she would be beaten up by Sister Yehan on the spot. A moment later, Tao Lel brought delicious food to the table. Everyone sat down. I took a spoon and fed Nuan Nuan. Bai Yehan looked around and asked Tao Lel, where's Sister Yun? I don't see her. Sister Yun went to the company early in the morning. Isn't she in charge of the company's affairs? Hearing this, Bai Yehan felt even more grateful. Since coming to Starlight Entertainment, Tao Lel and Sister Yun had always been busy for her. Whether in life or work, they handled everything perfectly. In fact, in Tao Lel and Sister Yun's hearts, they felt very happy to be Bai Yehan's manager and assistant. Unlike managers and assistants of other artists who had to be much busier helping artists get jobs, negotiate commercials, handle promotions, packaging, and take care of food, housing, and transportation with Bai Yehan, they hardly had to worry about these things. Because behind Bai Yehan was me, who brought his own hot searches and songs. Moreover, the share they received from Bai Yehan was much more than others. Who wouldn't be happy to meet a star like that? After the meal, Bai Yehan held Nuan Nuan, and I drove. The whole family set off on the journey home. Tomorrow was Nuan Nuan's first day of kindergarten, and Bai Yehan didn't want to miss this important moment. So, while only 2 people left, a whole family returned. Luckily, I had signed the highest level freelance contract. Otherwise, like other stars, how could I be so free to do whatever I wanted? While my family was happily driving back to Jianshan, a woman with a haggard face had just walked out of a detention center. Liu Qian looked at the deserted road, her eyes dark. Due to the previous incident, she had been detained for 15 days. Now that she was out, no one came to pick her up. The company had already terminated her contract. She had nothing left. Just like any parents sending their child to school for the first time, we were also in a flurry. Wifey, don't stuff the princess castle in there anymore. Nuan Nuan won't be able to carry it. Take that doll with you. Nuan Nuan will be back home right after school. You don't need to pack so many snacks. They're for the other kids. Yesterday, the 2 of us had prepared a small cartoon backpack for Nuan Nuan. Now, the small bag was stuffed to the brim by Bai Yehan. Even so, she wasn't satisfied, and was still frowning at the pile of things on the table with a worried expression. They stood by, feeling a headache coming on. They felt Bai Yehan was exaggerating a bit. Nuan Nuan was going to school, not a festival. The two of them bustled around for a while longer before waking the sleeping Nuan Nuan for breakfast. The little girl's eyes were barely open as I passively brushed her teeth and Bai Yihan combed her hair. Even when sitting at the dining table, her little head kept nodding off. After breakfast, Bai Yihan and I changed into smart clothes. One carried Nuan Nuan, and the other carried the small backpack as we hurried out of the house. It was already 740 am, and school started at 800. When I parked the car in the lot next to the kindergarten, the three of us got out and saw that Jianhua kindergarten was completely different from my last visit. Under the morning sun, the entrance was bustling with parents and children. The kindergarten itself was decorated with flags and flowers, creating a festive scene. This made me feel a bit dazed. From July when I transmigrated here until today, September 1st, in just under 2 months, I seem to have completely integrated into this place, and into the role of a father. At this time, Nuan Nuan was also fully awake. She lay in Bai Yihan's arms, curiously watching the crying and noisy children at the kindergarten gate. In her heart, these kids her age were not well behaved at all, because Daddy had said that children who don't cry when they go to kindergarten are good children. Bai Yihan and I paused for a moment, then carried Nuan Nuan and followed the crowd of parents into the kindergarten. Inside, the teachers were welcoming parents and children from their respective classes. We hadn't gone far when we saw Su Lin and Liu Dan smiling warmly as they greeted parents and children. Su Lin was chatting with a parent when she turned and saw me and Bai Yihan walking towards her with Nuan Nuan. Su Lin said something to Liu Dan beside her, who continued talking to the parent, while Su Lin hurried over to welcome us. Daddy Thayi, Mommy Thayi, you're here, this way, quickly. In a little while, when all the parents and children have arrived, we'll go to the classroom first. This time, Su Lin's form of address had changed from Mr. Jiang to Daddy Thayi. This also meant that from now on, Nuan Nuan was officially a member of this kindergarten. I nodded and followed Su Lin to the group of parents from the junior class. The surrounding parents greeted us warmly. Some parents' eyes lit up when they saw us, then turned to surprise, clearly recognizing us. Their child was in the same class as a celebrity's child, and not just any celebrity, but Jiang Chenyai and Bai Yihan, who were currently the hottest names. They would have something to talk about with their friends and relatives when they got home. Soon, all the parents and children had arrived. Su Lin and Liu Dan led the way, and the large group proceeded to the junior class 3 classroom. In the classroom, the children all sat on small chairs, and the parents were arranged to sit in rows behind them. Su Lin and Liu Dan stood at the front, smiling as they introduced themselves. Children, my name is Su Lin. From now on, I will be your teacher at the kindergarten. You can call me Miss Su. The children sitting on the small chairs below were clearly not listening, wiggling their little bodies. Some even stood up and ran into their mother's arms, only to be embarrassedly returned to their seats by their parents. Nuan Nuan, however, was very well behaved, sitting on her small chair, swinging her little legs, her big eyes blinking as she looked at the two teachers on the stage. Then I saw a chubby little boy sitting next to Nuan Nuan suddenly turn his head to look at her. I've seen you before. You're the one who came out of the phone, right? Hearing this, Nuan Nuan's face filled with pride. That's right, my daddy is amazing. He can put me in the phone. The chubby boy, upon hearing this, pouted in dissatisfaction, and looked back at his own father, seemingly upset that his dad couldn't put him in a phone. But he quickly turned his round face back. My dad is amazing too, he can cook delicious food, and he eats a lot. My dad eats a lot too. My dad can eat a whole pig, Nuan Nuan retorted. For some reason, the two children started arguing on this topic. I listened with amusement. Even some of the other parents were drawn in by their conversation, until they heard the chubby boy shout, my dad can even eat poop. In the crowd of parents, a chubby man suddenly stiffened, his smile vanishing. The beautiful woman beside him secretly covered her mouth to laugh. My heart also tightened, afraid that Nuan Nuan's next sentence would be even more shocking. Fortunately, Nuan Nuan just tilted her head, thought for a moment, and said with a regretful tone, then your dad is really amazing. My dad can't do that. I breathed a sigh of relief and then smiled with satisfaction. What a good, heartwarming daughter. Bai Yihan also secretly laughed because she saw I was so nervous I almost stood up. On the stage, Su Lin and Liu Dan were still trying to interact with the children. It wasn't until the official welcome ceremony for new students began that they breathed a sigh of relief. This time of year was always the most exhausting for them. The welcome ceremony was a special activity at Jianhua Kindergarten to welcome new students. It took place on the school's green artificial turf lawn. Parents watched almost the entire process. The teachers guided the children in playing games to help them get acquainted more quickly, interspersed with performances of children's songs by each class. When it was the junior class 3's turn, teacher Su Lin and Liu Dan quickly led the children to sing Two Tigers. Teachers from other classes were still struggling to teach the children to sing. Many teachers looked towards junior class 3, hearing the children's uniform singing, and showed expressions of admiration. They also wish they had a simple and catchy song like that to teach the children quickly. Tihan stood beside me, watching Nuan Nuan sing with her friends, a happy smile on her face. She turned to look at my profile, her almond eyes full of affection. She whispered, her voice filled with happiness, "I am so happy to have you and Nuan Nuan by my side." I smiled and gently squeezed her hand, replying softly, "That's right. I will always be by your side and Nuan Nuan's. I will never leave my beloved daughter and my beloved wife." The golden sunlight stretched across the path we walked, hand in hand, fully enjoying this moment of peace and sweetness.